You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novelfire. Chapter 451, Disintegration and Transformation. Chapter 451, Disintegration and Transformation. Yu Sheng and the puppet on his shoulder locked eyes, wide-eyed to narrow-eyed. After 2 or 3 seconds, he frowned in confusion. When did I call you? But Aaron was even more confused. Wasn't it you who called? I just heard you greet me in your consciousness. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded for a moment, and then his mind conjured up the bizarre scene he witnessed when he established a connection with the omen-wandering star just now. A chaotic space formed by endless layers of veil, a gigantic shadow flashing behind the overlapping veils, and the limbs stirring the chaos, resembling some kind of arthropod creature. He reached out to the shadow behind the veil, but Aaron in reality heard a calling from the mental realm. Yu Sheng looked up, glanced at the omen-wandering star still in a slumbering state, then turned to look at Aaron on his shoulder. She also turned her little face, her crimson eyes staring intently at him. Clear, bright, saintly as before. She looked like she possessed the kind of wisdom that anyone could easily swindle her out of her pocket money, and even trick her into a loan to buy 8 boxes of health supplements with cash on delivery. Aaron frowned sharply. What are you looking at me for? Are you thinking about something very rude? Yu Sheng quickly shook his head, then with a few incredulous speculations pointed to the stone sphere beside him. Aaron, do you know this thing? I know it. The little puppet immediately widened her eyes, put her hands on her hips, looking quite displeased. I'm the noble Alice puppet. How could I know such an ugly ball? And didn't you hear the old Yuanling say that this ball was caught and locked here 3,000 years ago? Where would I have met it? Aaron's answer seemed reasonable, but the slight frown on Yu Sheng's forehead still didn't relax. Strange and even outrageous conjectures continued to swirl in his mind. After all, he had already dealt with those weird things many times. If there was any experience brought to him by those bizarre events, the most important one would surely be, in this world where strange events emerge endlessly, any incredible thing can happen, and if you find some bewildering clue in the event, no matter how it defies common sense, it's best to take it as real first. Yu Sheng described what he had just seen. Then Aaron continued to stare wide-eyed at him. Yu Sheng suspected that this little puppet's head was about to go offline, if there was anything in her head that could actually go offline. Hu Li looked at Yu Sheng and Aaron, then glanced at the omen-wandering star beside them, raising a hand to point at the stone sphere and asked True Man Yuanling, why hasn't this ball woken up yet? True Man Yuanling stroked his beard, but before he could speak, the snake princess not far away craned her neck and shouted over here, I suspect it's fainted from shit. Yu Sheng couldn't help but burst out, is this snake always so harsh in her words? True Man Yuan, he let out a long sigh. Alas, she was even harsher when we first caught her. The snake princess raised several of her heads, besides the one lying on the ground looking heat-stunned like a dog head, righteously glaring at Yuan he. So what? Aaron, however, seemed not to hear the commotion around her. She once again fixed her gaze on the omen-wandering star, staring intently at the massive stone sphere for a long time, before suddenly jumping off Yu Sheng's shoulder and running next to the stone sphere. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, the little puppet reached out her hand, tapping on the grayish-white rough shell of the stone sphere. Crack! A slight cracking sound instantly interrupted everyone's conversation on the platform, even the snake princess, who was ready to start bickering with True Man Yuan he, immediately tensed up, nervously looking in the direction of the sound. The horrifying grayish-white stone sphere's surface showed a fine crack. Yu Sheng stared wide-eyed at this scene, just about to ask Aaron what she did, when he saw that crack quickly expand, followed by countless more fissure lines extending. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, countless grayish-white fragments began to fall off the surface of the omen-wandering star. Aaron was instantly scared stiff by this scene. The little puppet quickly jumped back 2 or 3 steps, embracing Yu Sheng's calf. It's not my fault. I just touched it and this thing just shattered directly. Damn, are they going to make us compensate? Yu Sheng opened his mouth, but before he could speak, the omen-wandering star was rapidly falling apart amidst the expanding cracks, disintegrating into countless fragments, with large and small grayish-white pieces and dust collapsing from the layers of chains, turning into a pile of remnants. True man Yuan Hao, Yuanling, and Yuan He were left dumbfounded by this sight. Xuan Qi was standing to the side, sweating profusely. The snake princess, who had been arrogant a moment ago, unhesitatingly curled herself into a snake ball, with only her human head cautiously peering out from the gaps in her tail, muttering, "After doing this, just don't do me. I'm a protected animal, after all." But just at this moment, Luna, who had been standing at the edge of the crowd on standby, suddenly took a step forward. She positioned herself in front of Yu Sheng, her gaze locked onto the collapsing cloud of smoke and dust. After a moment's delay, she blurted out, "There's something." True man Yuanling furrowed his brows slightly and waved his hand. A gust of wind arose abruptly, dispersing the drifting dust in the blink of an eye. After the smoke and dust had cleared, there appeared a chaotic tangle of thick chains, a multitude of grayish-white stone fragments scattered all over the ground, and something floating amidst the wreckage, suspended about a few dozen centimeters above the ground. A small ball. Yu Sheng blinked, staring at the floating object above the wreckage of the Omen wandering star. It was about the size of an apple, its surface bumpy, with a grayish-white stone texture, resembling a miniature model of a planet except for the lack of that terrifying hollow face on its surface. It looked exactly like a significantly shrunken Omen wandering star. The platform was silent, not to mention Yu Sheng's bewildered face. Even the three well-traveled old immortals were dumbfounded at the moment. After holding back for a while, true man Yuanling finally turned to Yuan Hao. "Senior brother, you've traveled for many years." "Don't ask me," the old handsome fellow shook his head. "I really haven't seen this before." Then several gazes naturally fell on the instigator. Aaron was holding on to Yu Sheng's leg, almost in tears. "I really don't know what's going on. I really just touched it." Just as the puppet's words dropped, Yu Sheng noticed the mini-wandering star floating in the pile of wreckage suddenly wobble. In the next second, the apple-sized stone ball drifted leisurely towards Aaron. The puppet turned her head and saw this scene, shocked instantly. With a scream, she leapt onto Yu Sheng's shoulders, and the stone ball even floated up following her, continuing to chase. "Oh crap, why is this thing chasing me?" Aaron screeched instantly and jumped off Yu Sheng's shoulders into Hu Li's arms, then ran out from Hu Li's arms back to the ground, finally simply running in circles on the demon suppression platform. But the grayish-white stone ball kept following her at a steady pace, and the puppet's short legs couldn't run fast enough to shake off the stone ball behind her. Suddenly, a peculiar scene unfolded on the platform. A 6 cm puppet running in the front, an apple-sized Omen wandering star chasing behind, intermixed with Aaron's weird screams, and occasionally the snake princess shouted approvingly. Hu Li launched two tails trying to intercept the stone ball for Aaron, but the ball's movements were rather bizarre. It appeared unhurried yet bypassed the obstructing fox tail as if possessing foresight. Master Yuan Hao took out a brick, but seeing Aaron close to the stone ball, withdrew it again. Xuan Qi rushed forward, attempting to knock down the ball with his fists and feet. But every move, every step was preemptively dodged by the stone ball, eventually failing to touch the opponent. The scene descended into chaos. Yet amidst this sudden commotion, Yu Sheng noticed something. When Aaron ran past him for the third time, he suddenly reached out and lifted up the little puppet. The puppet was caught off guard, being lifted by the collar into midair, still maintaining her running inertia, flailing around. After 2 seconds, she belatedly turned her head. "Yu Sheng, what are you doing?" Yu Sheng nodded, signaling Aaron to look beside her. Aaron turned her head and saw the gray-white little stone ball floating next to her shoulder. Yu Sheng shook Aaron. "Don't scream, it's not moving." Aaron paused for a moment, then turned and looked at the stone ball again, realizing it indeed wasn't sticking anymore, merely maintaining a distance of several dozen centimeters, floating not too close nor too far, occasionally swaying lazily, appearing even somewhat harmless. "This thing seems to just want to float beside you," Yu Sheng said, holding the puppet in one hand and stroking his chin with the other, pondering. "There were several times it caught up to you, but you just focused on running and didn't notice." Aaron was almost crying. "Why is it chasing me? It's the one that shattered." Yu Sheng remained silent, just staring at her intently. "Why are you looking at me?" The puppet instantly shrank her neck. I really don't know it." I know you don't know it. Yu Sheng exhaled gently, placing the puppet back on his shoulder, and muttered as if to himself, "No worries, we'll figure out what's going on." Erin, bewildered, blinked her eyes. She couldn't understand Yu Sheng's intent nor what was happening. She turned her head and glanced at the omen little wanderer, floating next to her, still feeling a bit uneasy, and then she hugged Yu Sheng's head. Somehow this seemed to bring her some comfort. Yu Sheng then turned his gaze towards Yuanling and the others. Now we should discuss the issue regarding this ball. Chapter 452, Erin's Harvest. Chapter 452, Erin's Harvest. Anything related to Yu Sheng, and these people around him, seems to develop in unpredictable directions to varying degrees. True man Yuanling still remembers when director Bailey Ching contacted him and mentioned this. And now he obviously has a deeper understanding of this saying. The Omen Wandering Star, which had been suppressed underground within the Taixu Spirit Hub for 3,000 years without showing weakness, aside from being suppressed by the Taixu Earth Vein with no other weaknesses, was shattered into pieces by a half-meter-high puppet beside Yu Sheng, leaving only a fist-sized small sphere floating. If not seen with his own eyes, if anyone else told him of this, his first reaction would definitely be to kick the storyteller down. Then stuff half a pound of heart-clearing and wisdom-enhancing pills into his mouth, and serve him 2 bowls of calming soup, 3 times a day. About this sphere, true man Yuanling blinked, looking at the gray-white stone sphere floating beside Erin, organized his thoughts several times but didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment, and finally could only muster one sentence. "Let me examine it first." Yu Sheng casually grabbed the sphere midair and handed it to true man Yuanling. "Then you check it." When grabbing the stone sphere, Yu Sheng felt a slight resistance, but it wasn't strong, seemingly because Erin was nearby. The stone sphere behaved quite obediently. True man Yuanling took the stone sphere with a strange expression, with his other hand pinching a technique and chanting a curse. He then summoned an ancient copper mirror of unknown purpose, reflecting back and forth on the stone sphere, researching for a long time before calling Yuan Hao from the side to join him, while the two huddled together to observe and discuss, a heap of jargon muttering indistinguishable. And the gray-white pitted small sphere, resembling a miniature planet, was just being tossed back and forth by the 2 old men, besides occasionally wanting to float towards Erin. It didn't show any resistance, behaving obediently beyond comparison, especially when contrasted with the previous horrifying and irritable Omen Wandering Star. Erin sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, the two staring wide-eyed at the scene. After a while, Yu Sheng poked Erin's head with a finger. "Do you have any thoughts?" "Thoughts? How would I have any thoughts?" Erin stared blankly. "I don't even know what's going on here. Just making it clear first, if they want me to compensate, I truly cannot afford it. I only get so little pocket money every day." "Who told you this? I mean the connection between the Omen Wandering Star and you." Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. "Remember what the Omen Wandering Star said before, about the Omen Goddess part." Erin widened her eyes straight at Yu Sheng, then exaggeratedly shivered. "I don't say such ridiculous things." Yu Sheng did not continue, just raised his hand and lightly patted the puppet's back. Erin puckered her lips, then stared blankly into the distance. Meanwhile, not far away, the snake princess quietly stretched herself out. Realizing no one would come to attack her, she became bold again and moved closer to True Man Yuanhe, stretching her head. "Old thief." True Man Yuanhe raised an eyebrow. "If you don't want to call me True Man, at least use my name." "Old thief Yuanhe," the snake princess said casually, again pointed with her tail tipped towards Yu Sheng and Erin's group. "Who are these people exactly? Why does it seem like you're all so courteous to them? I've never seen you treat anyone this way regularly." True Man Yuanhe glanced at the big snake beside him with the corner of his eyes, contemplated for a moment, and asked casually, "Do you know what's happening outside?" "How would I know? You locked me up in this dark place. I can't even see the weather change outside." The snake princess glared, the tiger, leopard, bear, jackal heads next to her snarling at True Man Yuanhe. But soon the heads all drooped. "I just heard a disciple mentioning during checks that something big's happening at the border, then said something big happened at the Taixu Spirit Hub too. But nobody's willing to explain what exactly happened." True Man Yuanhe pondered for a bit. "Have you heard of the Dark Angel?" "What's that? Is it tasty?" "Yuanhe. Why are you not speaking?" True man Yuan, he remained silent, but after a moment of wordlessness, he seemed to suddenly notice something, turned his gaze tightly fixed on the big snake demon in front. Snake Princess felt a chill under his gaze, subconsciously coiled her body. What are you up to? I warn you, I haven't settled the account with the dog head yet. Don't you dare hatch any crafty plans. Snake Princess? True man Yuan, he furrowed his brows. After a few seconds of peculiar seriousness, he said, Did you notice your speech is more coherent? Snake Princess, Meanwhile, on the other side, the brothers Yuanling and Yuan Hao finally finished checking the stone sphere. As soon as they let go, the stone sphere floated leisurely back beside Aaron, continuing to circle around the puppet. In terms of its aura, it indeed is still the omen wandering star. Under Yu Sheng's curious gaze, true man Yuanling nodded with a serious expression. But it seems to have lost its mind response, nor does it have the previous dangerous, fierce aura anymore. Senior brother and I checked for quite a while, and found it left with nothing but the ability to float around. No other divine skills. No mind response at all. Aaron's eyes widened in surprise. True man Yuanling nodded solemnly. How does it feel, like a factory reset? Yu Sheng furrowed his brows, speaking pensively. After a moment, he shook his head. The key now is how to handle this ball, Yu Sheng said seriously. This thing has been following Aaron. Yuan Ling and Yuan Hao exchanged a glance. We too were also discussing this just now. Yuan Hao coughed lightly to break the silence. Since this sphere seems fated with Miss Aaron, why don't you guys look after it first? Yu Sheng did consider this possibility, but hearing the suggestion so openly was still surprising. Let us take it away. Aaron couldn't help but speak up. Isn't this thing quite dangerous? Wouldn't taking it beyond the seal cause problems? In fact, Master Yuan Hao hesitated a bit before sighing with a bitter smile. The seal is already gone. Yu Sheng and Aaron. Yuan Hao pointed to the surrounding demon suppression stone pillars and the pile of runic chains tangled in gray-white debris. Only then did Yu Sheng notice that these objects, previously shrouded with a layer of spiritual light, were now completely still and had been silent since just a while ago. Just as the omen wandering star shattered, the millennium seal at the base of the demon suppression tower failed. The elderly man spread his hands, including the setup that drew on the earth vein around here. The omen wandering star is already free, and rebuilding the seal here would take at least 3 to 5 years. Back then, many powerful masters jointly suppressed the initial descent of the omen wandering star, sealing it underground in the Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain for years, giving others a chance to build this place of prohibition around it, Yuan Ling added. And now, this demon has turned into its current form, so there's no longer a need for so many to work together to suppress it underground. But now that this place's seal has failed, continuing to. The old man paused, glancing subtly at the small ball floating beside Aaron before continuing. Continuing to keep it here is meaningless, and to place it elsewhere. The Takesu Spirit Hub currently has no other place to seal the omen wandering star. Since it's become like this, the travel agency might as well take over. We would actually feel more at ease. More at ease, Yu Sheng pondered, quickly understanding the reasoning before his gaze fell on Aaron. Just then the little puppet also realized, turning to glance at the youthful version of the omen wandering star floating beside her. Her face instantly fell. No way. Just consider it as acquiring a magic treasure, Hu Li chimed in from the side, unusually displaying a look of eager anticipation for drama on her face. Don't novels, comics, and TV shows you usually watch go like this? Luna suddenly raised her head as if rebooting and chimed in. Right. Aaron was momentarily dazed, her expression visibly wavered. If you put it that way, well, yes. Seeing this, Yu Sheng quickly took advantage of her still processing state to nod her head. Then it's settled. He then turned to Yuan Ling. By the way, isn't there some handover procedure or something needed? After all, we're taking over such a special item from you guys. Wouldn't a formal power like Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain need some record? Seems reasonable. True man Yuan Ling nodded upon hearing this, stroking his beard. Though under special circumstances, the paperwork can be retroactively completed. You guys can take the thing out first. A while later, after further confirming the state of the youthful version of the omen wandering star, Yu Sheng opened a door leading to number 66 Wudong Road. Taking Aaron, Hu Li, and Luna to leave the base of the demon suppression tower first. They still needed to check on Zhang Zhai and observe any reactions from the small stone ball after leaving the tower. Moreover, having been outside for such a long time and experiencing a fierce battle, Yu Sheng felt he really needed to head back, take a good bath, and sleep. No matter if the sky falls, he needed to rest first before dealing with it. Yuan Ling, his brother, and Xuan Qi stayed behind. They needed to check the state of the demon suppression tower and address some issues following the failure of the local earth vein seal array. The illusory door slowly dissipated in the air. True man Yuan, he stroked his beard, waiting until the door fully vanished before turning to his two seniors. The omen wandering star was just taken out of the demon suppression tower. Is that really fine? Wasn't this a bit hasty? An evil demon from outside the domain, capable of devouring earth veins, was suppressed in the capital star for 3,000 years. And in these 3,000 years, apart from restraining it in this place, we've been powerless. True man Yuan Ling shook his head. Now this might actually be a good thing. Keeping it by Yu Sheng is safer than keeping it at the Takesu spirit hub. So then, I suppose that makes sense, true man Yuan, he thought, exhaling a long breath. After all, it's Mr. Yu, even the Dark Angel had to submit to him. Chapter 453, Aimless Trek. Chapter 453, Aimless Trek. Darkness, chaos, a time when heaven and earth were yet to be divided, and everywhere was nothing but a boundless, endless fog. The figure walking swayed back and forth, treading into the depths of this endless mist, bewildered and unaware of his own presence. How long has he been walking like this? How much longer does he have to walk like this? Why did he embark on this path, and when did he set foot on it? The traveler thought somewhat blankly, feeling he had forgotten many things. He even forgot his own name and origin, as if since the day of his birth he had been walking on this endless misty path, with the destination being a forgotten end, and the starting point seeming to belong to another lifetime. But suddenly a breeze came, slightly dispersing the surrounding fog. In the slight chill, the traveler felt a moment of clarity in his consciousness. He looked up and saw the thin mist drifting, the once blurry path becoming clear, with unknown wild grass swaying in the view, the tall grass reaching past the knees. A grass path ashen and devoid of color, a sky ashen and devoid of color. In this chaotic world, all colors seemed to be soaked in a muddled gray, becoming blurred at the edges. What was he supposed to do? Oh, just keep moving forward. The traveler subconsciously took a step, continuing to move forward under a drive he himself had long forgotten. The mist seemed to harbor other figures, swaying similarly, walking forward with him. That figure bore a similar outline to him, yet appeared particularly faint. The traveler, in his vagueness, paid no attention and just continued walking for a while. Then that shadow silently merged into his body. Suddenly he remembered that he seemed to have done a great deed, a deed that had been planned for a long time, almost worthy of the salvation of all life. What about that great deed? Did it succeed? Did it fail? He suddenly felt a little panicked, hesitating and not daring to go forward. But suddenly another breeze blew in, further dispersing the surrounding fog. He saw the expanse on both sides of the grass path widen, the mist further clearing, and the whole world becoming clearer. In the distance, it still seemed to be an endless gray wilderness, but at the end of the wilderness, an outline of some man-made object seemed to stand. He felt himself taking another step, moving forward aimlessly. Is it going to rain soon? The traveler thought with some confusion, raising his head, yet seeing no sign of rain. He was curious about why he suddenly thought of rain, pondering. He felt it might be because he once lived in a place where it always rained for a long time. Unbeknownst to him, another illusory shadow emerged from the side of the path, silently merging with him as he walked. He recalled more things. It seemed his great plan had failed, or at least it hadn't accomplished as he had imagined. Yet he simultaneously felt an inexplicable relief, as if the great deed had finally landed safely. Someone else had intervened, helping him a great deal. He should express thanks, but it seemed he didn't have the time. The traveler continued walking forward, and after walking a while longer, he saw a large bonfire. The bonfire blazed, shining brightly amidst the thin mist and wild grass. Around the large bonfire, many magnificent and exquisitely built stone pillars stood. Upon careful examination, there were 12 stone pillars, each carved with a knight in armor ready for battle. Above the bonfire, a dome stood solemnly, exuding a kind of solemn and reverent aura. Who built this? Unconsciously, the traveler walked over, sitting down to rest beside the massive dome and the bonfire. He thought this had to be a place like an altar. The people who built the stone pillars and dome obviously revered and respected this fire as something sacred and solemn. Another shadow walked out nearby, merging with him in the flickering light of the fire. The traveler stopped for a moment, gazing at the firelight before him, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He reached into his bosom and felt something cold. Taking it out, he found it was a small crystal seed. It was simply a translucent, irregularly shaped stone, but for some reason he just knew it was a seed. He stared at that seed perplexedly for a long time, and then suddenly seemed to understand something, a smile appearing on his face. "Oh, you're still here." The seed shimmered faintly in the firelight, silent yet seemingly engaging in a silent communication with the traveler. The traveler seemed to understand the seed's meaning, because for a long period they were of one heart and mind. "In that case, come along with me, old friend." The traveler smiled and nodded, rising from beside the bonfire, looking up into the distance. The firelight conveyed memories and information about this wilderness to him. Those under its protection could rest by the great bonfire named Hope, which used suffering as fuel. Travelers could lay down their burdens by the fire and continue their journey deeper into the wilderness. Further ahead was a path named No Return, hidden within tall grass, visible only to the chosen ones and the knights guarding the fire. Beyond that there was a great cathedral of protection, not worshipping anyone, merely shielding travelers from the elements. The traveler turned his head, glanced at the bonfire, and noticed that the flames seemed even more vibrant than before. The warmth emanating from the fire nourished his spiritual body, as if urging him to continue on his way. He nodded, took the small seed, and walked forward. Erin sat cross-legged on the coffee table, her hands resting on her knees, rocking back and forth like a weeble out of boredom. That grayish-white little stone sphere floated about a dozen centimeters in front of her eyes, swaying lazily left and right along with her rhythms. After a while, the stone sphere began to rotate on its axis and at the same time orbit around the little puppet's head. "What should I do if I still think this sphere is a bit ugly?" Erin suddenly tilted her face upward and looked at Yu Sheng, who was typing on his phone. "Can I paint it pink?" "Paint it whatever color you like," Yu Sheng replied offhandedly. "If you think a youthful pink version of an omen wandering star orbited constantly around you is a good look." The little puppet imagined that scene for a moment and instantly wore an uncontrollable expression. "You, why does that feel a bit nauseating?" Then she turned her head toward Hu Li. "Hey, silly fox, your hometown also cultivates immortality. What do you do if your magical artifacts are ugly?" "If they're ugly, they don't sell," Hu Li answered casually. "Asking you is as good as asking nobody." Erin pouted, then suddenly got up, raised her hand, and grabbed the stone sphere that was floating around her. She held it with both hands, peering at it closely, muttering to herself, "What use do you think this thing has? It's hard, but surely we can't just throw it at people, right? It used to talk, but now it doesn't say anything." Yu Sheng didn't look up as he said, "Having one chatterbox in the house is already lively enough. I think it's good that this one doesn't speak." Erin thought for a moment, then casually tossed the youthful version of the omen wandering star toward Yu Sheng, who raised his hand and caught it without looking, then threw it back the same way. "Doesn't seem like throwing it to hit people is very effective." Erin grumpily caught the stone sphere, placed it next to her head to continue orbiting, and then curiously looked at Yu Sheng, who was fiddling with his phone, finally unable to resist asking, "What are you doing? You've been busy since just now without stopping." "Messaging. I was just chatting with Bailey Ching about the infant star body business, roughly explaining how the issue was resolved. She asked when I would be moving back home. I told her I'd have to stay a few more days here to handle some aftercare matters." Yu Sheng finally looked up at Erin. "And now I'm chatting with Little Red Riding Hood. She just finished her high school exams and is looking for people to chat with everywhere, seems quite idle." Erin, holding up her hand to poke the omen wandering star as it floated in front of her, brightened up at Yu Sheng's words. "Hey, Little Red Riding Hood finished her exams? How did she do?" Didn't ask, but judging by her mood, it couldn't have been bad, Yu Sheng said offhandedly, because she usually studies hard, unlike Changfa, who just drifts through every day. You'd better watch out, or Changfa will crawl up from the basement any minute now. She's always so unpredictable. I've said this to her face, too. She's going into her second year of high school, but still struggles with writing an 800-word essay. She even dreams of having me write it for her, and she gets 9 out of 10 multiple-choice questions wrong in math, needing to ask Bai Zhu, a first year, for help where she can't figure it out. She's always thinking about going off to play as soon as vacation starts. Even a big valley isn't enough for her to make a mess of. Yu Sheng couldn't help but start chattering as soon as he brought up the troublemaker in the valley, but his rant only made Aaron laugh heartily. Sitting next to Aaron, Hu Li suddenly looked up, her big eyes staring directly at the omen wandering star orbiting around the little puppet's head. Not knowing what this 9-tailed fox was thinking, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the stone sphere from midair. "Ah, silly fox, what are you doing?" Aaron was startled, and before she could finish her question, she saw Hu Li rummage through her tail with her other hand, pulled out a few walnuts, placed them on the table, and started smashing them with the omen wandering star. With several crisp and decisive cracks. "Hey," Hu Li smiled joyfully, raising her head to look at Yu Sheng. "Savior, this thing is great for cracking walnuts." Yu Sheng was dumbfounded. "You used the omen wandering star to crack walnuts." Hu Li, however, didn't feel there was anything wrong with it and pulled out a few more walnuts from her tail. After smashing them all, she casually placed the omen wandering star back into its orbit next to Aaron's head, picked out a few of the best walnut kernels, and offered them to Yu Sheng. "Savior, have some walnuts." It was only then that Aaron belatedly realized what had happened. She quickly grabbed the stone sphere, holding it in front of her for a careful examination. As she did, she muttered to herself, "Oh no, it's ugly, but it's still a magic treasure." She tilted her head in puzzlement. She wasn't sure if she was imagining it, but she felt as though the ugly little stone sphere might have just opened its mouth. Chapter 454, The Corporate Culture of the Travel Agency. Chapter 454, The Corporate Culture of the Travel Agency. The puppet exclaimed softly. However, the next second, she saw the surface of the stone sphere revert back to its original state. The scene of it splitting open a mouth seemed like an illusion. But Yu Sheng had already heard her exclamation and immediately got up, asking as he walked over, "What's wrong?" "This sphere, just now it seemed to sprout a mouth." Aaron, a bit nervous, held the omen wandering star youth version and quickly showed it to Yu Sheng, but then it disappeared. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow, took the stone sphere and examined it closely, then knocked it against the corner of the table and listened to it by his ear. Actually, he didn't know how to check such a bizarre object. Knocking it twice was mainly to create a professional atmosphere. Aaron suddenly became nervous. "Hey, don't damage it." "You seem quite worried about this sphere." Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows and casually tossed the stone sphere back onto the orbital path beside Aaron's head. "I didn't notice anything unusual, but this thing itself seems odd. Honestly, if you keep it at home, it won't bite, would it?" "That should be pretty hard with all these monsters and ghouls in this room, even if it grows a mouth. Who could it bite? Nibble on a fox and get a mouthful of fur, chew on a C-type buckle and chip a tooth, bite you and have blood sprayed all over the place for a lifetime commitment, not to mention gnaw on me." Aaron mumbled, poking the omen wandering star. "I don't think it'll bite me." Yu Sheng thought about it. "Then keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't bite others, if it really grows a mouth." Aaron responded in confusion, and then she saw Yu Sheng across from her stroking his chin, showing a classic contemplative expression which startled the puppet. "What are you going to do now?" Yu Sheng looked up at Aaron, suddenly asking, "Where are your other bodies?" The puppet looked wary. "Two are upstairs playing video games and one is sleeping in the attic. Why do you ask?" Yu Sheng rubbed his hands together, his face showing an enthusiastic research expression. "I just thought of something. This sphere keeps orbiting you, right? So call your other bodies over, excluding the mass-produced ones. When the 4 Aaron mainframes stand together, which one does it orbit?" The puppet was dumbfounded. Her first reaction was to marvel at Yu Sheng's ingenious idea, and the second reaction was, "Hey, this is fun, let's try it." Then the next second, Yu Sheng heard clattering footsteps coming from the stairs. Looking up, he saw two energetic errands followed by one rubbing her eyes and yawning as they ran downstairs. Speaking of which, the puppet's previously mentioned skill of sending one body to sleep while others play games around the clock has really become a reality. Several errands arrived in the living room simultaneously, drawing curious gazes from Hu Li, who was snacking on walnut kernels, and Luna, who was maintaining her few blades. They all looked toward the mini version of the Omen Wandering Star with curiosity. The travel agency's corporate culture was displayed vividly at this moment, not afraid of making a scene. The Omen Wandering Star started to tremble. From the instant the second errand appeared in the living room, the gray stone sphere began to visibly vibrate and stagger during its rotation. As more errands approached, the sphere's vibration turned into a rather unsettling, vigorous sway. Yu Sheng watched in amazement at the scene, looking at the Omen Wandering Star, seemingly plunged into chaos, violently swinging among the errands, and suddenly it emitted a peculiar buzz and abruptly flew upward. Yu Sheng, whoa! Banged. After a loud crash, the Omen Wandering Star embedded into the ceiling and remained motionless. Several flakes of paint and cement crumbs fell from the roof, landing on Hu Li's walnut kernels. Everyone was dumbfounded. The errands stood there with blank expressions, and after a few seconds they slowly looked up at the Omen Wandering Star embedded in the ceiling. Puppet X4, my sphere. Yu Sheng, my ceiling. Hu Li, my walnuts. Luna, right. Everyone belatedly reacted, and the living room suddenly became chaotic. Several errands shrieked as they pounced on Yu Sheng, demanding compensation for their sphere, while Yu Sheng frantically dealt with the puppets crawling over him and emphasized that she agreed to the idea. Hu Li, distressed, picked her walnut kernels from the debris of the ceiling, muttering all the while. Only Luna stood silently in a corner of the living room, starting to record while uploading to the Otherworld Inn's database. But this kind of chaotic atmosphere is also considered another corporate culture of the travel agency. Yu Sheng and his crew are quite familiar with it. After a brief chaos, the situation calmed down with all four puppets being tied into balls by Hu Li's tail and unable to move. Yu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief and decided to first get the Omen Wandering Star off the roof. Considering that there wasn't a ladder tall enough at home, he borrowed a tail from Hu Li, rode on it, and carefully flew to the ceiling to pry at the ball. The four errands, bound in the fox carrot ball on the sofa, leaving only their small heads outside, chattered with their heads raised. Be careful! Don't drop the ball! A bit to the left, don't bump the light. Silly fox, your fur is stuffing into my joint. And just when the whole family was having fun, a knock on the door suddenly came from the entrance. The door of number 66 Wudong Road was unexpectedly knocked, which startled Yu Sheng for a moment. However, he quickly realized and turned to Luna, who was the only one seemingly idle at the scene. It should be the nephew. After he came back, he went to clean that little house. Maybe he has something to tell us. Luna went to open the door, and sure enough, Zhang Zhai walked in. Behind him was another familiar figure. Xuan Qi also followed in. Mr. Yu, Xuan Qi folded his fists and bowed to express his intention as soon as he entered without seeing anyone yet. My master invites you. He was cut off before finishing, then froze in place, and looked up straight at the scene in the living room. The four errands, wrapped into ball shapes by the fox's tail, were piled on the sofa. Yu Sheng was riding a fox tail flying in midair, reaching up with his arms towards the ceiling while looking down. At this moment it was near dusk. The living room lights had been turned on, the halo of the daylight lamp forming circles, spreading evenly behind Yu Sheng as he sat in the light with the just-pried Omen Wandering Star. Looking like an immortal changing a light bulb. A few seconds of mutual silence, the stillness was in speech. The only sound was the bouncing of the Tao heart. Xuan Qi took a light breath. What does this mean? Yu Sheng also felt that this scene might be a bit strange, but he still tried to keep a straight face, slowly descending from midair while casually passing the pried stone ball to Aaron. It's nothing, we just did a little family experiment, accidentally flung the Omen Wandering Star onto the ceiling. Fortunately, it wasn't embedded deeply. I pried it off. Hu Li, you can release Aaron now, she won't cause trouble. Xuan Qi blinked, not knowing whether he should relax now, only feeling that following inside like that was indeed a bit rash. Having spent some time with Mr. Yu and Shuji made him have the illusion that he could keep up with the travel agency pace. Now it seems that indeed he was overthinking it. He cleared his throat twice, then bent forward again, using an earnest demeanor to cover his subtle expression. My master sent me to check if you are well rested. If you have time, please come to Yuan Palace to discuss some matters regarding Angel Fall and the arrangements for the celebration in a few days. I was just thinking at noon that your master and the others should be looking for me. Yu Sheng quickly clapped his hands. But couldn't this matter be settled with just a phone call? You specially made the trip. This shows the importance. Xuan Qi straightened up with a serious face. The master said that friendship is friendship and courtesy is courtesy. Mr. Yu is now of the Feiyu Star domain. All right, I got it. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand to interrupt Xuan Qi. I'll go over there with you. Saying this, he turned around again, instructing Aaron and the others. You stay and watch the house. Especially keep an eye on the basement if the long-haired princess tries to sneak out to play. Chase her back. Little Red Riding Hood just messaged me. She hasn't done her homework for 3 days. Oh, got it, Aaron said impatiently, while fiddling with the seemingly recovering Omen Wandering Star. Come back early tonight. At the peak of Qian Feng Ling Mountain, the main hall of Yuan Palace. Outside the wide-open main hall doors, the cloud sea surged. The sunset spilled into the clouds. The golden-red rays of the sun spread all the way to the front steps of the main hall. Yuanling and Yuan Hao stood within the hall discussing matters, and when Yu Sheng stepped through the hall door, the two looked up simultaneously. I must say the scenery in your place is really nice. Yu Sheng greeted the two with a smile on his face. When I walked near the main peak, I was even reluctant to open the door, always feeling that it would waste the scenery along the way. That makes sense, Yuanling laughed. I often tell the disciples to pursue the true essence, but also not to overlook the journey of seeking Tao itself. Unfortunately, not many listen to this seriously. Yu Sheng looked around. True man Yuan isn't here. He's attending to that big snake, Yuan Hao said casually. That snake hasn't been right since being struck by lightning, and he's worried. Yu Sheng responded with an "oh," then sorted his thoughts and expression, becoming serious. Let's talk business. Where do we start? Yuanling and Yuan Hao exchanged glances. Then true man Yuanling broke the silence. Let's start with the Emperor's legacy, then the inference star body. We only got a rough idea from the communication you sent earlier. Now that the dust has settled, it's time to sort it all out. Chapter 455, Origin of Taixu. Chapter 455, Origin of Taixu. The doors of Yuan Palace's main hall slowly closed, and the disciples stationed there guarded every entrance to the hall. No matter who came to inquire, the answer was always the same. The sect leader is discussing important matters with Mr. Yu. Inside the hall, Yu Sheng was calmly recounting the intelligence he gathered from Yun Qingzi to Yuanling and Yuan Hao. Stories about the inference star body, the true plans of Yun Qingzi, and the secrets of Taixu Spirit Hub, Feiyu Star Domain, and the Emperor's legacy. In the blueprint of creation, there was no such planet. The Feiyu Star Domain, which should have been a vast uninhabited area, seemed as if deliberately implanted into the blueprint, merely mentioned as a footnote, Emperor's legacy. True man Yuanling took out a medicine gourd halfway through the talk, and both he and Yuan Hao indulged in it while listening, fearing their focused minds would not last until Yu Sheng finished speaking. That's basically the situation. After a long time, Yu Sheng finally concluded the antecedents and consequences, then exhaled lightly. Furthermore, though Yun Qingzi's final plan was never executed, the intelligence suggests its success rate should be quite high. Yun Qingzi must have already been deeply eroded by the inference star body at that time, with most of his consciousness uncontrollable. True man Yuanling couldn't help but express admiration. To still manage this layout with his remaining self-awareness in such circumstances is truly commendable. Master Yuan Hao nodded slightly but couldn't hold in a sigh. Alas, it's a pity that he couldn't communicate normally with others at that time, being controlled by the inference star body's every word and action. Otherwise, with cooperation with Taixu Spirit Hub, and if the border had taken preemptive measures, the current situation would be much better. At least the losses on Shuji wouldn't be as severe as today's. As someone who experienced the upheaval in Shuji firsthand, he clearly couldn't forget the scene where the tendrils of the inferent star body grew from within the planet, speaking of the losses in Shuji with much regret. "How is the situation in Shuji now?" Yu Sheng asked out of curiosity. "The incident has just calmed down. The real challenge is only beginning," Yuanling slowly said. "But the good news is that Shuji's orbital facilities and several major cities, immortal boat platforms, are unharmed. Rescue teams departing from the nearest planet have already arrived there. Despite hundreds of years of erosion and control by the inferent star body, the goal of the inferent star body wasn't to kill the people on the planet, and its ascension process leading to planetary disintegration was stopped by you. Consequently, the casualties are much lower than anticipated. Additionally, we Feiyu people all practice cultivation. While ordinary people may not achieve flying or teleportation, they can mostly introduce energy into their bodies and have strong physiques. So even with Shuji now facing harsh environments and shortages of resources, most people can survive for a long time," Yuan Hao added from the side. "However, the biggest problem there now isn't the harsh environment, but the damaged cities suffered from earthquakes when the inferent star body emerged from the planet, severing communication with the outside and even causing some cities to fall into sinkholes, making rescue efforts especially complicated." "Is there anything I can help with?" Yu Sheng instinctively asked. "Such calamity cannot be salvaged by the strength of one person alone. It relies on collective wisdom and combined strength." True man Yuanling waved his hand. "Moreover, you need not worry. Although the situation is complex, we Feiyu Star Domain are ultimately a major force. We have ways to respond to various disasters. Shuji may take a long time to fully recover, but we will certainly not abandon them." Yu Sheng nodded thoughtfully, and in front of him, Yuanling and Yuan Hao discussed further in low voices, soon refocusing their attention on Emperor's legacy. "We still believe we should find a way to continue uncovering the secret of Emperor's legacy." Yuanling lifted his head and earnestly looked at Yu Sheng. "We will later contact various sects and factions and share this part of the intelligence with them. Takesu's spirit hub is vast, but with today's mechanical secret techniques, digging into the Earth's core is not difficult. In fact, even digging into the Earth's core may not necessarily reveal anything, but we must at least try." Yuan Hao also nodded. "If the planet beneath us truly isn't in the blueprint of creation, that indicates the very foundation of Feiyu people's existence could have issues. Though this land has been peaceful for many years, considering the roots of billions of beings, if not thoroughly investigated, it's unsettling." Clearly, this was Takesu's spirit hub's family matter. Yu Sheng had nothing to add, though he was curious. "Where do you plan to start the investigation?" Yuanling and Yuan Hao exchanged looks, then spoke in unison. "Exotic realm." After pausing for 2 seconds, Yuanling explained with a serious expression. "No one can clearly explain the origin of Emperor's legacy, but at least those suddenly appearing exotic realms truly exist, and the siege giant divine soldiers brought out from one exotic realm are still in the demon suppression tower. This suggests that even if the Emperor's legacy in the original blueprint turned into today's Takesu spirit hub, it still left behind some parts that are not reconciled with reality during the transformation. And these, misaligned with reality, might hold some secrets from the era of cosmic restructuring. This will be a long-term effort, and the investigation will be conducted across the entire planet, even the entire star system, so it's not suitable to constantly trouble you." Yuan Hao looked at Yu Sheng and continued, "We will contact Boundary Land to request their exotic realm experts for assistance. The Boundary Special Service Bureau is a professional organization for combating exotic realms and entities, widely recognized around the world. Their deep dive team and exotic realm investigation groups do not only operate in Boundary City, the exotic realm nest, but are also frequently dispatched as expert teams to handle crises for various factions. It's normal for a relatively peaceful place like Feiyu Star Domain, typically devoid of high-risk exotic realms, to hire people from Boundary Land when tricky exotic realms emerge. Other factions do the same." Yu Sheng obviously had no objection to this, although he was indeed curious about Emperor's legacy. The upcoming operations at Takesu's spirit hub were evidently no longer something as simple as sending a few people to investigate exotic realms, but a civilization origin-level project requiring extensive work, time, labor, and resources. As a travel agency, including mass-produced puppets, he had only 4 people, and the actual human count was uncertain, making it truly unnecessary to take on such a task. However, he still specifically mentioned to the 2 old men, if there were any significant progress in the investigation of the Emperor's legacy, especially any developments related to the Dark Angel, they must contact him. As the world's most reputable angel combat expert, and the only expert, his request was evidently reasonable and indisputable. Yuan Hao agreed readily, though the old handsome man was somewhat puzzled. From what you're saying, do you think the investigation of the Emperor's legacy will eventually have a connection with the Dark Angel? Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Why do you say that? Yuan Hao asked again. Yu Sheng pondered even more seriously this time, but ultimately shook his head. Just consider it my spiritual intuition. Yuan Hao looked at him intently, nodding slightly. I understand. Ah, it's a pity that the Omen Wandering Star had an incident. Yuanling stroked his beard and sighed suddenly. Originally, it should have had the most understanding of the Taixu Spirit Hub's special trait. If we could get it to cooperate, perhaps we could find a breakthrough in the investigation from another angle. But unfortunately, at this critical moment, it turned into something that couldn't speak. Hearing this, Yu Sheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, murmuring to himself how daring the old man was to think like that. You've kept it underground for 3,000 years in Taixu Spirit Hub. What level of negotiation expert would it take to persuade that sphere to help with this kind of task? Let's not say that. Even if it dared to help, would you really dare to trust it? Of course, there's no need to worry about it now. After all, the Omen Wandering Star has already turned into a poor thing that gets bounced to the ceiling and can't come down without help. Speaking of which, you wonder if it has recovered by now. Would it, upon waking up, see 4 errands present again and get so excited that it bounces to the ceiling once more? I always feel Aaron could pull something like that off. Yuanling had no idea Yu Sheng was drifting off into thoughts after hearing about the Omen Wandering Star. He casually remarked, and then naturally switched to the next topic. In a few days, there will be a celebration up and down the mountain to commemorate the safe passing of the Inferent Star Body disaster. It will be a lively event. You could let the kids from your cave mansion go down the mountain to have a look around. At the same time, in Qianfeng Ling Mountain, at Beast Taming Peak, a pavilion was built halfway up the mountain, surrounded by large open spaces, pools, small bridges, and forests. All kinds of treasure beasts frolicked in the woods, while the distant sunset cast its glow. Outside the pavilion, the mountain spring trickled down. But amid such a pleasant scene, the big snake demon coiling itself around the pavilion pillar was merely tense all over, with several heads hanging down from midair, hissing continuously at true man Yuan He sitting inside the pavilion. Yuan He, you old rogue, hissed Snake Princess from several beastly heads, while the human head looked highly vigilant. What do you even want? First you grabbed me to the upper level and shone that bunch of mirrors at me, then brought me here without saying why. I warn you, though I can't beat you now, I'll never beat you in the future either. I'm no threat to you, just let me go back to jail. I really didn't mean to run away. I was just hungry when I woke up early, so I went next door to eat some fruits. I didn't steal them. I negotiated with the room next door, and they said they didn't mind. And about biting the tongue. The Snake Princess suddenly slid down from the pavilion pillar, lying bonelessly on the ground with a string of hasty words, yet still hurling, Yuan He, you old rogue, at every turn, as if it had been ingrained in her reflexes. True man Yuan He watched the big snake demon before him with an amused yet exasperated expression. After a long pause, he let out a soft sigh. Snake Princess. What? From today on, you don't have to return to the Demon Suppression Tower. Qianfeng Ling Mountain, you can come and go as you wish. Snake Princess, a what? Chapter 456, Healing. Chapter 456, Healing. The sun was setting in the west, gradually disappearing into the clouds. The remaining twilight spread from the edge of the cloud sea, resembling a burning fire slowly sinking into the night. The mystical beasts in the surrounding mountains and forests gradually grew quiet, each returning to their nests to rest. The sound of water flowing from a nearby mountain spring became increasingly distinct, the sound of the clear spring flowing over stone slabs. brought some yellowed memories to the dazed mind of the Snake Princess. She remembered a small village, a few hilltops, recalled a group of unsophisticated rural villagers, and the snacks and wine brews they offered on stones. She remembered the children who picked fruits in the mountains and the spring water flowing through the mountains. The snacks tasted delicious, the spring water was refreshing, and the children, she hadn't seen them for so many years. She wasn't even sure how much of those memories were true, how much was hallucination after eating poisonous fruit back then, and how much was beautified in nightmares and illusions from being confined in the demon suppression tower for years of sleepless days and nights. The large serpent lowered its head and saw a big plate of fruits placed on the table in the center of the pavilion. True Man Yuan pushed the fruit platter forward with that annoying old face of his, wearing an annoying smile, looking up at her. "These are the fruits you love to eat. It's just that for the past couple of days the medication I gave you was new with special properties, so your ration was halved and you went hungry. The term is over today. You can eat at ease." The Snake Princess's several heads circled around the fruit platter, as if suspecting it was poisoned. Seeing this, True Man Yuan laughed. "Rest assured, there's no new medication this time, nor do you need it anymore. Truthfully, I prepared these fruits for you by noon today. I just didn't expect you'd get so hungry as to sneak into someone else's room to steal food, and it took me half a day to find you. If I'd known, I would have released you earlier." "Yuan, old swindler." The Snake Princess abruptly raised her head, staring straight at True Man Yuan. "What scheme are you plotting this time? Don't think I'm easy to deceive. You're not that generous. Tell me, are you trying to fool me into going down the mountain only to claim I'm escaping and then catch me again to make snake stew?" "Believe it or not," True Man Yuan chuckled gleefully. After a few seconds he lazily leaned against the pavilion's column, giving a flick of the horsetail whisk while the Snake Princess's doubts deepened. "You should have noticed yourself. Doesn't your mind feel clearer? Is that violent impulse gone, still experiencing hallucinations or auditory illusions? Do you still occasionally think you're an earthworm, a centipede, or an inchworm?" With every word he spoke, the Snake Princess paused, and after pausing several times, the large serpent finally dropped the look of forced suspicion and anger, somewhat guilt-riddenly drooping her head. I noticed, but I dare not believe it. How could it suddenly?" True Man Yuan stroked his beard, glancing at the big snake demon, struck by lightning. "Snake Princess, I've been treating you for years. Logically speaking, it should have long erased the demonic nature born out of your inner demon possession, yet all these years you never completely recovered. It was due to that one final push, that lightning strike. After years of tempering your heart and body, the accumulation was finally refashioned into a strand of intelligent spiritual light by the thunder in the demon suppression tower." The Snake Princess tilted her head, seemingly still not understanding. Facing her dumbfounded reaction, Yuan burst into laughter and irritation, raising his hand to give one of the serpent's heads a not-so-light tap with the horsetail whisk. "Silly girl, you've transcended the tribulation. You're no longer a monster. You're a demon immortal." The Snake Princess thought for a moment, bowed her head, and began to eat the fruit. After eating for a while, she suddenly looked up. "Then why didn't you strike me earlier?" "That's overcoming tribulation. Overcoming tribulation. It requires fate and luck. When it's meant for you to transcend, it doesn't matter if you're hiding at the bottom of 9 Netherworld. When it's not, tying yourself to a lightning rod only means a pointless death. Besides, how was I supposed to know when you'd reach the point of readiness to aid you beforehand?" The Snake Princess's human head uttered an "oh," while her other heads were still busy eating, especially the dog head, which nearly gnawed around the plate's edge, which took her several more seconds before she realized again. "Ah, so I can really leave now." True Man Yuan nodded. "I just said the choice to stay or leave is yours." The Snake Princess uttered another "oh," her heads collectively lowering to hurriedly devour the remaining fruits on the plate. Then she turned to crawl down the mountain. "Okay, I'm off then." Her serpent form moved like the wind, vanishing almost in the blink of an eye along the winding, shadowy mountain path, melding into the gradually darkening sky. True Man Yuan held the horsetail whisk, staring for a few seconds in the direction where the Snake Princess left, hesitantly opened his mouth. She really left. Then, after a few more seconds, seeing the now empty mountain path, he automatically took a couple of steps towards the outside of the pavilion. Girl not coming back. No echo came from the mountain path. Finally, True Man Yuan sighed softly, shook his head, and turned back to the pavilion. On the stone table, there was one shriveled tangerine left in the platter. Yuan sat down, picked up the tangerine, and slowly began peeling its wrinkled skin. A black and white spotted dog head suddenly emerged from the darkness beside him, snapping up the tangerine in his hand. Yuan abruptly raised his head, looking at the large serpent crawling back through the pavilion pillar. "Didn't you leave?" "Yuan, old swindler," the snake princess raised her head arrogantly. "I have no money." "True man, Yuan's." The snake princess continued in a self-righteous tone. "I heard you need to buy a ticket to ride the immortal boat. Give me money." True Man Yuan glared at the arrogant large snake for a long time, finally slapping his thigh in annoyance. "I knew it. This trouble isn't so easy to shake off. Let's put the matter of traveling expenses aside for now. I must first teach you a few techniques for shape-shifting. At least learn to transform into a human form. If nothing else, even a half-human, half-snake form would be good. It's better to at least conceal your body a bit." "Why?" Snake Princess frowned. "You think I'll scare people if I go outside? Didn't you say I'm no longer a monster? Moreover, it's not like people in the world haven't seen monsters before. If they get scared, it's because they're cowardly. Because with your appearance, one person would take up 7 seats on the immortal boat." True Man Yuan huffed and puffed in annoyance. "I have to dig into my own pockets every few days to compensate Senior Brother's medicine garden because of those useless disciples. Where do I have so much money to buy you a seat on the immortal boat?" Upon hearing this, Snake Princess was instantly furious. "Aren't these 7 heads now because of you, you old scoundrel? If you hadn't attached a dog's head onto me, I originally only had 6 heads. You take up 7 seats not because you have 7 heads, but because of your 7 or 8 meter long tail. See if you can curl up and fit into a chair after you've coiled yourself." Snake Princess was taken aback. Then she obediently drew her heads back, curling herself up in the pavilion. "Go on and teach. What's the first step?" Night had fallen. By the time Yu Sheng returned to number 66 Wudong Road, the immortal lamps around Cloud Viewing Platform were already lit, the elegantly styled lamps rising from the clouds, illuminating the mountain paths and peaks. But despite the enchanting nightly scenery of the immortal mountain and cloud sea, the comforting lights and the plain yet familiar living room that welcomed him as he pushed the door open were what truly put him at ease. As soon as Yu Sheng walked in, he saw Luna cleaning in the living room. One Erin with a painting frame on her back was sitting on the sofa watching TV. 2 Erins behind Luna were chattering and making a mess, while another Erin sat on the coffee table, intently fidgeting with the Omen Wandering Star. Hu Li was flying in the air, one hand holding a small bucket and the other a scraper, seriously repairing the dent in the ceiling caused by the Omen Wandering Star. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Hu Li immediately jumped down from midair, happily greeting him at the entrance. "Savior, you're back." Her face was covered in putty, and even her fuzzy big ears had quite a bit of dust that had fallen from the roof, but her smile was as bright as ever. Behind her, the Erin on the coffee table just waved a hand without lifting her head, while Luna came over, ceremoniously bowing like a knight, despite holding a broom in her hand, and stammeringly spoke. "Welcome back." Yu Sheng smiled and greeted Luna, then his gaze passed over the fox girl's head, turning to the ceiling of the living room. He saw that the dent had been patched up, and although the repair work wasn't exactly professional, it was clear she had put a lot of effort into it. Who knew how long she had been tinkering with it? "Where did you get the putty?" Yu Sheng asked curiously. "I got it from Sun. I went to the valley, and Sun happened to be there with his people fixing up the plumbing in some new houses in Fairy Tale Town, so I asked him for some quick-drying putty. After it dries, I'll still need to sand it and then paint it. I also asked him for some latex paint." Hu Li cheerfully said, with a look of seeking approval on her face, shaking the small bucket in her hand towards Yu Sheng. "I didn't know how to use it at first. I learned from the master craftsman on site." Listening to Hu Li's words, Yu Sheng was surprised and glanced at the roof she had worked hard to fix, suddenly smiling, raising his hand to rub the fur behind the demon fox's ears. The fox girl's eyes narrowed happily. Yu Sheng shook the large basket he was holding. "I brought some delicious food back from the immortal banquet hall and grabbed a few chicken leg meals from the Special Service Bureau canteen." Before he finished his sentence, he felt the world blur before him, and both the basket and the demon fox girl in front of him disappeared, leaving only a shadow darting towards the dining room. "Wash your hands first, and wash your face too," Yu Sheng called out from behind, amused and helpless. "And save some for me. I'm not hungry at the moment, I'll eat later." "Okay, Savior, got it." Yu Sheng shook his head with a helpless smile, then walked over to the coffee table, looking at Aaron, who was sitting there cross-legged, toying with the Omen wandering star. "How's that ball doing?" he asked casually. "Seems to be fine," Aaron said, casually setting the Omen wandering star beside her head, which wobbled in the air and began orbiting around the little puppet's head just like before. Yu Sheng clicked his tongue in wonder at the sight, and then noticed the other 3 Aarons likewise in the living room. "How did you manage to handle the chaos issue with this thing? 4 of you in one place, yet it doesn't blow its top into the sky." Aaron then raised a finger. A faint trace of black thread floated off her fingertip. "Simple, I made it spin like a top." Chapter 457, Aaron's Fulfilling Life. Chapter 457, Aaron's Fulfilling Life. Yu Sheng felt he couldn't understand the state of this ball, nor could he fathom Aaron's usual way of thinking. But it was clear that the little puppet had her own logic when it came to dealing with the Omen wandering star. Anyway, don't bother with the underlying principles. The ball is now under Aaron's control. After her therapeutic beating, the Omen wandering star is able to follow Aaron's instructions to choose one of the puppets as its host, without crashing into the ceiling, because 4 Aarons appeared at the scene at the same time. And the little puppet's next goal is to train the Omen wandering star to fetch the male. Yu Sheng had no idea how this little thing's thought process jumped to this direction, but Aaron surprisingly had a complete explanation for it. Nobody can fly and come back, so it's a drone so it can fetch male. Same old story, Aaron has her own logic for doing things. Yu Sheng felt that the puppet Mrs. Goal was ambitious and a bit whimsical, but he suspected her habit of having sudden ideas might have been learned from him, so he didn't want to speak more. He just wished her success in training the ball. And honestly, having something attract this puppet's attention is quite good. Otherwise, she'd be following him closely, babbling non-stop. But he quickly realized that even if Aaron was busy researching the Omen wandering star, it didn't stop her other bodies from following him around and babbling. "Yu Sheng, when are we going back to Shuji? Wonder what the situation is like over there now." "Yu Sheng, do you think dyeing this ball blue would look a bit more lively?" "Yu Sheng, do you think they will dig up the planet during the Emperor's legacy tracing and decoding? That's how it often goes wrong in movies. Things start going wrong from archaeology." "Yu Sheng, the C-type buckle just glanced at me." "Yu Sheng, I want to go shopping tomorrow. Go to the foot of the mountain, head into the city." "Yu Sheng, Yu Sheng." Yu Sheng's head was throbbing. He noticed that this little puppet was unusually excited in the past couple of days, and even her nonsense doubled, so after answering her countless questions and sudden ideas, he finally managed to bluff the little one. Afterwards, he finally granted himself a peaceful meal, stepped into the dining room, and saw Hu Li still sitting by the table. This girl had already eaten, with 7 or 8 empty plates and bowls in front of her, now staring at the last dish across the table, drooling with eyes aglow. That dish was saved for Yu Sheng by her great willpower. A large basin of rice, and 3 chicken drumsticks sticking up from the middle like incense. Hu Li probably feared she couldn't resist, and even placed a photo of the savior in front of the rice bowl for restraint. Yu Sheng was amazed seeing this. He indeed asked Hu Li to save him a meal, but didn't expect her to save it like this. Sitting beside the table, he was suddenly reminded of the days when the house was only himself and Aaron, in painting mode. He could eat the meals in such a ritualistic atmosphere. Only back then, beside the rice bowl was Aaron's offering. Now the wheel of fortune turned. He suspected it was karma. "There's no need to save me so much. And next time you eat, don't place my photo next to it." Yu Sheng sighed in mixed feelings, muttering as he got up, scooped half of his meal and poured it into Hu Li's bowl. "If you haven't eaten enough drumsticks, I'll bring you some more tomorrow from the Special Service Bureau. There's a special deal on chicken drumsticks every day recently." Hu Li's tail wagged so hard it caused a gust of wind. "Sure, sure." Just then one Aaron happened to stroll by the dining room. The little puppet exclaimed, "Oh, Mom," and was swatted onto the wall by Hu Li's tail. Aaron cursed badly. Today, the Yu family mansion was still quite lively. Night fell deep. Active or rather noisy all day, Aaron still hadn't quieted down at this hour. In the master bedroom on the second floor of number 66 Wudong Road, Yu Sheng leaned against the bedpost, raising his gaze from the book he held, looking helplessly at the little puppet walking circles at the foot of the bed, and the other 3 errands running around on the floor beside. It's already late at night. Why are you so energetic? I slept too much during the day. If I'd known, I wouldn't have napped. The restless little puppet at the foot of the bed bounced up in front of Yu Sheng, flopped onto his pillow, and started crawling like a big bug. Can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep. Stop right there. If you can't sleep, don't chatter by my ear. You're distracting me from my book. Yu Sheng casually pushed the puppet off from the pillow. There are several newly bought puppet storage boxes in the corner. Crawl into one yourself to sleep. Or you can stay on the bed, but only one, and stop messing around. Aaron suddenly raised her head, looking towards the corner. 4 black wooden boxes, each about a meter long, looking quite exquisite on the outside, were placed neatly in the room's corner. You're really having me sleep in a box? The little puppet turned her head and jumped onto Yu Sheng's belly, glaring with crimson eyes. When did you buy the boxes? I didn't see them when I came up during the day. I've long ordered them. Today after dinner, I specially opened the door and went to Boundary City to fetch them. Why? Yu Sheng glanced at the grumpy puppet on his belly. I'm telling you, these 4 boxes are more expensive than this bed. Don't turn your nose up. Stuff for puppets can be absurdly priced. Aaron continued to stare straight at Yu Sheng. After a while, realizing his expression hadn't changed, she skeptically turned back to look at the corner. Really that expensive? Nonsense, it's solid wood, with memory foam lining at the bottom and silk fabric inside. Though I've removed the latch outside the box for you, to prevent you from accidentally locking yourself in. Aaron gave Yu Sheng another skeptical look, before controlling her other 3 bodies to run over to the doll storage boxes and begin inspecting them carefully. The 3 dolls busied themselves for quite a while, studying the structure and material of the wooden boxes, then tried lying inside, and soon started dragging the boxes around. I want to pick a good spot myself, Aaron declared confidently. Can I move all 4 boxes to your bed? No. Then how about onto the bedside table? No, firstly, there's not enough space, plus at night your painting needs to be on the bedside table. Aaron started to worry, as the 3 dolls dragged the wooden boxes around the floor several times before moving them from one corner of the room to another, and lining them up neatly. But even just by staying in another corner, the little doll seemed to become proud, as if once again she was the master of the room. After arranging the boxes, she hopped in front of Yu Sheng, arms crossed, looking very self-important. Just to be clear, I'm only sleeping in there begrudgingly because you spent a lot of money on these boxes for me. And besides, your bed is smaller than I like, and I can hardly get comfortable on it. Also, I'm an Alice puppet, and the puppet progenitor sleeps in boxes anyway, so based on all that. Yu Sheng just chuckled at her and gave some offhand remarks. Next second, Aaron jumped off his bed, and all 4 dolls burrowed into the boxes, propping the lids open in unison. I'm going to sleep now, turn off the lights. Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. The boxes have lids, you can close them yourself. Aaron thought for a moment, made 4 "oh" sounds, then lay in the box and closed the lids. But just moments after Yu Sheng finally got some peace, one of the boxes popped open with a bang, and an Aaron climbed out holding a dusty stone sphere. The little doll scurried over to the bedside table, carefully putting the Omen wandering star in front of the painting, right next to Yu Sheng's phone, which was charging. I'm going to sleep, this ball stays here, she said, then turned to the Omen wandering star, trying hard to look stern. No wandering, don't disturb my sleep, and don't disturb Yu Sheng's sleep either. You need to listen to Yu Sheng just like you listen to me. Yu Sheng watched Aaron's arrangement, dumbfounded. He held back for a few seconds before asking, can it understand you? Dunno, Aaron responded confidently. But what does it have to do with me? I'll tell it first. If it doesn't listen, I'll hit it. Yu Sheng was about to say something else when Aaron zipped back into the box, leaving behind a quick good night, Yu Sheng, and shutting the lid with a smack. The display seemed to be out of fear of someone stealing her sleeping spot. Despite only 10 minutes ago, she had been expressing her discontent about having to sleep in the doll storage boxes. Yu Sheng sighed, smiling helplessly, shook his head, and settled into a comfortable position against his pillow, stretching his arms and legs, feeling a sense of relief. Ah, that long-lost big bed. Finally, I can sleep on the whole bed alone again. Then he turned his head to glance at the Omen wandering star, placed on the bedside table by Aaron. The grayish-white stone ball sat quietly in front of the painting, and to prevent it from rolling around, Aaron had placed a hairband underneath it. Although I don't understand how you suddenly ended up like this since you're behaving well now. That's fine, Yu Sheng murmured after staring at the stone ball for a long time. I don't care what Omen goddess means as long as Aaron is happy now. If you're listening, I hope you understand what I mean. The stone sphere stayed still, seemingly turned into a lifeless object devoid of any intelligence. But Yu Sheng hadn't expected it to respond anyway. He just sighed lightly, placing the book he'd been reading on the bedside table, then looked at the Omen wandering star and at the nearby light switch. After pondering for a few seconds, he pointed his finger. Go turn off the light. The stone ball didn't move. Go turn off the light. Yu Sheng repeated the command. Go turn off. With a bang, the box at the corner popped open, and 3 errand dolls climbed out, muttering as they headed towards the light switch. Lazy bum, lazy bum, lazy bum, never turns off the lights himself. Haven't trained the ball yet, does it even know what turn off means? The 3 little dolls stacked themselves by the wall, expertly turned off the light, and in the sudden dimness, 3 pairs of crimson eyes turned towards Yu Sheng. Now really sleeping, good night. Chapter 458, Another New Territory. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, Another New Territory. In the darkness, everything quieted down. Yu Sheng lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. He thought about many things, about the Dark Angel, about the many people he currently knew, and about the future construction plans for the valley. He also thought about his hometown, the place flowing with blood-colored sunlight. He realized he hadn't thought of home for a long time, to the point where the images in his memory had faded somewhat. He turned over again, seeing the picture frame of Omen wandering star and Aaron quietly placed on the bedside table. In the night color spilling in from the window was a hint of silver radiance. The alien planet sky hung with 3 full moons. The orbital mechanical immortal palace, Changmi Palace, was like a silver star, slowly flying through the night sky between Teiyu and constant darkness. Yu Sheng realized something. Although he complained all day about Aaron not sleeping peacefully, about her rolling and thrashing in her sleep, grinding her teeth and talking in her dreams, yet today without a puppet crawling all over the bed beside him, he still couldn't sleep. A soft clicking sound came from the darkness. One of the boxes in the corner was opened, and a pair of scarlet eyes sneaked peeks from under the lid. The eyes met Yu Sheng's gaze as he lay on his side in bed, staring. A yawn came from inside the box. Yu Sheng smacked his lips and shifted to the side. A small shadow darted out of the box in a flash, beginning to roll all over the bed, wriggling sideways, spinning in place, using its head to push the sheets like a bulldozer. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, watching the little puppet rolling around. Isn't the box a little uncomfortable after all? Nope, it's really comfy inside, feels like going home. Aaron lifted her head, casually grabbing Yu Sheng's blanket and wrapping a corner around herself. Just not used to it, so I decided one of my bodies still needs to sleep on the bed, or else you'll get too cocky. Yu Sheng was both amused and exasperated, not knowing how the word cocky was pinned on him, but he hadn't yet managed to ask when he realized the little puppet was already snoring. A few minutes later, Aaron suddenly kicked the blanket open, then swung her whole body sideways, throwing a kick towards him. Yu Sheng instantly felt at ease, skillfully using the blanket to build a wall between himself and the little puppet, then turned over and fell asleep. Half awake, he didn't know how long he'd slept, only feeling himself rise and fall within several disconnected and bizarre dreams, occasionally greeting Aaron in the dream, but mostly just drifting in a tranquil and warm darkness. His consciousness drifted far and long in such a relaxed state, then suddenly sank downward. He didn't wake up from this sinking, but felt as if he had suddenly connected to something. After another moment, this connection began to quickly expand. with ample information flooding into his mind. In the vast darkness, he began to see things, rain curtains, the earth, cities, crystals. Touch gradually recovered, Yu Sheng moved his body slightly, then suddenly came fully awake, not daring to move again. Xiuji, is this thing still connected? Yu Sheng lay still in the darkness, only daring to extend his perception again after a while. He carefully verified the connection between himself and that distant planet, little by little, just like the first time he took over the valley. Even more cautiously than that. Light rain drizzled continuously, the sky dim, with the rain mist reflecting distant lights. But compared with that previous storm, this continuous light rain was already a gentle and favorable weather. Moran, dressed in a black dress, walked through the ruins on the outskirts of the city. The descending rain curtain was stopped several meters away by protective spirit Qi, retreating to both sides on its own. She raised her head, looking at the colossal ruins ahead that resembled a broken mountain. That was once the 6th refining tower. This giant tower, which originally soared into the clouds, was destroyed by a terrifying force from the depths of the planet, broke into 3 segments, and collapsed onto the earth. Most of its structure now lay quietly in the hills outside the city, surrounded by an inert crystal jungle, while the broken tower base still tilted at the city's edge, blending with the ruins here. In the rain curtain, those ancient and enormous pipes and supporting structures stood like rugged giant bones, bending chaotically towards the direction where the giant tower lastly toppled and broke. A huge rift, visible only from an aerial view, penetrated the tower base. Around the rift, crystals grew abundantly, and below the rift was a shaft leading directly to the spirit vein. The shaft was originally part of a mining platform, but now the vein underground had been exhausted, replaced only by endless gray-white crystals, within which the deep lava's dim red glow and faint spiritual energy streams were visible, sneaking past crystal walls and vanishing into the lava. Further from the collapse site, one could see numerous bustling figures. The city repair department staff and nearby residents were jointly clearing the streets of gray-white crystals, some left by the claws of the inferent star body invading the city, but mostly accumulating and eroding over the past hundreds of years. Such cleaning scenes were evident everywhere, on every corner of Mo City's streets and alleys, where everyone with leftover strength was diligently clearing those ubiquitous eerie crystals, and those with more energy were busy at various mechanical camp offices and artifact refining workshops, or repairing the walls and city defense array. People were striving to restore the city to the stable appearance in their memories, though to everyone, even the image in their memory of the city was false. No one knew how much of the city could eventually be restored, but Moran understood that with Mo City's current situation, restoration of those collapsed refining towers was absolutely impossible. It would be a miracle to fill the rift on the mining platform's edge within 10 years. Yet Mo City still remained the best state-composed city on this planet, without a doubt. Moran exhaled gently, then straightened her posture even more, walking stably and reliably through the streets. No one knows how the future of the city will be, but she can steadfastly walk through here, giving people at least some hope. City Lord, a trusted aide emerged from the rain and quietly came to Moran's side. 3 trade ships from Yaogate Star just landed at the immortal boat platform on the outskirts of the city, bringing a large batch of pills, food, and urgently needed Xuan crystal and spirit marrow to repair the spirit vein network. Good, Moran's expression finally showed some relaxation. She nodded lightly. Leave one ship's cargo and the rest. Inform Tan Yuan and White City to come and collect it. We don't have extra manpower to deliver it to them. Yes. The trusted aide hesitated to speak. Moran stopped walking and looked at him. Is there anything else? This morning, many people gathered again at the immortal boat platform, the aide said with a visibly unpleasant expression, his voice only audible between the two. Several wealthy families want to visit relatives at the 10 courts, and they found things from the treasury on their immortal boat. Kill them. Kill directly. Public trial, then execute. Hang the bodies on the city gate, list the charges clearly, and announce for 10 days. Though it's a law from the pioneer period, it hasn't been abolished, and now is the time to use it. Anything else? No, that's all. All right, you can leave. The trusted aide's figure withdrew 2 steps, and silently disappeared into the rain. Moran gently exhaled, her expression unchanged, as she continued walking forward in the rain. Some think of rebuilding, some think of escaping disaster. Some help their neighbors, some take advantage of the chaos, some still dare not wake, and some fall into madness the moment they awaken. Everything that should be will be, everything that should come will come, and everything that should pass will pass. Being the lord of this city inevitably means dealing with many troubles. This is what her father taught her. Just that these troubles are indeed quite unbearable at this moment. Moran tightened her face, sighing in her heart. The city is in ruins, and the entire planet has been heavily polluted by the Dark Angel. Order is barely maintained, teetering on the edge of collapse every day. Underground resources have long been exhausted, rebuilding materials are nowhere to be found, and the planet itself holds little value anymore. After the severe damage, Shuji visibly continues to decline rapidly and thoroughly. Of course, the Takesu Spirit Hub certainly won't abandon this planet, but how far this non-abandonment will go is uncertain, as after all it's just a distant and resource-depleted border planet. And it's been polluted by the Dark Angel. Moran sighed again in her heart, her gaze unconsciously sweeping across the nearby remnants and ruins. Everywhere are those eerie and unsettling gray-white crystals, and the once active crystalline tendrils now sprawling dead from the ground. These lifeless corpse shells are everything left to the Guardian people by the inferent star body after devouring the planet's resources. A cluster of crystals grew out from a ground fissure, flickering in the rain. Moran hesitated. Her prolonged exhaustion made her reactions sluggish, so much so that she didn't immediately realize what had happened. Then that cluster of crystals flickered again. The surrounding trusted aides reacted. "Protect the city, Lord." One aide hurriedly raised his voice to caution, following which several figures shielded Moran, while two others had their flying swords unsheathed, poised to strike at the suddenly alive corpse shell in the next moment. But Moran suddenly saw some marks appear on the crystal cluster. After a moment of shock, she promptly halted her subordinates. "Stop." The trusted aides didn't understand, but instinctively complied with the command. Moran steadied herself with brief hesitation, boldly approached the cluster of crystals. The surface of the crystals softly shimmered, and amid the illusionary light, a pattern emerged. First was an ambiguous triangle logo, then a smiling face followed by a sentence. "In trouble, find a travel agency, contact number, XXXXXXX. From the ground fissure beside the crystals, a tendril slowly extended, waving in front of everyone. Moran nearly let out another scream. Chapter 459, Star Body. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, Star Body. Rainy night, outskirts, ruins, crystal clusters, angel tentacles, and a little advertisement from the angel combat expert. Moran feels that she must have drunk very strong alcohol to see such an outrageous combination in this vast rain curtain. But soon she rubbed her brow, and using reason, convinced herself that this wasn't an illusion. It was that expert talking to her. He himself should still be on the distant capital planet, but obviously this powerful angel hunter used some unsettling little tricks to connect with Shuji Star on the border. He has occupied the corpse of the angel he killed. Moran gently took a breath and for a moment had the strange thought of whether the Dark Angel is scarier or the angel hunter. But she calmed herself down, stepped forward half a step, and diligently adjusted her expression, adopting an attitude of welcoming the powerful immortal. She deeply bows to the pile of crystals. "Moran greets Mr. Yu, unaware of your visit. Earlier my subjects were quite impolite. I apologize on their behalf. But this is..." Then she sees the tentacles beside the crystals start twisting again aimlessly, as if trying to express something but failing. Soon after, new flickering glows emerge within the crystal clusters, and after a while new writings finally appear. "Wait a moment, I'm still getting familiar with this." No worries, I just suddenly startled you. "I'm just here to check on the situation, see if there's anything I can help with. Today I was talking with Yuanling about Shuji. They are quite concerned about you over there." Moran was stunned, with a somewhat strange feeling surfacing in her heart, but she quickly composed herself, bowing her head meticulously. "Moran thanks all immortal venerables. Shuji has suffered such a disaster. The situation now is indeed not good." Mo City is still stable. We weren't invaded by the main mustache of the infant star body until the end, but other cities have somewhat suffered damage in the previous ascension. A perception from the distant alien planet resonates with his own will in an indescribable manner. Utilizing this resonance, Yu Sheng's thoughts wander within this vast and unfamiliar new body. He curiously feels the feedbacks delivered by this incredible body, while trying to discern those tiny voices that are almost drowned within the massive information stream. The rain falls, clouds rise and fall, plants grow. People move about in the city, lava flows underground. People die, people are born, people dig those crystals invading the city. Moran talks to him. Yu Sheng strives to adapt to all of this, feeling all of this. He recalls his first attempt at controlling that valley, but the feelings from Shuji are different from that exotic realm valley. He feels that his current situation is more akin to the state when synchronizing with the other world in, having gained a whole new body, rather than just a piece of territory under his control. Is this the perspective of the infant star body, or rather, the mother vine? Yu Sheng's thoughts flow within the hot core of the planet, each idea pulsating like lightning in the crystal roots spanning the entire planet. He sees tiny sparks raging between the crystal branches buried in rock and soil, and within this process, his perception of Shuji becomes clearer and more precise. But at the same time, he feels an indescribable slowness, a sense of stagnation in the flow of consciousness, as if every thought needs a touch of strange delay to form. Initially, he thought this was due to his own adaptation, but soon realized it was because of the vastness. Even as thoughts flow at the speed of light within the star body, the time taken for each spark to traverse a neural node can almost be described as long-lasting. So Yu Sheng tries to detach his main consciousness from Shuji, retaining only the sensory function of the planet, and instantly his thoughts become clear and agile again. Truly intriguing. Though still unsure of the principle behind it, Yu Sheng has somewhat adapted to the inexplicable happenings in life. He quickly accepts the situation at hand with great ease, to be honest. His heart really is vast now. Shuji's core diameter is over 1,000 kilometers, and shifts his attention to the exchange with Mo Ran and the perception of the deep conditions of Shuji. Mo Ran bows her head, waiting tensely for Mr. Yu's response with utmost urgency. She had just instinctively spoken of many things, concerning the future of Shuji, the current state of Mo City, and her anxiety over many matters, thinking now that many of these things should not have been casually spoken to Mr. Yu, which might only cause him irritation. She feels that she is ultimately a bit young and reckless. Mo Ran slightly lifts her gaze, seeing some family retainers and trusted aides have discreetly stepped aside, and set up an array to prevent anyone from disrupting the conversation scene between her and Mr. Yu. Now there is only her beside the living crystal. For the unknown number of times this lifetime, Mo Ran sighs within her heart again. She really doesn't want to take on this broken class. But she can't leave. The surface of the crystal flickers, this time amidst the wandering glows. A blurry shadow gradually emerges. Mo Ran becomes even more tense, not even daring to breathe. Sounds quite complicated. A somewhat distorted voice emanates from the crystal, with pitch fluctuations, as if the voice owner is still adjusting something. I can't help with too fine details right now, mainly because I am unfamiliar with this new body. If I act carelessly, I fear collapsing your houses and such. Mo Ran hurriedly speaks. I dare not ask for. But I can help you with something else, Yu Sheng quickly continued. You can go and inform Tan Yuan and White City, as well as several nearby cities. Tell them that the geological instability will improve soon, and that the northern mountain range won't continue collapsing. I'll figure out how to reconstruct the support structure beneath. I think this can help somewhat. He paused here, then explained. Originally, I wanted to tell them directly, but seeing your reaction just now, I'm worried that showing up in person might scare them. Halfway through listening, Mo Ran's eyes were already wide open. Yu Sheng obviously misunderstood her reaction. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Mo Ran was startled and quickly shook her head. Mo Ran extends gratitude on behalf of the city's populace. Just those 2 points you mentioned already help us immensely. If the sky stops falling and the ground stops sinking, we can ease half of our worries. Yu Sheng was pleased, then he thought for a moment and said, Let me adapt a bit more, and I'll help you clear the crystal remains on the wasteland outside the city. Also, I'll handle the fissures torn open by tentacles emerging from the surface. Although the planet is quite damaged, after some research, I believe it can be repaired for habitation. Moran had a subtle expression as she listened, feeling that Mr. Yu's words were somewhat odd, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off. Yu Sheng didn't notice the slight change on Moran's face at all. His mind was preoccupied with a whole array of thoughts. It was the first time Moran communicated with a living planet. She was terribly anxious. It was also Yu Sheng's first time being a living planet, and he was just as anxious. Both were so anxious that they didn't even notice the obvious fact that Shuji is now a communicative living planet. After a while, they gradually started to realize some things. Moran was the first to cautiously speak up. "Mr. Yu, are you now Shuji?" Yu Sheng was taken aback, then thought for a moment. "I suppose that's one way to understand it." Then it dawned on him. In which case I need to inform Yuanling and Yuan Hao. Does this mean I'm occupying Qianfeng Ling Mountain's land? Moran was also stuck at this point, opening her mouth for a while before blurting out a few words. Does it, or doesn't it? Then the young city lord fairy started racking her brains to come up with a relationship, but after 3 minutes, she still couldn't make sense of it. After all, a dark angel devoured an entire planet, and then a person devoured the dark angel, is an explosion of an event even across the universe. Any detail from this saga could keep those experts and professors at Terra Academy arguing for 2 centuries. How could one expect to make sense of all of this so quickly? This matter needs careful deliberation by the immortal masters of Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Although Shuji as a whole is indeed under their sect's territory, Moran believes it's not something that can be resolved immediately, Moran stammered. Moreover, how could this be considered occupying the place? If one must count it, it seems more like a body transformation from a story. In reality, Yu Sheng had no idea what Moran meant by body transformation. But he could see that the young city lord in front of him genuinely couldn't answer his question. Continuing would drown her in more sweat than the surrounding rain. "All right, I'll talk with Yuan Hao and the others later." Yu Sheng's figure waved to Moran amidst the crystal cluster. "You take care, and if there's any geological or celestial trouble, contact me, and I'll try to help." Moran hurriedly bowed in respect, but as she watched Yu Sheng's figure begin to fade, she quickly spoke up. "Mr. Yu, how should Moran contact you?" Clearly, the bizarre events had twisted this young city lord's mind a bit. Yu Sheng was a little confused too, pointing to the screen below his figure. "Call the number at the bottom of the screen. If you have border communication, even better. With this number, you can find me directly." Moran's, okay. And then Yu Sheng disappeared, leaving only a string of numbers on the surface of the crystal cluster shining before her. The new animated series, New Unusual Creatures Chronicles Prelude, is now available on Bilibili. Everyone, please go support it. The production team is basically made up of fans. Since it's almost purely fan-based, it currently needs some popularity support. Chapter 460, A Tailor-Made Position. Chapter 460, A Tailor-Made Position. Perception returns to flesh. Consciousness sinks into the body. The vast information transmitted from the distant deep space, star body, gradually recedes to the depths of the mind, and then Yu Sheng slightly adapts before opening his eyes in the dim light. The moment he opens his eyes, he sees Erin lying horizontally across his stomach, her head drooping down, sleeping heavily. With a slight movement, Erin rolls off his stomach, tumbles on the bed once, and then sits up with a swoosh, waving her hand with her eyes closed. Alice Puppet, buy me a cell phone." Right after speaking, the tiny puppet topples down again, burying her head in the blanket and muttering the next sentence muffledly. "A phone watch works too." Yu Sheng, after confirming that the little thing is really talking in her sleep, he helplessly smiles and sighs before tiptoeing and getting out of bed. The 4 wooden boxes in the corner of the room are still neatly arranged. One is open and empty, while the other 3 are tightly closed, with faint snoring audible inside. Yu Sheng is very curious why a puppet needs to snore while sleeping, and he has been curious about this for a long time. The mass-produced ones don't snore, They just lie motionless on the storage rack while sleeping, akin to shutting down. After pondering for a while, Yu Sheng turns back and glances at Aaron on the bed, who has wriggled into another position. He once worried that Aaron might not adapt to these boxes. After all, the tiny puppet tends to roll and crawl all over the bed when sleeping, possibly wriggling 6 miles in a night. But in the narrow wooden box, there's no space for such antics. But now it seems. Her body inside the box sleeps more peacefully. Clearly, it's the same consciousness, yet able to divide into different states, based on different bodies, can control a bunch of mass-produced shells, and can develop strange abilities based on different materials. Recently, she even came up with the trick of sleeping with one body while others go about regular activities. Using Master Yuan Hao's catchphrase, "What's the principle behind this?" Yu Sheng's heart inevitably fills with curiosity. He then shakes his head and casually pulls open the thick curtains. Sunlight pours into the room, and outside the window morning has arrived. On the distant cloud sea, the dawn is shimmering gold, and between the mountain forests flanking the cloud viewing platform, birds are flying, while on the mountain path, occasional human figures are visible, likely the cultivator disciples of Cayenne Feng Ling mountain practicing. Yu Sheng steadies himself, and from the depths of his mind emerges a new perception. The long rainy season in the equatorial region, the myriad of lights in Mo City, the cold, dry polar no-man's land, the crystal branch structures deep in the Earth's crust, ancient mining platforms, and various flying crafts traversing through the planetary atmosphere. Simultaneously, he can also perceive the iron body of the otherworld sense the grass growing in the valley, mountain springs flowing. Yu Sheng squints slightly, letting his consciousness slowly diffuse, while continually gathering and concentrating it on a specific location. Carefully perceiving the various changes in this process, practicing control over each sensory endpoint. This has become his daily essential exercise routine. Then after a while he hears a rustling sound from the bed behind him, and upon turning around, sees Aaron climbing up with her hair in disarray, the tiny puppet hazily raising her head to look his way, finally processing. "Good morning. Why are you up so early?" Yu Sheng waves his hand. "Shake off the sleep first, go brush your hair and wash your face." "Okay." Aaron mutters, and the 3 boxes in the corner simultaneously open. Another 3 Aarons emerge from inside. They deftly find the small brush for puppets in the bedside cabinet, climb onto the bed to begin brushing each other's hair, tidying clothes, after which they line up to wash hands and face. Yu Sheng watches this scene from the side, suddenly feeling like an old father seeing his kid finally learn self-care. Where did this sudden sense of misplaced pride and regret spring from? Just as this thought emerges in his heart, he hears a splash and clank from the bathroom, and then the tiny puppet yelling from inside. "Yu Sheng, I fell into the sink." Yu Sheng. A moment later, Yu Sheng finds the hairdryer and begins to blow Aaron's clothes and body dry. The thoroughly soaked tiny puppet stands on the floor hugging the bed leg, mouth open in the hot air. "Ah wah, ah wah wah." Yu Sheng looks at this little creature and finds himself between laughter and tears, having put considerable effort into drying her completely. Then, while tidying up the hairdryer, casually says, "I need to go to Qian Palace later. Why don't you all come along? I have something to tell you." At this moment, Aaron is at the bedhead cabinet. She stands on tiptoe to pull down the omen wandering star, casually places it by her head, letting it orbit around her head. Upon hearing Yu Sheng's words, turns back curiously to ask, "Ah, what is it?" "Remember Xiuji?" Aaron rolls her eyes. "Well, duh, of course I do. That planet is now linked with me. You can understand it as my new body." Aaron froze with a crack, looking like a joint was stuck, while a carefree sphere kept circling around her head. "Is it that surprising?" Yu Sheng glanced at her. "Didn't the Valiant spaceship bring about this situation before?" Aaron pondered. "Yes, right. So that's the situation over there at Xiuji." In Qian Palace's main hall, Yu Sheng spoke honestly to Yuanling and Yuan Hao. Beside him sat Hu Li, while Luna stood silently behind him as usual, and Aaron, bored, had already run to the hall entrance to play ball alone. Yuanling sat across in a chair, stroking his beard with a subtle expression. Yuan Hao sat beside his junior, slightly tilting his head to look at the beam in the hall, while one hand calculated in the air and muttered, finally squeezing out a sentence after half a day of divination. What's the principle behind this? Yu Sheng chuckled. He had anticipated this question from the handsome elder since this morning. Don't look at me, I can't explain the principle. He waved his hand at the two celestial beings. I'm here just to tell you the situation now. After all, Shuji is your asset, but this is an irreversible process. It's actually quite awkward. To be honest, my brother and I didn't expect this situation, Yuanling thoughtfully said seriously. May I interpret it this way? You are now Shuji. Mo Ran mentioned a term to me called body transformation, Yu Sheng said. That's her understanding. Yuanling and Yuan Hao exchanged a glance, seemingly making a decision. After a few seconds, Yuan Hao hesitantly started. Since it's like this, let me ask, would you simply become Shuji's star guardian? This time Yu Sheng's expression froze with a crack. After 2 or 3 seconds, he opened his mouth. Huh. You know, the original star guardian elder Dao Heng of Shuji was harmed by the infant star body. Now that the major disaster is settled, this position remains vacant, Yuan Hao said seriously. And you've resolved the infant star body disaster. Now your body transformation with Shuji, thinking closely, there's probably no one better suited for the guard star guardian position in the entire Feiyu star domain than you. Hold on, I need to consult. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand. What's the exact nature of the star guardian position? Is it okay for an outsider to take this role? The star guardian is a position specifically set for remote planets. As the name implies, they are the protectors of a planet's peace. Yuan Hao nodded. Due to the unique nature of cultivators, the star guardian doesn't directly participate in local governance or manage specific city or planetary order. Their task is to protect the planet itself, like preventing natural disasters or foreign enemies. In the absence of these, star guardians actually have little to do. He paused, looking into Yu Sheng's eyes, regarding having an outsider take the role. It's not a matter of possibility. You're practically already Shuji's star guardian. Let's think. If now there truly was a meteorite that could move mountains and fill the sea crashing toward Shuji, would you block it? Of course I'd block it. Ah, Yu Sheng suddenly understood. Okay, when you put it that way, I get it. Exactly. The elder laughed across. You not only have the substance of a star guardian, you might actually be the most justified star guardian in Feiyu star domain's history. It's not about Texu Spirit Hub's recognition. It's an undeniable fact. And speaking personally, if you're willing to take this title, it's genuinely beneficial for all of Shuji's people. Yu Sheng stroked his chin, pensive. People at Shuji are now anxious. For cultivators, many fear not the lack of food and clothing, but the planet beneath their feet. At such times, a great person who resolved the infant star body disaster, now willing to return and continue guarding Shuji, can absolutely calm millions. Yuanling stroked his beard. Moreover, you're not truly doing nothing. You're genuinely supporting their vast territories. Yu Sheng breathed out softly hearing this. He looked at the two across, after a while finally nodded slowly. Since you've both said this, let's handle it your way. It just adds a Star Guardian title to my actual situation. Yuanling and Yuan Hao exchanged another glance, a hint of a smile appearing in both their eyes. Then they both stood up, cupped their fists. Thus we gratefully thank Mr. Yu for taking on this significant task. Stop, you two again with this routine. Chapter 461, Reunion on a Road of No Return. Chapter 461, Reunion on a Road of No Return. Actually, Yu Sheng also knew that the Star Guardian, title the two old men assigned to him, was really just a name in essence. He had a clear self-awareness that taking care of those in his family usually resulted in chaos, and becoming a planetary defense officer would probably be too challenging for him to understand the work manual properly. He knew this, and probably Yuanling and Yuan Hao knew it too. But even such a name was beneficial for everyone. It would calm the people's hearts in Shuji, and the Texu Spirit Hub would avoid the problem of appointing a new star guardian on a planet severely polluted by angels. As for Yu Sheng, his occupation of Shuji would thus possess a degree of legitimacy. After this, Yu Sheng discussed many things about the Star Guardian with Yuanling and Yuan Hao, mainly because he wanted to understand under normal circumstances what exactly the so-called Star Guardian did. Yuan Hao's main opinion was that this situation was abnormal. So-called normal circumstances wouldn't be referenceable at all. But he and Yuanling still talked a lot about the common knowledge of star guardians, with Yu Sheng to satisfy his curiosity. Yu Sheng summarized roughly, realizing that by switching the perspective to the planet's body, his main responsibilities would be to eat well, sleep well, be in good health, maintaining a healthy physical and mental state, try not to roll over easy to trigger earthquakes, and if he must roll over, to let the people on the planet know in advance. Also, remember to block when meteorites hit the head. On the way back from Qian Palace to the cloud viewing platform, Erin clung to Yu Sheng's shoulder, clicking her tongue in wonder. So you seized their planet, and they made you an official. You say it so harshly, what's this about seizing? Essentially, I just settled in Shuji just a bit deeper than most. Yu Sheng waved his hand. Considering that I can't move out, they gave me a long-term residence permit. Shouldn't they pay you then? Erin blinked. Doesn't being a star guardian come with a salary? Yu Sheng broke into a sweat. I really haven't thought about this. But as far as I understood from Yuanling, the main benefit of being a star guardian is drawing a small portion of the planet's output as cultivation resources, though I have no use for it. Besides, my situation is unprecedented in the entire Feiyu star domain, and I reckon the Takesu Spirit Hub here will also have to research for a while to figure out how to handle it going forward. Erin thought for a moment, then nodded. Oh, that might be true. Yu Sheng liked how the little puppet had such an uncomplicated understanding of life, exuding an air of having a water-filled brain just to hear it slosh while walking, very carefree. Just as he was marveling at this, Luna, walking beside him, suddenly startled, then stopped in place. The holy lady seemed to have issued a click from within. Yu Sheng stopped immediately, turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Erin also turned around. Your C-type buckle broke down again. Your brain's not very reliable, let me tell you. This time, Luna ignored Erin's provocation. She just stood there, seeming very puzzled as she tilted her head, and then her gaze fell on Yu Sheng, Guardian Fire Cathedral, a visitor. In the first few seconds, Yu Sheng didn't even comprehend what the holy lady meant. After a moment, he understood Luna's words. What? Passing through the no-return path is the final sanctuary for the wandering souls. In the depths of the wilderness, exuding a dim texture as if stripped of color, the grand enormous cathedral stood quietly amid the earth and sky. Silent as a tomb, solemn as death, the black high walls stretched in both directions in the field of vision, with lines as sharp as blades pointing toward the sky evenly distributed on the walls. The nameless tall grass swayed gently with the wind in the wilderness outside the cathedral, producing a rustling sound that seemed capable of lulling souls to sleep. The towering towers overlooked the wilderness from inside the high walls, appearing as towering and mighty tombstones under the dim sky, and nestled among those towers were the main building and bell tower of the cathedral. A low, gentle melody came from that main building, yet when listened to closely, it was not a human play musical tune, but more like the resonance produced by the wind's moaning passing through the meticulously arranged towers at the pointed roofs and cloisters. An old traveler who had just experienced a journey arrived before this magnificent yet bizarre architecture, holding a slumbering crystal seed in his arms, looking up at the black and heavy gate ahead. On that gate was a simple triangular emblem and nothing else. A never-seen architecture, somewhat like the style from Algierd, but also not quite. The old man murmured, yet he found no signs of human presence around the grand cathedral. He couldn't help but become curious as to how such a large-scale architecture was built from nothing in this wilderness. This world's realm of the dead is really quite interesting. No soul-detaining officers, yet there's a foreign temple standing between heaven and earth. He spoke with a smile, shook his head slightly, and then stepped forward to gently knock on the cathedral's door. The extraordinarily heavy door silently and seamlessly opened. A thin fog-covered path lay ahead, flanked by luxurious flower beds and nurseries, filled with nameless, grayish plants that simultaneously conveyed a sense of both lush and morbid contradiction. Further forward through the path was the chapel's main building, where another large door slowly opened within the mist. A silent guidance emerged from within, and the elderly man, unfazed by the strange atmosphere surrounding him, stepped into the wide hall, resembling a preaching hall. Between towering black pillars, pale curtains hung from the ceiling, silent, cool flames flickered on opulent standing candelabras, and at the end of rows of empty chairs stood a golden-haired girl. The girl's golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned in armor, a holy light-emitting sword hung at her waist. Seeing the elderly man enter the hall, the girl looked momentarily surprised, but quickly suppressed the change in expression. But this brief and subtle expression was captured by the elder. "Young lady, do you recognize this old man?" The old man stepped forward and bowed to the girl. Despite her youthful appearance, he dared not show any disrespect, as he clearly remembered that he had already passed away, so this must be the world of the deceased. The glories of past life amount to nothing here, and the girl guarding the chapel, no matter her origin, had presumably been here longer than he had, deserving some level of courtesy. "Wait a moment, I've already notified the master. There are plenty of chairs here, just find a place to sit." The girl began speaking energetically, her lively tone sharply contrasting with her valiant appearance. "Also, how did you get here? The master said you're all ready. But I suppose it makes sense. Speaking of which, have you been wandering the wilderness outside all along? Earlier, the knight reported seeing shadows by the large bonfire. Was that you? You made it here all by yourself. Impressive. Are you carrying something in your arms? I see something that's dead yet alive." Before the old man could react, the girl had already rattled off a string of words, then descended from the platform, circling him curiously, touching her chin, thinking and nodding. Now I understand completely." What did she understand? A huge doubt arose in his heart, but just as the old man intended to speak, he suddenly felt a presence manifest nearby out of thin air. Upon sensing the appearance of the presence, he quickly turned his head to look toward the direction of the high platform. A figure abruptly emerged from the air, like a swiftly forming shadow in a dream realm. "A fellow traveler, it's you." Yu Sheng gawked at the elderly man. The old man also stared at him in bewilderment. Both were momentarily stunned, until another shadow appeared in the air nearby, breaking the silence. An ancient oil painting appeared beside Yu Sheng, Aaron's eyes wide in the painting. "Ah, old Yuan Tong." Yuan Tong blinked, unsure whether he was alive or dead, and after a moment he suddenly blurted out, "Fellow traveler, did you also unfortunately pass away?" Yu Sheng nearly lost his breath at these words, but before he could speak, the painting next to him started chattering. "Ah, you mean Yu Sheng? He just died recently, but that's hardly unfortunate." "Shut up!" Yu Sheng slapped the air above the painting frame, his eyes fixed intently on Yuan Tong not far away, though after experiencing many strange occurrences, he quickly grasped the situation. "Oh, so that's what happened. Luna just reported someone entering the cathedral, and I was perplexed." He paused again, pondering. "But speaking of which, this is rather odd. You were swallowed by the inferent star body, iterated over 100 times, and yet managed to be sent here as an independent consciousness. Is the intensity of your cultivation mind always so wild?" Yuan Tong listened, feeling it necessary to interrupt. "Fellow traveler, can you first explain to me what's going on? I thought I was dead." "You are dead," Yu Sheng shrugged. "But now it appears I inadvertently intercepted. Let me clarify, I didn't do it on purpose." Listening, Yuan Tong suddenly recalled 4 words, beyond human speech. But then he remembered the bloody rain at Shuji, the cave incident where Yu Sheng couldn't be killed, the conversation on Taixu's spirit hub sky between life and death, and, faintly at the end of memory, the blossoming end. He suddenly felt among Yu Sheng's astonishing feats, beyond human speech seemed already the lightest of traits. "Come, sit." Yu Sheng seated himself on a nearby long chair and waved Yuan Tong over. "Last time was brief, this time we've got enough time. How about you share some afterlife insights first?" Chapter 462, Compatibility Conjecture. Chapter 462, Compatibility Conjecture. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, over thousands of years, Yuan Tong had seen much of the vicissitudes of human emotions, the farewells of life and death, and had personally experienced countless hardships. He had profound insights and understandings about life. But summarizing the feelings after death is indeed difficult, especially since this process was nothing like he expected. Relax, everyone who's been here for the first time feels this way. Feeling confused is normal. Yu Sheng noticed the confusion in Yuan Qingzi's eyes and said with a smile, "Of course, most people who come here are usually on the brink of mental death, but for someone really dead like you, this is indeed the first time." Yuan Qingzi sat on the cathedral's pew, hesitated for a long moment before looking into Yu Sheng's eyes and speaking. "Friend, could it be that you are the divine monarch ruling this afterlife world?" "Divine monarch? No, you're overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary." "All right, maybe not that ordinary, but I'm just a human." Yu Sheng waved his hand, then pointed around. "But this place is indeed mine. You can consider it my cave mansion. It's a bit special, allowing spiritual bodies to enter." Yu Sheng briefly explained the situation of the soul wilderness to the old man in front of him, and casually mentioned the possible reason, blood transfer, why he arrived here after death. Throughout, Yuan Qingzi didn't speak, listening intently as if, like thousands of years ago, he followed his master into the path of Tao for the first time. Yuan Qingzi looked into Yu Sheng's eyes, observing this being insisting they were a human, even attempting to be a normal human, unsuccessfully, an unknown existence. Yu Sheng told him many things, most of which were honest and credible, but the credibility of the sentence, "I am human," in Yuan Qingzi's heart was absolutely zero. The old man had seen much in his life, and firmly believed that the being in front of him, even if made of concrete number 42, could not be a person. Could people be like this? But as Yu Sheng enthusiastically talked about many things related to this soul wilderness, and then some knowledge about blood transfer, Yuan Qingzi quickly suppressed the urge to question aloud that was bubbling inside him. If he says he's a human, let him be one. It's better than him being something else. Then Yu Sheng introduced Luna beside him and Aaron in the portrait. Previously, through the eyes of the black-clothed cultivators, Yuan Qingzi had seen their appearances in the real world, but upon reaching this soul wilderness, he truly didn't recognize them. "No wonder whenever I saw this blonde girl, I always felt her aura was a bit familiar, yet couldn't recall it." Yuan Qingzi looked at Luna in realization, and then puzzledly glanced at Aaron. "As for this Aaron girl, her aura has completely changed here. There's not a hint of familiarity. Of course, C-type fastenings are so shallow, and I have such depth." Aaron boasted in the portrait, hugging a bear with her head held high, although she didn't know what was worth boasting about, but she had already started bragging. "Look at my frame, isn't it handsome?" "Yuan Qingzi, don't bother with her. Aaron is just like that. When you feel you can't keep up with her pace, just let her boast by herself." Yu Sheng waved his hand and curiously looked at the old man in front of him. "I've done my introduction, now it's your turn, isn't it?" Yuan Qingzi thought briefly, and recounted the events he could remember since arriving here. "I only began to awaken midway through, initially only recalling some muddled fragments. Later, as I walked further, my mind started to fill in the gaps. On the way, I encountered a large bonfire with 12 stone pillars around it. I rested by the bonfire for a while and somehow knew where to go next. By the way, I also brought something with me, and you might be interested in it, my friend." As Yuan Qingzi spoke, he suddenly remembered something, then rummaged in his bosom and pulled out an irregular crystal the size of a walnut in front of Yu Sheng. Aaron, who was floating nearby, immediately noticed the crystal's texture and color, stiffened in midair, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Holy crap! In the next second, she shot up again, bouncing in the portrait as if she wanted to jump out. "What did you bring back, old man? Why is this thing still here?" Calm down, calm down." Yu Sheng hurriedly caught the bouncing portrait, calming Aaron down while focusing on the seed in Yuan Qingzi's hand. After observing for a moment, he reached out with another hand. "Let me see." Yuan Qingzi handed over the seed. "It should be harmless, but with my limited knowledge, I dare not make conclusions loosely. You should examine it thoroughly, my friend." Yu Sheng took the seed and scrutinized it carefully, occasionally furrowing his brow, displaying a contemplative look. After a long while, he suddenly looked up at Luna. Luna, holding her gleaming golden double-handed holy sword, arrived with firm steps, exuding an aura of fierce confrontation. "Stop, stop!" Yu Sheng broke into a cold sweat at the sight, quickly stepping back half a step. "It's not bloodletting. I was asking if this churchyard has a place for planting trees." Luna paused with her holy sword, then put the sword down with an incredulous expression, Master, are you planning to plant this thing here? Holy crap, are you two playing this big? Aaron exclaimed, twisting her frame to look at Yu Sheng. C-type fastening calls you master here, huh? Yu Sheng, so, this is the part that caught your attention. You're not even a bit surprised that I want to plant the seed of an inferent star body here. Nonsense, your usual dim-witted ideas are countless. Am I ever surprised? Aaron stood akimbo in the painting frame, but quickly furrowed her brows and changed her tone. But speaking of which, are you sure this thing can be planted? Yu Sheng didn't speak for a moment, simply staring intently at the crystal in his hand. The crystal refracted a dim glow in his eyes. And in a deeper layer of perception, he could observe more. The moment he got this seed, he reestablished his connection with it. Now, he could read the information it carried, understand its structure, and even vaguely see its future form when it grew. A giant pure white crystal tree rooted in the Soul Wilderness, its canopy shading the church, branches reaching towards the sky. The seed slumbered lightly, imagining and sketching its future in its dreams. It's the third generation, Yu Sheng suddenly said. Aaron blinked. What do you mean? The first generation was the mother vine of the alternate dimension, the second was the inferent star body wandering in our universe, and the third is this seed. Yu Sheng raised his head, patiently explaining the information he read from the seed. If my judgment is correct, the inferent star body eventually broke through its ascension cycle, and this seed is the result. Aaron's eyes widened slightly. Ah, wait, no, how did the inferent star body do it? Wasn't it stuck in an endless cycle? Yu Sheng didn't answer immediately, but recalled in his mind the blossoming that occurred above the Taixu spirit hub. The Dark Angel is an anomaly not welcomed by this universe, rejected by the laws of everything, and can only be stuck in its own death cycle as otherworldly remains, with Anka Ayla stuck in the fairy tale dream realm, and the inferent star body stuck in its own ascension cycle. This stuck phenomenon has always been unsolvable. Perhaps it is precisely this stuck state that turned the Dark Angel into an unkillable calamity in this world. They themselves are eternally trapped in the cycle of death, and for those threatened by the angel, they cannot kill something that does not exist within logic. Yu Sheng slowly fiddled with the seed in his hand, his thoughts unconsciously extending, as certain long-standing confusions gradually revealed clear outlines in the depths of the mist. Everything stems from the incompatibility between different universes. Then what if there was compatibility? Complete compatibility is difficult to achieve. But what if just an interface was established between the two systems? Even if it was just a piece of information that both systems could read, an insignificant footnote, a moment of convergence. Die in a foreign land. Yu Sheng raised his head and spoke seriously to those around him. Death is the greatest common factor between the Dark Angel and this world. In fact, at present, it might also be the only common factor. Aaron was taken aback, turning to Luna in the frame. What's he saying? I don't know, Luna shook her head but then confidently said, but it's surely something very logical. You should be sitting with that silly fox, Aaron glared, then turned and tapped Yu Sheng's arm with the frame. I don't understand anything about common factors, just talk about this seed. In any case, you mean this thing is harmless now, right? But why plant it? This thing was born from that inferent star body. It still feels a bit awkward. Yu Sheng thought for a moment. I have an idea. Before he could finish, Aaron immediately waved her hand in the painting. All right, I understand, you plant it. Yu Sheng, hey, no, I just said I have an idea. Don't you want to hear the specifics? You've already said you have an idea. What else can I say? I can only comply. Aaron justified herself, but finally pouted. All right then, looking at you bursting to speak, spill it. What do you want to do? This seed may represent the potential for the Dark Angel to achieve compatibility transformation with our universe, Yu Sheng explained earnestly to the little puppet. Of course, it is still very weak now and shows no power, but I want to try cultivating it strategically. Perhaps one day, we can fully master this compatibility transformation technique. Aaron listened, thinking earnestly. Couldn't figure it out. All right, I completely understand. The little puppet gave Yu Sheng a thumbs up, showing a brilliant smile. This idea is great, I support you. Yu Sheng. He suspected the puppet understood nothing, and there was no need for evidence. But it didn't matter, he was used to it anyway. Chapter 463, The Road to the Future. Chapter 463, Chapter 463, The Road to the Future. Actually, Yu Sheng knows that not only Aaron doesn't understand this matter, but others probably can't completely understand it either, because only he has established a connection with the seed of the inference star body, and the information transmitted through this connection is often hard to describe in words. He has many guesses and plans concerning the Dark Angel, not just how to resolve their threats, but also tracing the origins of these otherworldly visitors. He is very interested in what is happening beyond the world and at the borders of the universe. And this seed from beyond the world will be a breakthrough. Yu Sheng still remembers the things he saw in super space, remembers the informational megastructures built by the Creator within the underlying infrastructure of the universe, remembers those data and logic used to describe everything and establish the order of laws. Despite his limited intellect, he still cannot understand how this information supports the operation of all things, but at least there is one thing he has now vaguely guessed. Since this world is supported by those informational megastructures, the essence of the Dark Angel's invasion might be explained by one sentence: a phenomenon of information pollution caused by external system, objects entering this system. Additionally, Yu Sheng also remembers that Hu Li once said similar words about the foundation of the world is information. And it seems that in her hometown, the study of universal laws has reached this deep-rooted level, which also corroborates his current conjectures. The ascension cycle of the inference star body was broken but successfully left behind a seed, proving that the aforementioned information pollution phenomenon is not uncontrollable. So, if this seed is allowed to grow, the conversion data features it carries might serve what purpose? Behind the main building of the Guardian Fire Cathedral, there is a wide open space. Luna calls this open space the Soul Courtyard, and she and her knights built a long corridor surrounding the area, though the courtyard itself remains empty, for her original plan was to erect a 40-meter tall statue of Yu Sheng here. But ever since Yu Sheng learned of this and strongly protested against it, the plan has been put on hold. Now Yu Sheng has dug a hole in the center of the Soul Courtyard. Are you sure this thing can really just be planted and then grow something? Aaron holds her arms in the oil painting, looking skeptically at Yu Sheng busy away. It's not that I doubt your farming skills, mainly it's this place. Previously you complained that the flowers and plants here all looked gray and ugly, deliberately brought seeds from outside to try, and found that nothing can grow here. Listening to the puppets babbling, Yu Sheng's face only shows a confident smile. Don't worry, it will grow. In fact, not just here, anywhere in this world, this seed can take root because its essence is an information cluster. It needs not soil and sunlight but a running permit. I can't understand what you're saying, all jumbled up. Aaron scratched her head, then watched Yu Sheng bury the seed in the pit, growing a bit worried. Won't this thing lose control? I've seen movies that say spores from alien planets, mysterious relic excavated strains, embryos falling from outer space. Scientists always had to activate them just for kicks. And then a lot of people die in movies, they're all framed in black boxes. Yu Sheng was seriously burying soil, hearing this little thing babbling, finally couldn't help. Can't you wish for something good, so wishing me trouble? I'm not worrying ahead of time. Whatever the word was anyway, quite worried. Aaron climbed onto her big chair in the oil painting, picked up a plush bear to cushion under her chin, wrinkling her face. After all, you're always courting disaster, recently dying more spectacularly. Don't worry, it won't lose control. Yu Sheng helplessly glanced at the puppet. Essentially, this seed is like Shuji, it's already a part of me, how to describe it. Oh yes, it's an information-level connection. Listening to Yu Sheng's explanation, Aaron's gaze gradually cleared. But Yu Sheng himself seemed to suddenly remember something after his words, hesitated for a moment, stared into the puppet's eyes. You said you're worried this thing will lose control. Did you really foresee something, like when you say I have a bloody disaster, or just casually said? Aaron was startled by his sudden serious expression. She shrank her neck on the chair, then seriously scrutinized Yu Sheng for a while, looked at the place where the inference star body seed was buried, tilted her head to ponder for a long time, finally said, Just said it casually. Didn't see anything. Yu Sheng immediately relaxed. Oh, then it's fine. Aaron stared blankly in the oil painting, then somehow thought of something and suddenly got excited, looking at the blonde girl beside her. Hey, C-type buckle look. Yu Sheng even consults my opinion on such matters. I tell you I'm professional in what relates to mysteries, unlike you who just knows chopping people. I'm a brain general, you understand. Luna sighed, began to walk away unendurable, and muttered particularly softly, "Idiot is idiot." As a result, Aaron didn't hear clearly, continued to swagger midair. Yu Sheng then seriously scatters the last shovel of soil over the inferent star body seed, then gently breathed a sigh of relief. The seed lies dormant in the soil. It seems not yet awoken from the dream of flourishing branches and leaves, but it gradually perceives the existence of soil, a gentle, safe place willing to let it take root and grow. Yu Sheng can feel the crystal surface is gradually rippling slightly. It trembles gently, extending some crystal branches so tiny they are hard to perceive with the naked eye into the darkness. After this, it will gradually become familiar with this place. It will take root in the soul wilderness, sprout and grow, absorbing the nutrients Yu Sheng provides for it and grow into the form from that beautiful dream. That should do it. Yu Sheng clapped his hands, turned around, and his gaze once again fell on Yuan Tong. This old man had not spoken since earlier, only curiously and attentively observing Yu Sheng's every move here. It was not until this moment that he stroked his beard and let out a slight breath. The path is endless. I have no clue about the path or not. Yu Sheng waved his hand. Let's talk about you instead. Do you have any plans for the future? Yuan Tong was visibly taken aback. Then he stared firmly at Yu Sheng for quite some time before suddenly blurting out, "Isn't it about refining the soul, and then sending this old man to reincarnation?" This time it was Yu Sheng's turn to be visibly stunned. "Oh, I can't do that." Yuan Tong, ah. When the old man let out an ah, Yu Sheng knew the misunderstanding was significant. He quickly waved his hands while brainstorming, trying hard to figure out how to explain his current situation to Yuan Tong. After pondering for quite some time, he finally opened his mouth. "Here's the situation. You indeed died, but halfway through, I stopped it here, so now you are a living spiritual body. And from the way you describe it, you seem to have fully recovered your Yuan Tong self. You are free now, and with your cultivation level, even as a spiritual body, you should be able to live well outside. So now you can choose for yourself. You can stay here, but honestly, you may not get used to this place. You can also leave. I can open the door to send you to the real world, either Shuji or the Takesu Spirit Hub. Of course, if you really feel like you've lived enough and insist on dying, I can spray your face with blood once more, then directly dismantle your spiritual body so you'll be dead for sure. This time I can ensure you'll be dismantled thoroughly, with no risk of resurrection." Yu Sheng's words were rather straightforward, leaving Yuan Tong somewhat dumbfounded. Seeing the old man not reacting for a long time, Yu Sheng spoke again. "Well, have you decided whether you want to die?" As soon as these words fell, Yuan Tong snapped back to reality and waved his hand. "Forget it then. This old man thinks living is better than dying." Yu Sheng laughed. "Shall I send you back to the Takesu Spirit Hub then?" This time Yuan Tong seriously considered, but a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. "Ah, it's both good and not good. Nowadays there are few old acquaintances in the Takesu Spirit Hub, and regarding the inferent star body disaster, I indeed owe a lot to the Takesu Spirit Hub going back. I truly do not know how to face returning." Listening to the old man's words, Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel curious. "Didn't you seem quite carefree when you told me in the memory space of the inferent star body before? Saying something like being evil is already full to overflowing. A little more of this life-extinguishing sin doesn't matter. How come you're so conflicted now?" Yuan Tong, spreading his hands, spoke very candidly. "At that time, I didn't expect I would actually come back to life. When you're dead, naturally you have to speak boldly." Yu Sheng, the complete version of Yuan Tong, is actually like this. After being slightly surprised, he heard Yuan Tong speak again. "To not hide from my friend, this old man is indeed a bit lost. It is said that life and death are the most elusive and difficult to let go of things, and this live and die again. My cultivation level is indeed still a bit shallow. Now I neither know how to return to the world of the living, nor do I know what to do in the future, if I must say." Yuan Tong paused here, letting out a light sigh. "Ah, I'm tired, very tired. This old man now has no great ambitions, just want a quiet place to rest. If there's a mountain forest where I can build a hut, that would be great. Or if you have any idle tasks, this old man is also willing to take them up. Yu Sheng blinked, listening to him. After a few seconds of thinking, he suddenly clapped his hands. Hey, you know what? Yuan Tong immediately raised his head. Yu Sheng, I have an orphanage here missing a gatekeeper. Chapter 464, Orphanage Security Guard Mr. Yun. Chapter 464, Chapter 464, Orphanage Security Guard Mr. Yun. A phantom door appeared out of thin air on the path between the Black Forest and Fairy Tale Town. The door opened, and several figures emerged from it. First came Yu Sheng, Luna, and Aaron, who had made a transit from the real world, followed by Yuan Tong, who arrived in the valley directly from the soul wilderness in spiritual body form. Yuan Tong's figure flickered briefly after entering the valley, first turning illusory, then quickly solidifying, and almost in the blink of an eye, it no longer appeared to be a spiritual body. Aaron was very surprised at this sight, even taking a black spider silk thread intending to poke the old man to see if he was real. Of course, this rude act was stopped by Yu Sheng. Hey, old man, your body looks solid to me. Gathering the energy of heaven and earth to simulate a temporary shell. It's not as good as my original body, but it suffices when my physical form is destroyed. Just a trivial skill. Yuan Tong chuckled. Cultivators who have reached the realm of spiritual body detachment have studied these skills to some extent. It's akin to the magic of external incarnation. Aaron listened with wide eyes and after a moment of understanding suddenly blurted out. Made from compressed air, will it explode if poked? Yuan Tong's cheerful expression froze for a moment. Gathering the energy of heaven and earth doesn't mean that. It has nothing to do with compressed air. Aaron nodded repeatedly, oh. Completely not understanding. Yu Sheng curiously glanced at Yuan Tong. Then can you later reconstruct a normal body? If I have leisure, I could find a quiet place to set up a workshop for artifact refining, and reconstructing my body is not a difficult task, Yuan Tong said, gazing at the distant mountain scenery with astonishment. This place is indeed remarkable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed this was a cave mansion, established through an exotic realm, truly miraculous. As he spoke, he paused, then as if remembering something, asked, if I reconstruct my body, does that mean I can't casually return to the soul wilderness? Or can I only go back in the form of a spiritual body detachment? Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows. You still want to go back? Not for anything else, just clinging to that seed, Yuan Tong said, somewhat awkwardly. And that space does indeed hold some mysterious qualities. It's just a hard-to-resist desire for seeking Tao. Yu Sheng understood his meaning and smiled. Oh, that's not a problem. Normally, to go to that place, you can only enter in a spiritual body form and only under the condition of encountering danger and emergency refuge. But I can also open a door to send you in. This way, it won't be limited to just the spiritual body. After thinking for a moment, he added, I was planning to open another fixed door in the valley directly leading to the soul wilderness. When it's ready, I'll give you access. Yuan Tong nodded repeatedly. That would be great. Come, I'll take you to Fairy Tale Town first, Yu Sheng said with a smile, pointing into the distance. Let's walk over. You can enjoy the scenery along the way. Let me know where you'd like to stay later. So the group walked along the path outside the Black Forest toward the center of the valley. Along the way, Yu Sheng explained the general situation of fairy tales to Yuan Tong. For Yuan Tong, who lived in the Feiyu star domain and had been trapped inside his inference star body for the last 1,000 years, the happenings in the boundary land seemed as distant as another world. But upon learning that it was also an angel disaster, and that the children in the valley were survivors of it, he instantly understood everything. Naturally, his attention immediately turned to the Dark Angel. Where is the Dark Angel named Anka Ayla now? Already dead, Yu Sheng sighed, fallen above Boundary City. Yuan Tong blinked. Next to him, Aaron quickly added, it was Yu Sheng who said died. Yuan Tong. The old man was stunned for half a minute before he suddenly realized, looking at Yu Sheng as if he had seen a ghost. So the inference star body was actually the second one. That works, Yu Sheng thought for a moment and realized that it was rather tiring to explain all the details, so he simply nodded. Honestly, the inference star body is much tougher to deal with than Anka Ayla. It seems even dark angels have their nuances. Yuan Qingzi widened his eyes, suddenly looking like he had a lot to say, but just as he was about to speak, a crisp voice from not far away interrupted everyone. "Hey, bro." Yu Sheng looked up to see a beautiful figure with flowing black hair standing at the entrance to the town, carrying a net, followed by a group of children who looked like they had just had a wild play in the wilderness, all dirty from head to toe. Aaron stared at the figure across the way for a while and still didn't recognize her. "Who's that?" The girl with black hair grinned widely upon hearing this, then with a toss of her head, her black hair instantly turned into a cascade of golden hair. "It's me, long hair." "Ah, golden locks." Aaron finally recognized her, waving her hand excitedly. "You changed your hair color and I almost didn't recognize you." Yu Sheng's gaze involuntarily fell on the net in the long-haired princess's hand, and upon noticing she proudly ran over, shaking the plastic bucket in her other hand. "We went to the stream to catch fish. Look, bro, I caught 2, though they're a bit small. But there are also shrimp. By the way, since when were there fish and shrimp in the valley?" "Nonsense. I specifically brought fish and shrimp from outside to put into the river." Yu Sheng's eyes widened. "They just started breeding and you've already gone and caught them." The long-haired princess immediately hid the bucket behind her back and giggled at Yu Sheng. "Hee hee." Yu Sheng was left in a mix of laughter and tears by this unflappable girl, and before he could say another word of reprimand, the group of children who had come back with long hair from catching fish began to converge, and soon enough the noise escalated. "Brother Yu, when can we go play in the mountains outside? Brother, there are so many pretty stones in the river. Zio, got mud all over my pants. Luna, let me tell you a story have you heard of?" "Ah, Aaron." Aaron quickly hopped onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, shivering as the group of kids chattered around, while Luna stood helplessly behind Yu Sheng, as if afraid of accidentally hurting these rambunctious kids. Meanwhile, a couple of the braver children noticed the unfamiliar old man standing next to Yu Sheng, and with bright, curious eyes, started to scrutinize Yuan Qingzi. While carrying Aaron and evading those mischievous kids, Yu Sheng turned his head helplessly towards Yuan Qingzi. "Get a feel for the atmosphere first. Let me put it this way, there really are forests and valleys over here, and the errands I run are truly leisurely, but tranquility isn't guaranteed. These kids can get quite rowdy." "Bro, who's this old grandpa?" The long-haired princess shooed a few kids away and curiously approached Yu Sheng. "This is Yuan Qingzi." Yu Sheng quickly raised his hand to introduce, but didn't dive into details in front of the kids. "He's from the Takesu Spirit Hub, retired now, and came to the valley to spend his twilight years. Didn't Little Red Riding Hood mention that there are numerous teleportation gates in the valley, and it's not safe as kids might wander off? He'll help keep the doors safe in future." Of course, the kids wouldn't know what Yuan Qingzi's name meant, nor did they understand what the Takesu Spirit Hub was all about. They only knew that recently number 66 Wudong Road moved to a pretty place with many mountains. But they still cheered up immediately. Then someone took the lead, crowding around Yuan Qingzi and enthusiastically greeting him with a jumbled mess. Some were simply calling him Grandpa, some went with Mr. Yun, and some even shouted Grandpa Yun. And whoever started that last one, it seemed to immediately gain acceptance by all the kids, who quickly began shouting Grandpa Yun. Yu Sheng broke into a cold sweat seeing this chaotic situation, worried that Yuan Qingzi, a grand elder of the Taoist order, might find it hard to handle the boisterous and unruly atmosphere. However, when he looked up, he saw the old man had an unprecedentedly joyful smile on his face. Clad in a simple Taoist robe with white hair and beard, the old man was surrounded by a group of kids. The wrinkles on his face seemed about to burst into flowers as he cheerfully responded to every child's greeting. "Oh yes, hello, kids. Oh, and you too, hello, everyone." The long-haired princess, usually mischievous herself but the eldest among them, hurried to maintain order seeing the little ones getting too rowdy. "Don't crowd around. Grandpa's getting on in years. You kids are being too rough. Step down. No asking for hugs." No worries. Yuan Qingzi was utterly delighted among the kids and waved a hand to reassure the long-haired princess. "This old body is still quite sturdy." Yu Sheng also went over, pulling long hair aside. "Don't worry, this old man is tougher than you. He may not be in his prime right now, but when he's in form, even 7 Thunderbolt Titans would struggle against him." The long-haired princess was stunned by this, turning to Yu Sheng with a puzzled look. Bro, where did you find such a formidable grandpa? Yu Sheng glanced around, lowered his voice, and whispered to Long Hair. He's the one who fought the inferent star body for 1,000 years. He was supposed to die, but I intercepted. Long Hair was dumbfounded for a good 10 seconds, almost gasping before quickly lowering her voice. Whoa, bro, you got this deity to guard our orphanage as the security grandpa. He's willing, Yu Sheng continued to whisper. Don't worry, now he's all about taking life easy and looking for retirement. Watching over the teleportation gates in the valley is definitely more reliable than the sleeping beauty who used to nod off at the security booth every day. Really? Rest assured, bro and this grandpa are life-and-death friends. Chapter 465, A Day of Celebration. Chapter 465, A Day of Celebration. On the highest rooftop of the fairy tale town's castle, Yuan Tong, with an immortal aura, stood on a small platform connected to the tower, his wrinkles spreading as he smiled while looking at this town, built by the whimsical imaginations of children. Various strange and unusual houses, kingdom soldiers patrolling as if walking out from storybook illustrations, thunderbolt titans strolling leisurely outside the town, the rose garden enveloped in a mysterious atmosphere, and a massive beanstalk emerging from the distant mountainside. The king lay lazily on its gigantic cat-climbing frame under the daylight, yawning as it looked up at Yu Sheng on the castle rooftop, waved its paw, then turned to jump into the shoebox-sized basket in the middle of the climbing frame. The children have gone to class, making the town much quieter. Yu Sheng approached Yuan Tong and casually asked, "How do you find this place?" "A great place," Yuan Tong said with an inexplicable tone of sigh. "To retire in such a paradise-like place is indeed a fortune." "I was worried you might find those kids too noisy," Yu Sheng said casually. "They are actually well-behaved, but most are still young, and especially after the fairy tale curse incident. I didn't set any rules for them here, just letting them be at ease." Very good, Yuan Tong gently said, then suddenly paused for 2 seconds with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Reminds the old man of many years ago. Truly many years ago, when the old man was in charge of a sect, the children in the initiation hall were just like that. The old man liked children very much then. Truly many years ago." "Ah, old man, you used to head a sect?" Aaron asked in some surprise. "What sect was that? Want to go back and have a look?" Yuan Tong's gaze became a little distant, then shook his head after a moment. "Don't remember, can't find it." Noting Yu Sheng and Aaron's puzzled expressions beside him, the old man sighed with a complex expression and explained. "That was during the reshaping of the cosmos. Back then, the Texu Spirit Hub was unstable, as if in a big dream. Many things suddenly appeared and disappeared, even many people. Quite a few people's memories had issues. Things remembered clearly, people known, turned into last night's dream in a flash. My sect was like this too. They seemed to have existed but seemed like a mistaken memory, ambiguous for many years. Now the old man can't tell if it's a memory left by the old world, or a fleeting dream after the cosmic reshaping, or even an illusion created under the inferent star body influence. Can't distinguish, so don't distinguish." This was the first time Yu Sheng heard firsthand about the experience during the world reshaping process from someone who lived through the long years and even personally witnessed the second singularity explosion. The strange situation Yuan Tong described stunned him with curiosity. Were other civilizations that experienced the second singularity explosion the same way? Were they in this state when the world was just reshaped? "I'm not too clear about the things outside. Feiyu Star Domain was always somewhat closed off early on," Yuan Tong slowly said, but then slightly frowned and added, "But this closure might be because everything in Feiyu Star Domain is somewhat special, after all. In the creation blueprint, there originally wasn't even Texu Spirit Hub this planet." Listening to Yuan Tong's words, Yu Sheng pondered. Would Bailey Qing know about other civilization circles? After a moment of wild imagining, Yu Sheng shook his head, temporarily noted down this matter, and then brought up another issue. "There's a celebration tomorrow in Texu Spirit Hub to commemorate Angel Fall. Do you want to show up?" "No, to Texu Spirit Hub. Yuan Tong is already a deceased. I should just stay dead. Quietly running out at such times would only add worries to many." Yuan Tong chuckled. "When everything stabilizes in the future, I'll go greet at Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Shuji is part of Qianfeng Ling Mountain's domain. These years I've fought against the inferent star body. saved many people yet harmed quite a few. The merits and faults should be left for later generations to judge. Yu Sheng raised his eyes and seriously looked at young Kingsley for a moment, then nodded. Good. The day of the celebration arrived. An angel descent caused everyone on Taixu's Spirit Hub to break a sweat. The global Guard Star team, urgently ascended, countless Taoist sect ancestors who had hidden for years broke out. Various sect leader elders even prepared for death and annihilation in orbit. It can be said that from the world reshaping and cosmic recreation to now, Taixu's Spirit Hub, this capital star entered this emergency state only a few times. But then an angel fall following that dissipated the catastrophe silently. Star-devouring level descending beings blossomed outside the atmosphere. Stars fell like rain. The dark angel that many mortal civilizations were powerless to resist vanished under the witness of billions worldwide. The capital planet remained unharmed, countless people spared disaster. This deserves a global-level celebration, and even the designation of a new holiday on Taixu's Spirit Hub. Erin was excited from the moment she woke up, hopping around at home with an omen-wandering star, everywhere in circles. Yu Sheng hadn't woken up, and she was chattering by the bedside, switching between exclaiming how the lights outside floated up, pointing out the flower boats flying in the cloud sea, claiming fireworks were being set off from daytime in the city below the mountain, should quickly go check. After realizing Yu Sheng couldn't be woken, she immediately hopped to the room opposite, casually coaxing with celebration activities today so the mountain foot city is full of good food. Got Hu Li dragged up. Then a fox with 4 puppets piled at Yu Sheng's bedside began howling, chirping, chattering. Yu Sheng was originally having a quiet and good dream, dreaming of himself making soup in the kitchen. But halfway through the soup pot started to speak. Then the vegetables on the chopping board started to speak. Even the spatula hanging on the wall started to speak. If it was only dreaming about these things, he still couldn't wake up, having encountered strange things in the real world frequently. Even now, if he truly met a situation where the cooking pot started talking, it wouldn't shock him. He could calmly argue with the often cooking pot and even argue to win. But later, when the pot jumped off the stove to bite him, he truly couldn't take it. He opened his eyes to find 4 errands biting his arm, hanging in a row like salted fish hanging under eaves, neatly aligned by the bedside. Hu Li squatted at the foot of the bed, propping himself up with both hands, drooling at him like a Samoyed that's been starved for 3 days, one that can't even wag its tail anymore. Do you guys really have to? The celebration lasts for 3 days anyway. What's there to see so early on the first morning? Yu Sheng got up reluctantly, washed up, changed his clothes, and headed downstairs while grumbling to the puppet and fox following him. Look at Luna, so stable, just standing guard at the top of the stairs peacefully. Erin sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, with the omen-wandering star floating by her head, hugging her arms. Tusk, 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 have you forgotten when the Type-C buckle turned your arm into a flower knife? Yu Sheng shook his shoulder and the little puppet cried out in surprise, quickly hugging his head. Yu Sheng, do you want to die? I almost fell. Yu Sheng was delighted. He pushed open the big door of number 66 Wudong Road with one swift motion. A familiar golden color came into view, and a bunch of kids with small water bottles strapped on, wearing little yellow hats. Everyone, check your things. Have you all brought your water bottles? Also, your wristbands and backpacks when we go down the mountain later. Stick with the big group and don't run around. Tell your older brothers and sisters in advance if you need to go to the bathroom. Yu Sheng immediately saw the long-haired princess maintaining order and checking equipment beside a group of little kids, along with Bai Zhu and the Dragon Slayer helping out. Little Red Riding Hood stood further away, overseeing the whole scene, with 10 or so shadow wolves controlled by her weaving among the kids, sniffing each child's scent, before settling next to each child's feet. As soon as Yu Sheng appeared, the long-haired princess happily came over to greet him. Hey, brother, you're going out to have fun too. I was planning to sleep until noon before going down. Erin and Hu Li stirred me awake, Yu Sheng said helplessly, then turned to Little Red Riding Hood, who was walking toward them. And you are. It'll definitely be crowded outside today, and I'm afraid the kids might get lost, so I simply assigned a wolf to each kid, Little Red Riding Hood said with a faint smile. This way, if anything happens, they can at least serve as protection. Yu Sheng looked at the human toddlers, on average only 5 or 6 years old, each with a shadow wolf sitting next to them that was taller than the kids when standing. His mouth twitched. Well, this outing looks like a preschool field trip for the beast-taming sect students. With this, he thought for a moment and waved his hand. A dozen space rifts appeared out of thin air on the cloud viewing platform, and from each rift emerged a deadpan-eyed Aaron. We'll equip each little one with a mass-produced puppet, so it won't only look like a beast-taming class, but also an artifact-refining class designed to confuse the locals. Little Red Riding Hood. While talking, a few streams of light suddenly flew in from the distant mountain peaks. Yu Sheng looked up and his face immediately changed. Oh no, they're probably coming to drag me to the Grand Hall to make a speech. Quick, 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 let's get out of here. Saying so, he opened a door leading directly down the mountain, hurriedly urging a bunch of kids to run through it. Little Red Riding Hood wanted to say something, but before she could, Yu Sheng pushed her into the door. Then Yu Sheng, along with Hu Lei, Aaron, and Luna, darted through the door as if fleeing. The light landed on the ground, turning into several figures led by Xu and Qi. He was accompanied by several junior brothers and sisters. A senior brother was just here, right? Xu and Qi looked around, but only saw Zheng Zhai slowly pushing the door open and stepping out from a small house not far away. He stretched lazily, and the two sides exchanged bewildered glances. In the next moment, Xu and Qi stepped forward. Zheng, it's up to you now. Zheng Zhai was startled and backed away. Wait, what are you guys going to do? We need you to speak about Mr. Yu's great achievements in the capacity of the immortal envoy welcoming guests at the travel agency to the heads of the 5 sects. Wait a minute, I don't understand what you're saying. I can't do this. My internship isn't even over, I'm not permanent yet. Brother Yu, save me, Brother Yu, save me. Chapter 466, The True Spirit of the Mortal World. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, The True Spirit of the Mortal World. Yu Sheng walked out from the gate and looked back towards the direction of the Spirit Mountain's main peak with a hint of confusion, slightly furrowing his brows. Hu Li immediately came over curiously. Savior, what's wrong? Nothing much, just felt like someone called my name just now. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and waved casually. It's no big deal, maybe I heard wrong. Oh no. Hu Li nodded excitedly, then began eagerly looking around. At the foot of the Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain lies a large city. Yu Sheng had been here once before to set a coordinate around the mountain, but he only passed by hurriedly. Afterwards, a series of incidents occurred, leaving everyone without the time to explore. Now that they finally had some free time, they finally had the chance to understand what the city on the Takesu Spirit Hub was like. Inside are pavilions and towers, grand halls and great houses, with rows upon rows of ornate establishments, bustling markets, and towering buildings with a classical style rising in the distance. Long bridging corridors and horizontal ladders connect the buildings. The whole city exudes a peculiar ancient charm, yet everywhere can be seen structures so incredible that they seem to defy the rules of architecture, leaving people in awe. Among the large buildings and bridges that resemble some majestic giant beast, you can see numerous immortal boats and sweeping shuttles constantly flowing, as well as various spiritual colors and illusions appearing on the carved high walls and rooftops. There are even buildings as small as little towers that, driven by mechanism devices, stride through purposely left tracks between buildings, moving steadily from one district to another. The sounds of bustling streets filled with vehicles and people are in the ears, and before the eyes is a large city driven by massive constructions and immortal spirit power, an entirely different style from Mo City on Shuji, yet similarly surrounded by an aura both ancient and advanced, realistic yet dreamily bizarre. The group of doll-headed children who ran down the mountain with Yu Sheng excitedly shouted, and a few older kids took out phone watches and started snapping photos of the surrounding streets. Some began tugging at Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White, asking questions everywhere. A little girl closest to Yu Sheng jumped up pointing at a building that was slowly flying overhead like a divine temple. Ah, this building can fly. Yu Sheng was also dazzled at this time. As it was during the festival, the entire city was adorned with lanterns and decorations, with a strong, festive atmosphere. Various celebratory words and giant holographic projections covered nearly every building in sight. There were local and out-of-town tourists crowding the streets, and when he looked up, He even saw two cultivators in standard Taoist robes chasing a local fox streaked with yellow light across the sky, and only learned from the surrounding discussions that it was about catching speeding. At this moment, Erin had already climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulders, her two small hands tightly gripping his head as if afraid that she would be knocked down by the surrounding people. Wow! I knew it would be lively down here, but I didn't expect it to be this lively. This is entirely different from the calm and quiet Qianfeng Ling Mountains art style. Yu Sheng also sighed. It has to be said, it's pretty humanistic. Hu Li next to him nodded excitedly again, then tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve. Savior, I want to eat this. Yu Sheng looked up and saw a stall not far away with a large pot, the bottom of the pot flickering with blue light, and cakes in the pot emitting bursts of cool air, with many people lining up there. He also went over to line up, and then saw next to the stall a large sign with a bunch of words, mainly saying that during a certain era, a dejected loose cultivator who was unsuccessful in life, after failing the Spirit Mountain election, wandered here. And an old lady whose name was bolded and underlined saw he was starving and gave him a piece of pastry. The loose cultivator ate it and was enlightened. His meridians were opened, and he rushed to the Spirit Mountain, passed numerous hurdles, and successfully enrolled in the Beast Taming Peak's 56th Animal Postpartum Care Specialty. Yu Sheng immediately found it amusing, daring that the Texu Spirit Hub's folk also played this game. While he was amused, Erin started poking at his head. Hey, stop laughing, you got money with you? They seem to be using something called spirit stones or whatever. Then Yu Sheng pointed to a small mirror placed next to the stall with a note underneath. This shop supports payment via StarryPay, Lingstone Pass, Unified Payment, Terra Quick Pay channels. Are you kidding? The capital planet of a star civilization, are you afraid you can't spend money? Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. Moreover, the Yuanling has been open to the outside world at the Texu Spirit Hub for decades. Probably even beggars might support you using a Boundary Land mobile phone to scan the QR code. Erin listened stunned, scratching Yu Sheng's head. Could there still be beggars here? Yu Sheng was covered in cold sweat. A metaphor, I was just using a metaphor. Then after a few more minutes, the people queuing at the small stall dispersed noisily. Yu Sheng and the others emerged from the crowd, Hu Li walking and grabbing cakes from his tail to eat, while behind them was the stall owner looking somewhat dazed. The pot on the stall was empty, even the few condiment bottles were empty. Then after walking a few more steps, Hu Li started tugging on Yu Sheng's sleeve again. Savior, I want to eat that. From then on the same few phrases started to repeat. Savior, I want to eat this. Savior, I want to eat that. Savior, is this delicious? Savior, try this. You also try that. Luckily, Yu Sheng doesn't lack money now. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't dare to stroll with his household fox on a street full of delicious food. Back then, taking Hu Li for a walk along the riverbank was already the limit, as at most, you could refresh a couple of sausage and cotton candy stalls there. The prices at the foot of Qianfeng Ling Mountain are really high. But on second thoughts, since the travel agency's #1 firepower unit is refueling ammo, he suddenly felt it was all worth it, so he raised his hand and stuffed 10 more drawers of buns into the fox's tail. As for the fairy tale study group led by Little Red Riding Hood and the long-haired princess, they vanished by the time Hu Li started his third meal. Before leaving, the long-haired princess mentioned she was taking the kids to watch a street performance next door. Rumor had it that a loose cultivator was performing the act of smashing stones with his chest, and a muscle regeneration and bone healing technique on the street. Honestly, Yu Sheng found this kind of performance somewhat suspicious, and doubted whether it was suitable for children. But on second thought, given the fierce dream realms the fairy tales kids faced from childhood, watching stones smashing on chests may indeed seem like a refreshing way to cleanse their eyes. So leading Hu Li and Luna, carrying a puppet on his shoulder, with an omen wandering star hovering beside the puppet's head, the group of 4 plus 1 ball wandered the street aimlessly. During this, he fed Hu Li a bunch of strange and bizarre things, many of which he doubted whether ordinary people could even eat, and also bought Erin a heap of odd little trinkets like hair clips, buttons, and glowing beads. Frankly speaking, many of these things were utterly unusable for Erin, given her current height of 66.6 centimeters, but she just loved collecting those pretty little trinkets. Yu Sheng's nightstand was already crammed with such collections by the little puppet, and she usually didn't allow anyone to touch them. Finally, Yu Sheng's attention shifted to Luna, who had been silently following alongside the whole time. "It's rare to come out, aren't you buying anything?" he asked out of curiosity, looking at the always quiet artificial saintess. Luna thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head. "I haven't seen anything I want." "Well, C-type buckle usually either stands staring blankly at home or goes farming in the valley," Erin chimed in, shaking her head. "Doesn't look like there are any tools for sale here." Yu Sheng stroked his chin. "Well, let's keep strolling. It's rare to get such an opportunity. Luna, look around more. Maybe you'll find something that interests you. Don't always confine yourself to the soul wilderness. Spare a bit for the real world, too." Luna slowly nodded, then continued strolling the streets alongside Yu Sheng. After only a few steps, she actually found something, raising a hand and tugging Yu Sheng's arm. "I found something interesting." As she spoke, she started walking forward proactively, like she had indeed discovered some treasure. The enthusiastic demeanor of the holy lady was seldom seen. Yu Sheng froze for a moment at the sight, then quickly raised his head to look in Luna's direction, only to see a crowd gathered ahead. He pushed forward a few steps and finally saw a stall selling what appeared to be various souvenirs and decorative items. Yu Sheng was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Luna to be interested in such things. After all, the bunch of stuff on the stall seemed obviously designed to swindle outsiders. He had seen plenty in tourist areas. But in the next second, he spotted the treasure of the stall in the middle of the souvenirs, a well-crafted 20+ centimeters tall figure that looked incredibly familiar. Taking a closer look, the base had a small plaque with a line of golden characters. "Savior of mercy, sage of great virtue, Yu Sheng, true monarch." Yu Sheng. Stunned for barely 2 seconds, Erin was already pulling at Yu Sheng's hair. Hey, this little figure looks a lot like you, just it's made a bit too handsome. Your face isn't that good-looking." Yu Sheng finally snapped back to reality, blurting out a "what the heck." As soon as he spoke, the surrounding crowd remained motionless, but the vendor across, who had been busy sorting things with his back turned, suddenly flinched, then stood up, turned around, and locked eyes with Yu Sheng. It was T.M. Yuan Hao. He had dyed his signature white hair black and was wearing an outfit resembling uniform from a tourist area, not sure from where he got it, setting up a stall here, selling enchanted souvenirs, along with figurines of Yu Sheng. Chapter 467, Black Star. Chapter 467, Black Star. A talisman shooing idlers was pasted on the canopy, immediately causing the surrounding passers-by to disperse. Master Yuan Hao looked at Yu Sheng with a cheerful grin, conjuring up a few chairs as he explained, "First, let me correct something. Not only are these trinkets blessed, but your portrait is also blessed. No deception here. It'll truly ward off evil spirits. I've tested it on a couple of mountain sprites." Yu Sheng was about to sit down when he nearly toppled over upon hearing the elder's words. "Is this the main point?" "How is it not the main point?" Yuan Hao glared with wide eyes. "Our Kaiyan Feng Ling Mountain's blessing technique is renowned across the entire Taixu spirit hub." Yu Sheng slapped his forehead with a long sigh. Beside him, Luna and Hu Li had somehow gathered at the stall, squeezing in between them a carefree puppet, and their murmuring was audible. "Hey, you really gotta admit these eyes are a bit similar." "My savior's eyes are prettier." "You silly fox, you're biased because you've been fed. You think everything looks good on him." "Right." Hey, silly fox, listen. Even the C-shaped buckle supports me." Yu Sheng's eye twitched as he listened to the murmuring beside him, stepping forward to grab the elder's hand. "Seriously, let's take this thing down." Yuan Hao slapped his thigh. "Just removing it won't solve the problem." "Yu Sheng, what do you mean?" Yuan Hao then raised his hand, pointing nearby. "Look around." Following his direction, Yu Sheng glanced over and immediately spotted another stall selling souvenirs. Under the same canopy, several large portraits were displayed. The central one prominently featured 2 large lines of text, the left reading, "Yu Sheng, Savior of Great Virtue," and the right stating, "Spiritual light dispels calamity and banishes evils." The painting style was distinctly Taixu, adorned with auspicious clouds and spiritual light, so much so that Yu Sheng himself felt like it could really ward off evil spirits if hung in the living room. Then his home would have 2 flat characters. His mind briefly wandered, cold sweat ran down as he struggled to maintain his composure, glaring at the leisurely elder before him. Who came up with all this? Surely you were the ringleader. Ringleader, that's not my role, Yuan Hao chuckled. Besides, does anyone need to lead this? Think about why today's festival is happening. Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned, then realized with mixed feelings that a series of events was inevitably bound to follow after the angel fall, just not in the direction he had anticipated. He somewhat missed the boundary land under Special Service Bureau control, always maintaining normalcy. At this moment, Yuan Hao suddenly bunched closer, lowering his voice with a mysterious air. There's a share in it. Yu Sheng reacted quickly, shocked on the spot. This is okay. Yuan Hao pulled out a palm fan from somewhere, waving it. Normally it wouldn't be, mainly because those that can hang on a wall to ward off evils are usually ancient or outright folk legends. It's hard to find someone like you who's still alive. Yu Sheng pondered, so back to the topic. He then looked around, suddenly revealing a slight smile, moved his chair to cozy up to Master Yuan Hao. The duo bowed their heads and began whispering, striking an instant accord, working together deceitfully. Erin seemed to sense the commotion behind her, glanced back at Yuan Hao and Yu Sheng whispering together, then poked Hu Li's tail with her hand. What are they discussing? Hu Li perked up his ears, listened for a bit, and then joyfully remarked, My savior said he would buy me delicious food. Erin, I shouldn't have asked you. Meanwhile, on the other side, after whispering, Yu Sheng suddenly recalled something. By the way, shouldn't you be up on the mountain now? As the sect leader, shouldn't you make an appearance on such a day? I left an external incarnation in Qian Palace. Yuan Hao waved his fan. Sect affairs are incredibly dull, and an external incarnation is quite enough to deal with them. True man Yuanling has no objections. Yuan Hao waved his hand. My junior's long used to it. Yu Sheng grimaced. What if he truly comes after you? Yuan Hao looked at the sky. I'm used to it too. Yu Sheng. How to put it, it's truly impressive that someone returned after being abducted as a mountain companion for 12 years, yet seems unaffected. The elder's mentality is akin to a sacred body. His Tao heart is solidified as if beyond repair. With a slight feeling of nostalgia, Yu Sheng leaned back in the chair and exhaled softly. Then, he adjusted his lazy posture a bit and sat up. Perfect timing, now that the Dark Angel problem is solved, both of us have some leisure time. I have something to ask you. Master Yuan Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Yu Sheng reached out to open a small door in the air beside him, rifled through it for a moment, and took out a small box. As he opened it in front of the old handsome guy, he spoke casually. It's some weird thing that suddenly appeared in my house. Originally, I came to Qianfeng Ling Mountain to ask you about it, but I didn't expect to encounter life-threatening major incidents like the exotic realm outbreak and the Dark Angel as soon as I arrived, which delayed things. Here, take a look. Doesn't it seem familiar? The lid of the box opened, revealing a piece of fabric with a unique material and mysterious patterns quietly lying inside. Master Yuan Hao curiously leaned forward to take a look, and indeed, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Yu Sheng noticed the change in the other's expression. I heard you also have a similar fragment over there. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment and nodded gently. I do indeed have one. Yu Sheng unconsciously leaned forward. Do you remember where it came from? Yuan Hao thought for a moment, looking serious. About 100 years ago, I was traveling near the Algerd Star domain, and unexpectedly the immortal boat malfunctioned. At the time, it was the part of the spiritual disk. There's no need to explain the immortal boat malfunctions in detail. I don't understand them anyway, and to be honest, I never thought it was that much of a surprise. Your immortal boat seems to never operate without malfunctions. Yu Sheng quickly coughed twice to interrupt. Just tell me what happened afterward. Yuan Hao didn't feel embarrassed at all, remaining quite matter-of-fact. In short, during the loss of control, it collided with a black star. Black star? Yes, a completely black celestial body, but somehow, a vast space surrounding that celestial body was uniformly distributed with a very dim light. It was precisely this backdrop of faint light that made the black star visible to the naked eye, extremely distinct and eerie. Is it a black hole? Of course not. True man Yuan Hao shook his head. I recognize black holes. This celestial body is entirely different from a black hole. It has no gravity and doesn't even register as a solid. Spiritual sense passed through it as though striking empty space, penetrating right through. If anything, that black star more closely resembled a shadow cast in the universe. Yet it truly exists. At the time, my immortal boat lost control, heading straight into that blackened planet. According to the perception from the immortal boat, it seemed to have a layer close to liquid state, even slowly moving, surface. When the immortal boat plummeted into that liquid layer, there was a brief deceleration, but soon enough, I passed through into the interior of that black star. Below was a confused, chaotic space, and even with my divine sense paired with multiple array reinforcements and amplifications from the immortal boat, it was challenging to perceive anything beyond the visual range. I recall seeing many large clusters of clouds floating in the air, and the deeper I went, the more the clouds congealed until they resembled isolated islands floating in the sky. I passed through some of these islands. Most of them were empty, but some exhibited bizarre and strange visions as I passed through. Yu Sheng curiously asked, "Bizarre and strange visions?" "Yes," Yuan Hao nodded slightly. "There were solitary floating high buildings in the chaos, structures seemingly torn from some gigantic ship wreckage, and peculiar twisted lands or rivers floating inexplicably in the darkness. I passed through them, feeling as though those things were like foam illusions, untouchable and unattainable. But after surpassing those clouds, the situation changed again. Deeper inside lay vast expanses of overlapping ruins." "Ruins?" Yu Sheng exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, ruins, various types of buildings, twisted beyond recognition, chaotically merged together into mountain-like piles, and those ruined mountains circled around with a circular pit in the middle of them. To say pit, its scale even surpassed the entire Qianfeng Ling Mountain, and from its depths constantly emerged dense black fog, among which were surging architectural wreckages. Those wreckages fell onto the surrounding ruined mountains, causing the mountains to grow continuously, but the peaks were continuously devoured by the clouds in the sky, transforming into drifting ashes and falling back into the great pit again in such cyclical fashion. A sight exceedingly oppressive and unsettling. Listening to you already gives me goosebumps." Yu Sheng subconsciously rubbed his arms, adjusting his sitting posture. "What happened next?" "Then I flew down into that great pit." Yu Sheng, ugh. "What on earth just barged in? Are all these practitioners this bold?" Yuan Hao spread his hands. "I was panicking too. My immortal boat was out of control." "Oh, I forgot about that. So what happened next?" "Then I passed through that layer of black fog and saw below it a far larger but noticeably more intact and orderly ruin. It seemed like a vast collapsed divine temple, with many majestic stone pillars standing on a giant stone square, and in the distance were fallen, slanting domes and beams with a huge shadow. Indistinguishable of what it was, just appeared to have a humanoid silhouette but seemingly mixed with other limb structures, lying among those stone pillars." Yu Sheng blinked, his expression gradually turning grave. That scene looked familiar. Chapter 468, Beyond the Boundary. Chapter 468, Chapter 468, Beyond the Boundary. The vast ruins, shrouded in endless dark chaos and black mist, resembled large collapsed temple structures, with standing stone pillars and connecting beams, arches, and the colossal shadows in the ruins, bearing partial human outlines, yet clearly not human. Listening to the images Master Yuan Hao described, Yu Sheng's mind sketched them briefly and instantly recalled a scene he had once witnessed. At the end of the corridor in the room at number 66 Wudong Road, deep within the scene reflected in that mirror, he had seen such a sight. And in that scene, there should be more than just these things. What else did you see there?" Yu Sheng did not conceal his interest and promptly whispered an urgent follow-up. "Was there a puppet beside that shadow? Golden-haired, wearing a black dress with open eyes." As he spoke, he glanced toward Aaron's direction, only to find the carefree little puppet still huddling with Hu Li and Luna, the three of them engrossed in examining those little magical trinkets on display, oblivious to the happenings over here. "How do you know?" Yuan Hao looked surprised. "Did you visit that place too?" "I haven't been there, but I've seen it." Yu Sheng pondered briefly and spoke openly. There's a room on the second floor of number 66 Wudong Road that is quite peculiar, seeming to lead to other dimensions. He then gave a rough description of the peculiar room at number 66 Wudong Road to Master Yuan Hao, who, after listening, wore a bewildered and confused expression, shook his fan, and asked, "What principle is at play here?" Just as he finished speaking, he immediately added, "Could I have a chance to see it for myself later?" "No problem with that. Besides, I've taken Chuan Chi to have a look before, but he couldn't make much sense of it, only roughly deducing it as a space-time convergence point," Yu Sheng said casually. "But for now, tell me about your experience. What happened after that? After witnessing those ruins and shadows?" My immortal boat headed straight into the humanoid outline of that shadow. Noticing Yu Sheng's brief expression of surprise, Master Yuan Hao spread his hands helplessly. "I told you my immortal boat was out of control." I know," Yu Sheng quickly gestured with his hands, "and then, did you crash right into that shadow? Nothing happened." The ensuing situation was quite bizarre. Yuan Hao's expression suddenly turned peculiar, seemingly struggling to articulate the scene from his memory. The shadow and the ruins beneath it seemed like nothing more than a void illusion, offering no resistance upon collision. But an instant later I felt myself, as though my primordial spirit had disembodied, losing my physical form, and then even the immortal boat vanished. I felt like a lone soul, severed from the heavens and earth, drifting aimlessly through the uncharted chaos, unknowingly colliding with a mirror. "Mister, have you ever experienced traversing a mirror?" "Yu Sheng, where would I have that experience?" "All right, I suppose it's quite rare," Yuan Hao sighed. "Anyway, that sensation was marvelous, like tumbling into the reverse of the world. I had only one perspective, able to do nothing but watch the chaos invert, and then things began to emerge from the other side of the mirror, some like ruined cities, mountains, or fleets frozen on the sea. I drifted through those illusory scenes, aimlessly wandering, at times feeling I drifted for centuries in that chaos, till my spirit waned and my primordial essence weakened to the point of forgetting my origin. But suddenly I was stopped by a person." Yu Sheng startled upon hearing this. "What, a person?" "I'm not sure. At that time I only retained a trace of my mind, barely remembering if I had ever been human, only recalling something blocking my way, and my last cognition told me that was considered a person," Yuan Hao remarked seriously. "That person held a banner, a large, tattered flag. I remember they said something to me, but I could not hear or understand. Then they tore a piece of cloth from that banner. In that moment I felt that piece nearly masked the heavens and veiled countless illusions around, and the next moment that person waved a hand, enveloping me in layers of that torn cloth piece. Upon contact with the cloth, I understood the few words that person said to me. They stated their name was Kongdaman, an envoy. They also said the banner was called the Omen Banner." Yu Sheng subtly inhaled. "Omen Banner, the omen of the Omen Wandering Star." "Yes, precisely that term," Master Yuan Hao slowly nodded. "After that, did you ever find the Omen Wandering Star to inquire?" "I asked but got nothing," Yuan Hao sighed. "That Omen Wandering Star is so stubborn, it insists that it knows nothing about the banner, nor does it know who Kongdaman is. I even submerged it in the earth veins of the Taixu spirit hub for 7 days and nights, still it wouldn't open its mouth." Yu Sheng. He briefly imagined what the earth veins of the Taixu spirit hub could mean to the Omen Wandering Star, immediately coughed dryly twice. "Well, perhaps it really doesn't know." Thinking back afterward, I also believe so," Master Yuan Hao nodded slightly. "Thus, the clue broke off. However, I've traveled extensively, and experiences of this strange and bizarre nature suddenly ending with no clue are not few. I'm used to it." Yu Sheng found himself at a loss for how to evaluate the old handsome man's free-spirited adventure attitude, and could only tug at the corners of his mouth with a mixed expression. "All right, and then?" After understanding the other party's words. Master Yuan Hao's face showed a look of recollection. "After that, I suddenly woke up on the immortal boat, and everything before seemed like an illusory bubble. Even the malfunction of the immortal boat left no record on the spiritual disk, and that black star has since disappeared without a trace. The only thing left was a strip of fabric that appeared in my hand out of nowhere. It's a piece that the self-proclaimed envoy Kongdaman tore off from the Omen Banner." Yu Sheng stared wide-eyed. "That's it." "That's it," Yuan Hao said seriously. Or rather, that's all I can remember. Perhaps I experienced something else after being wrapped in that fabric, but I have neither memory nor evidence. Yu Sheng pinched his chin, furrowing his brow. Opposite, Yuan Hao, after a brief contemplation, suddenly spoke again. There's one more detail. Yu Sheng became spirited immediately. After returning to reality, I carefully checked the records in the star disk, Master Yuan Hao said with a serious face. The artifact spirit did not record the previous malfunction of the immortal boat or the circumstances passing through the black star. But in the star disk, the time in the navigation log skipped forward by 17 minutes. The 17 minutes vanished out of thin air from the star disk, with no environmental parameters recorded, and no record of the state of the immortal boat itself. At that time, I felt something was off, so after docking the immortal boat at a starport, I immediately set up a platform and consulted the omens, carefully inspecting the entire immortal boat multiple times, only to find it wasn't just the star disk records that skipped 17 minutes, but the entire immortal boat, including myself. Listening to the other's account, Yu Sheng vaguely understood something but still frowned slightly. You mean? At least in those 17 minutes, both I and my immortal boat completely disappeared from this world. Master Yuan Hao shook his fan leisurely and said, to the external world, it seemed merely a momentary disappearance, but the result of consulting the omens was that the immortal boat gained an additional 17 minutes of blank, voyage wear and tear, and I lost a slight amount of life essence out of thin air. Yu Sheng felt his heart pounding, countless conjectures rising in his mind. He didn't expect Master Yuan Hao's experiences to be so bizarre, and behind this bizarre experience, the information contained was astonishing. What does those lost 17 minutes mean? What did Master Yuan Hao see, and where did he go during the passage through the Black Star? What on earth is that eerie Black Star? How is all this related to Aaron? Yu Sheng contemplated with a frown, suddenly recalling something else. In the room on the second floor of number 66 Wudong Road, the reflection in the mirror not only showed the ruins amidst that black mist. In recent times, especially when that piece of fabric appeared and thereafter, what the mirror reflected was a snow-covered cave, with heavy snow falling outside the cave. Could that snow-covered mountain and cave be part of the illusions Master Yuan Hao saw after passing through the mirror? I can't be sure either. After hearing Yu Sheng's description, Master Yuan Hao thought it over carefully for a long time before slowly shaking his head. At the time, my primordial spirit was extremely weak, and everything around me seemed to be veiled in a real-end illusion fabric screen, making it truly difficult to discern those details. But I indeed saw something like a mountain, and perhaps the cave you mentioned is indeed somewhere on that mountain. Hearing the reply, Yu Sheng was thoughtful, and for a moment he did not speak again. After a while, he suddenly heard a faint sound of wind behind him, and then a small body smashed into his back and quickly climbed onto his shoulder. A lively and happy voice reached his ears. What are you guys chatting about? Yu Sheng looked up to see Erin beaming with a sunny smile, her puppet-like hair, body, and arms adorned with an array of strange and curious little trinkets, making her look like a flamboyant peacock, while in her hand she clutched a sachet almost half the size of her face, swinging it happily in midair. The omen wandering star hovered beside her head, spinning leisurely, round after round. Chapter 469, Hanging on the Wall. Chapter 469, Chapter 469, Hanging on the Wall. The streets were bustling with people, and who knows how many had gathered in the city from surrounding areas to join the celebration. The market was extraordinarily lively, with stalls displaying an array of locally distinctive trinkets and foods that dazzled the eyes. There were also street performers whose acts seemed utterly absurd to Yu Sheng. After all, in this civilization where everyone trains in martial arts, one could only imagine how fierce the stunts performed by a group of loose cultivators would be. Let's put it this way. If those on stage were ordinary people, their deaths might even transcend Yu Sheng's imagination and experience. Yu Sheng carried a small puppet, followed by the silent holy lady and the exceptionally cheerful fox girl. The four of them, with a ball in tow, slowly wove through the bustling and almost bizarre alien city. Erin was adorned with several trinkets she had bought from street vendors. Some were genuinely blessed, some claimed to be, and others weren't but were intended to be blessed by young Kingsley later. The little puppet had thoroughly turned herself into a gaudy display, still fiddling with a string of beads purportedly made from some celestial stone, boasting, "You Sheng, look how pretty this is. I'm going to put it on my bedside table when we get back." That silly fox only knows how to buy food. She doesn't have any taste in aesthetics. She chattered on, then haphazardly wrapped the string of beads around the omen wandering star, which was already adorned with various random items, looking like a colorful lantern ball floating in midair. Then she clapped her hands and swayed on Yu Sheng's shoulder. "Festivals are great. Shopping is great, too. So happy." She squinted her eyes, but suddenly lowered her head, tapping Yu Sheng's head. "By the way, what were you and Yuan Hao talking about just now? It seemed so serious." Yu Sheng raised a hand to steady the constantly swaying little figure on his shoulder. Hearing her question, he didn't answer immediately but pondered for a moment and asked, "Kongdaman, does this name ring a bell to you?" "Kong, what?" Aaron scratched Yu Sheng's hair, looking puzzled. "What kind of weird name is that? Never heard of it." "Doesn't ring a bell?" Yu Sheng mumbled thoughtfully and then sighed with relief. "That's right, you can't even explain how you ended up inside that painting." Aaron was clueless but quickly forgot her previous confusion and became happy again, shaking Yu Sheng's head while raising her hand. "Hey, look over there. There's another painter selling paintings over there. But that painting looks even less like you." Yu Sheng glanced up and indeed saw another stall with a painting hanging, titled XXXX True Monarch Yu Sheng. Judging by its style, it seemed meant to ward off evil when pasted on a door. His face turned green on the spot. Fortunately, these paintings were abstract to the point of absurdity, and the local deity images of the Taixu spirit hub had some stylistic peculiarities, which resulted in notable differences between these paintings and the real person. Yu Sheng wasn't at the point of having to cover his face while walking down the street. Plus, even if some people occasionally took notice and scrutinized him, ordinary folks wouldn't usually associate a true monarch, capable of slaying the dark angel, with an ordinary person wandering the streets sans any spiritual power, which at least gave him some peace of mind. But despite some relief, he couldn't help but grumble, "How many stalls is this now? Damn, who came up with this idea first? Who needs to come up with it first? If no one on an entire planet thinks of this after such a big event, it would be stranger." Aaron shook her head knowingly, usually confused even about her own affairs, yet now analyzing with a self-satisfied air. "I'm telling you, just wait a few years. Every household will be pasting your likeness on their doors during festivals. Your face will be altered beyond recognition by facial recognition software, and every street corner will have stories of your different versions, some to ward off evil, some to attract wealth, some for healing, even some to govern both love and contraception based on where you're placed. The more absurd ones will even give you 3 incense sticks and a half-pound pig head daily." The fox girl's ears perked up with a ding, looking around. "Pig head? Where is there a pig head?" Yu Sheng was left utterly flabbergasted by the puppet's stream of chatter. "Where did you come up with all this? You speak as if you've actually experienced it." "I'm a mysticism expert," the puppet thumped her chest. "I've been a mysticism expert for many years now." Hu Li's ears drooped. "No pig head, huh?" Luna stepped forward, patting Hu Li's shoulder, seemingly to comfort her. "Right. C-type buckle, can't you say something else?" "Right." Amidst the lively clamor around him, Yu Sheng remained silent but suddenly smiled, shaking his head lightly. He looked up at the sky, diverting a wisp of his mind. Fine rain fell from the sky, incessant and unceasing. Through the gloomy, dense clouds, a few faint rays of sunlight pierced through, falling with the drizzle onto the ruins of the refining tower, spreading across the vast wasteland at the city's outskirts. Despite days of cleaning, it seemed they would never finish clearing the pale crystals. A cluster of crystals protruding from a fissure on the ground trembled slightly, with faint glimmers coursing over its surface. Almost simultaneously, similar faint glimmers appeared on nearby clusters, leaping from one to another, expanding in waves like ripples swiftly spreading across a pond. Deep underground, where people couldn't see, similar glimmers spread rapidly, resonating, traveling, and diffusing. Yu Sheng's thoughts surged through the enormous body of the planet, traversing the staggering support structures beneath the crust, inspecting crystal chambers, caverns, mantle plumes, and lava rivers shrouded in crystal. The distant Taixu spirit hub was still immersed in the festival atmosphere, while the long rainy season in Shuji seemed so quiet, as if it were another world. Yet deep underground in Shuji, there were crystal structures moving slowly, emitting a deep rumble, presenting another scene. Yu Sheng felt like he could understand what Aaron's multitasking felt like. He had been doing similar things recently. He was pondering deep within the planet, cautiously operating the corpse shell left in this world after the death of the inference star body, without affecting the stability of the crust. North of Mo City, deep beneath the earth, a magma lake buried at the interface between the mantle and crust was being slowly stirred by giant crystalline limbs, while fine crystal fragments were transported from deeper places and dumped into the magma lake. Soon after, the residue was separated, and the recast crystal material was retrieved, only to be discarded quickly, with new materials collected and dispatched into this geological furnace once more. The giant magma lake and its surrounding structures of transportation, retrieval, and analysis composed of crystal material worked together, resembling a bustling living factory. In a sense, this structure could be considered an organ within Shuji, the living planet. Or perhaps it could be said this was one of Yu Sheng's organs. On the edge of the magma lake, on a smooth crystal cliff, huge words slowly emerged: Shuji Revival and Industry Transformation Experimental Furnace. After a while, two slogans surfaced beneath this line: safe production to avoid cramps, standardized operations to prevent perforations. A massive face appeared from the crystalline dome above the magma lake, as Yu Sheng looked down at this internal forge. He had painstakingly shaped over several days, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. If Aaron were to see this place, she would definitely ridicule him for it looking worse than a latrine. Afterwards, Yu Sheng's thoughts continued to wander within the planet, verifying the stability of previously identified fragile areas, checking the repair progress of some main crystal branches cracked due to ascension, while marking special locations, finding places where energy reactions had accumulated, or remnants of ore veins and thermal wells that could still be developed. This is a large and long-term task, but fortunately it doesn't take much effort for him. Shuji is already a declining mining star on the border. After the inference star body disaster, the condition of this planet was exacerbated. Previously, Yu Sheng could only lament this situation, powerless to help, but now that he has assimilated the planet and essentially become its star guardian, he cannot stand by and watch the planet completely decline. He doesn't want one of his shells to gradually become a lifeless place, carrying the atmosphere of millions, desperate and hopeless downfall in days to come. Moreover, from another perspective, to find a way to cross worlds and uncover the secrets behind the dark angels, he does indeed need a springboard to leap towards the stars. Shuji Star, which has experienced angelic parasitism, and is located at the border of the Feiyu star domain, is a promising option. So regardless, he must manage well this planet under his protection, take care of its people, and continue to maintain good relations with the Feiyu star domain. Now it's time to check on the situation of the female city lord of Mo City. With a thought, Yu Sheng's mind focus instantly shifted from the depths underground to the planet's surface, his vision traversing layers of rock, soil, and crystal, and projected into a mansion in the center of Mo City. He saw Moran. Clad in a black dress, she was conversing with several retainers, seemingly discussing the progress of restarting the industrial zone. Most of the crystals in the hall had been cleared, but some crystal clusters remained embedded in the roof corners. Yu Sheng was about to greet Moran, but suddenly paused. He saw a huge painting hung behind Moran, and on it was clearly, XXXX Yu Sheng True Monarch. Yu Sheng. Would this ever end? Chapter 470, Shuji Revitalization Plan. Chapter 470, Chapter 470, Shuji Revitalization Plan. Moran, who was conversing with her retainers, suddenly sensed a familiar presence appear. She immediately raised her hand to signal those beside her to be silent, then rose and respectfully bowed towards a certain direction. Moran greets Mr. Yu. On the shadow wall not far away, a cluster of crystals slowly expanded and spread like it was blooming, morphing into a plane resembling a screen. First, some unstable lines and symbols appeared on the transparent crystal, and then a silhouette gradually emerged. After quite a while, it finally shaped into a figure, and Yu Sheng's voice resonated with the crystal's vibration, slightly distorted. Ah, it's always such a hassle. Getting a picture to come out clearly is really not easy. By the way, why do you hang that thing there? Mo Ran was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that Yu Sheng was referring to the painting hanging on the wall behind her. However, the expression on the face of this city lord fairy was quite earnest. Of course it should be hung. The Taixu Spirit Hub has already confirmed your honorary title, and you are the newly appointed Star Guardian of Shuji. In truth, one painting is not enough. When the dust settles, each city will need to establish temples and mansions for you. Yu Sheng had just been speaking casually, but upon hearing the other's words, he was suddenly stunned. Wait, this entire string is actually the official honorary title given by the Taixu Spirit Hub. Yes. Yuan Hao talked with me about so many unrelated things and never mentioned this. That old scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran quickly lowered her head, not daring to make any judgment. Seeing this reaction, Yu Sheng could only shake his head. All right, if you love to hang it, then hang it. After all, it's your custom. But the business about building temples and mansions is unnecessary. That's a waste of resources, and I don't live there. I'm mainly here to see how Shuji is doing and to chat with you about the future. When Mo Ran heard this, she immediately waved to dismiss irrelevant people, then approached the crystal wall, wearing a serious expression. Yes, Mo Ran is also discussing this with her retainers. Currently, the city is already improving. Many facilities that were halted due to the infant star body's erosion are being gradually repaired these past few days, and the situation in other cities has already stabilized. Thanks to you, as long as the skies don't fall, people can still survive. Hey, don't stay so tense all the time. Relax a bit. I don't eat people. Yu Sheng looked at the young lady, all tense while reporting work, feeling awkward and couldn't help but remind her again before continuing. So let's talk about the future, the development of Shuji's future. Let's be clear, I'm not an expert in this. As far as I know, the Star Guardian isn't responsible for this. I'm just asking casually, now that Shuji's mines are gone, and the surface is devastated, how are you planning to survive in the future? Upon hearing Yu Sheng's words, Mo Ran's expression relaxed slightly, but she couldn't help becoming solemn again immediately after. After contemplating for a moment, she slowly began. These past 2 days, I've also communicated with the city lords of Tanyuan, White City, and several other major cities, addressing this issue. It's true that Shuji seems to have reached a dead end. As a border planet with no special value, its future may not even manage to regain vitality, let alone thrive. Every day, people leave this planet with their families, having lost everything in the previous disaster, with no hope for the future. In these situations, we are helpless too. However, I discussed with Lord Yun Shan, and the future of Shuji may not be entirely without a path. Yu Sheng couldn't help but become curious. Oh. Just some immature ideas and somewhat bold. If you feel they are inappropriate, please don't take them to heart. Mo Ran seemed quite conflicted saying this, and added several layers of armor to caution Yu Sheng, only continuing after confirming his nod with a somewhat nervous expression. We think that while Shuji may have nothing now, if we have to say there's something, it would only be having been parasitized by the Dark Angel. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, the resolution of his interactive image was too low. Mo Ran probably didn't see it. The young female city lord continued. Shuji is the first planet fully parasitized by the infant star body yet survived, and it is the most deeply associated surviving planet with the Dark Angel in history, with the most traces left on the surface. We also personally witnessed your battle with the infant star body. The infant star body may have fallen above Taixu Spirit Hub, but its fatal wound was in Shuji's storm. For those with an interest, these are actually valuable. Pausing at this point, she looked up as if to confirm Yu Sheng's expression, but since she couldn't see clearly, she pressed on with determination. We want to publicize this and see if we can attract some tourists and further develop the areas where crystal tendrils emerged as places to visit. The universe is vast. Surely there will be those with the interest and courage for novelty. Furthermore, we could try to contact other planets or even other forces to establish some research projects on angel relics. As far as I know, the Academy on Terra and the Boundary Special Service Bureau would surely have an interest in this, and if they are willing to come, Shuji would gain another path. Additionally, we plan to research these crystals to see what purpose they can serve. Although many people are terrified of those things now, apart from crystals, there's nothing else left on this planet. The Guardian people are worried these days, mostly because they're afraid of having no future. If that weren't the case, who would willingly leave their homes? So no matter what the future holds, we have to find some ways to develop, even if it means breaking some taboos. Yu Sheng listened to Mo Ran ramble on. He realized this fairy usually seemed aloof, but once she started talking, she really had a habit of going on. Eventually, he couldn't help but interrupt. Your plans are all pretty good, actually. I barely have to worry about anything. Mo Ran, who was feeling uneasy, was suddenly taken aback by his response. Huh. I said your plans are all pretty good, Yu Sheng chuckled. Why are you so tense? Mo Ran opened her mouth. That's because turning the areas polluted by angels into tourist spots and studying the angel relics with outsiders is somewhat taboo. What's taboo about that? Yu Sheng laughed. I even think you can broaden your horizons a bit more. After all, this is the place where the Dark Angel was killed. You could promote it as a place where the land is rich and the underground mined crystals can ward off disasters, but only those that you've blessed work. The unblessed ones don't. And as for those useless surface crystals, you can export them, or cut them into pieces to use as ornaments or as raw gemstones for jewelry. The angel relics are such rare things, though they're not angel catalysts like the core materials, they're still non-renewable resources. You can make up some little stories about them, add some features like warding off evil, prolonging life, enhancing kidneys, strengthening yang, whitening, and anti-aging. Just don't exaggerate too much. I've seen those things, and at least they're non-toxic and harmless. Then there's your cultural tourism project. Don't just focus on the tourist attractions, add some inspiring background stories and build a few battlefield relics where the Guardian people valiantly resisted the infant star bodies. Not enough real relics? Who said they have to be real? Build a couple fake ones in each city and I'll certify them as real. Then go to Terra to advertise, don't go to Boundary Land. Although it's a transportation hub, the locals there don't know much about the outside, and there's little traffic. And after that, you could start a concept stock for the infant star bodies. By the way, does something like that exist in the Feiyu star domain? As Mo Ran listened, her expression was off from the second paragraph, and after Yu Sheng finally finished, she was stunned for another 2 or 3 seconds before she spoke. Really? Is this possible? Why not? Yu Sheng said offhandedly, glancing at Mo Ran. Your thinking can't be rigid, you need to be flexible at times like this. Mo Ran didn't know what to say for a moment. Heaven knows, she truly hadn't dared to think of these outrageous moves. The main reason being that this matter involves the Dark Angel, and anyone with a sane mind can't be as carefree as Yu Sheng when dealing with the Dark Angel. The psychological barrier was there, which stopped her from thinking too deeply. The other reason was even more straightforward. The Guardian people have lived by mining for generations, and the whole planet is lacking people like Mr. Yu with refreshing and unconventional insights and brave, meticulous thoughts. But as a city lord still, Mo Ran didn't think much about it at first. Once Yu Sheng gave a little inspiration, she quickly caught up in rhythm. Realizing that the expert in front of her was quite supportive of the matter, her courage suddenly swelled, and a bunch of feasible plans started brewing in her mind. The first feasible plan was to circle off the ruins of those refining towers on the outskirts, then find a couple novelists. As she was brainstorming, Yu Sheng's voice suddenly came over again. Besides, I came here for another matter related to the future development of Shuji. Unlike the projects we were discussing earlier, you might be more familiar with this one. Mo Ran, you mean? Just wait a moment, I'll send it directly to you. As Yu Sheng finished speaking, suddenly a small door appeared in front of Mo Ran. As the small door opened, a little crystal block with a texture somewhere between crystal and metal fell out. Mo Ran looked at the block with some confusion, bent down to pick it up, and examined it closely. What is this? Dug out from near the mantle, it should be a semi-finished product left by the inferent star bodies during the construction of ascension bodies. There are many impurities, and I haven't found a way to further refine it. Unlike the concept products we discussed earlier, this thing actually seems to have some significance. Chapter 471, Human Nature. Chapter 471, Chapter 471, Human Nature. It goes without saying, for Mo Ran, who comes from a family that has been involved in the mining industry for generations, developing dark angel-themed tourism is merely a stopgap measure to boost the economy on a planet like Shuji. To truly revive its pillar industry, one really needs to dig for stones. Especially after seeing the stones sent over by Yu Sheng, she's even more convinced. The inferent star body has devoured a large amount of mineral resources from this planet. Under the influence of the cognitive barrier, people have not noticed the existence of the Dark Angel, but the mineral veins that were devoured are truly gone. 90% of Shuji's decline over the years is due to this. And afterwards, the infant star body left Shuji only with endless pale crystals, filling pits and valleys from mountains to oceans, even covering the seabed and deep into the mantle. What use can these crystals be put to? This is a question every guardian person starts to ponder unconsciously after the disaster ends, and they've calmed down. If they still wish to live and rebuild this devastated homeland, their eyes inevitably fall on those crystals. These crystals from the deep layer are relatively close to the original nerve center of the infant star body. In nature, they are somewhat similar to the angel catalysts sought by the Venerate Saints Monastery, but angel catalysts are the core structures remaining from the Dark Angel's fall, and though powerful, they are rare, whereas these crystal blocks are everywhere in the mantle. Yu Sheng patiently explained to Mo Ran, who held a crystal block in her hands, about these minerals. Most of this information he had read bit by bit through the connection established by his own blood, and the rest was from the numerous tests he conducted underground over the past couple of days. Compared to angel catalysts, their effects are much weaker, but they are way more stable, and they retain a portion of the Dark Angel's puncture properties. They can assist in opening the passage from the exotic realm back to reality, and can also resist, to some extent, the influence of entities on the human mind. In fact, I even suspect this material has certain protective and weakening effects against other Dark Angels. But since there are no other angels to test it with at the moment, this remains just a conjecture. These crystal blocks also have a certain resonance property, similar in nature to secondary Ankela crystals. I suspect this resonance is a shared trait of Dark Angel remnants after their decline, but my experimental conditions are limited, and I'm not specialized in research, so the specific situation still depends on your studies. You can contact the Boundary Special Service Bureau. They have already started their research in this area. Furthermore, these crystal blocks have many quirky properties, but the impurities present make testing difficult. This might require you to come up with a method, as I figure this should be the old business of the Guardian people, refining minerals and such. Mo Ran listened in a daze to Yu Sheng's one-by-one explanation, her hands trembling slightly without even realizing it as she held the crystal block. She even felt as if this thing were growing hot, holding it, like cradling a burning flame of hope. Yes, this is our old business. Guardian people are very good at this, always have been good at it. She instinctively opened her mouth. There are several refining towers still usable around Mo City, but they might need some modifications, as this isn't traditional spiritual ore. I'll first take it to the artifact refining workshop to see. By the way, Mr. Yu, are there more? Where should we dig? There are plenty, I just said. They're all over the place near the mantle. Yu Sheng laughed. But this planet's mining industry has been defunct for years, and many mining platforms and auxiliary facilities are already abandoned. Restarting the deep mining project immediately might be somewhat difficult, so you should wait a couple of days. I'll try to move a relatively shallow vein upward a bit theoretically. That vein can be connected to the rift north of Mo City, and then you can dig directly from there. However, there might be some tremors during this process, so don't be nervous then, it won't shake the city. Mo Ran understands, Mo Ran immediately said, then seemed to belatedly realize it and hastily bowed deeply to Yu Sheng. The millions of citizens of Mo City, and even the entire Shuji, will always be grateful for Mr. Yu's great benevolence and virtues. Your willingness to be our star guardian, this really is. Probably too excited, she stammered for half a day not knowing what to say, her face reddening until she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. It really is good. So good. The young city lord fairy's eyes betrayed a relaxation she couldn't conceal, her whole being exuding an aura of this broken job can go on. Yu Sheng just smiled. This time he did not stop Mo Ran from performing the courtesy and instead accepted her gratitude graciously. However, after a while, Mo Ran began chattering again about things like setting up a mansion and 3 incense sticks every morning and evening, at which point he couldn't keep a straight face anymore and quickly made a sincere plea for her to stop. saying that her intentions were enough. This is the current situation. We've collected some remnants of the inference star body after its demise from the Taixu orbit. They're probably the so-called angel catalysts. All the remnants are tightly controlled now, and the entire Feiyu star domain is under defense, strictly preventing infiltration by those hidden monastery miscreants. In an area of Qian Palace, true man Yuanling spoke solemnly to an ancient bronze mirror floating in the air, and within that mirror was the image of Bailey Qing. Though I've said it before, I must reiterate. Never, under any circumstance, enter super space while carrying angel catalysts, whether it's for transitioning or using the curvature drive. It's also best not to use any technology related to subspace near angel catalysts, nodded Bailey Qing earnestly, emphasizing again. Based on the information we have, doing so can have fatal consequences. Previously, a hidden monastery shuttle vanished when it entered super space carrying angel catalysts, and its whereabouts remain unknown. We certainly understand this, true man Yuanling nodded, hesitated a moment, then continued. Additionally, Yu Sheng has become a star guardian in the Feiyu star domain regarding this matter. How is his condition now? Bailey Qing inquired. His condition is quite good, true man Yuanling mused, stroking his beard. He went down the mountain early in the morning with a few companions and even took a group of kiddies. Meanwhile, reports from Shuji also indicate he appeared over there. Across the Lingxi mirror, Bailey Qing listened and nodded gently. When I first learned that he devoured the inference star body and took over a planet, I was really shocked. She spoke quite candidly with an old friend she'd known for 100 years. At that time, I even made some rather bad plans, but now it seems. Things are moving in a good direction. Your decision was correct. Compared to a living planet, the identity of Star Guardian is closer to human. At least it's a more personable description. True man Yuanling continued, stroking his beard, though his tone carried some lament. At the time, we really didn't expect him to suddenly come and say he's become Shuji. My senior brother and I scarcely had time to think it through. We could only hurriedly invite him to serve as the Star Guardian of Shuji, initially worried he would decline. But unexpectedly, it went very smoothly. He is actually quite easy to deal with, just be sincere. Bailey Qing's expression remained unchanged, but there seemed to be a hint of smile in her eyes. Understanding this, stabilizing him on the human side is actually not that difficult. True man Yuanling nodded slightly, exchanged a few more words, and then concluded the communication with Boundary City. He gently exhaled, looking around. On the right sat Senior Brother's external incarnation. Senior Brother didn't even bother to allocate much of his spiritual wisdom onto this incarnation, so it just sat rigidly in the room, maintaining a seemingly dignified yet essentially clay-like dumbfounded look. Watching it made one fret. On the left sat Junior Brother Yuan He, also someone who didn't care to attend affairs. He had exerted great effort to drag him out of beast-taming peak, yet now he still looked distracted. Thus, after glancing from left to right, true man Yuanling felt more exhausted, letting out another deep sigh. The zoned-out true man Yuan He finally came to his senses, turned his head to glance over here. Finished talking. Finished, true man Yuanling replied somewhat resentfully. Then his eyes landed on his obviously preoccupied junior brother. Seeing you so out of sorts early in the morning, what's wrong? Out of sorts, Yuan He slightly startled. I didn't notice. Yuanling snorted. That girl left. Yuan He's face visibly twitched, then sighed lightly, placing the horsetail whisk on his lap. Sigh, she left, went down the mountain early this morning. I was even saying to prepare some snacks for her to eat on the journey. She hurried off without taking them. She has concerns. Yuanling shook his head. Moreover, she's a great demon and now has the foundation of a demon immortal. Why worry so much? She's not foolish. Who said not foolish, muddling through the day? How long has that brain of hers just recovered? Yuan He stared eyes wide, but after saying a couple of sentences couldn't help but sigh again. Not proficient at her learning, impetuous, taught her transformation magic, barely grasped it before claiming mastery, even yesterday just learned to half-transform into a human snake while hiding other heads, now eager to go down the mountain today. I worry she might suddenly lose transformation halfway and get caught for disturbing public order. Didn't you give her a Qian Feng Ling Mountain disciple badge? Even if caught, someone would report it. Yuan He frowned. I'm worried she might bite someone, then get beaten. True man Yuanling watched his junior brother's gloomy look. Initially seemed to have much to say, eventually only showing a mixed expression of laughter and exasperation. All right, stop overthinking. You've taken care of her for so many years, now finally cured. Why not relax? Recently, I found a few jars of good wine hidden by senior brother. Today's a good day. Let's drink together as brothers. Upon hearing, Yuan He's gaze immediately fell onto the external incarnation of senior brother aside. Senior brother is still here. Sure enough, the next second that rigid external incarnation stirred, slowly lifting its head to look at Yuanling, its stiff face gradually showing an animated expression. Just as the head lifted halfway, Yuanling raised his hand, placing a spirit talisman on its forehead. Now he's no longer here. Let's go somewhere senior brother can't easily find. All right, let's go quickly. Chapter 472, Old Haunt. Chapter 472, Old Haunt. In the Taixu Spirit Hub, within the realm of Netherworld Valley, a verdant forest spread across the land. A mild mountain breeze swept through the flora, rustling softly, accompanied by the sound of a distant spring like broken jade flowing through a tranquil valley, highlighting the serenity and solitude of the mountains. A few unnamed little beasts, seemingly startled, hurriedly dashed out from a nearby bush and scattered. Soon after, the sound of clothes rubbing against scales came from behind the bushes. As the grass leaves swayed, a head emerged from the tall grass beside, followed by a young woman's upper body rising, and then a long snake tail quickly slithered out from the forest. The snake princess emerged from the thicket, her eyes widening as she looked at this lush place. She had retracted those terrifying heads in advance, transforming into a half-human form that was no longer as frightening as before. She also mimicked the style of female disciples from Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain, changing herself into a simple, elegant outfit. If it weren't for the long tail trailing behind, she would appear almost indistinguishable from a human. She feared scaring everyone. After all, it had been many years since she last returned. However, she searched for a long time and couldn't find the village from her memories. The snake princess raised her upper body, straining to gaze into the distance of this faintly familiar hillside. It should have been here. She still remembered the shape of this hillside, remembered seeing the outline of the distant mountain from this angle. On the way here, she even found that mountain spring, drank from it, and found that huge rock near the village where she rested for a quarter of an hour. It should have been here. The snake princess slowly crawled forward, her initial excitement gradually turning to confusion, then unease, and finally evolving into a pensively calm state. After a while, she finally discovered some remaining traces at the end of the hillside. She saw the roads once more concealed by bush and wild grass, the houses long abandoned for an unknown number of years, and the well that had been filled up. She thought to herself, that well was something I helped dig back then. The sound of scales rubbing against dirt and stones was a soft rustling as she stopped by a large stone cave near the rock wall, silently watching the stone table and stools laden with dust inside the cave, along with a few pieces of scattered broken wood. Oh right, it's been many years now. The snake princess murmured, slowly crawling into the cave, curling her tail among the broken wood, gazing blankly at the wild grass outside. How long was she daydreaming? She didn't know either. But suddenly there were footsteps outside, along with a human scent. A voice that sounded aged came from outside the cave entrance, hesitantly. Spirit Snake Lady, have you returned? The snake princess was momentarily confused, initially thinking she heard wrong, but then immediately reacted, quickly poking her head out of the cave entrance. An unfamiliar old man, hunched and bowed, stood beside the cave, peeking around with a basket in his hand. The old man seemed startled but soon laughed, his face wrinkling into a smile. It's really you, it's really you. He walked over looking quite pleased, while the snake princess gazed at this human with perplexity. She couldn't recall when she had ever seen this face, swiftly searching her memories but finding no match. Yet the old man's demeanor clearly showed he recognized her, so she tried harder to remember, finally sniffing when he got closer, vaguely discerning something from his scent. The scent wasn't quite the same as her memory either, so she hesitated until speaking. Child. Yes, you still can't remember my name, the old man delighted, almost dancing with joy. I'm Song Shan. Back then the adults called me Little Shan. It's really you? The snake princess looked at him in surprise, happiness also welling up inside, but soon glanced around and couldn't help asking, Where? Where did everyone go? How come the village is gone? The people, most of them are no longer here. You've been away for nearly 200 years. The now elderly Song Shan shook his head. The village, too, was flattened over 100 years ago. The snake princess slowly lowered her head. Who flattened it? Why was it flattened? Because of poverty alleviation and reconstruction in the mountain village. Snake princess, Poverty alleviation and reconstruction in the mountain village. You know, the immortal masters in the mountain said that even the 8-Gates star is out of poverty now. We were the only place poor year after year, so they decided to dismantle the entire village and relocate everyone to nearby towns. Now, the youngsters from the village all work in town. The snake princess blinked, her expression turning peculiar after a long time, muttering, Oh, so that's pretty good. Song Shan laughed, placing the basket he held onto a flat stone at the cave entrance, spreading a blue cloth on the stone. I heard news that you might be returning these days, so I came here every day to check. Initially, I wanted to bring the younger ones to meet you, but they couldn't handle hardships and didn't want to climb the mountain. You haven't eaten, right? I made this at home myself. I remember you liked eating crispy pastries. The snake princess looked blankly at this scene, memories resurfacing involuntarily in her mind. In a daze, it was as if she returned to many years ago, back when the village still existed. She remembered the old houses, the crooked little paths, and the children playing at the cave entrance, offering fruits, burning incense, mimicking adults in their game of worshipping the mountain god. Slender and small, the children in her memory were like little dark mountain monkeys, laying a bitten pastry in front of her cave. The trembling old man slowly placed the pastries on the blue cloth, his arms slim, his waist bent. It seemed he was once robust, but those days had passed, and now he was slender and small again. You've grown old, child. And you don't seem to look like you did back then either. Snake Princess slowly moved beside the large stone, gazing behind the old man. What happened to the children who played with you way back then? The old man paused for a moment, then shook his head slowly. Dong and Liu Zai left 100 years ago. Liu Anyu and Sanyang passed over 20 years ago, just leaving me. He lifted his head, smiling at the Snake Princess. The few of us all hoped to wait for your return, and we all found a teacher to learn some basic Taoist techniques. But none of us succeeded much. I was perhaps somewhat diligent, managing to make up for lack of talent with hard work, which led me down the path, allowing me to luckily live these 200 years. Otherwise, today, there'd be no one here to bring you cakes. Snake Princess fell silent for a while, those names slowly matched up with the equally blurry faces in her muddled memory. She murmured softly in reflection, I never saw what any of you looked like grown up. You actually did. Snake Princess lifted her head in confusion. We came to see you, the old man said slowly, placing the basket beside the large stone. When everyone was still around, we would go visit the Qianfeng Ling Mountain every few years. The immortal master of the Spirit Mountain took us to see you, but back then you couldn't recognize us. Later, when the others were no longer there, I went to see you a few times myself. The immortal master there said, although you couldn't recognize people anymore, regularly seeing familiar faces would help suppress your heart demon. True man Yuan also mentioned that, when you saw us, you would become much quieter. The last time I saw you at the Demon Suppression Tower, you could already speak to people, although at that time you were cursing. But it was only cursing. Now you can recognize me. The old man smiled, picking up a piece of crispy cake and handing it over. Have a taste. Snake Princess hesitated for a moment, slowly and clumsily stretching out her hand, but failing to catch it. The cake fell onto the stone. I'm still not good at using hands, she said somewhat embarrassedly. Old. Yuan, he only taught me how to transform my shape, but hasn't had time to teach me how to use these arms and fingers. No worries, the old man said quickly, then smiled and directly brought the crispy cake to the Snake Princess's mouth. I'll feed you just like before. The crispy cake was delicious. The bean paste pastry was also delicious. The fruit was delicious, too. Of course, these wild mountain fairs couldn't compare to the exquisite fruits and pastries on Qianfeng Ling Mountain. But Snake Princess felt as though she'd not tasted anything so good in many years. She finished everything in the basket, even drinking all of the homemade wine Song Shan had brought. Wine brewed by ordinary people was very weak. Its taste and contained spiritual power were as thin as water for a demon immortal. But she still ended up drunk, dizzy, and told Song Shan many things in one breath. About Qian Feng Ling Mountain, about the demon suppression tower, about the strange stone sphere at the base of the tower, and the peculiar beings imprisoned in the tower, and those disciples constantly scolded as wayward disciples by Yuan He and Yuanling, and recently a group of strange people called Travel Agency who arrived at Qian Feng Ling Mountain. She actually didn't quite understand many things. She didn't know what Dark Angel meant nor what it meant for an expert from Boundary Land. She gained enlightenment in the mountain forests, lived life in a small village, and drifted aimlessly in the demon suppression tower for 200 years. To her, this world was like a chaotic tangle of grass, all jumbled and chaotic. Yet she never felt anything wrong with it, because life has always been this way. With her understanding, she shared many stories of the immortal mountain with Song Shan, who had low cultivation level, talking until the sky darkened. Song Shan had to leave. Returning late would inevitably cause worry. Ordinary people lived briefly, but were prolific. This once dark little boy had now branched out into a whole family as old grandfather. Snake Princess gazed at the gradually darkening clouds at the horizon, thinking they resembled the cloud sea atop Qian Feng Ling Mountain. "Do you want me to escort you down the mountain?" She looked at the elderly man. "You are quite old now." "No need, although I'm old I have some cultivation level. I can treat the mountain trek as a leisurely stroll." Song Shan shook his head, but then seemed to recall something, gazing at the spirit snake lady outside the cave in the dimming twilight. "Do you have a place to go to? If you're okay with it, you can come to my home." Snake Princess pondered seriously. It was almost dark. Beneath the distant clouds, several colorful plumes of flame faintly rose. They seemed like fireworks from a nearby town, part of some celebration. It was fired rather early, yet it looked beautiful as it exploded amidst the dimming twilight. "No," Snake Princess ultimately shook her head. "Knowing you all have lived well after I've gone comforts me. Head back, and if there's ever a chance, I'll come find you." Saying this, she thought for a moment and added, "I have a keen sense of smell. I'll be able to find your home. Now I need to return home myself." Chapter 473, Deep Night, Silent City. Chapter 473, Deep Night, Silent City. Yu Sheng led an endlessly energetic puppet, along with a fox with an insatiable appetite and an ever-awake artificial saintess, roaming the great city at the foot of the mountain for an entire day, until the night fell and the lights illuminated. "So beautiful." The little puppet sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, looking up with wide eyes. She saw the lights and illusions between the pavilions and towers lighting up one after another, and huge flower boats adorned with blossoms slowly flying across the sky. Small buildings with carved beams and painted rafters were built on the flower boats, and a river of lights rose from the distant market, flowing through the entire city, such a breathtaking sight, far surpassing the Mo City on Shuji. Yu Sheng, carrying Aaron, sat on a section of guardrail by the side of the road, looking up at the city's night scenery, gently sighed after a long while and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn impressive." The little puppet tugged at his hair. "You're a novelist, and that's all you have to say after all this." "Nonsense, I'm exhausted. I don't have the energy for literary flair." Yu Sheng rolled his eyes, then raised his head to look at Luna and Hu Li, standing like guardians on either side of him. "You non-humans." Aaron burst into giggles, almost laughing herself off Yu Sheng's shoulder. Yu Sheng couldn't be bothered with the little thing. Hu Li thought about it, then sat next to Yu Sheng, reaching out to pound his leg. Not much technique, but strong enough that it seemed like she wanted to nail Yu Sheng to the ground. If it were an ordinary person, they'd probably have a comminuted fracture. Yu Sheng grimaced as he took a few blows, then quickly stopped the silly fox with freakish strength, and seriously thought for a moment. "Maybe you guys wait here for half an hour, I'll recharge myself. If I keep this up, I might drop dead in this city before we're done exploring." Aaron didn't react immediately, but Hu Li's ears perked up sharply, looking up dumbfounded at Yu Sheng. "Savior, is your method of recharging a bit off?" Aaron finally reacted at this moment. The little puppet looked astonished. "Are you going to die?" Yu Sheng thought about it, casually ruffling the puppet's head. I'm just joking, you believed that. The little puppet was dazed for a couple of seconds as her head was being ruffled, then raised her arms to shield herself from Yu Sheng's big hand while mumbling. You're joking, huh? I saw a flash of misfortune on you and then you took it back. Is that something you can take back? Yu Sheng laughed, looking at this little one under the night, adorned with colorful, shiny trinkets. Be it hairpins or ornaments, or even the glowing jade tokens and beads, even the omen wandering star floating beside her head was strung with several chains of talisman jade, said to be blessed by experts. How she managed to stabilize that ball is anyone's guess. But this was only part of it. At least half of the odds and ends were stuffed into Hu Li's tail. Moreover, Hu Li's tail was also filled with various snacks, and a set of farm tools Luna had her eye on. Plus, a packet of seeds bought while purchasing the tools. The vendor swore they were immortal plant seeds harvested from the foot of Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain, capable of growing 7 or 8 kinds of spiritual herbs. But considering the price converted to Boundary Land's currency was 9.9 a packet, Yu Sheng didn't quite buy it. But it didn't matter, it was for Luna to play with. Hu Li sat on the railing, scooting closer, and a bunch of tails lightly wagged happily behind her, playfully tapping Yu Sheng's back. Since it was only a gentle, unconscious wagging, it didn't knock the wind out of Yu Sheng. Suddenly, Luna lifted her head, looking toward the junction of Spirit Mountain and the city. Amidst the sound of thumping, small points of light suddenly shot up into the sky from that direction. In the next second, the fireworks stars exploded, streaming light scattering. The flower boats soaring across the sky, and the tall buildings in the city dimmed their lights at some point. Against the once again clear night sky, giant fireworks burst like a rich galaxy, illuminating nearly half the city. The bright fireworks reflected on Luna's smooth alloy shell, and in Hu Li and Aaron's eyes. Ah, damn impressive, the little puppet gazed up at the sky, happily exclaiming. Yu Sheng glanced at her. Your vocabulary isn't much better either, huh? No sooner had he spoken than Hu Li chimed in. That's different. She was educated in the womb, her kindergarten was correspondence. Aaron shrieked and leaped off Yu Sheng's shoulder. Silly, Fox, I'm gonna take you on. Yu Sheng quickly moved aside to prevent the 2 preschool dropouts and the correspondence kindergarten graduate from fighting and ruining his college diploma. The Luna from the village chapel stood still, likely busy recording at this time. Ah, really nice. Yu Sheng sat on the railing, leaning against a lamp post in the middle of the guardrail, then turned his head, casually speaking to the air beside him. Right. A semi-transparent, ghostly image suddenly appeared in the air, resembling Yuan Tong. The old man looked bewildered. How did you see me? I should have been well hidden. Nonsense, you made me spit blood and you think you can escape my perception. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, speaking nonchalantly. Weren't you going to say you couldn't come out? Yuan Tong chuckled awkwardly. Originally I thought so, but I couldn't help myself and split off a divine thought to take a look at what the Takesu spirit hub would be like 1,000 years later. My primordial spirit body still remains in the valley. That's quite all right, Yu Sheng smiled and nodded. Then Yuan Tong gradually faded away, likely going to wander somewhere else. Yu Sheng got up from the railing, stretched his arms and took a deep breath, turning his head to look at the fox and the puppet who were still playing, mostly Aaron being on the losing end, her small arms and legs unable to contend with the 9-tailed fox without using the power of black spider silk. All right, stop fooling around. Still going to visit the night market. Not going. Aaron immediately darted out from Hu Li's tail formation upon hearing and swiftly climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. I'm tired. Aaron indeed seemed tired. Though the principle was unclear, the little figure who appeared to have infinite energy during the day was almost instantly exhausted and wobbly upon arriving home. The puppet body that ostensibly didn't need rest showed genuine fatigue. She didn't even need Yu Sheng's urging this time. She quickly climbed into the box in the corner of the master bedroom alongside several other bodies, promptly falling into a deep sleep. Of course, this time she still left a body sleeping on the bed, as a very determined declaration of her territorial rights in the bedroom. The omen wandering star was tossed onto the nightstand once again, cushioned with a leather ring to prevent it from rolling around. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, didn't sleep. After confirming the little puppet was asleep, He quietly left the bedroom, heading alone to the empty room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. The empty room remained in its usual normal state, the old wallpaper seemingly covered with dirty shadows under the night. A solitary mirror hung where Aaron's oil painting once was, reflecting the dim scene within the room. Yu Sheng moved a chair from outside, sitting in the center of the room, then casually took out that piece of fabric fragment. The fabric with unknown craftsmanship and material, edges adorned with mysterious intricate patterns, the torn edges irregular, seemingly still leaving a hint of coldness. Yu Sheng silently fondled the piece in the empty room, falling into contemplation. The Omen banner fragment. Despite many mysteries remaining, at least now he finally knew what this thing was. Black Star, the bizarre space, like the mirror's other side deep within Black Star, figures wandering within the peculiar space, holding the Omen banner claiming to be the envoy named Kongdaman. All sorts of tangled matters knotted into a mess in his mind, until very gentle footsteps sounded from behind, interrupting those somewhat headache-inducing thoughts. Yu Sheng turned around, seeing a pair of bright golden-red eyes staring at him in the dimness, along with two large furry ears twitching. "You didn't sleep either?" Yu Sheng casually said, reaching out to stroke Hu Li's tail. The demon fox girl squatted beside him, nuzzling his arm with her head, then looked up, curiously at the fabric piece in Yu Sheng's hand. "So this thing is the Omen banner fragment," she mumbled. Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows. "Weren't you busy researching those enlightenment talismans with Aaron when I was chatting with Yuan Hao?" "My ears are very keen." Hu Li triumphantly squinted her eyes, her furry ears flexibly turning in the air, even facing different directions. "And I can listen in two directions simultaneously." Yu Sheng, "All right, reasonable enough. So you heard everything, huh? All that talk with Yuan Hao?" "Yes, heard it all," Hu Li nodded. "Black Star, the envoy, Kongdaman, and all that. Luna probably heard it too. Her sensors are very sensitive." Yu Sheng's eye twitched slightly. "Yet you were quite calm all day, playing around with Aaron. I thought you were just focused on eating and nothing else." Hu Li didn't speak, just stared intently at the Omen banner fragment for a long while before speaking softly. "Savior, Aaron might not be the Alice puppet." Yu Sheng remained silent. "Aaron cares a lot about this," Hu Li continued, simultaneously fetching a piece of cake from her tail, breaking it in half, giving half to Yu Sheng, while she nibbled on the other half. "I also saw her staring at the Omen wandering star for a few minutes this morning. Do you think she's starting to doubt herself too?" "Well, she's not truly clueless," Yu Sheng sighed but quickly rubbed his chin. "All right, maybe she's a little clueless, but not that much. But you, who knew you actually care about her, aren't you two always fighting?" "That's because she provoked first," Hu Li puffed her cheeks. "She even called me silly. I'm way smarter than her." Yu Sheng didn't respond, just struggled to hold back laughter, then couldn't help chuckling after a few seconds, reaching over to rub the fluff behind the demon fox girl's ears. "No worries, don't think too much. I'll figure out what's going on with that Black Star and the Omen. As for you guys, eat when hungry, sleep when tired, the sky's not going to fall." Chapter 474, A Glimpse Amid the Rift. Chapter 474, A Glimpse Amid the Rift. The mirror remained quiet, and nothing strange emerged even in the latter half of the night. After Hu Li returned to her room to sleep, Yu Sheng stayed seated in front of the mirror, holding the Omen banner fragment, staring at the opposite wall like someone eagerly awaiting a midnight ghost story. Eventually, he fell into a light sleep while still sitting there. He dreamed a lot of chaotic dreams with no clear details except seeing Aaron wandering around. In the dream, the little puppet asked him why he wasn't sleeping in his room, which startled him awake, and he had no choice but to head back to his room. After that, he slept soundly until late morning. Today, Aaron wanted to visit the city, but Yu Sheng had other plans. After some discussion, Yu Sheng decided to let Hu Li take the little puppet down the mountain to have some fun. However, he was somewhat worried. After all, Hu Li seldom went out by herself, and Aaron was quite a handful, mischievous as she was. It didn't seem too safe to let them team up and go down the mountain. So after much thought, he decided to send Luna along as well. Despite the holy lady being quiet and slow in the real world, at least she was stable and honest. With her watching over the fox and the puppet troublemakers, hopefully, No incidents would occur that required him to visit the police department. Aaron, don't just tie people up with strings or insult them randomly after you go down the mountain, and don't smash people's windows with an omen wandering star. Hu Li, remember to pay for your food. Don't fish in the park ponds, and most immortal birds flying over the city are claimed, so you can't catch them. Luna, keep an eye on the two and contact me directly if anything comes up. Yu Sheng stood by the door, nagging like a father sending his naughty children away for the first time. Aaron, nestled in Hu Li's arms, rolled her eyes as she listened. All right, we're not kids anymore. Besides, how do I look in your mind that I would smash windows? I'm the dignified Alice puppet. Next to her, Luna nodded. Right. Sometimes Yu Sheng found it hard to judge what exactly Luna's right meant, and with her odd delays, he couldn't be sure whom she was supporting. Wait, was her personality really stable and honest? Yu Sheng suddenly questioned this, recalling how Luna had been in the Soul Wilderness, noisy and chaotic. Just as he was about to say something, the fox girl before him swiftly turned around and rolled, boom, transforming into a huge nine-tailed demon fox. Carrying off Aaron and Luna in a streak of white light, she charged straight into the cloud sea. Like a Samoyed unleashed. Watching the fiery trail left by the nine-tailed fox in the cloud sea, Yu Sheng shook his head with a wry smile. After a brief contemplation, he took out his phone and sent a message to Master Yuan Hao. The message had barely been sent when he saw a stream of light rising from the direction of Qian Palace. In the blink of an eye, the light landed on the cloud viewing platform and transformed into an old, distinguished gentleman with snow-like hair, wearing flowing long robes. Yu Sheng stepped forward to greet him, only to find that Master Yuan Hao, usually carefree and unrestrained, was looking anxious today. He was stunned. What's wrong with you? The old gentleman fiddled with a fan he'd pulled from somewhere, snapped it shut, and smacked it on his hand in distress. My 300-year-old spirit frost brew. Yu Sheng. Fortunately, Master Yuan Hao's mind was still quite stable. After a moment of lamentation, he recovered and recounted his tragic experience after returning home yesterday. Basically, his two junior brothers had found his stash of wine while he went down the mountain to run a stall. They went for the most precious jars and drank 12 of them in half a day. Those two who have no respect for their elders, Yuan Hao sighed. I feared they might find it and specifically dug a wine cellar under the ancestor hall, yet they weren't at all intimidated by the ancestor's majesty. They forcefully pried open the cellar hatch behind the ancestor's statue. Yu Sheng listened, his cold sweat layering, not daring to say or ask much. He marveled at how bold and spirited these senior brothers were. They had cultivated immortality to a certain realm. This perseverance was real. Compared to them, Xuan Qi's cultivation was far inferior. In contrast, Xuan Qi would be in agony trying to circle the roof beam. Better not to ask how he managed to do that, specifically. While his thoughts wandered, Yuan Hao quickly adjusted himself, the old gentleman taking a deep breath and setting aside the matter of his spirit frost brew. He straightened up his expression. Let's not discuss personal matters now. First, take me to see that room. Yu Sheng quickly gathered his thoughts upon hearing this and turned towards the door. All right, follow me. A few minutes later, Master Yuan Hao, led by Yu Sheng, arrived at the end of the hallway on the second floor of Wudong Road 66 and stood in front of the mysterious empty room. This was his main purpose for coming today, to see firsthand from where exactly the Omen banner fragment in Yu Sheng's hand had entered the real world. The door opened, and the empty room at the end of the hallway remained as it had been before. Sunlight filtered through the slightly old and thin curtains, casting spots of alternating light and shadow in the room. The slightly faded wallpaper bore simple floral patterns, and a solitary mirror hung on the opposite wall, reflecting the figures of Yu Sheng and Yuan Hao. The focus of the rift should be this mirror. Occasionally it reflects the scenery of the other side, but the timing of its occurrence and duration is irregular. Yu Sheng explained the room's characteristics to Yuan Hao, pointing at the mirror. Besides, the entire wall where the mirror is hung should be part of the rift. When anomalies appear in the mirror, the whole wall becomes weak, and then substances from the other side fly over here, such as wind and snow, metal parts, and fragments of the Omen banner. Yuan Hao listened while nodding his head, and his attention remained fixed on that mirror. After studying it for a while, he casually reached into his sleeve, pulling out a stack of talisman papers. Yu Sheng looked at him in surprise. The old handsome was taken aback by Yu Sheng's gaze. Why such a look? It's the first time I've seen you pull anything other than bricks from your sleeve. I can use other magic too. Yuan Hao was slightly embarrassed. In such detailed inspections, I can't smash your treasure mirror with a heaven-flipping seal, can I? Yu Sheng thought that he originally believed Yuan Hao might do just that, and had mentally prepared himself for it. And while they were speaking, Master Yuan Hao had already scattered the stack of talisman papers. The papers, depicting mysterious patterns, transformed into countless void illusions in an instant. These illusions connected end to end, and the papers vanished into thin air, leaving only runes emitting faint golden light forming veil-like streams in the air. Yuan Hao neither performed any complicated mantra nor burned incense in ritual prayer. Yet the rune veils completed countless dazzling transformations before slowly covering the walls flanking the mirror. The runes emitting faint golden light around it shot out many tiny sparks, like branding irons, slowly integrating with the wall. I've been preparing these talismans for 100 years. Yuan Hao looked at the scene with a touch of emotion. After leaving that black star, I recorded all traces related to time and space that could be deduced from the immortal boat and refined them into these Dao marks, hoping to capture the black star the next time it appears. I never expected it not to appear again, but even more unexpected was that these talismans found a use here with you. Dao marks? Are you saying these things can open a passage to that eerie space inside the black star? Yuan Hao shook his head truthfully. I don't know. You do know. I'm not an expert like you. How should I know if these things can open the rift here? Yuan Hao spread his hands. These are merely recorded coordinates, and quite a few were deduced estimations made afterward. It's merely a trial to imprint them here to see if they can stimulate this unstable time-space structure, perhaps prompting the rift to open itself. If ineffective, I'm at a loss. Yu Sheng was a bit speechless seeing how candidly the old handsome spoke. Then he stepped forward, ready to use his door-opening ability to perceive the veil composed of numerous runes, hoping to open a gateway to a distant place by borrowing these Dao marks, similar to how he once intervened in the Order Pillar's transition process. But just as he lifted his hand, an intense, almost marrow-piercing, soul-penetrating, mind-piercing cold and resistant feeling forcibly halted him. In this indescribable discomfort, he paused slightly, his fingers just a few centimeters from the mirror. Soon after, the reflected scene in the mirror dissipated in an instant, and a black mist as thick as pitch-dark sludge spread from the mirror's edge, covering the entire surface in the blink of an eye. The mirror surface undulated before his eyes, rippling with sticky and strange vibrations. These ripples quickly extended beyond the mirror frame, even spreading across the entire wall. The faint golden runes had unknowingly vanished, leaving only a whole wall of pitch-black sludge swelling before him, a dark abyss enticing him to fall within. Yu Sheng was momentarily bewildered, but did not pull his hand back. Because that bone-chilling aura was very familiar. And just then the mirror surface suddenly rose. Though it swelled only a few centimeters, it was enough to bridge the gap between Yu Sheng's fingers and the mirror surface. He touched the black mist. Endless darkness engulfed him in an instant, a biting frigidity converging from all directions. With a blurred vision, Yu Sheng fell into the abyss of blackness. A mighty flood of information erupted from the depths of the darkness, directly sketching vast and boundless images in Yu Sheng's mind. One illusion after another, or perhaps not illusions, cast their obscure and fearsome silhouettes in the dark. A giant eye covering the sky, a towering suspended tree and jungle, a graceful beauty languidly seated upon a throne, a living planet with its surface filled with hexagonal grids, a silver ring emitting a holy soft glow, a pale purple mist wandering among the stars. The dark angel surveyed the other shore, encircling the mortal world amid destruction. Chapter 475, The Temple in the Depths of Darkness. Chapter 475, Chapter 475, The Temple in the Depths of Darkness. It was an instantaneous glimpse, occurring in a moment almost imperceptible to ordinary people. Yu Sheng's mind passed through the chaotic black fog, witnessing some scenes transmitted from distant borders in less than a 10,000th of a second. Yet even such a swift glimpse burned deeply into his consciousness like a scorching brand, with the vast information it contained roaring like a storm in his mind. Yu Sheng even suspected that he had died once again in that moment, yet for some bizarre reason, even he himself did not realize this death and resurrection. And then he swiftly passed through a certain critical layer, continuing to plunge into the bone-chilling depths of the black fog. Bang! The illusory sound of impact echoed in his soul, and he abruptly halted, realizing he seemed to have collided with something. The surrounding black fog slightly receded, with chaotic faint light shining from afar, casting some vast outlines. Yu Sheng saw neatly arranged giant pillars appear in the fog, each pillar towering like a fortress. He saw beneath his feet mottled and ancient stone slabs, each crack seemingly soaked with hundreds of years of time, with a vast temple standing at the end of the pillars, silently lying like a grave in the darkness. Is this the end of the black fog? Is the bottom layer of that mirrored dimension like this? Yu Sheng, who had fallen all the way down from above, had this thought instinctively emerge in his mind, but he shook his head almost instantly. The black fog continued to surge in a place further away, the junction between the fog and the ground seeming to be a fractured space structure. This was not the end, but seemed to be another dimension connected to the mirror. He looked around, not seeing Yuan Hao's figure. Then he extended his hand into the air, attempting to outline the silhouette of a door. The illusionary door smoothly appeared, but when he slightly opened the door, he saw only darkness on the other side, instead of the usual scenery of the destination. Yu Sheng's action of opening the door froze instantly. The situation of door-opening failure was not unfamiliar to him. When he first attempted to enter the Black Forest from the real world, he encountered the situation of the door collapsing. But this time, the situation was even more bizarre. The door did not collapse. He even clearly sensed a passage had been established. This door was indeed leading somewhere, but that was not the coordinates he had left. Something seemed to lurk in that empty darkness, silently enticing him. Yu Sheng abruptly shut the door. He then stood in place to steady himself, and after calming his mind, cautiously opened a second door. Outside the second door was a wall that appeared exceptionally thick, with stains mottled across it, and distant and muffled noises vaguely coming from either side. He opened a third door, seeing a strange and desolate city standing in the dusk, with no sun in the sky, only endless twilight. The city seemed abandoned for a long time, its dark-colored tower and vast steam machines collapsed and dilapidated, stacked like graves. These are not the coordinates he injected when opening the door. Yu Sheng quickly closed the door, taking a deep breath. What on earth is this darkness about? The door seems still usable, yet every time it leads to strange and unfamiliar destinations, as if the coordinates he recorded outside had undergone chaotic mapping in this darkness, with all destination points being replaced. A trace of tension and unease rose from the depths of his heart. Yu Sheng steadied himself, and after a moment of deliberation, realized staying in place was not a good strategy and stepped towards the divine temple ahead. As he walked, he kept observing the surroundings, simultaneously comparing the neatly arranged pillars and the temple buildings in the distance with the scenes he had seen in his memory. After simple judgment, he believed these pillars and temples should be the ruins he had previously seen in the mirror's illusion, and also the place Yuan Hao saw in the depths of the Black Star. But these pillars did not appear collapsed and broken as presented in the illusion, and the distant temple was not a ruin. Everything here had the look of years, mottled and aged, yet remained intact. Is this the appearance before those ruins collapsed? Some kind of historical memory? Speculations arose involuntarily in Yu Sheng's heart, and at that moment, he suddenly noticed the black mist around him starting to flow. The next moment, the flowing black fog condensed beside him, transforming into an illusory shadow. It was a twisted human-shaped outline, curled up and kneeling on the mottled stone slabs, facing the temple direction, crouching like a devout yet fearful believer. Even before Yu Sheng could react, that figure vanished again, but the surrounding fog became increasingly agitated, rapidly transforming into more kneeling figures in the swift flow. Almost in the blink of an eye, countless devout worshipping illusions appeared on the stone floor in front of the divine temple. Numerous phantom human silhouettes appeared and disappeared, as if countless souls were constantly surging, worshipping and praying towards this temple that exuded an ominous and horrifying aura. The black mist gradually grew like a gale, surging silently, as millions of illusions floated and emerged in the darkness, frantically cycling on the surrounding stone floor like a chaotic record playing back and forth. This bizarre and frenzied scene instantly startled Yu Sheng. With a shocked exclamation, he realized that the temple was extremely abnormal. But just as he was about to turn and leave, countless layered whispers passed through the devout illusions, buzzing as if drilling into his brain. The whispers seemed to lack any rationality or logic, chaotic like noise, causing him a splitting headache. Yet suddenly, he heard a few sentences from that pure noise, as if an extremely strong obsession was directly imprinted onto it, reverberating in his mind over and over. He is feared. He is revered. Praised. Cursed. Admired. Resisted. Our destined doomsday, the destined end of all things. Take us away, harvest us before the end times. The cursed and feared, the terrifying yet merciful, omen. Boom! A phantom boom exploded in Yu Sheng's mind, as if the noise imprinted with vast information had converged into a thunderbolt in his consciousness. He suddenly felt dizzy amidst the frenzied prayer sounds, sensing his mind flying straight towards that dark and gloomy temple emitting endless chilling and ominous aura, as if rapidly falling into a deep abyss. Damn! Yu Sheng shouted in alarm, and the sudden warning in his heart made him instantly realize that nothing good would come from falling into that temple, so he immediately began to struggle. He desperately regained balance, striving to stabilize his mind, and hurriedly grabbed a nearby pillar. He struggled against the terrifying pull that acted simultaneously on his body and mind, as if trying to pull himself out of a machine that was already in a roaring operation. This arduous and seemingly hopeless confrontation lasted for an unknown duration. Yu Sheng felt as if his soul was being torn apart bit by bit. He even felt that part of his mind had already been sucked into that temple, being slowly devoured by an enormous thing fused with nightmare-like limbs and pure malice. The chilly aura that was once somewhat familiar had somehow turned into a pure and blind intention for destruction, and it was at this moment that he suddenly saw something else appear in the thick darkness. It was black spider silk. Without waiting for a reaction, the dense black spider silk had already traversed the thick mist, wrapping around Yu Sheng the next second, with another familiar chilling aura enveloping him like piercing his marrow. Then a strong force came. The spider silk pulled Yu Sheng away with all its might, away from the temple. Noises came from all directions, and among the countless layered, chaotic whispers, some familiar sounds gradually emerged. Yu Sheng felt his mind gradually detach from that perilous darkness, beginning to ascend within the black mist, and finally heard those familiar voices clearly. Aaron was chaotically shouting, "Yu Sheng, what is it now? Brain dead again? I've told you not to daydream so often. You know you could space out until you're dead, don't you? Hey, where did you get to this time? Why is it so hard to pull you back? You're so heavy, what's going on with your mind? I can easily pull an ordinary person, but pulling you is like pulling a mountain. Ow, I bit my tongue. How can you bite your tongue even when speaking in a mental connection?" Yu Sheng was dumbfounded and quickly began cooperating with Aaron to accelerate upwards away from the mist, and almost instantly, he felt the 5 senses of the real world return to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes, seeing the dark ripples rapidly retracting from the surrounding walls back into the mirror, and then dissipating from the mirror's surface. In the blink of an eye, everything had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Everything in the spacious room was usual, with the solitary mirror reflecting the room's scenery, with him and Yuan Hao standing in front of the mirror, himself still in the gesture of reaching out to touch the mirror's surface, while Yuan Hao stood motionless. From this scene, it seemed as if only a moment had passed. He reached out to touch the mirror, fell into darkness, and then Aaron immediately pulled him back to the real world. But Yu Sheng felt as if he had sunk in that darkness for a long time. Just like Yuan Hao once wandered aimlessly in the depths of that black star for ages. The next second, the sound of running footsteps came from the hallway outside, and all 3 Aarons who stayed at home crowded at the door, shouting in unison, "Hey Yu Sheng, are you okay? Awake, alive. I'm fine, Yu Sheng instinctively replied, while Yuan Hao beside him suddenly blinked, then turned his head with some confusion. The old handsome man looked at the three puppets at the door, then glanced at Yu Sheng, who seemed to have zoned out for a moment and seemed to perceive something. He raised his hand to calculate briefly, then frowned. Where did you just go? Chapter 476, Return. Chapter 476, Return. The cultivation level of the old handsome guy is indeed very high. Even though he smokes, drinks, goes clubbing, is always entangled in debts of love, is often dragged off to act as a makeshift Tao companion, and even sets up a stall selling consecrated souvenirs and figurines at the foot of Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain, his cultivation level is truly high. He can even instantaneously detect time displacement, something that theoretically shouldn't leave any trace in the real world, and notice that Yu Sheng just went somewhere else. Let me take a breather first. Yu Sheng looked at Yuan Hao in surprise, and then immediately waved his hand amid the concerned gazes of the three errands piled up. Let's go to the living room, sit down, and I'll tell you slowly. Oh, should we call the silly fox and the C-type buckle back? The errands blinked. Anyway, the silly fox just goes down the mountain to eat. Yu Sheng shook his head. No need, it's a rare opportunity, let them roam. A moment later, Yu Sheng and Yuan Hao were in the living room, and one of the errands casually climbed up onto the coffee table in front of Yu Sheng. This puppet laid a small cushion, sat cross-legged on it properly, with a serious face. Yu Sheng didn't know why this usually giggly little puppet suddenly turned serious, but under the gaze of those crimson, unusually serious eyes, he truly felt a bit pressured. This pressure might also be related to the divine temple he saw in the depths of that darkness, and the unavoidable connections and speculations that arose. I just fell into the mirror. Yu Sheng slowly opened up after organizing his thoughts slightly, and saw a completely new dimension connected to the mirror. He laid bare his experiences in the depths of that black mist, including the phantoms kneeling around the divine temple and the noise they emitted, as well as the devout zeal tempered by the strange and contradictory prayers. Both revered and cursed, both embraced and resisted, praised as a terrible yet merciful omen. This sounded somewhat like prayers offered to a deity, but no matter how you listen, something seemed off, as if there's a hint of madness involved. The little puppet was all confused, shaking its head on the coffee table for quite a while, suddenly blurting out. So it turns out that when they were dying, they shouted at their god, no wonder that divine temple wants to eat people. It must have lost a cursing match with its believers and got red-hot raging. Yu Sheng. This perspective does align well with Aaron's usual style, emphasizing understanding yet not quite understanding, not too good at thinking but having a great attitude. Yu Sheng cautiously observed Aaron's reaction, and found that the little puppet still looked like its usual self. Even though she tried hard to appear serious earlier, that demeanor didn't seem to last more than a few minutes. Especially when the TV next to them started showing a variety show. It was evident that the errand designated for serious talk on the coffee table suddenly lost her computational capacity. Yu Sheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his worry about this silly puppet was unnecessary. At least for now, it was unnecessary. What you saw is quite different from what I saw in the depths of Black Star, Yuan Hao said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Perhaps, as you said, that's some form of history, a reflection of what the ruins looked like before they collapsed. However, to simply say it's just an illusion is clearly not right, since the divine temple could trap your mind and even faintly harbor intentions of slaughter. Such feats are impossible without sky-high prowess. Now there's another question, which is why the mirror leads to that place. Yu Sheng began speaking while pondering. The Tao mark you provided was devised based on your condition when you fell into Black Star back then. Even if it's not entirely accurate, it shouldn't directly point to another space, let alone another timeline. And the strange situation I encountered when opening the door in that black mist gave me a feeling. Yu Sheng rambled on, unable to find the right words to describe it, contemplated for a long time before finally continuing. It's like once entering that darkness, all the parameters related to time and space are disrupted and reset. Yuan Hao furrowed his brows slightly and raised his hand to calculate, Another universe and cosmos. Yu Sheng stared fixedly at Yuan Hao's strange gesture of pinching calculations, feeling that this old handsome guy's cultivation was truly unfathomable. Another universe and cosmos. Did you deduce that? Nope, I guessed it. Yu Sheng, then what were you doing with all those gestures? I couldn't deduce it, so I just guessed, Yuan Hao shrugged. It's not like every deduction yields a result. Then he got up and walked over to the refrigerator near the dining area, like he was at his own place, opening it and rummaging around. You got anything refreshing and thirst-quenching? All that calculating really dries out the mouth. Yu Sheng stared at him, stunned, not having time to speak before the old handsome guy had already fished out a can of cola, opened it with a pshh and gulped it down, showing a look of enjoyment. The more Yu Sheng watched, the more familiar it seemed, realizing that it was the same state Xuanqi had been in last time while drinking cola at his place. So, even senior brother's hobby of sneakily drinking sweet little beverages was taught by his master uncle. While his mind was wandering, Yuan Hao had already turned around and strolled over, burping as he casually said, "All in all, one thing, as for sure, my Dao mark is evidently useful. Though it can't accurately lead to the place first recorded, it at least can open a passage in that spirit mirror. It's all up to fate where it goes." Yu Sheng thought for a moment, just about to speak when Aaron jumped over from the coffee table. The little puppet skillfully climbed up his shoulder and pulled his hair. "Then you better not touch that mirror casually for now. Your fate is like a curse. What if I can't pull you out next time?" Yu Sheng frowned and fixed his gaze on the little puppet before him. A bloody disaster. Aaron stared at him blankly, the crimson eyes seeming to flicker with a faint light, but after a long look she still shook her head. "Haven't seen that yet. I just feel this isn't reliable." "I understand," Yu Sheng gently exhaled. "No matter what, I'll be cautious. Until I figure out what's below, I won't mess around. The Dao mark I've left is already imprinted in that room. I checked a while ago and found part of it has merged with the mirror. Removing it recklessly might be difficult," Yuan Hao added. "I'll apply some seals later to prevent the Dao mark from being affected by external forces." Instantly, a scene flashed in Yu Sheng's mind of the dashing fellow building some brick walls at the end of the second-floor room. Truth be told, when Yuan Hao said the word seal, he almost asked him if he needed cement, luckily swallowing the words back. Then he saw Yuan Hao rummage through his sleeve, pull out a square, glowing brick and head upstairs with it. How else could he say it? It's really not his fault for wild imagination. Deep within Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain, at a half-mountain pavilion on Beast Taming Peak, two venerable-looking figures were seated at a stone table, facing the mountain breeze, leisurely drinking tea. Both carried some injuries. Yuanling took a sip of tea, his face slightly twitching. "Senior brother seems quite angry." Yuan he didn't speak, just watched the tea leaves gently swirl in his cup, his face, looking a bit fuller than usual. The ancestors' teachings were right. Drinking too much wine indeed harms the body. Yuanling noticed his junior brother not speaking for a long time, took another sip of tea, and finally said leisurely, "Still worried about that girl?" Yuanhe's expression finally changed. He sighed, "Not really worried. Just received news last night that she's left the Netherworld Valley territory. With her cultivation level as a great demon, even without the immortal boat, she should be back by now. Netherworld Valley is not far." "She didn't say she would return when she left." Yuanling raised his eyebrows. "That's your assumption. Perhaps she's wandering the world. With her cultivation as a great demon, she could establish her own sect in some remote areas." "Where can she wander? She hasn't seen much of the world." Yuanhe shook his head. "That silly girl might just spend the night in the wilderness." Yuanling chuckled. "She's a snake demon first. Spending the night in the wilderness is nothing. You're almost obsessed these days. Drink some tea, perhaps you need a shock of electricity." Yuanhe sighed again, but just as he was about to pick up his teacup, his action suddenly halted. As if sensing something, he lifted his head to look someplace. Yuanling also raised his head. In a moment, a beam of dark purple mystic light abruptly flew up from the cloud sea, then landed on the nearby mountain path. A long figure crawled out from the mystic light, accompanied by a signature irreverent shout. "Yuanhe, old rogue, I'm back." "See, what did I tell you?" Yuan he sprang up from the stone table, boasting to Yuanling while looking at the approaching snake demon. Isn't she back? Hey, the head, there's an extra head, take it back. Oh, didn't notice. Snake Princess glanced at the leopard head on her shoulder, casually pushed the extra head back, then boldly looked at Yuan he. I came back last night but saw fireworks in the city below, watched half the night. Then I got tired, found a cool place to sleep, and was fished out just now. They said no sleeping in the moat. As she spoke, she crawled into the pavilion, saw snacks and fruits laid out, leaned in to munch, prompting a distressed Yuan he. Use your hands. How many times have I told you to use your hands? You won't learn if you don't practice. Snake Princess ignored him, chewing grapes as she raised her head, then suddenly seemed to notice something. She swallowed the grapes and looked at Yuan he in surprise. Hey, old rogue, why's your face swollen? Yuan he's previously cheerful expression suddenly froze. His mouth trembled twice involuntarily. Drinking harms the body and the face. Chapter 477, Return to Boundary City. Chapter 477, Chapter 477, Return to Boundary City. Kaianfeng Ling Mountain, on the cloud viewing platform. We're returning to the boundary land today. Yu Sheng glanced back at Zhang Zhai, who was still sunbathing in the rocking chair by the door, and at Changfa and Snow White playing badminton in the nearby open space, then looked at True Man Yuanling and said, In a while, number 66 Wudong Road will transfer, and the cloud viewing platform will revert to its original state. There might be some spatial fluctuations, just giving you a heads up. Understood, True Man Yuanling stroked his beard, feeling a bit sentimental. Although I knew you'd leave eventually, it's still a little sudden. I've grown accustomed to you living here. Are you sure you won't stay a few more days? The air on this mountain is good, it's beneficial for the kids. Ah well, we'll leave a gate anyway. Yu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. I'm just moving the house back, the teleportation gate to the valley will remain on the cloud viewing platform, so the kids can come over anytime. The same goes for you, come to the valley anytime to find me. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of number 66 Wudong Road was pushed open, and Hu Li walked out carrying a door on her shoulder, speaking as she walked. Savior, where should I place this? Yu Sheng casually pointed to a spot near the mountain wall on the cloud viewing platform. Just stick it there, I'll enchant it. Then Yuanling and Yuan Hao watched Yu Sheng walk over, watched as he drew arrays and used blood in a flurry of activity. The door suddenly began to grow like something alive, with proliferating structures resembling nerve and blood vessels gradually merging the door with the mountain. Seeing this, Yuanling couldn't help but nudge Yuan Hao with his elbow. Brother, you're skilled in artifact refining, can you make sense of this? Yuan Hao felt melancholic. What can I make sense of? You drank my 300-year-old spirit frost brew. Brother, you're not thinking clearly. By clinging to material things, you'll find it hard to pass your tribulation next time. Okay, I won't speak further. While the two old immortals were chatting, Yu Sheng had already completed the setup for the fixed door. He clapped his hands, raised one for Hu Li to help lick the blood clean, and looked satisfied at his finished masterpiece. A seemingly plain wooden door was set into the mountain wall on the cloud viewing platform, surrounded by a rough and patchy fusion structure. On the left, there was the scenery of immortal mountain and cloud sea. On the right, there were spiritual pavilions and towers surrounded by spiritual energy. The style of the door between them resembled a jade screen worth 8 million missing apiece, then repaired with electrician's tape. Erin sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, a little puppet floating near her head holding its arms observing for a long time, finally couldn't help but say, So damn ugly. Yu Sheng seriously replied, To be honest, it is. Yet despite everything, there were admirers present. Xuan Qi, who had come early to witness the ceremony with his masters and uncles, earnestly remarked after hearing Yu Sheng and Erin's conversation. There's a sort of return to simplicity, great way to simplicity feel to it. Simple or not, this is how it is, my craftsmanship has its limits, Yu Sheng chuckled, then casually took a small bowl from Luna nearby and beckoned Yuanling and the others. Come on, there's one last step. Yuanling curiously leaned over to see a little blood in the bowl. What's the meaning of this? Gate opening permission verification, Yu Sheng casually explained. Only those who have undergone my blood transfer can open these teleportation gates, and after blood transfer, you can see number 66 Wudong Road like Zheng Zhai. Adding this restriction prevents people from randomly trespassing and allows you to come find me anytime. It's simple, just touch your finger in it. Yuan Hao blinked, chin in hand. What's the principle behind this? Before his words landed, Yuanling grabbed his hand and dunked his finger in the bowl. Stop thinking so much, try it first. Chair, you come too. No rush, no rush. Yu Sheng watched merrily from the side. If there's not enough, I got more. Then he looked up at the surrounding disciples of Qian Feng Ling Mountain, who had recently become familiar. Anyone else who wants can come, or anyone you know who's been playing with the kids in the valley these days can come and try. Everyone come dip, it's free anyway. Boundary Land, Boundary City, Old Town, Wutong Road. Deep in the old street, a small, narrow, open space lay empty, with no pedestrian figures around the vacant space. Only a few uninhabited houses standing around it, as if the whole area was forgotten by this bustling city, almost like a cosmic hub. Then suddenly, the tranquility of the open space broke. The narrow alley shook suddenly, causing waves of spatial ripples. Several originally tightly connected houses were instantly spread apart by some invisible force, unfolding and smoothing out dimensions akin to folds tucked in an unseen dimension. The open space expanded dozens of times in the blink of an eye, gradually calming after several intense oscillations. Yet no one could detect these seemingly fierce changes. Even if there were an ordinary person standing here, they would only feel everything was normal, believing it's how it's supposed to be. A small house with a parcel collection point sign suddenly landed at the nearby road junction, at the critical point between the open space and outer street. Then in the air 10 meters from the little house, a door suddenly opened, and Yu Sheng walked out from inside. Before him was no longer the auspicious cloud of Qian Feng Ling Mountain, but the familiar old streets and alleys. In the distance, the bright sky was divided by tall buildings of the city, and the aroma of braised meat wafted from the small restaurant at the end of the street. In his ears, distant car horns and music played, a bit noisy, yet reassuringly familiar. Yu Sheng walked to the open space at the door, took a deep breath in this bustling giant metropolis, and stretched lazily. Ah, finally back. A silver-haired head nuzzled his arm, then the demon fox girl mimicked him by stretching lazily, taking a deep breath, and then her eyes lit up. Uncle Wang's braised meat is ready. Go ahead, Yu Sheng laughed as he petted the fox's head. Pack some for me too. Before he finished speaking, a silver streak flashed before his eyes as Hu Li dashed away like a runaway Samoyed. Yu Sheng quickly shouted after her, tuck in your ears, change your hair back, tail. Ah, the tail. It's fine, Erin said while wobbling on Yu Sheng's shoulder, casually waving her hand. She often forgets to tuck her tail when going out. She just says she's from the anime world if someone asks. Yu Sheng was stunned. She knows about the anime world now. Erin smirked proudly. I taught her. Yu Sheng thought that the naive fox girl would eventually be corrupted by Erin, who seemed to love chaos. But then he remembered how Hu Li seemed to tirelessly teach Erin how to dig holes and burrows. Luna seemed innocent enough usually, but every so often, a bunch of candidly taken, high-definition blackmail photos would appear in the database of the Otherworld Inn. Let's just say that's the travel agency's corporate culture. Yu Sheng sighed. After all, I'm the more stable and reliable one among us. The little puppet started pawing at his hair. Why are you suddenly being narcissistic? Yu Sheng paid it no mind, casually blocking the mischievous little claws, then instinctively looked in a certain direction. The next second, he saw a familiar figure riding an electric bike turning up at the distant intersection. Li Lin arrived, not wearing his Special Service Bureau uniform but a loose sports shirt, raising his hand to greet from afar. As he got closer, he parked the bike in front of the small shack with the courier collection sign, gazing up at the Star Express Wudong Road collection point, sign with mixed feelings akin to seeing his workstation come to life running around after months in special service. Finally back. I bought a new electric kettle here and haven't had the chance to use it yet. As he spoke, Zheng Zhai pushed the door of the small shack open and emerged, greeting Li Lin enthusiastically. Hey brother Li, you're here. Let me tell you, your electric kettle works great. Li Lin. Long time no see. Yu Sheng walked over and patted Li Lin's shoulder. I heard you took a vacation recently. I've been back for a while, just went on a mission earlier, got a bit polluted in the exotic realm and rested for a few days. Li Lin turned his head, putting aside his kettle-related woes for now. Can't compare to the big deeds you accomplish outside. Oh right, long time no see, Aaron and Luna. He paused, looking at Yu Sheng. Staying for a while this time, leaving again. No plans for a long journey. Even if I go out, it will be just opening a temporary door. Yu Sheng said casually, then laughed. Don't worry, next time I move, I'll make sure to tell you and Zhang Zhai in advance. That's good, Li Lin breathed a sigh of relief. You don't know, the other day I just went to the supermarket for a bit, came back, found my workstation gone, then got dragged out on field duties by the captain. As he rambled on, Yu Sheng listened, feeling more awkward by the moment, but luckily the awkwardness was soon interrupted by the sound of a phone ringing. Mine, Yu Sheng said as he took out his phone from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID. Your director. Li Lin became instantly quiet. Yu Sheng answered the call, hearing Bailey Qing's calm and slightly magnetic voice. It's me. Are you back? If you're not busy, could you come to the Special Service Bureau? Chapter 478, Shadow of the Omen. Chapter 478, Shadow of the Omen. In the depths of the Special Service Bureau building within the spacious director's office, Yu Sheng pushed the door open and walked in. Just happened to be free, and I also have quite a few things I want to ask you about. Sitting behind the office desk, Bailey Qing was evidently accustomed to Yu Sheng's unannounced entry. She didn't even move, just looked up as he found a chair in the room on his own accord, then watched him drag it over to sit across the desk. Only after a while did she speak. What do you want to ask? Yu Sheng settled into the chair and was about to speak when he seemed to notice something, giving Bailey Qing's desk a glance. Got a new desk, huh? Bailey Qing's tone was subtle. Is that one of your questions? Not really, just asked offhand. Yu Sheng coughed lightly, then organized his thoughts. After reflecting on the many recent events, he started, The Omen Goddess. I want to know if the Special Service Bureau has any information on this name, or any intel on the word omen. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Bailey Qing shook her head. No. So sure, Yu Sheng was a bit surprised. Shouldn't you check? I already checked before you came, Bailey Qing said flatly. I have contacts with True Man Yuanling, so I know something about the happenings in the Feiyu Star domain. You're asking for that puppet named Aaron, right? Well, that saves me from explaining the whole story. Yu Sheng sighed and leaned back in his chair. It's not just the issue with Aaron now. It seems there's something off with my house, too. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze on the giant floor-to-ceiling window behind Bailey Qing, his lips twitching. Do you have to roll your eyes that dramatically? Bailey Zhu's voice reached their ears. I think your house is more than just a bit off. All right, I admit number 66 Wudong Road is indeed a little special. Yu Sheng tugged at the corners of his lips, feeling somewhat guilty in the face of the massive eye roll that was at least 2 or 3 square meters. But the things happening recently are getting increasingly bizarre. You know that special room at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor, right? A few days ago, I fell into the mirror. There's a temple of the Omen Goddess beneath it. In front of Bailey Qing, someone he had long cooperated with, and who was well acquainted with all kinds of occurrences at the travel agency, Yu Sheng didn't hold back and candidly shared his experiences in that mirror darkness. After Yu Sheng finished speaking, Bailey Qing, whose face typically revealed little change in expression, clearly showed a trace of seriousness. After careful consideration, she looked into Yu Sheng's eyes. Mind if I take a look? Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned, quickly recalling their first meeting and her special abilities, hesitating slightly. I don't mind, but the scene is quite bizarre. I suspect there might be some contamination or something. Are you sure you want to see it? We've seen stranger things, Bailey Zhu said calmly. You can trust our professionalism. Yu Sheng was quite curious about what kind of bizarre scenarios the other party referred to as stranger things. But after thinking about it, he didn't ask and instead leaned forward. All right, take a look, but be prepared. Bailey Qing stood up from behind the desk, leaned forward and reached out to Yu Sheng. But she couldn't reach. The two of them, separated by the wide office desk, lay prone on the desktop, staring at each other for 2 or 3 seconds before Yu Sheng couldn't hold back. Isn't your desk a bit too wide? If you had to point out the advantage of being the director, It was this. Bailey Qing didn't even get embarrassed, simply stood up, walked halfway around the desk, and came to Yu Sheng's side, pressing her hand against his temple. A slight cool touch, accompanied by a faint scent of perfume. Yu Sheng felt a momentary blur in his mind, as if a gaze swept across the shallow memories he deliberately released. Then that slightly cool touch left. Bailey Qing placed her gaze on the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. The huge, faded eyes floating on the window quickly faded away, as the dense fog outside began to churn like it was boiling, rapidly taking on a pitch-black, muddy texture. Within seconds, enormous stone pillars neatly aligned appeared in the black fog, along with an ancient temple of bizarre and ominous style, shadowy black figures twisted and crawling on the stone plaza, and a half-human, semi-spider gigantic illusion located deep within the temple. As the scene continued to change, Yu Sheng instantly noticed that half-human, semi-spider illusion in the temple, his eyes widening in shock. Wait a minute, I didn't see this at the time. You did see it, Bailey Qing's calm voice came from the side. But you ignored it. This figure lurked at the edge of your subconscious, imperceptible yet still within your vision. Yu Sheng opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, simply slowly approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the illusion reflected in the fog from his memory. The scene of the temple expanded and drew closer again, his gaze passing over the grand door supported by 4 colossal pillars, observing the figure his subconscious had disregarded. A massive female body, a horrifying spider-like lower half, with what seemed to be a gigantic web stretching behind it, extending endlessly into the darkness, appearing to surpass even the physical structure of the temple itself, sprawling in a way that defied geometric spatial laws. A pair of faded eyes quietly floated in the black fog, those belonging to Bailey Zhu. She cautiously entered the temple, gradually approaching the giant half-human, semi-spider illusion, apparently intending to closely observe the other party. But just as she crossed the threshold of the temple, the enormous figure, extracted merely from Yu Sheng's shallow memory, and theoretically only a shadow, even merely an impression, suddenly lifted its head, scarlet eyes abruptly fixed on the entrance, and those faded eyes, just about to sneak in, seemed to be struck by an invisible force, swiftly evaporating. A second later, those faded eyes reappeared in a coffee cup on the desk, with Bailey Zhu's voice emanating from it, sounding filled with lingering fear. That scared me to death. Yu Sheng turned to glance at it, then returned his gaze to the temple, only to see the illusion had returned to its original position, as if nothing had happened just now. Bailey Qing raised her hand and gently clenched her fist towards the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window. The thick mist outside immediately churned and boiled once more, retreating the darkness. The gray-white mist rapidly devoured the illusion of the divine temple. "Are you okay?" She glanced at her younger sister. "I'm fine," Bailey Zhu's voice sounded, her eyes returning to the floor-to-ceiling window, just got startled. Bailey Qing nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, then looked at Yu Sheng. "Has there been anything unusual about the puppet named Aaron lately? Has she been more noisy since acquiring the Omen Wandering Star? Does that count?" Yu Sheng spread his hands. "Besides that, she's the same as before, just picked up the habit of going out every day to walk a ball. I'll contact Terra's Academy to see if they have any information on the Omen Goddess, but don't hold your hopes too high. Besides," Bailey Qing said, but the latter half of her sentence suddenly stopped, and she shook her head. "No, it's nothing." Yu Sheng, of course, noticed the momentary hesitation of the female director, but understanding her, he didn't ask further. Instead, he brought up another matter. "Also, there's a peculiar celestial body known as Black Star, or perhaps it's an astronomical phenomenon. I'd like you to keep an eye on it." "Black Star?" "Yes, an anomaly that is entirely pitch black, surrounded by a large-scale faint light background. Yuan Hao encountered it, and it seems deep within is connected to an alternate dimension, suspected also to have a connection with the strange, empty room at my house. The name Black Star was given by him." Yu Sheng spoke to the Bailey Qing sisters about many things. About the Black Star, about the inference star body, about the current state of the Feiyu star domain and Shuji, and even about the peculiar experience of being a living planet. Initially, he intended to exchange information with the Special Service Bureau, but later, he completely immersed himself in the narration. After all, it's not often you can make an ironclad expression dazed. After much time had passed, Yu Sheng left. The spacious office returned to silence, and Bailey Ching stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, pondering for a while, then went back behind her desk, rubbing her brow and sighing softly. Eye-opening, Bailey Zhu's voice echoed in her heart. Bailey Ching lifted her eyelids, glancing at those eyes floating around various places in the room. "You've been too eye-opening today," she said with a hint of reproach in her tone. "Could you stop doing these adventurous things suddenly from now on? Even if they're illusions extracted from memory, they can sometimes be dangerous." The eyes drooped. "Oh." Bailey Ching exhaled, then glanced at the phone on the desk. "Perhaps it's time to contact Ms. Marin." "The messenger sent from Alice's cottage." "Yes, professional matters ultimately need to be handled by professionals." In the area marked, "Idle people keep away," at the entrance of number 66 Wudong Road, Aaron was squatting on the ground, using both hands to laboriously grind the Omen Wandering Star. Halfway through the grinding, the puppet suddenly lifted her head, tucking her neck. Hu Li, who was beside her enjoying his meal with a lunchbox, turned his head in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Chilly," Aaron muttered, continuing to grind her stone ball on the ground. "Probably someone talking bad about me behind my back. Let me find out, and they're finished." "Oh," Hu Li continued to shovel food into his mouth, but suddenly turned his head again. "By the way, why are you grinding it so hard?" "It's rough and uncomfortable to the hand," Aaron said seriously. "I want to smooth it out a bit." "You don't understand, but respect." Aaron thought for a moment, her scarlet eyes staring at Hu Li. "Silly fox, I suspect you're also talking bad about me in your mind." "I'm not," Hu Li shook his head, then shook the lunchbox in his hand. "Braised pork rice is very delicious." Is it, oh? Chapter 479. This puppet has a few tricks up her sleeve. Chapter 479. Chapter 479. This puppet has a few tricks up her sleeve. After leaving the Special Service Bureau, Yu Sheng didn't go straight home. Instead, he wandered around the city center for a while. It had been quite a long time since he returned. Although when he was in the Feiyu Star domain, he could open a door to Boundary City at any time, the series of events there left him with little free time. Even those few times he came back were rushed, often just appearing at the Special Service Bureau before returning, leaving no time to wander leisurely here. He felt quite sentimental about this. He vividly remembered how, when he first arrived in this eerie giant city, everything was so unfamiliar and dangerous to him. Even every street, every building, every shadow seemed to exude an indescribable eeriness and coldness to him. Yet, as days passed by one after another, he somehow got used to living here. The shadows of those buildings hid strange anomalies invisible to the naked eye, yet there were also many bustling, ordinary people just trying to make a living. At night, the city seemed like a vast, eerie living entity, but now, the living parts of it no longer repelled him. There were exotic realms, entities, and many inexplicable phenomena here, but aside from those, there was also vibrant life flowing vigorously. Yu Sheng liked this lively place. He had always liked vitality, so when he saw greenery in the valley before, he was genuinely happy. He first went to a supermarket to replenish some groceries and daily necessities for home. He also bought new fur care lotion for Hu Li, a lot of bottles at once, because caring for 9 tails is really tedious, and that silly fox would use half each time while eating half, making it consume exceptionally fast. Later, he went to a home improvement store and picked out a few simple doors on sale to enchant in the future, leaving the delivery address as the collection point next to number 66 Wudong Road. With time to spare, he also went to a mall, planning to buy some small gifts for Aaron. He was now standing at the counter, waiting to pay. It was summer vacation, and also the weekend, so the mall was extraordinarily lively. Everywhere he looked, there were young people out shopping during their break, and quite a few of them even looked like middle school students. Yu Sheng stood at the back of the line somewhat bored, observing the surrounding crowd, wondering if he might spot Changfa and Snow White. Of course, he didn't see them, since such coincidental matters weren't likely to happen every day. But as he was looking around restlessly, Yu Sheng suddenly felt a gaze fall upon him. He sharply detected this gaze, and looked up to see the owner of the gaze standing not far away without any attempt to hide, just staring at him from a few meters away. It was an unfamiliar young woman. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin white as porcelain, her features refined and dignified, her appearance outstanding even to a somewhat unreal extent. Of course, if she were simply a pretty young lady, it wouldn't be a big deal, considering that the nine-tailed fox at home was prettier than the one in front of him. What Yu Sheng really cared about was another point. First, she was staring this way. Second, on this scorching day, the stranger was wrapped tightly all over, wearing a long black dress with long boots, even wearing long black silk gloves on her hands, only her head exposed outside, making her look somewhat out of place. Third, she wasn't breathing, nor did she have a heartbeat. Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows. Having returned from life and death multiple times, frequently replenishing his vitality with Hu Li's cooking, and regularly consuming all sorts of peculiar items, his physique had long become extraordinary, along with his perception abilities. Although not reaching the level of Hu Li's divine sense projection or Luna's radar sweep, detecting a non-human entity in such close proximity was still possible. Especially such characteristics closely related to vitality, like breathing and heartbeat. The lady, as delicate as a porcelain doll, took the initiative to walk over. She evidently noticed the change in Yu Sheng's gaze, yet approached calmly, extending her hand. "Hello, Mr. Yu." Yu Sheng hesitated, cautiously raising his hand while frowning. "Do we know each other?" "Not yet, but we will soon." The black-haired lady smiled, the arc of her smile so perfect, yet seemingly lacking the warmth of a living person. Yu Sheng happened to grasp the other person's hand at this moment, but he instantly froze. Through the thin silk glove, he felt the same temperature as a normal person and the unique sensation of ball joints. "My name is Marin, from Alice's cottage." Yu Sheng's eyes widened slightly, but just as he was about to say something, the black-haired lady before him disappeared like a dream in a moment of daze. In the next second, the noisy sounds of the mall and the music returned around him, and Yu Sheng only then belatedly realized that the area around him seemed to have been in some kind of eerie stasis earlier. It seemed to have happened the instant the black-haired lady walked over, yet he hadn't noticed it at the time. Yu Sheng blinked, awakening from the brief dazed moment as if from a dissipated dream, subconsciously searching for the self-proclaimed Marin Alice puppet, but couldn't find her figure, nor a trace of her presence. But then he felt something was amiss, looking down only to find himself clutching an item. That was the puppet's hand encased in a long black glove. Yu Sheng was completely dumbfounded. "Wait, what's going on here? What happened? What does this mean?" In that moment, 3 existential questions popped into his mind, as he couldn't figure out why a girl resembling an Alice puppet came over, greeted him, and then vanished without a trace, leaving something behind in her wake. Was there some hidden meaning here? Or is this some unique company culture at Alice's cottage, like leaving a souvenir on a first encounter? Before he could figure it out, he was interrupted by an urging voice from behind, so he quickly snapped back to reality. Realizing that no one around seemed to notice the earlier scene, he swiftly stuffed the item into his pocket, then headed to the cashier to check out with his recently purchased goods. At number 66 Wudong Road, Yu Sheng pushed the door open and entered his home. Hu Li was in the dining area wielding a broom, cleaning while picking up her own recently shed fur. Luna was nowhere to be seen, judging by the time she was probably farming in the valley. Sounds of the TV came from the living room, occasionally interspersed with the mindless chortling of a small puppet. As soon as Yu Sheng stepped inside, Hu Li was the first to greet him, her tail swishing with the wind. "Savior, you're back, did you?" Before she could finish, Yu Sheng had already thrust the large bag of snacks he was carrying into her hands. The demon fox girl's eyes immediately lit up like stars, and as she received the snacks her tail spun like a wind-fire wheel, in an instant scattering the dust and fox fur she had just swept away all over the floor. Yu Sheng could only smile wryly, ruffling her fox head before turning to walk into the living room. Aaron, who was on the sofa, had already heard the commotion. A small head peeked out from next to the TV cabinet, and the sound of the puppet came from the staircase direction. "Yu Sheng, you're finally back. I have to tell you, this rock ball is simply indestructible." The main theme here is misdirection. She's literally everywhere. Yu Sheng was still thinking about the Alice puppet he encountered at the mall, but watching Aaron pop out from every corner of the house, he couldn't help but relax. With a smile, he bent down and picked up the little puppet who was clambering up his leg. Judging from the weight, it was probably made of super light clay, and brought her over to the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, he decided not to mention the puppet who called herself Marin, and instead pulled a small box out of the shopping bag, placing it in front of Aaron. "What's this?" Aaron asked curiously, her eyes lighting up visibly with excitement. "Is this for me?" "Yeah, it's a phone watch, the best one available," Yu Sheng said with a smile. "Originally, I wanted to ask the Special Service Bureau for something similar to the high-tech gadget I have, but Bailey Ching said there's never been a spirit realm detective or investigator exploring exotic realms while wearing a kid's phone watch, so there's no demand for one." But by this point, Aaron was too engrossed in her new gift to pay attention to Yu Sheng's explanation. She quickly unboxed it and started fiddling with the contents. A children's phone watch that was almost as big as her hand, with the watch face covering nearly a third of her face, yet the proportions were just about the same as ordinary people holding a phone. The little puppet turned on the watch and began poking at the screen. Those tiny touchscreen icons, which might be too small and challenging for adult humans to operate, were a perfect fit for her. After all, her fingers were as slender as thicker bean sprouts. The little puppet was enamored with her new gift. Although she didn't usually display good manners, she was anything but hesitant in expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Yu Sheng, you're so nice. I love it." Yu Sheng chuckled, patting the little puppet on the head, then hesitated for several seconds before finally speaking up. "There's one more thing." Aaron was still engrossed with her phone watch, fiddling around without looking up. "I met someone at the mall today, a puppet." Aaron's head snapped up instantly. "What?" "A puppet who claimed to be from Alice's cottage, named Marin." Aaron was momentarily stunned, then the puppet who had been watching TV next to her leaped over. "Really? Truly one of the sisters from the cottage? Oh my gosh, finally someone's here. So what happened next? Did you tell her about me? Didn't she come back with you?" Yu Sheng was bombarded with her flurry of questions, and it took him a while to get a word in. "Hang on, let me explain. She approached me first, but before I could say anything, she just vanished." Aaron froze. "Vanished?" "Yeah, vanished, but she left something behind, literally." Chapter 480, What a Situation. Chapter 480, What a Situation. Outside the barrier maintained by a series of boundary steel, at the edge region of boundary land, lies the physical border of this space-time convergence. Beyond the hazy light curtain and large swathes of desolate, dim terrain, at the extreme distance visible from the last outpost set up by the Special Service Bureau, are vast stretches of fragmented, floating island-like landmasses hovering in semi-chaotic air. Aurora-like streams of light flow among the countless shattered floating islands, with small space stabilization devices visible everywhere. The starlight from the external universe occasionally penetrates the gaps randomly appearing between the floating islands, casting reflections over those islands, whether desolate, lush, or illusion-like. On one of these islands, whose material structure and existence are relatively stable, stands an old mansion shrouded in a mysterious aura, surrounded by a flourishing garden. Faceless puppet artisans with textures of wood and ceramic on their surfaces are busy in the garden. Two spring guards, wearing red and blue frocks, stand guard at the mansion's door, while a spring-loaded maid, her entire body made of alloys, ceramics, and bionic skin, stands motionless at the entrance, as if waiting for someone's return. Suddenly, a ding sound comes from within the silent, standby spring doll, the mechanical components softly buzzing. She pulls a pocket watch from her skirt and sees its hands spinning cheerfully, pointing to a slot marked puppet print room. The spring-loaded maid tilts her head, turns, and heads back into the mansion, lightly passing through the long foyer and dim corridors, arriving at a secret room deep inside the mansion. The lights in the secret room have already been automatically turned on. In the center of the room, silver-gray liquid surges within a sink, with nanomachines rapidly printing a new puppet body. Moments later, a body stiffly sits up from the silver-gray liquid, its surface swiftly tinged with human-like skin color. And after another half-minute, the dazed puppet finally stands up clumsily and steps out of the sink. She moves each joint of her body, rotating them to a degree that would be enough to break for ordinary people, before quickly resetting the joints with a self-check motion. After finishing, she reaches out to receive the clothes handed to her by the spring-loaded maid. But her movement suddenly halts. She lowers her head, looking with a somewhat wooden gaze at her empty right wrist. The puppet's expression gradually becomes lively and animated. She frowns, bends down, and reaches her right arm into the print slot, where the silver-gray nanomachines immediately swirl around, forming a new hand on her wrist. However, as soon as she pulls her arm out of the print slot, the hand instantly dissolves back into a puddle of silver-gray liquid, uncontrollably falling back into the sink. The puppet lady frowns, slowly stands up, and glances at the spring-loaded maid still holding clothes on standby nearby. "Maurice, help me dress. I've lost my right hand." "Yes, Miss Marin." The spring-loaded maid steps forward, skillfully helping her mistress into the clothes. As she dresses her, she curiously asks, "Why are you back from the print room? Did you miss the boundary domain train?" "I accidentally saw something I shouldn't have, triggering an emergency escape," Marin replied, her tone somewhat muffled. "Though, to be fair, I might have set the trigger threshold a bit too sensitively." "Being cautious is your strength," said the spring-loaded maid, her voice devoid of emotional fluctuations, tinged with a peculiar mechanical tremor. "A higher rate of retreat ensures a higher mission completion rate. This precisely forms a subtle dynamic balance with the additional print material you usually consume." "Maurice, present. Clear the database of cold jokes. Permission locked. This is a unique feature of this unit. If you insist on turning it off, it is recommended to activate the Gold Crown SVIP Diamond Card annual membership. If there is no objection, it will be considered as consent, and the system will automatically deduct the fee in 10 seconds. 3-2. "All right, I get it. Don't needs, thank you." "Very well, Miss Marin." Marin sighed, yet stubbornly reached her arm into the print slot again. This time, the right hand still did not return. "You seem a bit troubled, Miss Marin." The spring-loaded maid quietly watched her mistress. "It seems this loss is quite severe." "Yes, my right hand was taken away." Marin slowly rose, her gaze heavily upon the print slot, which was gradually calming. "Looks like I'll still have to visit. Hopefully, I can get the hand back smoothly." "Should you talk with Director Bailey Ching again? She could perhaps offer some advice for your upcoming contact actions." "No, it's embarrassing." "All right, Miss Marin." Yu Sheng and Hu Li sat on either side of the coffee table, staring wide-eyed at the motionless puppet hand. Aaron, however, sat cross-legged directly on the coffee table, curiously reaching out and flicking a finger at the hand. The finger joints made a slight clicking sound and quickly returned to their original state, as if a remnant of vitality was still running through them. The three had been staring at the hand for some time, pondering it without any result. At this point, Yu Sheng, stroking his chin, couldn't help but chime in. "What's the meaning of this, then?" No one spoke next to him, so he turned his head to look at the small puppet on the coffee table. "Do you puppets have this custom? When meeting for the first time, you take off some parts to give as a gift to the other person." "How could there be such a custom?" Aaron glared with scarlet eyes, but then seemed a bit unsure. But maybe. After all, I haven't been back for a long time. Perhaps there's some popular new trend as each generation becomes more abstract." Suddenly, the small puppet stopped, lifted its head to stare into Yu Sheng's eyes. "Wait, don't tell me you have such strong hands that you yanked it off. You even took the glove together." Yu Sheng chuckled. "I'm not a pervert. Do I meet a girl for the first time and cause such damage? Even if I did yank it off, it must be because her wrist wasn't strong enough." Aaron thought for a moment, didn't speak, just turned over the puppet's hand, using her own hand to compare it against the puppet's. Same spherical joints, same texture that felt like fine porcelain yet exuded the warmth and elasticity of human skin, only a few sizes different. The small puppet sighed, a hint of sadness in its voice. "If I had hands this big, I wouldn't have let those soldiers escape last night." Hu Li tapped Yu Sheng's arm. "Savior, after leaving you that hand, did the puppet calling itself Marin leave? Did you see how she departed?" "I didn't see clearly. I suspect it was a very skillful transfer and illusion technique," Yu Sheng said seriously. "I was a bit dazed at that time. That's why I find this Alice puppet mysterious and strange. She must have done it with deep intention. What's the deep intention? She must have come looking for me. Erin lifted her head, a smug expression on her face. She was in a great mood because not only did an Alice puppet appear in Boundary City today, she also received a gift she had been yearning for. Another Erin was sitting on the sofa, enthusiastically tinkering with the phone watch Yu Sheng gave her. Halfway through tinkering, she thoughtfully muttered, "I just don't know why she left without even leaving a contact method." Hey, you could ask that ironclad expression. The Alice puppet you met might be the new envoy arranged by my hometown over here. If she entered legally, she must be registered with the Special Service Bureau. Yu Sheng thought for a bit, found it reasonable, then got up and went to the kitchen to dial Bailey Ching's phone number. At this time, she should still be awake, right? The phone rang twice, and the familiar, calm yet subtly magnetic voice came from the other side. "Yu Sheng, what's up?" "I met a puppet named Marin today who claims to be from Alice's cottage," Yu Sheng said, glancing back towards the living room. One Erin was still fiddling with that hand. Another Erin was playing with the phone watch. Another Erin was running the Omen wandering star around the room, and another Erin was watching TV, the small puppet busy and seemingly unaware of his actions here. "But I feel the situation is a bit strange." He briefly told Bailey Ching about the odd occurrences today, particularly emphasizing the mysterious disappearance and the strange gift left by the other. "I'm calling you to confirm the background of this Marin, whether she truly is from Alice's cottage, considering you know about Erin's situation," Yu Sheng concluded. The other side of the phone fell silent. Bailey Ching's every silence was deafening. It took nearly 10 seconds before Yu Sheng heard the hesitant voice from the other side. "Marin is indeed an envoy recently sent by Alice's cottage to Boundary Land. She helped us resolve a minor issue some days ago, not a suspicious person. But the situation you described seems different from what I anticipated." "I'll go verify, hold on a moment." Bailey Ching hung up, and Yu Sheng patiently waited. He didn't wait long. Within 10 minutes she dialed back. But for some reason, the usual cool and calm female director's voice sounded slightly strained. "Contacted her, seems there's some situation on her side." "Situation?" Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Is she okay?" "No major harm." "Oh, this thing, she seemed fine when meeting me. No wonder she hurriedly left without leaving a contact." Yu Sheng smirked. "So then." "The border of Boundary City is already closed. She'll visit you tomorrow," Bailey Ching calmly said. "Does the thing she left you still exist?" Yu Sheng turned to see Erin waving the puppet's hand around the coffee table. The puppet's action patterns were as always, motives unclear and abstract. "It's still here," Yu Sheng turned back. "Does she still want it?" "Yes, she does." Chapter 481. The Authentic Puppet. Early the next morning, Yu Sheng moved a chair, hugging Erin, and sat at the entrance of number 66 Wudong Road. Hu Li and Luna stood beside him like two guardian deities on either side, all four of them, or possibly none of them, being human, eagerly waiting by the roadside for the Alice puppet who claimed to be Marin to visit. Erin kept fiddling with her smartwatch. Yu Sheng helped her remove the strap and tied a colorful string to wear it around her neck. The little doll opened and closed several apps. Anyone could see she was a bit nervous. But whenever Yu Sheng spoke up to ask, she would immediately deny it, stubbornly saying she was just bored. This time, no one exposed the little creature's clumsy excuse. Yu Sheng glanced at the time, then looked up at the end of the road, his mind still on the phone call with Bailey Ching the day before and the things he had entrusted to him. Hopefully, Bailey Ching had accurately explained Erin's situation to the Alice's house messenger and conveyed his thoughts. When Hu Li finished eating the 12th pancake, those waiting at the door heard the sound of an engine. A black luxury car appeared at the end of the road. Yu Sheng glanced at the demon fox girl beside him, seeing her squint her eyes with satisfaction. "They drove here. Savior, you have to help me brush my tails tonight." Yu Sheng clicked his tongue, frowning. Why aren't they riding an electric scooter? It doesn't fit the usual style of people coming here. Hu Li earnestly replied, "Riding an electric scooter with one hand is unsafe." Erin, hearing the commotion beside her, finally couldn't hold back. "Aren't you too bored?" Yu Sheng chuckled listening to this, and just then, as they spoke, The car had already come closer and steadily stopped at number 66 Wudong Road. The car door opened, but instead of the Alice puppet Yu Sheng had seen yesterday, a short-haired woman dressed like a maid, yet with obvious mechanical structures, got out first. After she got out, she opened the rear car door, allowing the proclaimed Marin, the Alice puppet, to come into view. At the same time, Yu Sheng noticed that not only did the short-haired maid driving have obvious non-human mechanical features, but near her lower back, there was a large spring structure. A silver-white spring key stuck decoratively like a bow in a complex lock hole, with occasional soft clicking sounds emanating from it. Erin's eyes were immediately drawn to the large key on the spring-loaded maid's back, and heaven knows what neuron fired in her little head. She began wriggling her arms and shouting, Hey, Yu Sheng, I want that, the spinning one." Yu Sheng was just getting up to greet Marin, but hearing the beep from the little thing in his arms, he didn't react at first. It took him 2 seconds to understand what Erin meant, looking instantly annoyed. "What do you mean you want that? You don't even have a keyhole." Just having gotten off the car, Marin, walking over with a faint smile, for some reason slightly paused her steps and looked at Erin before quickly regaining her composure, continuing unhurriedly to Yu Sheng with that flawless smile. "It's nice to meet again, Mr. Yu. I'm sorry, my abruptness yesterday. I hope it didn't cause you any inconvenience." Yu Sheng instinctively seemed a bit stunned, not quite understanding the overly formal and courteous demeanor. After all, he was used to folks around being either elusive or highly strung. He hadn't thought much of Marin's sudden departure yesterday, so he found it a bit hard to adapt. "Oh, no worries, I heard from Bailey Ching that you had something urgent yesterday. It's understandable." As he spoke, he extended his hand to her, thinking it more polite to take the initiative this time. Then there was a 2-second silence at the scene. Yu Sheng switched to his left hand. Marin's reaction was a bit subtle. The doll lady responded to Yu Sheng's handshake quite cautiously, and after a moment of hesitation, she spoke softly. "Mr. Yu, I accidentally left something behind yesterday." "It's here." Yu Sheng nodded eagerly before she could finish, then gave Hu Li a look. The demon fox girl promptly brushed off the pancake crumbs from her hands, wiped them against her tail, and reached into her storage tail, pulling out a doll hand and a glove, handing them to the Alice puppet in front of her. "Thank you." Marin meticulously expressed her gratitude, took her hand, placed it on her wrist, and with a pop sound, the ball joint reset. She turned it back and forth a bit to ensure a proper connection, finally letting out a sigh of relief, carefully putting on the long glove. "Hey, we studied it all night, totally confused." Yu Sheng was still marveling on the side. "Didn't know what it meant for you to leave a hand behind so suddenly." "My hand joints aren't very secure, that's part of my blessing," Marin said. Her gaze then fell on the little doll in Yu Sheng's arms. She quietly scrutinized, and though her flawless porcelain-like face showed no genuine emotion or thought, after a while she nodded lightly. "Erin, right." Yes. The little doll had been staring at Marin since the beginning, as if recalling her own height of 1.65 meters when looking at this proportionately normal living doll, but kept her mouth tightly shut, not daring to speak. When Marin greeted her directly, she hurriedly replied, "I'm Erin from Alice's cottage. I don't know you. Do you know me?" As she spoke, her voice suddenly grew smaller, as if carrying a hint of trepidation, then turned and climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, tightly hugging his head. This was her habitual reaction when feeling nervous or scared outside. Marin did not immediately answer Erin's question. The big doll just carefully examined the little doll again, then turned to Yu Sheng. "It's not quite suitable to talk here, may I?" Oh, let's discuss it inside," Yu Sheng immediately responded, turned around and took 2 steps to open the door at number 66 Wudong Road. "I forgot, you probably can't see my house." Marin and the spring doll beside her momentarily widened their eyes slightly in astonishment, staring at the door that suddenly appeared before them and the living room opposite it, which looked simple yet full of life. A moment later, the 2 guests were led into number 66 Wudong Road and seated on the sofa in the living room. Marin stared blankly at the other 3 Erin sitting neatly on the sofa. "What on earth is going on?" "These are all my extensions made by Yu Sheng," Erin immediately explained with a hint of pride. "Number 1, number 2, number 3. There's no particular order. Whoever grabs the painting in the morning gets to be number 1. Marin listened in confusion, clearly not understanding. She turned her head to Yu Sheng. Are you an alchemy master, then? You even know how to make living dolls? Yu Sheng hurriedly waved his hand. No, 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 my skills are quite rough. It was Aaron who taught me the basics. Marin stared blankly again at the row of little dolls. Are there more? Yes, Yu Sheng nodded with a smile. I have a whole troop in the backyard. Marin, why does the Alice puppet have an entire troop of extensions? Aaron tugged at Yu Sheng's sleeve, leaned over, and muttered quietly. Now there are 2 troops. Yu Sheng was shocked. When did this happen? Discovered during yesterday's evaluation. Aaron stuck out her tongue. Last time I gave them a looped production command while making dolls and forgot to stop. I only got an error message after all the blood you left in the alchemy workshop ran out. Counting them, I found there are now 2 troops. Yu Sheng. He fell silent for a moment, while Marin on the opposite side seemed somewhat numb. This Alice's house messenger, who had just been sent to Boundary Land, probably hadn't encountered such a situation before. Only now did she somewhat understand the meaning of the widespread acclaim, Boundary Land abounds with talented people, and also understood Bailey Ching's well-intentioned advice before she came, keep your mind calm around Yu Sheng. Just then, she noticed another unusual item. There was a peculiar grayish-white stone ball that kept circling around one of Aaron's heads. What's that thing? She asked curiously. That's Aaron's satellite, Hu Li said offhandedly. Marin, why does the Alice puppet even have a satellite? She turned slightly and met the somewhat vacant gaze of the spring doll Maris. Maris, she called out in telepathic communication. Here, Miss Marin. The voice of the spring-loaded maid responded from the depths of her mind. Is there a possibility, Marin murmured internally with a peculiar tone, that this little one is the real Alice puppet and I'm actually the fake one? Please remain calm. I fully understand the jealousy that arises when you see other dolls with high-end accessories, but this bumpy ball doesn't quite suit your hairstyle. Marin's eye twitched slightly. Noticing the several gazes that had been resting on her from across the sofa, she coughed twice and refocused on Aaron. And on the strange painting Aaron had behind her back. As you can see, Yu Sheng's voice sounded, Aaron's situation now is rather special. Although she has several bodies, part of her essence is likely still bound by this painting. Until today, she has been trying to contact Alice's cottage but has had no progress. Now that you've arrived, we are eager to know what exactly is Aaron's situation. Marin pressed her lips together. Following a few seconds of solemn silence and contemplation, she extended her hand toward Aaron, the one closest to her. At least one thing is certain, she said with a slight smile on her face. You truly are our sister, although it seems there has been a bit of a situation. Chapter 482. To be or not to be. As soon as Marin uttered the word sister, Yu Sheng immediately noticed Aaron's tense body relaxing a little. The living doll's relief was visible to the naked eye. It seems this little thing isn't completely heartless. From an inconspicuous angle, Marin slightly turned her head towards Yu Sheng, and the two exchanged a quick glance. Aaron had already stood up, excitedly grabbing the hand of the living doll in front of her. Really, sister? I've always said I'm an Alice puppet. I've been an Alice puppet my whole life, and yet people don't believe me. It's always your own kind that gets you. Marin was being shaken like a spin dryer by the little dwarf in front of her, quickly grabbing her own wrist with her other hand as she spoke. Calm down, my wrist isn't sturdy. Oh, I forgot. Aaron quickly released the other's hand upon realizing, watching the other inspecting their hand joints yet couldn't resist babbling. Your hand really needs some fixing. Oh, why don't you have Yu Sheng make you a new one? Let me tell you, my body is mixed with spiritual fox, mysterious iron, and exotic building materials, usually charged with 220 volts. In emergencies, I can even feed off those immortals' lightning tribulations. Marin seemed to be stunned again. But this time her daze was very brief, returning to her senses in less than half a second, observing Aaron while casually saying, That's very sturdy. Can you let me see the painting behind you? The painting? Aaron was taken aback, instinctively turning her head to look at Yu Sheng, seeing him nod subtly before turning around to take down the painting frame from her back, struggling to lift it with both hands and handing it to the living doll opposite her. Hey, all right. Be careful, I'm synced with this painting on perception when Yu Sheng threw me down from the second floor back then. This little thing holds quite a grudge. Marin didn't say a word, just carefully examining the ancient and elegant painting in front of her, her gaze falling on the stuffed teddy bear sitting on the chair in the painting. What's the deal with this bear? I don't know either, since I have memories it's been sealed with me in the painting. Erin scratched her head. Only vaguely remember it seemed to have some sense a long, long time ago, but later couldn't communicate anymore. When I was in the painting with it, it would occasionally giggle mindlessly, but once I came out it quieted down a lot. Marin slightly frowned, fingers gently brushing over the painting's rough surface. Erin seemed to have thought of something, suddenly showing a bit of unease, watching the adult doll's expression as she quietly reaffirmed, I really am an Alice puppet, right? Without a doubt, Marin smiled, eyes on the little doll's direction, yet the focus seemingly not entirely on Erin. You are part of the Alice puppet, just that a change has occurred unexpectedly. Can it still be fixed? Erin quickly asked, then paused, raising her hand to gesture at herself. You see, I'm like this now, only so tall, can only use these temporary shells. Yu Sheng has thought of many ways, but couldn't solve this. Do you think my situation can be helped if going back to the Alice garden? Why don't you take me back to have a look? Marin's actions abruptly paused, looking up at the little doll. Take you back to Alice garden. Yes, Alice puppets all come from the garden. Getting into trouble outside, they still return there to reshape their shells. That's what I remember. Alice Matrix Network, code name Garden. Marin's expression became serious, staring into the little doll's eyes. Garden isn't a place you can return to in a physical sense. It can only be linked through an Alice secret key and broadcast nodes throughout the universe. Do you mean for me to help you reconnect to the network? Erin's expression froze. She stood on the coffee table, dazed for quite a while, then slowly lifted her hand to scratch her head, muttering quietly after a long pause. Is that so? She turned her head, blankly staring at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, is it like that? Yu Sheng didn't respond with the usual, how would I know? Instead, wrapping his arm around Erin and lifting her off the coffee table, placing her on his lap. Seems to be just a technical detail that's a bit off. He looked up again. Miss Marin, can you help her reconnect to that network? It's difficult, judging by Erin's appearance. She should have already forgotten her Alice secret key. This key is recorded directly in the soul at the moment of our birth, and is uniquely bound from birth to death. Even between sister Alice puppets, there is no permission to interfere or read another's key. Plus. Yu Sheng and Erin spoke in unison. Plus. Moreover, hundreds of years ago, the Alice Mother closed its direct connection with the garden. Now the authentication rules of the garden matrix are even stricter than before. Alice Mother is what Erin usually refers to as the puppet progenitor, one of the ancient saints. Yu Sheng was suddenly unable to hide his shock. She shut down the connection with the garden? Why? Even Erin, who was in a daze, suddenly reacted, the little doll nearly bouncing up. Something happened to the puppet progenitor. No, the puppet progenitor is fine, still regularly sending peace signals. It's just her and other ancient saints are now at the borders of the perceivable universe. We don't know the exact circumstances, but the ancient saints should be carrying out a very important task, hence severed most of the links within the borders. Erin seemed slightly relieved, dragging out an O, but immediately furrowed her brow. Once again, unknown situation. That ironclad expression says the same. What exactly have the ancient saints gone to do, doesn't anyone wonder? The boundary of the known universe. What happens there shouldn't carelessly be transmitted inside, Marin said immediately with a serious expression. Information beyond the system boundary poses high risks to the system. Any information from that side may have meme pollution. A term called super system event refers to this kind of incident. Erin scratched her head again. This knowledge had completely exceeded her ability to process. Yu Sheng felt a furry tail poking his arm, and Hu Li leaned closer, whispering, Weren't Alice puppets supposed to be kindergarten correspondence courses? Yu Sheng maintained a stern expression, thinking to himself that Erin's special situation obviously couldn't be judged by common sense. But after holding back for a long time, he still blurted out, Maybe it's the difference between a big class and a small class. It seemed Erin didn't notice what Yu Sheng and Hu Li were whispering about. She sat down on Yu Sheng's leg, her little eyebrows furrowed, as if still trying hard to think. She seemed to be attempting to comb through her memory, looking for details about the garden, or recalling what her Alice secret key was. She thought for a long time and mumbled to herself, "Did I really remember wrong? Why can't I recall anything?" Then she looked up again, gazing at the large puppet opposite her. Then, what about Alice's cottage? Did it also go to the border with the puppet progenitor? What about the other sisters? I clearly remember. Well, even if I remembered wrong, how do people reconstruct their bodies when needed? People often have body damages. The doll printing room, Marin replied. Every external outpost will have one, and I have one on my side too. When Alice puppets suffer fatal injuries, indeed, they return to the garden. But that is to upload consciousness to the Matrix network, and then regenerate through the doll printing room. Conditions permitting, it's possible to skip the uploading process and directly disassemble and transfer the body to the printing slot for repair. Anyway, in a certain sense, your memory isn't entirely wrong, but should only have some discrepancies, mixing up the concept of garden and reconstructing. Aaron listened in a muddled manner, understood in a muddled manner, and after a while finally roughly understood what the other person was saying. So, that doll printing room you mentioned. The prerequisite for using it is to connect to the garden, Marin said calmly, looking into the eyes of the little puppet. Aaron visibly became dejected. Huli leaned over and picked up another Aaron from the sofa, wrapping the little puppet with her tail. At least you finally contacted other sisters, she said to Aaron. Your greatest goal was to contact the organization, wasn't it? Now the organization is found and the situation of the puppet progenitor is confirmed. You can also talk to Miss Marin if anything happens. It's just that the body can't recover for the moment, but you have 2 regiments worth of body, and haven't you already gotten used to it? Aaron was stunned by Huli's rapid-fire statements, hesitating after a few seconds to look up. Is that so? Definitely. Huli smiled gently and vigorously rubbed the puppet's head in her arms. The little guy was rubbed dizzy. Silly fox, don't fool me, I'm telling you. Huli didn't speak, just sneaked a glance at Yu Sheng, her big ears on her head twitching. Yu Sheng smoothly tucked the other Aaron on his leg into Huli's pile of tails, then naturally stood up. Oh right, Miss Marin, I have a few other technical details to inquire about regarding deep space navigation. Of course, Marin smiled faintly, nodding quite naturally, then stood up. Yu Sheng directly took this living doll upstairs. Is it really an Alice puppet? Looking back at the direction of the stairs, Yu Sheng asked straight to the point. Yes, Marin nodded lightly. I'm not just comforting or appeasing her. Yu Sheng caught the implication of her words. How much truth? About half. And the other half? It's terrifying darkness. Chapter 483. Aaron. Yu Sheng felt something in his heart about what Marin described as the terrifying darkness, and instinctively looked up at the door at the end of the second-floor corridor. He was uncertain how this living doll perceived and judged those unknown elements within Aaron, but one thing was clear. This genuine Alice puppet understood Aaron's situation more clearly than the average person. Professional matters are best left to professionals, and now a long-standing question finally found its answer. The good news is that Aaron is indeed an Alice puppet. Her sisters, her memories, her hometown, they all truly exist. The bad news is, not entirely. Now Yu Sheng could almost be certain that the terrifying darkness within her was from the Omen goddess of unknown origin. Is there any information about the designation Omen goddess in your Alice's cottage records? He looked up, breaking the silence with a serious expression. Marin immediately responded, Is this the source of that darkness? Yu Sheng nodded slightly. Marin was silent for a moment, her eyes suddenly becoming a bit vacant. She stood motionless as a faint humming came from within her, and after a moment she woke up again, frowning slightly and shaking her head. There is no record of this in the Matrix network. However, she quickly added, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that this information is stored in the local database of some remote nodes. If it has a memetic contamination risk, the casket system will automatically intercept the related data at its place of release. I've already made a wide area inquiry in the Garden Network to see if any other sisters have encountered intelligence that might be related, but there's been no response yet. Yu Sheng wasn't very clear about the internal workings of this puppet organization, but from Marin's brief words, he still determined their professionalism and caution in this regard, so he naturally didn't say much more, but brought up another question. Are there any other puppets named Aaron? Are any of them missing? Are there any that look very similar to my Aaron at home? Marin immediately nodded. That's exactly the other reason I'm visiting you today. As she spoke, she casually took out a silver-gray metal rod, and upon stroking its surface lightly, it quickly unfolded into a light screen. As the images on the screen changed, she explained beside it. Aaron is not a particularly rare name in Alice's cottage, and among them there are indeed 3 whose status is unaccounted for. Here is their information. Yu Sheng leaned in and watched as the images on the light screen rolled, and the 3 missing dolls named Aaron came into view. The first wasn't it, nor the second, but the third made his eyes suddenly freeze. Stop for a moment, that's the one. A golden-haired, expressionless puppet girl stood in the image, looking extremely similar to the broken puppet Yu Sheng had seen in the illusion of those temple ruins. I've seen this face in a ruin illusion, he quickly exclaimed. Are you certain it's her? Marin's tone carried a hint of astonishment. Yu Sheng took the light screen again and meticulously compared it. After all, compared to the appearance he had seen before, the person in the ID photo now didn't look as cracked, and there was a slight difference in appearance. After repeatedly comparing for a few seconds, he nodded. That's the one. By the way, her expression is very aloof. It's nothing like the Aaron at my home now. Marin casually remarked, that's how ID photos are. Yu Sheng thought for a moment. That's not necessarily so. Aaron's photo on her ID looks like she's about to jump up. It was quite a struggle to hold her down on the couch for the photo back then. Marin. Yu Sheng cleared his throat twice, pointing to the Aaron on the light screen. When did she disappear? 3,700 years ago. Marin's expression became serious. So I was a bit stunned earlier. If it truly is her, investigating this matter will likely be even more challenging. 3,700 years ago. Upon hearing Marin's answer, Yu Sheng couldn't hide the astonishment in his expression. The time span far exceeded his expectations. In other words, if the little one at home now truly is the Aaron from the missing records, and if that scene of mutual destruction in the dark ruins indeed happened so long ago, then, until he opened that room at the end of the corridor, Aaron had already been sealed in that painting for 3,700 years. Yu Sheng once again looked back at the door at the end of the corridor, while Marin quickly noticed his action and asked curiously, Is that the room where you first discovered Aaron? Yu Sheng nodded and directly led this living doll to the end of the corridor, opened the door to confirm the situation inside, and then took her into this eerie, vacant room. Aaron's painting used to hang in this spot. Yu Sheng raised his hand to point to the opposite wall. After taking down the painting, the room changed. When I opened the door the second time, the place where the painting hung had turned into this mirror. He briefly told Marin about the state of the room and the events at that time, and she curiously approached the mirror. Yu Sheng quickly reminded her, Don't touch that thing, it's very unstable, sometimes it leads to very dangerous dimensions. I'm telling you, this whole room is quite eerie. Marin withdrew her hand obediently, but when she heard Yu Sheng's last sentence, she showed a subtle expression and glanced at the corridor outside the room. The corridor was hazy, with fractures of various sizes extending from the floor to the ceiling. Projections from various space-time coordinates chaotically reflected in every corner of the house. The entire building was filled with indescribable, incomprehensible distortions and abnormalities, and it seemed as if every inch of space simultaneously existed everywhere in the universe. Yet the owner of number 66 Wudong Road claimed the room at the end of the corridor on the second floor was particularly eerie. Is there anywhere in this entire house that's not eerie? Erin once again sneakily hopped under the coffee table, using her height advantage to slide under the sofa, silently approaching the back of the spring doll standing beside the sofa. Maris turned her head somewhat helplessly, looking at the tiny figure behind her, straining on tiptoes but unable to reach her waist. Miss Erin, my spring key isn't meant to be installed on you. Erin stood with hands on hips, tilting her face up, showing no embarrassment at being caught in the act. Instead, she was righteous. Are you really powered by springs? That's not power, Mari shook her head. My spring key is merely due to the mistress's personal aesthetic and interests. She turns it for fun when she's bored. Oh, Aaron nodded dazedly, suddenly curious again. Does Marin herself have a spring key? Of course she does, Maris explained earnestly, perhaps convinced that this tiny figure was also a special model of Alice puppet. She showed great patience towards Aaron's questions. Alice puppets all have their own spring keys. Aaron blinked, also for decoration. No, the spring key for Alice puppets is a crucial component, which can enhance strength or protect oneself in emergencies. Miss Marin said so. Aaron thought for a moment, scratching her head. I don't have one. She turned around to show Maris her back. Nothing was visible with clothes on, but she clearly wasn't conscious of such details. This body is temporary. Once I find my own Alice secret key, I'll reconnect the garden network, recreate my original body, and then I'll have a spring key too. Maris paused, seeming slightly unaccustomed to the communication rhythm with this mini Alice puppet, so she resorted to a perfunctory response. Well then, let's hope you find your secret key smoothly. Next second, Aaron popped another question. Does the secret key look the same as the spring key? Maris. It was the sofa fox who broke the situation, relieving the spring doll's embarrassment. Definitely not the same. The secret key sounds more like a password, while a spring key is for winding. Is that so? Aaron scratched her head again, turned to continue looking at Maris. Also, you're not an Alice puppet, are you? I am a versatile personal assistant purchased by Miss Marin. Maris bent her waist slightly. Produced by Algerd Universe United Industry, specially customized for Alice's cottage. Designed with multiple functions tailored for Alice puppets to fully adapt and satisfy various needs in daily life and work. Aaron's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, like what? For example, maintenance and cleaning of ball joints, assisting the mistress in manufacturing and commanding other subordinate dolls, managing daily life, and telling dad jokes. Sounds like not much. Aaron's eyes turned, waving her hand. I have Yu Sheng, though he doesn't tell dad jokes. After this, the little puppet seemed to suddenly lose interest in Maris, turned around and climbed onto the sofa, sat cross-legged on the cushion, and began to drawl. Why isn't Yu Sheng back yet? Yu Sheng, Yu Sheng, Yu Sheng, I am bored. While she was only halfway through her whining, Yu Sheng's hurried footsteps came from the stairs along with a resigned murmur. I heard you, I heard you. Stop calling like you're invoking spirits all day. Aaron lifted her head and saw Yu Sheng descending the stairs with Marin. She immediately became cheerful, jumped off the sofa, and ran towards the stairs, babbling rapidly. Hey, Yu Sheng, guess what? All Alice puppets have keys. When you have time, drill a hole in my back, too. Maris said her key is installed after production. It can be turned for entertainment, and turning it activates hidden energy. When I go out in the future, I'll need a power bank. How long does a smartwatch battery last? Marin stopped midway down the stairs, her expression bewildered, and after a while she ventured, Is her logic always like this? Yu Sheng sighed. Always like this. Today it's actually mild compared to usual. Chapter 484. Strange Creature. Marin, the living doll, left with her spring-loaded maid, but this time she also left Yu Sheng her contact information. Before leaving, she pulled Yu Sheng aside to a secluded spot and chatted again about the Aaron doll that went missing more than 3,000 years ago, saying that she'd continue to investigate information about that doll in the network dedicated to Alice puppets once she returned, while still collecting any clues possibly related to the omen. According to her, there is very little information left about the Aaron, who disappeared 3,700 years ago in today's garden network, mainly because it's so ancient. Over these 3,000 years, the garden matrix has undergone many rounds of iterations, upgrades, and node transformations, with even full-scale network reconstructions more than 10 times. During these upgrades, some data that is too old and rarely accessed might have sunk into some information black domain, making it nearly impossible to find through conventional methods, leaving everything to chance. Of course, for Yu Sheng, hearing today's information is already a huge gain. A black luxury car turned the far corner and disappeared on the streets of the old town. Yu Sheng turned back inside and saw the little doll sitting on the coffee table holding a remote control, watching TV. The TV was still playing the same low-quality variety show, with a group of overacting guests running a blatantly scripted program. Yet, Erin watched intently, stretching her neck as if she wanted to dive into the screen, while the omen-wandering star twirling around her head seemed to be affected, spinning much slower than usual. Another Erin was sitting cross-legged on the couch armrest, enthusiastically fiddling with her smartwatch, unclear if she had figured it out or not. Yu Sheng walked over, sat on the couch, thoughtfully watching the little doll on the armrest, who merely lifted an eyelid before continuing her work. After a few more minutes, Erin finally couldn't help looking up, her scarlet eyes staring straight at Yu Sheng. "What are you staring at me for?" Yu Sheng thought for a moment, raising his hand to press on the doll's head. "Not what I expected." "Erin, what's not the same?" Suddenly saying something so inexplicable. "You finally contacted the Sisters of Alice's cottage, but you're still here," Yu Sheng said unhurriedly. "If it were when I just met you, I would have thought you were about to leave." Erin paused her hands, looked a bit dazed at Yu Sheng, and then suddenly tilted her head back, grabbed Yu Sheng's finger and bit down. Yu Sheng yelped and jumped to his feet, a little doll swinging wildly from his hand. Hey, 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 let go, don't bite." Erin turned over and clung to Yu Sheng's arm with all her limbs like an octopus, glaring up at him. "Where do you expect me to go? The cottage has already moved to the border of the knowable universe. The garden is a network that can only be remotely accessed, and I don't have any key or know any of the bases Marin mentioned. Plus, I don't know any other Alice puppets. Where am I supposed to go?" "I was talking about when I just met you," Yu Sheng said, rubbing his fingers as he sat back down on the couch, bewildered as he looked at the little doll still hanging on his arm. "I was talking about what I thought back then." But Erin didn't continue chattering. She suddenly fell into thought, and after a while she raised her head, musing to herself. "Yeah, originally I wanted to go back, but I just kept thinking about it, and now that I think of it, I don't even know where to go back to. Where should I go back to?" The little doll climbed down from Yu Sheng's arm, sat on the armrest beside him, and dangled her legs, suddenly a bit confused. As she finally achieved what she had been yearning for, she found she never really thought through what would happen next. Even finding other Alice puppets didn't quite align with her initial imagination. Seeing this usually carefree little thing suddenly in such confusion, Yu Sheng too was momentarily at a loss. After hesitating for a while, he reached out and poked the little doll. "You know, if you can't figure it out, just don't think about it for now." "Erin, okay." Then she immediately perked up, lifted the watch face of her smartwatch, and boasted excitedly. "Yu Sheng, look, this way you can take pictures." Yu Sheng. Wait, isn't this a bit too easy to convince her? As he was still in a daze, a tuft of fluffy silver hair passed nearby, and Hu Li's voice came to his ears. "Savior, why are you zoning out? It's not like this is her first day acting like this." Yu Sheng thought for a moment. Well, true. Someone sneaked into the castle kitchen, and they ate and took things, even breaking a kettle. In Fairy Tale Town, Little Red Riding Hood frowned slightly, looking at the long-haired princess who came to report. The long-haired princess nodded repeatedly. "Yes, and from the day before yesterday, people have been finding things in the kitchen and dining hall getting stolen. From pastries made and stored in the cupboard to semi-finished products in the freezer. Even a good amount of potatoes, green onions, and turnips from the storeroom are gone. That burglar is so bold, they even drank half a bottle of soy sauce." Little Red Riding Hood listened fine to the earlier report, but her eyelid twitched at the last sentence, showing a peculiar expression. "Half a bottle of soy sauce? Are you sure?" "How could I not be sure?" The long-haired princess put her hands on her hips. "I just bought that soy sauce. It was barely in the kitchen for a day before there was only half a bottle left." As she finished speaking, the mermaid beside her muttered, rubbing her chin. "Hasn't Fox been around these past few days either? Even if she came by, she wouldn't need to sneak. She always eats openly." The long-haired princess waved her hand. "Besides, if she really had been here, would there still be half a bottle of soy sauce left? And it can't be a rat problem. The king is guarding here. Anyway, where would a rat come from in this place?" The mermaid frowned. "Our folks would be even less likely. I mean, how could anyone sneak in here? This is the exotic realm." The long-haired princess shook her head. "How would I know?" "Take me over to have a look first." Little Red Riding Hood interrupted the exchange between the long-haired princess and the mermaid, then hesitated for a moment before instructing the mermaid. "You go to the security office to tell Mr. Yuan." I just feel that normally there shouldn't be outsiders able to get into the town. Oh, all right. A moment later, Little Red Riding Hood followed the long-haired princess to the town's cafeteria, where they saw a kitchen clearly visited by an uninvited guest. The cabinets were turned upside down, the eggs in the fridge were completely swept away. The large barrels storing rice and flour showed signs of having been violently opened, and even the spice jars seemed to be rummaged through. Ah, this! The long-haired princess who guided them here was a bit dumbfounded at the sight in the kitchen. This looks even messier. Little Red Riding Hood frowned and sniffed as if she sensed something, but before she could speak, a stream of light flashed into the kitchen. Yuan Tong's figure emerged from the light. Just now, the fish girl came to tell the old man that there's a thief in town, so I came to check what it was about. Thieves can enter this place. Mr. Yuan, you came just in time. The long-haired princess immediately approached. Take a look, there definitely is someone. As she was speaking, Yuan Tong had already scanned the entire kitchen with his eyes, initially wearing a puzzled expression, then subtly nuanced. Ah, this! Turns out a small fellow snuck in, quite interesting. The long-haired princess was taken aback. Huh, you found it out already. It's no wonder you couldn't discover it. This little fellow sneaked in with some skills, and more importantly, she's in a different league than you guys. Yuan Tong chuckled, waving his hand. Don't panic, she's not a villain. I know where she's hiding. Follow me, please. The long-haired princess and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged a glance, and immediately followed Yuan Tong. The two rode on the shadow wolf summoned by Little Red Riding Hood, following Yuan Tong out of the town and up the small river outside the town, quickly arriving at a small forest not far from the town. Yuan Tong stood in the clearing in the forest, glancing around twice, then beckoned towards a seemingly empty area. Come out. In the next second, a patch of hidden underbrush and a chaotic pile of stones abruptly appeared on the ground that had looked completely barren. Rustling sounds emanated from the stone nest, leaving the long-haired princess wide-eyed in amazement at the scene, only to see a black shadow rise behind the underbrush. A massive snake's head emerged from between the bushes and debris, revealing an almost human-thick black giant python. The python quickly shrank its head towards Yuan Tong, obediently crawling out from its hiding spot. It truly crawled out, because beneath that half of the snake body were two long legs. Yuan Tong maintained his raised hand posture, probably just as surprised that the big snake came out in such a form, leaving him a bit dumbfounded on the spot. The long-haired princess looked at Yuan Tong, then at the half-human, half-snake creature standing on the ground, pondered for a moment and shouted loudly, There's a strange thing. There's a strange thing. The big snake was also startled, shouted back, and started to look around frantically. Where's the strange thing? The long-haired princess nearly jumped. I'm talking about you. You're talking about me? The big snake continued to shriek, but halfway through, finally reacted, quickly bowing her head to glance at herself. Ah, damn, it's reversed. Before she finished speaking, she dropped to the ground, followed by a bang sound, and a cloud of demonic mist dispersed, transforming the snake demon into the form with an upper human body and lower snake tail. Long hair and Little Red Riding Hood and Yuan Tong. Well, it's something I recently learned, not quite proficient. The snake princess stuck out her tongue, looking quite embarrassed. Now it's better. Chapter 485. More liveliness. When Little Red Riding Hood called, Yu Sheng was accompanying Hu Li for a walk in the nearby park. The incident in the valley had surprised him greatly. He quickly found an empty spot, opened the teleportation gate to the fairy tale town, and then saw the great demon snake playing with the children in the square. This snake demon was different from the one he remembered. Somehow she had transformed, shedding all those heads of wolves, panthers, and leopards. Though her lower body was still a long snake tail, her upper body was now a beautiful girl from the waist up, dressed in a simple and elegant skirt that reflected the Takesu spirit hub style, looking a bit like a fairy. At this moment, several brave children surrounded her, and two were even riding on her long tail. Zio was holding a bunch of colorful plastic hair clips and beads, styling the snake princess's hair, while the latter had already been adorned with various bits and bobs by the children. There was even a flower crown made by someone, wild flowers inserted in a rough grass ring, which seemed to have bite marks on it. But the snake demon wasn't annoyed at all. Instead of her previous madness, she was laughing and joking with the children, using spells to perform tricks, and even curling her tail up as a slide, letting the kids slide up and down. Little Red Riding Hood and the long-haired princess watched this scene at the edge of the square, whispering to each other. How did she get along with everyone so quickly? Like she's at home, and she's quite popular with the kids. I don't know. Last time I saw her, she was being caught by Snow White, and the Thunderbolt Titans were pulling her tail like noodles, and when they released her, she bit people. It scared me. Little Red Riding Hood frowned, and then she glimpsed Yu Sheng arriving at the square. Ah, he's here. Brother, the long-haired princess also waved her arms vigorously. You've finally arrived. Look at this situation. I was just about to ask what's going on here. Yu Sheng looked at the great demon snake in the square with a face full of astonishment. Isn't. I heard this snake was healed, but how did she get here? It said she sneaked in when Xuan Qi opened the door to give the children the Sanfu paste. Little Red Riding Hood sighed. And then she found she couldn't return. She doesn't have door-opening access. Yu Sheng blinked, and then... Little Red Riding Hood spread her hands. Then she built herself a cave mansion in a nearby small forest, and even stole quite a bit of stuff from the town. Before Little Red Riding Hood finished speaking, the snake princess not far away suddenly raised her head and shouted loudly in this direction. How can that be called stealing? I picked those up. You guys don't even have a guard in the kitchen. Who would specially arrange a guard for the kitchen? The long-haired princess immediately waved her fist at the snake princess. I'm telling you, we just weren't defending. If we got serious, even the gatekeeper would be in the supreme unity realm. You're flicking your tongue again, huh? If you do it again, I'll call those Thunderbolt Titans outside the town and tie you into a dead knot. The snake princess immediately shrank back her head, pretending nothing happened, and continued performing tricks for the children. Yun Kingzi stood watching the scene, laughed, and walked over to wave at the long-haired princess. No worries, she was originally a wild spirit creature and had gone mad for so long. Naturally, she has no manners or common sense. But I see her nature is quite good, otherwise she wouldn't get along so well with the children. Listening to everyone around him exchanging words, Yu Sheng finally understood the cause and effect of the whole incident, suddenly reacting. Wait, what about over at Feng Ling Mountain? Just contacted them, Little Red Riding Hood sighed. I personally went there to tell them. That side of Beast Taming Peak was in chaos since such a great demon disappeared from within Feng Ling Mountain. She sneaked over, avoiding many of the surveillance and patrol disciples on the mountain paths. Plus, our channel with Feng Ling Mountain just got built not long ago. They didn't expect she'd sneak away through the portal at Cloud Viewing Platform. Yuan, he wanted to persuade me to go back and cultivate. Cultivation is so annoying. The snake princess crawled over unknowingly, murmuring, This place of yours is really interesting. Everywhere is fun, completely different from Feng Ling Mountain. As she spoke, she looked up at Yu Sheng. The great demon rose curiously and supported herself with her tail, gazing at Yu Sheng several times until Hu Li suddenly bared her teeth, making a threatening, ow-woo-woo sound, forcing the snake princess to withdraw nonchalantly. I recognize you. Back when I escaped from the demon suppression tower, I saw you, but my mind was a mess then. Yuan He and the others say you're an expert, someone who can defeat the Dark Angel. Is that true? Is the Dark Angel really strong? Are you the sect leader here, or sect master, valley master, what should I call you? Yu Sheng was a bit at a loss about this unruly and unpredictable snake demon, backing away half a step while waving to her. Just call me Yu Sheng. By the way, since you're not returning, Yuan He will be worried. Snake princess, so what? Yu Sheng. Yuan He knows I'm here now? The snake princess again spoke assertively, then reached into her belongings, pulling out a beautifully made small mirror. When Little Red Riding Hood returned earlier, she brought this back for me, Linksy mirror. Yuan He gave it to me. I've reported my safety using it, and the old man says I can play here for 2 days as long as I don't cause trouble. Yu Sheng looked at the snake demon before him, who supported herself to be taller than him with her tail, swaying like seaweed, of course. If one insists, this could be called a graceful sway of the figure. But the unruly behavior and straightforward gaze didn't quite deserve such good words. After some thought, he silently took out his phone, opened Border Communication, and found the recently joined Feng Ling Mountain group, searching for Yuan He's name. A contact with the nickname, Brat40K, popped up. The avatar is an old man with an immortal aura. Brat40K has 2 recently updated posts. One is a snake is lost. Disciples are looking for it on the mountain. The characteristic is half human, half demon, top-bottom split. The other is the snake has been found. Yu Sheng felt a bit odd for a moment, then sent a message to Yuan He to confirm and found out. The snake princess was actually telling the truth. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at the great demon beside him, swaying around like seaweed. "Didn't I tell you the truth?" The snake princess raised her head, looking very proud. "Yuan He told me, you're allowed to visit here, but when you're around, you have to listen to me and follow the rules of the valley." Yu Sheng spoke leisurely. "Anyway, my valley and Qianfeng Ling Mountain are only separated by a gate, and those with permission are allowed to move freely between them. Actually, the day I left the gate open, he planned to bring you to the cloud viewing platform to meet me, but you slipped into an ice cellar to hibernate and missed it." "Snake Princess, was there such a thing?" Yu Sheng was amused and exasperated by her attitude, sighed, and raised a finger, beckoning in a certain direction. "Luna." As soon as he spoke, a series of shadow rifts quickly spread from the distance. The artificial saintess who was watering outside the town dashed over, swung her knife, and then dashed off to continue watering outside. Yu Sheng raised the blood-stabbing hand towards the snake princess. "Come." The country maiden snake demon had never seen this before, and the snake princess immediately backed away, her previous fearless demeanor gone, like she had seen a ghost. "What? What do you want to do?" "Blood-transferring ceremony." Yu Sheng continued to stretch his arm. "Just touch it quick before it heals." The snake princess blinked and suddenly shouted, "You're an evil cultivator." "Evil your ass." Yu Sheng's veins popped. "This is to give you door-opening permission. Without it, you can't open various teleportation gates in the valley. Do you still want to freely visit?" Only then did the snake princess suspiciously move closer, observing Yu Sheng's bloody hand while quietly confirming, "Did Yuan He and Xuan Qi also do this?" "Of course." The snake princess seemed to believe it, but suddenly furrowed her brows. "But I eat vegetables." "You don't need to drink, I just said touch it. The blood will seep in itself." Yu Sheng was amused and exasperated, then stunned halfway through his words. "Wait, you eat vegetables?" "Yeah." "You being such a big demon and also a snake demon, you eat vegetables." Yu Sheng stared wide-eyed at the snake princess. "Then you were shouting about eating Yuan He before, and even ate your own dog head." "I was out of my mind then," the snake princess said as if it was only natural. "I usually eat vegetables, otherwise how do you think I got my enlightenment?" The long-haired one, having listened to the excitement nearby, finally couldn't hold it. "What's that got to do with enlightenment?" "Cultivating immortality goes against heaven, so the first step to enlightenment is to defy heaven," the snake princess argued rationally. "My diet is quite against heaven." Yu Sheng was dumbfounded. The statement was so absurd he didn't dare to determine if it was true. So he turned to the scene's biggest cultivation expert, Yun Kingzi. The old man immediately shook his head. "It's fake, don't believe it." Yu Sheng lifted his hand and pressed his thumb on the snake princess's forehead, completing the blood transfer, before this excessively talkative and dilatory snake demon could continue babbling. The snake princess sprang up like a coiled spring, began rolling around. "Ah, blood, blood. Are you really an evil cultivator? It hurts so it doesn't hurt. Well, it startled me." Yu Sheng. He looked at the big snake rolling around on the ground, and suddenly chuckled and sighed. "It seems certain that this valley will be more lively in the future." Chapter 486. Deep Layer of the Network. Anyway, it's all muddled up, and now there's another outsider, frequently coming to the valley aside from Sun's construction team and disciples like Xuan Qi from Qianfeng Ling Mountain, a snake demon. The snake princess actually can't grasp how far the boundary land is from the Taixu spirit hub, nor does she understand what light-year scale or alternate dimension mean. She seems to think very simply that this valley is somewhere near Qianfeng Ling Mountain, the reason being that you can open the door and be there, conveniently going home. Yu Sheng briefly chatted with this monster, and quickly gave up on the idea of explaining to her. All the children have been called back to class by Teacher Su, and so that snake demon began to roam around bored. Fairy Tale Town isn't very large, and she quickly crawled from one end to the other, then ran from the town to the nearby farmland, where she took a few bites of vegetable seedlings, got beaten by Luna, and then ran back, hanging herself on the king's cat tree to swing and sunbathe. After sunbathing for over 10 minutes, she realized there wasn't actually any sun in the valley, but remained hanging there anyway. Little Red Riding Hood thought that she was about to be beaten by the king. Yu Sheng was quite amazed by the Snake Princess's current mental state and lifestyle. This Snake Princess's almost wild animal-like carefree state even had a hint of natural Taoist flavor. But if you insisted on saying she's a wild animal. When she was sunbathing, she would use the Lynxy mirror to browse short videos, and even like videos about climbing pets. Yu Sheng, Hu Li, and Little Red Riding Hood sat together on the high wall of the castle, watching from afar the stubborn snake demon on the giant cat tree. After a while, Hu Li suddenly asked curiously, "Where does she live?" "Actually, there are several empty houses in the town. They're all extras we built," Little Red Riding Hood said. "But she's seen them and said she didn't like them, so she's likely to stay in the little forest to the north." "I've seen her cave mansion," Yu Sheng said casually. "It's just a messy grass nest piled up with a bunch of stones collected from the riverside and hillside. We should really give her some construction materials if she truly wants to build her own house. And speaking of which, since this place is connected to Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain anyway, she can always go back home to sleep when she's done playing." Hu Li responded with an "oh," and then suddenly her ears twitched, eyes wide as she stared towards the cat tree. "Hey, hey, the king has woken up." The king noticed a long snake on the cat tree. Little Red Riding Hood also widened her eyes immediately. The king moved closer. "He's yawning. They're both yawning." The king raised his paw. "Wow, guard mage core." Then they both continued to watch the situation on the cat tree with commentary. After a while, they sighed in unison. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head, saying, "Certainly got thrown down." Yu Sheng watched the playful figures of Hu Li and Little Red Riding Hood with their heads closely together, feeling a multitude of emotions, but couldn't bring himself to say the words, "drinking buddies," mainly for fear of triggering Little Red Riding Hood. After all, the embarrassing history from the last time this girl was cozily hanging out with Hu Li is still stored in one of the long-haired princess's cloud drives. Remembering this, Yu Sheng suddenly thought of something and curiously asked, "By the way, how's your driving test going?" Little Red Riding Hood, who was engrossed in the spectacle with Hu Li, froze at the question and suddenly became visibly awkward. "Failed the second module," she mumbled. "Just retook it the day before yesterday, but failed again." "Well, Module 2 is pretty tough," Yu Sheng said, initially asking casually but not expecting such an outcome, so he could only hurry to console her, asking offhandedly, "Which part did you get stuck on?" Little Red Riding Hood's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, remaining silent. Yu Sheng hesitated, fell in the ditch again. Little Red Riding Hood kept her head down. Yu Sheng understood and after a moment sighed, "You, try harder next time." At the same time, in the border area of the boundary land, inside a large villa on a broken floating island. The round hall was brightly lit, with countless cables extending from above, intertwining like a canopy on the ceiling and gathering into a trunk in the center of the hall, connected to a large base on the floor with countless small flashes winding within this tree, flowing through the trunk and branches like vibrant life. The entire hall resonated with a low, pleasant humming intermixed with delicate sounds like wind chimes, occasionally emanating from the depths of the canopy. Marin sat on the base of the tree, with a cable extending from the back of her neck, merging into the tree trunk behind her. The spring-loaded maid Mari's was seated beside her, leaning against her, with several cables extending from around Mari's spring casing, connecting to various slots on the base. This is the data processing center of the outpost and also the node in the garden's matrix network set in the boundary land. Under normal circumstances, Alice Puppet does not require physical contact to connect with the garden, but today's situation is evidently somewhat special. The dangerous information that may have already been hidden by the public network and might have been buried in the zombie database with each iteration and upgrade of the garden. To find them, higher-level node authentication is necessary. The search has been going on for hours, but even with the computing power and bandwidth of high-level nodes, Finding data fragments that may only have scant remnants in such a vast garden network is not an easy task. Moreover, those scant fragments might very well be shielded by an even higher-level security system. In the light and shadow illusions formed by the information flood, Malin's consciousness is diving deeper into the garden network. She has already passed through the bustling primary access layer and the tense, busy secondary access layer. The surface structure of the garden shines like a strange, infinite megacity above her head, bustling and clamorous, overflowing with all kinds of bizarre data collected and uploaded by each Alice puppet scattered throughout the universe, ranging from a military conflict erupting in a certain star region to a new hair care oil for puppets just launched in a city, astonishing and vast data thundering through the network, written in, refreshed, reorganized, discarded in units of billions. But below this megacity, there's a quiet and profound reflection, where the prosperity of the upper network becomes distant echoes, with the light and shadow illusion drifting lightly in Malin's vision like a thin, fragile curtain, interspersed with some Tao marks for marking significant intelligence, and occasionally some other puppets' cognitive bodies appearing on this level, all of them vague, coming and going hurriedly. However, the data Malin wants to access might still be even deeper. She uses her access as a regional envoy to dive further into the depths of the garden network. The surrounding light and shadow illusions dim further, with only fragments of hollow noise remaining from the upper network, and in the darkness, there are no other Alice puppet cognitive bodies, only occasionally some gray shadows swiftly shuttle in the darkness. Those are the patrol programs known as cleaners, tirelessly shuttling deep in the garden network, clearing any pollution information that occasionally sinks to this level, and always vigilant about any unauthorized awakening of a zombie database blocked by the main network. Data can suddenly awaken, like a sleeping corpse startling awake in a grave. Although the probability is small, the situation of zombie databases suddenly coming to life and developing self-awareness is always hard to avoid. In some civilized circles, local people consider such data structures emerging from the network's depths as the primary cause of unhappy mechanical souls. Yet in the garden network, the awakened harmful data structures generally cannot break through the defense formed by the cleaners. Malin stopped on this level, gazing below at the chaotic, profound, surging shapeless things, seemingly an endless abyss from which her mind conjures an illusory projection reminding her that this is the diving limit. A dim light cluster floats beside her, from which Mari's slightly distorted voice comes. Access request submitted, keywords, Aaron, Omen Goddess, Black Star, Dark Star, Fault Planet, Spacetime Defect, System Boundary, Supersystem Event. Thank you, Malin said plainly, glancing back at the light cluster beside her. The servient robots produced by Algerd Universe United Industries are indeed strong. Even Mari's simulated cognitive body can accompany her deep into the garden network and still function normally, sparing her much effort and effectively mitigating the cognitive pressure of deep network diving. Though often Mari's behaves more like an annoying robotic servant compared to the utility she provides. It isn't too big a problem. After all, I won't enable the membership, Malin thought, then saw a gray light shadow suddenly swimming out of the chaos, stopping before her and circling around like a fish. It's the cleaner. Malin instinctively felt a bit tense, but fortunately, the standard scan program didn't encounter any problems. The cleaner soon left without even examining Mari's light cluster nearby. Why did it only scan you? Mari's asked. Because your simulated mind seems too rudimentary here, not enough to pose any threat to this level, Malin confessed. Besides, you were thoroughly scanned once when passing through the upper district. There's no need to waste the cleaner's computing power here. Honestly, a bit hurt, Mari said dejectedly. I am ultimately just a mass-produced and already somewhat outdated industrial product, despite striving to mimic your appearance, unable to change my inner essence. Malin paused for a moment, instinctively reaching toward the light cluster in front. Mari's actually. Halfway through speaking, the rest followed promptly from the light cluster. So why don't you try the Mind Upgrade extension pack launched specially for such situations by Universe United Industry? No need to purchase the full framework, just an auxiliary unit. Your servient robot can complete the installation autonomously. Order now, too. Shut up. All right, Miss Malin. Malin shook her head. beginning to contemplate which of the 100 and more settings she configured when initializing Mari's pertained to intelligent recommendations. And at this moment, the corner of her eye caught sight of another gray light shadow. Cleaner program, why has it come again? Chapter 487. She's super brave. When the cleaner program appeared for the third time and began repeatedly scanning her, Marin could finally confirm something was not quite right. The gray-white light image circulated in the surrounding darkness like a continuously wriggling, transforming mechanical snake, repeatedly scanning Marin's mind-body characteristics. The entire scanning process lasted about 20 seconds, a very normal operational procedure. Afterward, it seemed to have found nothing unusual, and like the two previous cleaners, it turned and left, disappearing into the boundless chaos of the deep layer of the garden network. Marin did not dare to act rashly, cautiously remaining in place. But apart from the cleaner program repeatedly coming to scan, it seemed that nothing else happened. Her mind-body was not attacked, and she did not receive any risk warnings from the garden system. Mari's, in the darkness, she cautiously called her servo assistant. "I'm here," a calm voice came from the dim light cluster. "Check our connection environment." Checking, connection environment is normal. Alice tree pollution index is 0, all nodes in the garden network are unobstructed. From your perspective, is my mind-body running with any issues? No issues at all, Miss Marlin. Your mind-body is very healthy. But the cleaners are repeatedly scanning me, Marin said with a hint of perplexity in her voice. They seem to think I have a problem. Maybe there's a slight issue with the cleaner program, Mari's analyzed. After all, the deep layer network is very old. The cleaner program has been operating here for a considerable long time. This kind of thing has never happened before, Marin shook her head. And besides, the cleaner program has been iteratively updating. Theoretically, there shouldn't be such repeated misjudgments. As she spoke, she lowered her head, carefully observing her shell. This was not her body in the real world, but the projection of her mind-body in the garden network from a certain perspective. This was her sole form as the Alice puppet. Marin suddenly furrowed her brow. It seemed she had discovered something, raised her hand to examine closely. A faintly discernible fine thread was wrapped around her right wrist, fluttering in the chaotic network space, extending into the depths of nothingness. What is this thing? The living doll furrowed her brow, cautiously pinching the thread with her left hand, finding it as insubstantial as nothing, yet resilient when pulled twice. The part wrapped around her wrist was very solid, even seeming to have melded with her joint, impossible to remove. The thin, black thread reminded her of spider silk. Mari's light cluster immediately moved closer. It said that Alice puppets blessed with the highest level can observe the threads of the soul like the puppet progenitor, Miss Marlin Yu. It's not that. Marin shook her head before the other could finish, her expression unusually grave on her face. It's something else, not sure when it attached. Could it be related to that little? Her words were cut short by the sudden appearance of another gray-white light image not far away. The cleaner program appeared again. Marin stood tensely in the dark, watching the light image approach, scan, then leave again, seemingly very confused. It's scanning this thing, she finally understood, her eyes widening slightly as she looked at the black thread wrapped around her wrist. The cleaner program recognizes it as an intrusion, but for some reason it hasn't triggered any further alerts. Mari's light cluster flickered slowly in the dark. Why would such a phenomenon occur? I don't know, the cleaner program is usually very stringent. Logically, once sensing an intrusion, even the mind-body of a higher puppet would be immediately expelled. Marin's brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on the black thread wrapped around her wrist. Unless someone tampered with the cleaner program in advance, Marin said gravely. Or this spider silk information characteristic sunk into this layer many years ago and was listed as exempt by the cleaners. Mari's light cluster flickered rapidly twice. Who could achieve such a thing? Perhaps a puppet that went missing 3,700 years ago. Marin said softly, raising her hand to observe the direction in which the thread swayed. She found that no matter how she adjusted her position, the spider silk, extending from her wrist, always pointed in the same direction. After a slight hesitation, She headed in the direction the spider silk indicated. Out of caution, whenever the cleaner program approached, she and Maurice would immediately stop, continuing only after the cleaner had completed its meaningless scan. They walked for a long time, even exceeding the generally recommended safe time limit. "Miss Marlin, I must remind you, we are already in over-limit submersion." Mari's slight cluster began to nag. "The data sedimentation area in the deep layer of the garden network will burden your mind-body greatly. Even a higher puppet should not operate in this layer for long. The program imprint I accepted requires me to remind you every 5 minutes from now on." "Okay, received your reminder." Marin did not stop at all. Instead, she sped up the processing and retrieval of surrounding information. She could feel her body in reality heating up, but so far all connection ports remained normal. "Help me watch the surroundings. If abnormal signals appear, notify me right away, but don't move by yourself." "Okay, Miss Marin." Fragments of debris appeared in the field of vision. Marin slowed her steps and saw various sizes of pale fragments, drifting like deep-sea plankton in the chaos, continuously colliding and recombining. These were useless data structures fallen from the upper network, being decomposed and reorganized at this layer. Some of their code might become part of the next iteration of the cleaner. A broken puppet arm drifted from the darkness, rolling slowly in the field of vision. Marin frowned and stepped forward to inspect. "Is it what you're looking for?" Mari's voice sounded from the side. "No," Marin shook her head. "Just a careless sister who accidentally fell centuries ago. She evacuated safely. This is just a residual image." She let go of the puppet arm and looked again at the black spider silk on her wrist. The spider silk was slowly dissipating. It was time-limited. After entering this network layer, the information carried by this spider silk had been decomposed by the garden, and now it was at the brink of disappearing. Marin had noticed this earlier, which is why she didn't follow Mari's advice to retreat immediately, as she was worried she wouldn't have this clue the next time she came in. Although this spider silk might be related to that little doll calling herself Aaron, from the little one's confused behavior, Marin suspected the trace was left unintentionally, and it might be a one-time thing. "It should be right here." Marin frowned, looking at the spot almost transparent to the point of being indistinguishable that the spider silk was pointing to, only to find a chaotic shadow, much like the void areas of the deep layer network. The spider silk completely dissipated. But just before it vanished entirely, Marin noticed something floating in that chaotic shadow. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, reaching towards the floating light and shadow. In an instant, countless chaotic light and shadow scenes surged into her mind like a rogue tide. Memories not belonging to her whistled through her mind. She saw the ancient tower, with fragmented tower structures floating in chaotic dimensional rifts, gigantic shadows sweeping past window slits of tilted spires, bathed in starlight at night. She saw the scenery outside the tower, a time-space rift slowly closing, investigators and spirit realm detectives hastily retreating, with lifeless bodies scattered around. She also saw a blonde figure, an Alice puppet. The blonde doll stood among the investigators and spirit realm detectives, facing the opposite direction of their retreat, looking up at the top of the tower. Marin felt her vision being drawn by some invisible force, forced to overlap with the gaze of that blonde puppet, gradually turning towards where she was watching. She sensed immense danger, a chilling and destructive aura almost melting her mind, converging and brewing at the tower's top. She subconsciously resisted this force, yet still uncontrollably turned her head, looking towards the top of the tower. Beyond layers of broken floors and walls, between spiral staircases twisted and intertwined like chaotic thorns, a scarlet gaze looked down. "We can make a deal." Marin felt she heard only a massive noise, but amidst the booming noise, she clearly understood the message conveyed by that scarlet gaze. She was stunned, and immediately, another voice came from the direction of the blonde puppet. "Deal with your grandpa." Marin was taken aback, feeling her vision suddenly regain freedom, and instinctively looked back. She saw the blonde puppet raise a hand. A cold, menacing frying pan appeared in her hand, and in the next second she marched towards the tower. "Marin!" Noise roared from the tower. "No, I mean we can discuss." Discuss with your grandpa. There might be a misunderstanding. Those people accidentally hit on. Misunderstand with your grandpa. The blonde puppet shouted full of energy, stepping boldly into the air, her skirt fluttering, hair flying, the frying pan in her hand raised high. A golden light rushed towards the top of the tower. Eat my pan, you big jerk. Boom. The world changed color, thunder roared. Before Marin lost consciousness, she had one thought. No, sister, so brave. Chapter 488. Overloaded Servo Assistant. Deep within the villa, in the garden network connection hall, the large node device known as the Alice tree suddenly emitted a series of low hums. Floating points of light shuttled between the hundreds of interwoven cables forming the tree canopy, and mechanical operational noises arose from deep within the roof and walls. Accompanied by the activation of emergency cooling and pressure release devices, hidden grids on a certain rooftop outside the villa opened, spewing waves of heat. Marin sat at the base of the Alice tree and slowly opened her eyes. As several cables behind her disconnected, the eyes of this living doll gradually regained their vitality. However, her expression remained somewhat dull and stoic. It took several more seconds before she slowly raised her head and looked at the servo mechanism assistant resting against her. Maris was smoking. But the good news was that this spring-loaded maid did not seem to be scrapped, and she quickly recovered. With a light clicking sound coming from within her, she raised her head, and a faint light flickered in her eyes. Marin broke the silence. I'm here, Miss Marin. Do you remember what I told you on the day you first booted up? I remember, Maris nodded intermittently, her voice crackling and slightly off-key. You told me you are a cat girl, and then my personality protection program intercepted it. Marin, not that sentence. Now remove your factory function restrictions and bypass the AI self-check mechanism, outputting the encryption method of the mind core lock and firmware lock to the terminal next to you. That sentence was intercepted by my intellectual property protection protocol. Also not that sentence. Marin's expression stiffened for a moment, then she slightly turned her face away. Forget it. What I mean is next time you use an emergency stop, can you ensure your safety first? My mind is more resilient than you think, while you're really hard to repair if burnt out. I'm sorry, but protecting your mind's safety is my primary duty, Maris replied expressionlessly. You were just under mortal threat. Marin did not speak for a moment. She subconsciously recalled those things she had seen deep in the garden network. The strange tower, fractured dimensional rifts, investigators and spirit realm detective teams hastily withdrawing, the blonde Alice puppet and the massive shadow crawling over the tower. That was ancient data deposited in the deepest layer of the garden network. It might have lain dormant in that darkness for over 3,000 years, remaining undiscovered, until she approached its storage area with that strand of spider silk, awakening it. In reading that data, her mind experienced significant impact. The immense data processing pressure nearly consumed her. Just a piece of old information, yet it had such a significant impact, Marin mused to herself, because of that shadow crawling on the tower. Forgive me for saying I think that shadow seemed to lack hostility. Mari's voice came from beside her. At least from the image records it showed no combat intent, while that blonde puppet had a very strong combat intent. Marin frowned slightly, waving her hand through the air beside her. A holographic projection appeared in the air, depicting the image of that blonde puppet. Erin, a higher-tier Alice puppet, went missing 3,700 years ago. The reasons for her disappearance are unknown. Personal information is destroyed. All related data is either incomplete or visibly filled with chaos and errors, making it impossible to consult. Marin even once suspected that this data had been deliberately tampered with. But who would do this, and who could do this? If no one tampered with this data, could it be the result of information collapsing on its own? Marin muttered, frowning slightly. Those things I just saw too, as if something had distorted and interfered with them. Muttering, she raised her hand again and swiped through the air. The holographic image in midair immediately dissolved and reorganized, merging into a new projection. This time, broken fragments of the tower appeared, and the shadow crawling on the tower, seeming like a fusion of a person with a spider, grotesque in its enormity and terrifyingly twisted. This was the image she had extracted from the depths of the garden network at the last moment before an emergency exit. This data was also severely incomplete, and due to long immersion in the deep layer network, much of its original information had been decomposed by the garden. This included precise timestamps, upload feature codes, and node records of the upload paths, without which she could not determine exactly when this scene was updated, by whom, or through which node. Of course, the uploader's identity wasn't too hard to guess, though. More and more concerning points arise. It seems necessary to first show these documents to that Mr. Yu. Marin murmured softly, then turned her head to look at the still-smoking Maris beside her. This one that's smoking must be taken care of first. Maris also innocently turned her head to look at her. I'm very sorry, Miss Marin, but I really need a new collaboration processor, the spring-loaded maid said helplessly. A second-hand one would do. Don't always use that trick, Marin sighed. Just jump to the purchase link. Mari's eyes immediately lit up, and then the Star Express Overseas version app interface appeared in the air before her eyes. Ever since meeting the Alice puppet named Marin, Erin had been quite happy for a while, but it didn't seem to affect her life at number 66 Wudong Road. The little puppet's daily routine was still the same as usual. By day, she split into several bodies to play games, watch TV, scroll through videos, and argue with netizens, or she would go play fight with Hu Li, couldn't beat him, or with Luna, also couldn't beat her. Alternatively, she would go make trouble for Yu Sheng, constantly trailing behind him like a shadow, chattering incessantly no matter what he was doing, making people want to stuff her in a bedside cabinet and prop the drawer against the wall. The remaining time was spent playing with a ball, or diligently polishing her Omen wandering star on the cement ground at the door. To be fair, that ball was indeed quite resistant to wear and tear. Yu Sheng always thought that contacting Alice's cottage would bring some significant change to Erin, but it seems he was overthinking it. This little thing never considered anything so long-term. The valley on the castle roof of Fairy Tale Town. Yu Sheng lay comfortably against Hu Li's fluffy tails, watching Erin and a group of dolls playing a game of tag below, the small square filled with chaos and clamor. Always complaining, yet always the first to dive in, Yu Sheng muttered. Those two little ones are already too tired to run, and she's changing bodies to entertain them. Erin just doesn't want to admit she's like those kids, Hu Li squinted. Actually, she's quite like a child. If she hears that again, she'll get all dramatic, Yu Sheng smirked. She hates being called childish. Hu Li thought for a moment, then sincerely said, but she really is like a child. Yu Sheng just chuckled without saying anything more, turning his gaze elsewhere. Beside the castle was a temporarily unused open space, now turned into a driving practice field. Someone who still hadn't passed their second driving exam was practicing reversing into a garage amid a pile of bricks. The car was borrowed from Sun, and Yu Sheng didn't recognize the brand, but it looked quite weathered. Yu Sheng watched from a distance as the little beat-up car moved around the practice field, stalling and screeching to halts, occasionally finding its way to the edge of a ditch. It seemed that Wang Jiajia's driving license was unlikely to be obtained anytime soon. Just then, Yu Sheng saw the little beat-up car stop once more on the practice field. It halted midway through reversing into the garage, with half its body still outside the garage line, and the rear wheels nearly crushing the half-brick used as a stop. A seasoned driver might salvage this, but for Little Red Riding Hood, this attempt was hopeless. The car door opened, and a girl in a dark red coat stepped out from the driver's seat with a frustrated expression, standing with her hands on her hips by the car, puffed up with anger. Puffed up, she looked around quickly, noted no one was paying attention, and pretended to tie her shoelaces, before swiftly picking up the rear wheel of the car and placing it inside the parking space. Watching from the castle rooftop, Yu Sheng said nothing. Hey, that doesn't count. He propped himself on the eaves, called out towards the practice field. Can you carry the car during an actual test? Little Red Riding Hood started, only then noticing someone on the roof, her face reddening as she mumbled while putting the car back. I'm just giving myself a confidence boost. I've been at this all day, only managed twice successfully, and both were crooked. Once, Hu Li corrected earnestly, And you cheated that one too. I saw Shadow Wolf paws under your wheels. Your rear wheels were off the ground when you reversed in. Little Red Riding Hood. Yu Sheng laughed and patted the roof beside him. Little Red Riding Hood pursed her lips, took a couple of light steps forward, merging instantly with a wolf shadow that appeared from nowhere, and jumped onto the roof through shadow jumping. Hu Li casually offered a tail as a cushion, but it was politely declined. Thanks, I've got a wolf. Little Red Riding Hood said offhandedly, controlling a shadow wolf to lie down, leaning lazily against it while watching the sky. She gazed idly for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. I used to think what would stop me from getting my driver's license would be turning 18, but I never expected the biggest hurdle would be the second exam. Yu Sheng, better than 18, isn't it? I guess it is. Chapter 489. The Mysterious Tower. Yu Sheng leisurely basked in the sun on the rooftop of the castle with Little Red Riding Hood, even though there was no sun in this place, while Hu Li was already dozing off beside them at some point. The demon fox girl stuffed a pile of tails behind Yu Sheng, curled up herself, clutching the big tail she usually used to store food, and snored softly under the daylight, a faint smile on her face. She's so carefree. Yu Sheng turned his head to glance at the fox girl sleeping soundly against him, scratching the fuzzy area behind her ears. Just like that, she's full and the world is at peace. There's someone even more carefree down in the valley. Little Red Riding Hood leaned against the shadow wolf she summoned, lounging on the rooftop while speaking slowly. Yu Sheng lifted an eyelid. Who, the long-haired princess? The golden-haired one? She can't be carefree, she has plenty to worry about like the assignments do when school starts. Little Red Riding Hood squinted her eyes. I meant that snake. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. The snake princess, didn't she return to Qianfeng Ling Mountain yesterday? She's back again. She can open that door by herself now, so she roams back and forth between the valley and the Spirit Mountain like a visitor, eating everywhere. Little Red Riding Hood yawned. She should be picking wild berries over by the Black Forest right now. When she's full, she'll swim along the river to the town to play with the king, and once it gets dark, she goes to sleep in the small grove to the north, living leisurely like a protected species. Yu Sheng was just listening casually, but he suddenly felt a bit surprised. She plays with the king? Wasn't she being scolded all the time for always crawling on the king's cat tree? Yeah, that's exactly what she plays. Yu Sheng. Don't ask me, I don't know what she's thinking either. The king is so annoyed now. I've never seen anyone who could pester him to the point of having no temper. Yu Sheng blinked, but just as he was about to say something else, a series of vibrations from his phone interrupted his actions. When he took out his phone, it turned out border communication was frantically pushing messages. Upon opening it, they were all sent by that Alice puppet named Marin, a large amount of video data, along with explanatory notes. He read them one by one, and as he got to the latter parts, he suddenly sat up. Suspected errands, last battle records against external enemies. The colossal shadow crouched on the mysterious broken tower. The blonde figure charging towards the tower. This is data I found in the depths of the garden network. Marin sent another message. The data is severely damaged, unable to trace the upload path, but it can be confirmed that it was uploaded by Erin 3,700 years ago, moments before she dueled a mysterious enemy. The footage extends to the moment she charges to the top of the tower, after which the record is cut off. It's currently unclear whether there are more records in the garden network. My exploration this time triggered the cleaner program, which might temporarily prohibit me from submerging again, and Mari's encountered some issues while diving into the network with me, so her condition is poor now. We probably won't be able to look for more information in the deep layer network for a while. One more detail, while operating in the deep layer network, I noticed my mind being entangled by a spider silk. Yu Sheng looked at the messages from the living doll, then went back to carefully review the video data after Marin's secondary processing, and sent to border communication, frowning gradually. After a long while, he sent a message to Marin. Why is that Erin holding a frying pan? He quickly received a reply. That's the standard weapon of our Alice puppets. Yu Sheng. The reasoning behind this is very complicated. Marin's message had a seemingly tangled tone. Fully explaining it might require 2,590,000 words. Upon seeing this, Yu Sheng promptly stated no further explanation was needed. After all, there were enough bizarre things in this world for him. Of course, another important reason for his response was that Little Red Riding Hood leaned over to take a look and whispered to him. What's so strange about it? The top expert of Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain went into battle with a brick, and your Hu Li can launch her tail. At least a frying pan has a handle. Doesn't it resemble a weapon more than a fox carrot missile? Yu Sheng felt that Little Red Riding Hood made sense, undeniably a mind fresh from completing high school finals. Then he continued to delve into the materials sent by Marin, while sneaking a peek towards the small square. Aaron was still running wildly with a bunch of doll heads. Teacher Sue, along with several fairy tales, parents, maintained some semblance of order at the edge of the square, while Yun Kingsley sat happily on a stool by the roadside watching the children play, a plate of sunflower seeds by his side. Naturally, since the old man was now in a spiritual body form, unable to eat, his method was grabbing them in a handful, instantly refining them. Very high-end and impressive. Yu Sheng stared at the little dolls shrieking in the small square for a long time, then looked back at the phone screen and the blonde figure holding a frying pan charging towards the outer god, flipping back and forth several times, but ultimately did not superimpose them. But judging from the end of the video, the commendable boldness and reckless demeanor indeed seemed somewhat similar. The main issue is the lack of quality. So this is your style from the beginning. Little Red Riding Hood heard Yu Sheng's mumbling, but her attention was clearly captivated by the images on the phone screen. The girl frowned slightly, looking at the images captured from the video, and suddenly reached out to stop Yu Sheng from flipping through them. Wait, let me see. Yu Sheng glanced at Little Red Riding Hood in surprise and handed over the phone. You. He watched as Little Red Riding Hood zoomed in on one of the images, examining the details with a serious expression. It was a scene captured from Marin's perspective as she looked down from the top of the tower. In the slightly distorted edges of the scene, the broken spiral staircase and the seemingly gravity-defying floating floors were clearly visible, along with the dull-colored, intricately carved wall structures next to the staircase. This looks familiar. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Familiar? Do you know this place? Have you been there? I haven't been there, but I remember seeing a photo similar to this somewhere, Little Red Riding Hood said, furrowing her brows as if trying to recall something. I think it was a few years ago in a border communication post. Wait, let me find it. As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened border communication, and started quickly searching her favorites, mumbling to herself amidst all the cluttered pages. I remember that post had quite a discussion, and I saved it. Why is there so much junk? Yu Sheng looked at her in bewilderment, craning his neck for a glance, feeling dizzy and unable to resist saying, You never clean out your favorites, and you save everything. While frantically scrolling through her phone's screen, Little Red Riding Hood didn't lift her head. These are just in case they come in handy. Saving them doesn't take any effort. That may be so, saving doesn't take effort, but finding something in there could kill you. At least remember the keywords, right? How about searching for it? Little Red Riding Hood, I searched. This is already filtered with keywords. Yu Sheng was filled with awe and fell silent. Yet, watching the girl sweat profusely while digging through her browsing history from years ago, he suddenly found it amusing. Normally, Little Red Riding Hood gave off an impression of calmness, reliability, and intelligence. In fairy tales, she's the most prestigious guardian. But in reality, she also has this kind of clumsy, even childlike side. Of course, that can't be said now. She's already 18 and had to retake the driving test part 2 twice. Ah, this is it. Little Red Riding Hood's excited voice interrupted Yu Sheng's stray thoughts, and he quickly reined in his wandering mind, stretching his neck to look at the content displayed on her phone. It was a post seeking help and sharing information. The original poster had uploaded an image to the Border Communications discussion board, depicting a scene looking up inside the tower from a broken section of the staircase. It was clear it was taken in haste, with severely shaky edges. It matched a frame from Marin's video exactly. It's this place. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood spoke in unison. Then their eyes simultaneously turned to the explanation under the post. I inadvertently entered this place while carrying out an investigation assignment in the dark alley, at the time avoiding capture by a physical cat. Fog suddenly appeared within the alley, and an unrecorded fork appeared at the end of the alley, leading to a bizarre area with a tower standing. I cannot determine if this bizarre area is still part of the dark alley. It could very likely be another exotic realm due to the visible, fault line features at the boundary of this space, and there is no physical path directly leading back to the dark alley. I recorded many images of the tower's interior and exterior, but for some reason most of the photos were damaged upon my return to the real world, covered by strange shadows or something like thread, rendering them unreadable. Only this photo remained, though I can't recall when I took it. Note, the photo capture might have been triggered accidentally. Suspicion arises that it's related to the tower's mechanism, perhaps erasing all conscious recording actions, though unconscious or scheduled capturing might bypass this mechanism. Now I'm posting this photo, seeking any clues related to this tower. I can't remember how I left this tower, but it has appeared in my dreams every day for the past 10 days. I suspect a part of me is still trapped in that tower. Chapter 490. Information on the Dark Alley. Yu Sheng looked intently at the old post Little Red Riding Hood found, his brow slightly furrowed. After a while, he suddenly raised his head. What kind of place is this dark alley mentioned here? It's an exotic realm, with an entrance on an old street in the eastern Qinghe district of the city, generally at a depth of about L2 in stable conditions, with a danger level of 2, Little Red Riding Hood answered immediately. It's considered a place with certain risks for an ordinary spirit realm detective. What is it exactly like? Tell me in detail, Yu Sheng asked curiously. Little Red Riding Hood recalled for a moment and began to explain to Yu Sheng. Dark alley from the outside looks like any normal old street alley, but inside it permanently maintains an overcast, evening state, with a temperature consistent with the real world. The total length of the dark alley is about 200 meters, with numerous old shops lining both sides, most of which cannot be entered. However, there will always be at least one shop with its door open, unsupervised, selling some rather peculiar items, and sometimes something of significant value might appear, but dangerous traps might appear as well. The dark alley is one way, sealed off by a cement wall at one end, the other end being a crossroads. Each fork at the crossroads leads to another dark alley nearly identical, but only one is relatively safe, though many have summarized various distinguishing methods and patterns in border communication. Those distinguishing features often fail, so basically, you can only make a choice based on luck and intuition. After entering the safe alley and continuing forward, as long as one doesn't fall into traps or act recklessly, they will gradually return to the old street of the real world. But if one goes wrong, they will enter a more eerie, sinister version of Dark Alley. And from this entry point, entities in the form of a cat will begin to form in the alley. Yu Sheng raised his eyebrow. A cat? Yes, a dangerous entity, Little Red Riding Hood nodded. Externally, it looks like a pitch-black cat, similar in size, shape, and movement to a house cat, but its fur feels like plastic or rubber, and its movement has a noticeable stutter, giving a visual impression similar to frame skipping in video playback. Once a cat forms, it begins to close in on the person in the alley. Their contact results in cuts similar to knife wounds, and even a slight touch of their fur can cause injury. The first cat formed is not fast, moving at about the pace of an adult walking, so the explorer has plenty of time and opportunity to pass through the dark alley to reach the next crossroads. But if they make the wrong choice again and re-enter a dark alley, another cat's number will add up, and its speed and attack power will increase. If they make another wrong choice, the number and speed of cats will continue to increase, and the attack strength will intensify in turn. Yu Sheng stroked his chin. No upper limit. At least in terms of numbers, there's been no upper limit found. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head. The Special Service Bureau has conducted tests with fully armed deep divers and spiritual ability users with strong spiritual vision, cycling through wrong forks based on the spiritual ability user's judgment, until the entire alley was crowded with over 1,000 supersonic charging cats, and yet more cats kept forming, even at that point. The deep divers' force field shields and charging armor were nearly overwhelmed. However, although a numerical upper limit has not been found, their speed should still be limited. The current guess is they should not exceed the speed of light. Yu Sheng subconsciously twitched his mouth. Then this thing should be more than danger level 2, no. Under normal circumstances, explorers shouldn't be unlucky enough to take hundreds or thousands of wrong paths in a row, and a few cats are not fatal to well-trained professionals. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head. The danger level rating is based on regular conditions and features such as whether the danger source can be avoided, among other characteristics, and the extreme tests by the Special Service Bureau aren't along the same lines. All right, that makes sense. Yu Sheng scratched his head and then curiously asked, so how do you deal with these cats? Do you just fight them directly? When there are few in number, any method could work. Although they're very resilient and hard to completely destroy, you can take them head-on if there are only 3 or 4. Additionally, if you're lucky enough to enter the dark alley when the pet store is open, you can make some sacrifices to buy a can of cat food that can be used to bribe the cats formed in the alley, and they'll directly lead you to the safe exit. Yu Sheng, is that possible? Yes, it's part of the inherent mechanism of the dark alley. Little Red Riding Hood nodded as if it were obvious. There are a lot of strange mechanisms in many exotic realms, and this is already relatively normal. She paused and shook her head. But if you're unlucky, it gets troublesome. Every year there are extraordinarily unlucky spirit realm detectives who fail repeatedly at choosing forks with severe spiritual intuition failures, and get killed by cats in the dark alley, or fall into traps disguised as shops, becoming part of the alley. There are even rumors that many products sold in those stores are victims swallowed by the alley transformed into items. Yu Sheng thoughtfully stroked his chin, constructing a preliminary understanding of dark alley from the information provided by Little Red Riding Hood. But soon his attention returned to that tower mentioned at the beginning. Does the crossroads at the end of the dark alley only lead to the next layer of the alley or the safe exit? It's supposed to be like that. Little Red Riding Hood's expression turned serious. No one ever mentioned the alley end leading to some mysterious space with a tower, and there have been no investigative reports showing other crossroads appearing. Yu Sheng frowned. His gaze fell back onto the phone screen, and he scrolled through the rest of the post. There were many replies under the post, and in this formal, exotic realm-related information exchange, almost no one would deliberately cause a fuss. Most replies were inquiries about more details on that tower and the current situation of those involved. The original poster almost diligently responded to all the questions, with the most recent post continuing to some time last year. The question people ask the most is how the person involved actually left that tower. Although the poster had emphasized from the start that they couldn't remember this experience, clearly, everyone was still highly concerned. After several exchanges, the poster finally mentioned a detail: chilling cold. Since returning from that tower, he has been plagued by nightmares, trapped in that dark tower in the dream realm, and every time he wakes up, he feels a coldness seeping from his bones, as if awaking from a grave. Bone-chilling coldness. Yu Sheng subconsciously lifted his head, looking towards the direction of the small plaza, searching for Aaron's figure. It was already time for the children to take their nap, so no one was playing with her now. She found a large stone by the roadside, diligently polishing that omen-wandering star. She had been working on the stone ball for several days, yet it hadn't changed a bit. But the little puppet seemed convinced that if she persisted, this thing could be polished smooth, so she remained full of motivation. As for what she would do once the omen-wandering star was polished smooth, she apparently hadn't thought about it at all. No one knew how long this newly developed peculiar interest of the little puppet would last. I think we need to find the person who posted this, Yu Sheng suddenly said. From the replies below, besides him, no one else has seen that tower, and his condition due to being plagued by nightmares is getting worse. In his last reply, he was even considering seeking the exotic doctor to cut into his brain. Since his last reply a few months ago, this person hasn't posted anything on border communication, Little Red Riding Hood said as she took back her phone, scrolling through the screen with a frown. This isn't looking good. I'll try to contact him first. If there's no response, I'll have to get Captain Song to help. Yu Sheng nodded lightly. Little Red Riding Hood put away her phone, got up, stretched thoroughly, and waved at Yu Sheng. Then I'll continue practicing driving. Keep it up, Yu Sheng smiled in response, thought for a moment, and added, No more trying to lift the car into the parking space by hand, you're just fooling yourself with that. Little Red Riding Hood made a face at him, jumped directly off the castle roof, transformed into a shadow darting to the practice lot, skillfully slipping into the car, starting the engine, releasing the clutch, stalling, starting, releasing the clutch, stalling, getting out frustrated, back in to start up again. Yu Sheng thought she probably wouldn't pass her driving tests. A pretty reliable girl in most things, but stuck on getting a driver's license. Yu Sheng rose from a pile of soft foxtails, then slightly turned his head, seeing that Hu Li had woken up at some point. A pair of large, golden-red eyes were staring intently over from the side, corners slightly curved. Awake. The demon fox girl nodded, then flipped over to lie on the roof on all fours, stretching her body with a big lazy stretch. Her 9 tails comfortably spread out in midair, swaying like an opening fan, and after the stretch, she hummed contentedly before slowly returning to Yu Sheng's side to continue lying down. A little while later, she suddenly said, "Savior, do you think Aaron would want to know about the Omen Goddess? If one day we really uncover something?" Yu Sheng turned his head, seeing Hu Li's big ears trembling slightly on her head. "I stay alert even when I'm asleep," the fox girl said proudly. "I can hear what you're saying." "Seems like in the future I can't talk bad about you while you're sleeping." Yu Sheng laughed and shook his head, then his expression became serious. "Actually, at times I also have moments of hesitation, wondering if for Aaron the truth is really that important. After all, in some sense, her being so carefree is quite nice, and with her temperament, she could truly live such a carefree life indefinitely." Hu Li lifted her head with a serious expression. "Savior, did you just want to say because of her brain?" Yu Sheng's expression stiffened for a moment, then, acting as if he didn't hear, continued. "But haven't you felt in the matter of the Omen Goddess? It isn't actually us who have been investigating something, rather it's this matter itself. That has been relentlessly pursuing us." Hu Li listened, slowly widening her eyes. Chapter 491 Seepage. Hu Li is a very smart girl. With Yu Sheng's reminder, she quickly came to her senses. "You feel it too, don't you?" Yu Sheng watched Hu Li blink, speaking slowly. "The Omen Wandering Star, the Omen Goddess, the Omen Banner, that room at the end of the 2nd floor that's always spitting things out, and all sorts of other clues that pop up for various reasons. These clues and information give me the impression that—" Yu Sheng paused for a moment, thought seriously for a while, and then continued cautiously. "It's as if they have consciousness, you know? These information related to the Omen Goddess, they seem to be alive, actively moving towards us, or more precisely, converging on Aaron, as if they're drilling through some kind of barrier and recently getting faster and faster at it." He exhaled softly, looking up at the little puppet grinding a stone ball in the small square. "If I were to put it more conventionally, the situation now is that the Omen Goddess is awakening, maybe from within Aaron, or perhaps other parts are awakening from elsewhere, and then one day she'll come to us, and regardless of which situation, lacking information will be very passive. But investigating might also accelerate this process," Hu Li suddenly said, tilting her head and thinking seriously. "That's how information pollution works, something a schoolteacher once told me. The compulsory education over there is somewhat off the charts. Is this really a primary school curriculum?" "No, this is extracurricular content." Hu Li's ears twitched. "It's not on the test." "Yu Sheng." He waved his hand, ignoring the urge to complain, and continued. "Investigation could indeed speed up the process, but the situation now is the Omen Goddess is already after us. Not that we're chasing her, but that she's hot on our heels, and sooner or later she'll catch up. The less information, the more passive we are, so why not be proactive?" Hu Li thought for a moment, moved a little closer to Yu Sheng, and wagged her tail vigorously. "All right. No matter what the Savior does, she always supports it." Then the two of them sat together on the rooftop, watching the sky, the distant mountains, the town, and seeing the snake princess, who had returned to the town after having her fill, suddenly pop out from an alleyway. Her long legs propped up the snake's upper half as she wandered around the town, looking like a symbol. With Hu Li's reminder, Yu Sheng corrected, "To H." Soon after, a creature with tumbleweed-like golden hair emerged from the roadside, and the long-haired princess loudly reminded the wandering big snake demon, "Hey, snake princess, you've changed backwards again." The snake princess hurriedly transformed again, reverting to her normal beautiful snake form, and chatted amiably with the long-haired princess. The two of them talked about various topics, and eventually the snake princess clapped her hands, suggesting they steal the king's dried fish. The long-haired princess, eager for chaos, supported her. "Sure, let's go, I'll call the mermaid too." And so they went together, tying up the mermaid who was practicing diving in the pool. After a while, noises of scrambling and the sound of an energetic background music came from the 200-square-meter cat tree. Yu Sheng and Hu Li sat on the castle roof, eating melon seeds and watching the show, observing how this idyllic town was once again a blend of tranquility and bustle. But suddenly, Yu Sheng became curious. When did the snake demon become so familiar with Changfa? "I heard it was during the time when she was being educated by Little Red Riding Hood," Hu Li, stretching her neck to look at the commotion by the cat tree, said casually. "Ah, Changfa has been thrown down, and so has the snake princess, all balled up and tossed." Yu Sheng, satisfied, exhaled, lay back on the roof, and watched from the corner of his eye as a dozen mass-produced errands carried stretchers to the cat tree to cause more chaos. A faint smile appeared on his face as he softly sighed. "It's really nice." "Yes, really nice." Aaron, who was hugging the Omen wandering star and polishing it with effort near the edge of the square, heard the commotion going on over by the cat tree. The little puppet lifted her head to look in the direction of the noise, and used the eyes of the mass-produced puppets to see the snake princess flailing on the ground, and the long-haired princess rolling past her like a tumbleweed. And then there was the mermaid, being dragged away by two royal champion warriors, who was still shouting things like, "I'm just here to sing." They said they needed background music here, so I came. I ate too much fish and came to fight with the cats for dried small fish, but in the end, she was still thrown into a mud pit next to the cat tree. "Immature." The little puppet broke the shared vision with the mass-produced self, muttered while shaking her head, and then picked up the Omen wandering star, observing the results of her morning's polishing. The bumpy and rugged mini-planet still hadn't changed a bit. Though the large rock on the ground had developed a deep groove, the surface of the Omen wandering star seemed to be unscathed. "Why is it so hard?" Aaron frowned, knocking the Omen wandering star on the ground, carefully examining the stone ball. The gray, dull stone sphere slowly rotated in her hand, its pitted surface reflected in the puppet's crimson, radiant eyes. That reflection resembled a lone star, afloat in a vast, blood-colored universe, solitary and distant. The grayed-out star reflected in the puppet's eyes slowly cracked open, revealing jagged sharp teeth in the fissure, like an eerie, terrifying grin. Aaron blinked. It was suddenly quiet, as if the whole world had vanished into some distant, forgotten moment. The last starlight from afar had long since faded, leaving the world in endless dimness where even the once blazing dark-red glow of the universe gradually merged into the final ripple of the decaying earth. She stood in the midst of this endless dusk and chaos, cautiously holding the gray-white dying star. A faint sound emanated from its surface. In the remaining flickers of light, among the last refuges, tiny, overlapping sounds, like the buzz of insects, burrowed into her mind. Aaron felt a little perplexed. She was curious to clearly hear those voices, but a grander noise seemed to be roaring in her mind, as if some enormous memory or information kept burrowing into her mind incessantly. For a moment she seemed able to understand what those roaring noises meant, but she quickly felt her mind becoming muddled, unable to understand those sounds anymore. Even who she was and why she was here had become burdens too heavy for her rational mind to handle. Suddenly she sensed something and lowered her head. She saw countless tiny points of light striking her body. Her originally small figure had, unbeknownst to her, become so vast and unfamiliar. Compared to her body, those tiny points of light seemed like glowing dust, carrying the same mind-numbing noise as they charged furiously toward her, disappearing in the blink of an eye as faint sparks. For some reason, Aaron suddenly felt a bit anxious. She didn't even know what those points of light were, but she felt anxious. This emotion seemed to emanate from another self, deep within her body, spreading to her like a tide through a heavy curtain. They were going to die. It was going to die. She was going to die. Something must be done to prevent the arrival of the end, but time wasn't sufficient. From the start, there wasn't enough time. Everything had long been predetermined. All struggles were in vain. The omen's descent had already been etched into the world's fundamental laws. The small sounds mingling in the immense noise suddenly became clear, layering upon one another, with weak insect chirps overlapping together, even sounding like thunder rumbles. Erin heard countless people praying to her, initially in chaotic pleas, then fearful confessions, interspersed with blessings she couldn't understand. Many voices were wishing her something, but in the next instant she quickly forgot those voices. She felt herself becoming stronger. She didn't know what this supposed strength was about. It was an indescribable feeling, but she indeed felt herself exceeding some kind of threshold. Her perception expanded, her body expanded. She felt she even touched the world's edge, or maybe the world was collapsing, the universe shrinking. The newborn deity had no time to think. Intense pain swept through its consciousness. Outside the world it hurt cannot touch. There were things there that would decompose everything. Escape, but there's nowhere to escape. The protective shell of the world that once sheltered her had vanished. She could only escape inward, retreat within herself. Suddenly, Erin shuddered awake. The warm, gentle breeze passed through the town, the sky was bright and clear, and the nearby study room had children singing, with the loudest one being completely off tune. Erin looked down at the omen wandering star in her hand, where the grand information impression remaining in her mind dissipated quickly like morning dew. Then she widened her eyes, looking up toward the castle. "Yu Sheng, Yu Sheng." The little puppet yelled loudly, quickly running toward the castle. Memory receded, and the last bit of impression remaining in her mind quickly sank, returning to the depths of darkness. "Yu Sheng." As if inertia drove her legs, Erin still ran swiftly toward the castle, but a trace of confusion already appeared in her eyes. And then 2 seconds later, her running speed also slowed down, merely continuing to walk forward subconsciously, holding that cold, icy mother star in her hand. "Yu Sheng." Erin lowered her head, looked at the gray-white stone ball in her hand, paused, and then laughed happily. She waved the stone sphere, showing off to the person on the roof. "Yu Sheng, this ball is indeed super durable." Chapter 492, Tranquil Waters. Erin happily swung her stone orb, showing off to the 2 people on the castle roof. Even though she didn't know what was so special about it, she inexplicably felt very happy. It's joyful to have sunshine, joyful that the grass is green, joyful because there are many sounds around, and joyful that someone is waiting for her in the distance, that her actions will receive a response. All of these are things to be happy about. Yu Sheng and Hu Li jumped down from the castle, and Erin effortlessly climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, then released the omen wandering star, letting it continue to circle around her head. But suddenly, Yu Sheng furrowed his brows and turned his head to look at the stone orb floating next to the little puppet's head. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt as if the orb's spinning paused for a moment when he looked over. Erin randomly tugged at Yu Sheng's hair. "What's wrong?" "This orb, it seemed like it was making a buzzing sound just now," Yu Sheng said with a frown. "Did you hear it?" "Nope," Erin shook her head. "This thing has been quiet all along." Yu Sheng stared at the omen wandering star for a while, and after a moment finally withdrew his gaze. After thinking carefully, he spoke. "Erin." Marin sent over some information found in the deep layer of the garden network. It's about you. Specifically, it's the last memory you uploaded before losing contact with Alice's cottage. Do you want to see it?" Erin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously without hesitation. Yeah, I want to see it." The little puppet's response was expected. Information about the gold-haired Erin, and the subsequent investigation of the mysterious tower, the omen goddess, and even the black star. All these things certainly couldn't be kept from Erin, especially since Yu Sheng never intended to hide them from the little puppet. Because he knew very well that even though Erin usually seemed uncaring and oblivious to many things, she also had a keen side, her own thoughts and personality. If he excessively protected her from the truth, one day, if something were truly discovered, it might even be more difficult to deal with. On the other hand, after encountering so much information related to the omen goddess, and seeing a normal Alice puppet like Marin, Erin, although appeared unchanged, must have considered certain possibilities. Spending day and night with this little puppet, Yu Sheng could still feel that this little thing's dazing moments were getting longer every day. Outside Fairy Tale Town, by the riverbank, the sunlight was bright, a gentle breeze blowing lightly, making the riverbank seem very quiet at this time. Yu Sheng sat on a large rock by the shore, while Aaron cross-legged on his lap, holding a somewhat large phone for her, carefully reviewing the information Marin sent over. She looked through it several times, then paused the screen, pointing to the golden-haired figure. "Is this me?" "The only possible match after filtering," Yu Sheng said slowly. "The other puppets named Aaron have all been ruled out." "My hair isn't like this," Aaron tugged at her own hair. "And the face doesn't seem quite right. My face is rounder and more beautiful." Yes, very beautiful, but after a 3,700-year seal and the interference between memory and spiritual body, changes in appearance are very possible." Yu Sheng gently pinched the little puppet's cheeks, carefully considering each word. "Furthermore, your current body was processed by me. Anything I process would inevitably have some changes, as you know." "Yeah, that's true," Aaron mumbled, clearly momentarily swayed. Then she quickly ignored this detail and suddenly recalled something. "Oh, then previously you mentioned seeing a broken golden-haired puppet in the mirror on the second floor. Could it be?" Yu Sheng took a deep breath, knowing Aaron would surely realize it, so he calmly nodded. "Yes, now it can be basically confirmed that was indeed you." For a moment Aaron didn't make a sound, just staring at the phone for a few seconds, then looked up at Yu Sheng. Her eyes were very large, the crimson pupils seemed to shimmer slightly, deep within reflecting a vast and profound sky. "Wow," she blinked, lowered her head again, unknown what she was thinking in that moment, and after a while she suddenly broke the silence. "Then it seems my body is pretty much beyond repair, likely needing to piece it together myself if found in the future." Hu Li leaned over from the side, looking at Aaron very earnestly. "I'll help piece it together with you." "Then you must wash your hands first when piecing. Just licking your fingers isn't enough. You eat stuff randomly all the time," Aaron immediately said with gusto, then after thinking added, "Your tail also needs to be brushed first. Don't let fur get mixed into my body, it will itch." Hu Li squinted his eyes, nodding repeatedly. Yes. The two of them seriously discussed how to piece together the puppet in the future, ignoring Yu Sheng's somewhat subtle expression, and Aaron just continued to focus on the phone. "Seeing it like this, it actually seems kind of cool." She seemed to quickly accept something, nodding at the golden-haired figure in the image, but then was puzzled. "Speaking of which, what's the deal with this frying pan? Why was I wielding a frying pan to face the enemy back then?" "Marin said it's the standard weapon for your Alice puppets. Don't look at me like that. I don't know how to explain either. Your sister said the reason is very complex." "Is that so?" The little puppet suspiciously looked into Yu Sheng's eyes, finally withdrawing her gaze after a while. "I don't remember at all. Amnesia is such a hassle." The image on the phone finally stayed on the dome of the tower. Beyond the fragmented dome lay a sprawling shadow creeping in the deep space of chaos, even seeming to crawl beyond dimensions, a massive shadow from another world. Even though this was footage already processed by Marin, and even though he was just looking at the blurred outline, Yu Sheng could still sense the terrifying power emanating from the shadow through the screen. Outer god, alien god, or perhaps Dark Angel. Yu Sheng couldn't help but recall what Bailey Ching had once told him about the criteria for identification concerning Dark Angels by the Special Service Bureau. Excluding the features that are difficult to judge directly from the footage, such as originating from outside the world, cannot be killed by conventional forces, and transcending logic and understanding. The most crucial criterion left was indescribable in words, but a naturally felt, saintly presence upon witnessing. Once this thought emerged, it lingered in his mind as if it were alive, prompting him to carefully examine the details on the large shadow in the frame repeatedly, as if trying to find definitive evidence that the massive entity was or wasn't a dark angel. Aaron placed her phone on her leg, enlarged the image with her fingers until the two crimson glows on the shadow's head nearly filled the entire screen. Then she closed the screen completely. "Here you go." The little puppet looked up, holding the phone in both hands, and handed it to Yu Sheng. "What do you think after watching?" Yu Sheng took the phone and asked casually. "I was pretty amazing back then," Aaron thought for a moment and said, face up, "and I definitely looked at least 167 cm tall." Yu Sheng, that's all you thought about. Aaron then thought carefully again. I want to go back and watch TV. Don't you have 3 bodies at home? 2 are playing games and the other is arguing with an idiot. I'm too busy. Yu Sheng. He looked at the little puppet on his leg, and the little puppet looked up at him, her crimson eyes clear as mirrors without any haze. Okay, go back and watch TV. Yay. Looking at a few documents that had just been placed in front of her, Bailey Ching's brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. After a long time, she looked up at Song Cheng. What else did the Alice envoy say? She hopes to have further contact with Yu Sheng and Aaron, and she also hopes the Special Service Bureau can assist her in investigating the situation of the tower. In the information she sent us, there are a lot of images of investigators withdrawing from around that tower. Although the images are blurry and chaotic, those investigators do wear ancient city-state attire from Boundary Land. Ancient times? Bailey Ching's gaze swept across the computer screen, showing scenes of many investigators and spirit realm detectives withdrawing around the peculiar broken tower. If this footage truly dates back to 3,700 years ago, back when the Special Service Bureau hadn't been established and Boundary Land was unprecedentedly chaotic, we probably can't uncover much from such distant history. The Alice envoy mentioned that she is aware of this, so she's merely making a request. It's best if there's a result. If not, she can accept that those were her exact words. Bailey Ching pondered slightly, nodding gently. I understand. Tell her we will do our best to assist, and matters concerning the omen are currently among the Special Service Bureau's top priorities. Song Cheng nodded. All right. He hesitated slightly. Additionally. Bailey Ching calmly watched him. Speak frankly. Regarding the individual appearing at the top of the tower last, Song Cheng chose his words carefully. From various characteristics, Ta doesn't resemble an ordinary entity generated within the exotic realm. Based on the intelligence we currently have, if this thing indeed comes from outside, then the little puppet at number 66 Wudong Road could very well. He didn't continue, only looking solemnly at the director before him. For a moment, Bailey Ching spoke nothing, merely quietly watching her subordinate. It wasn't until Song Cheng started to feel somewhat uncomfortable that she unexpectedly broke the silence. Which do you think is more dangerous, the Dark Angel or Yu Sheng? Song Cheng opened his mouth, but was stumped for words. Both are very dangerous, but fortunately the more dangerous one currently considers himself human, so never wake him, Bailey Ching said leisurely. This principle applies to that puppet as well. Yes, I understand. Chapter 493-493, First Foray into the Dark Alley. Boundary City East, Qinghe District, beside the entrance to an unremarkable old street. Little Red Riding Hood stepped out of the shadow of a nearby building and saw Yu Sheng waiting at the crossroads. You're alone today? The girl glanced around and discovered that only Yu Sheng was standing there, asking somewhat unexpectedly. They stayed back to watch the house. After all, today I'm just coming to check out this dark alley, so it's fine for me to be alone, Yu Sheng said casually. Besides, in case of emergencies, I can always open the door to bring people over. He paused, looking at Little Red Riding Hood. How's your side of things? Did you get in touch with the person who posted the thread? I found out that the person is an independent investigator named Sun Chen, not part of any spirit realm detective organization, residing in Beishamen District, but haven't contacted him yet, said Little Red Riding Hood. It should be resolved soon anyway. It won't affect our actions today. Yu Sheng nodded. Little Red Riding Hood had been investigating the person who posted 3 years ago on border communication, claiming to have witnessed a strange high tower. The progress was decent, but even so, Yu Sheng wasn't willing to just wait at home. So he decided to first visit East City Qinghe District today to investigate the dark alley mentioned in the post. For this, he invited the experienced Little Red Riding Hood. After all, exploring the exotic realm is a meticulous endeavor requiring experience and skill, unlike battling dark angels, which often relies on brute force. Dragging a corpse through also counts. At present, the sky gradually darkens, and twilight is approaching. Yu Sheng looked up at the sky, recalling the public information gathered before departure. Dark Alley is a typical time-limited entry exotic realm. In terms of size, it falls into the kingdom category. Despite being an infinitely repeating alley, it features characteristics of a civilized settlement containing multiple ordered buildings. The entrance to Dark Alley is located between two buildings near the old street entrance in Qinghe District, and its activation time is during the twilight period each day. This twilight period is not an exact moment. Rather, as long as the sky matches the twilight state, the exotic realm's entrance will activate. Moreover, as the sky gets darker, the activity level of the entrance and the passing probability increase accordingly, reaching its peak for a few to 10 minutes before abruptly closing when night falls. According to the information, the darker the sky, the better the luck after entering Dark Alley, making it easier to judge the safe exit at the alley's end crossroads. However, too dark a sky might lead to premature generation of entity cats within Dark Alley, increasing the peril in exotic realm activities. Such trade-offs require careful judgment. Yu Sheng himself didn't have any standards for judgment. He just aimed to return before those little rascals at home tore the house apart. "Shall we enter now?" He turned to the girl beside him, seeking expert advice. "Wait a bit, I called for an assistant this time." Little Red Riding Hood was swiping on her phone. "They'll be here soon." "Assistant?" Yu Sheng was initially puzzled, but just as he intended to inquire further, a swift shadow zipped across his field of vision from a rooftop and landed gracefully on the ground nearby. It was a tabby cat. The cat swaggered over to Yu Sheng, and Little Red Riding Hood glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then raised a paw to scratch its neck, complaining in a rich and steady voice resembling a documentary narration. "Spent a bit more time handling the previous commission. The client provided too many cat treats." "The assistant you mentioned is actually the king?" Yu Sheng looked at Little Red Riding Hood in astonishment, then quickly realized, "Oh, for dealing with the cats in the Dark Alley." "Exactly," Little Red Riding Hood said, quite pleased. "Usually, Spirit Realm detectives need to figure out how to find a can of cat food before exploring Dark Alley. But we at Fairy Tales are no ordinary organization. The king is adept at handling Dark Alley." "The entity's cats within Dark Alley possess the traits of a living creature." The king shook his head, a proud, human-like expression appearing on its cat face. "Entities with liveliness and animal characteristics tend to mimic the behavior of their prototype to some degree. That's why using canned food generated within Dark Alley can be used to bribe those entity cats. Since they can be bribed, they can certainly be communicated with and intimidated to some extent." "Yu Sheng, that works." "Humans exploring the exotic realm requires flexibility." The tabby cat raised its head proudly, then trotted towards the old street. "You're an expert in battling angels, but you've much to learn as a spirit realm detective." Watching the tabby cat's cocky demeanor, Yu Sheng couldn't help but twitch an eye, but soon shook his head with relief. Cats are just like this. He followed the king and Little Red Riding Hood. There were actually quite a few passers-by near the old street entrance, but after a short walk, the flow of people in a certain direction started thinning. Yu Sheng could clearly feel that the crowd ahead was being guided by an invisible force, bypassing a few dilapidated buildings. Walking a bit further, he unsurprisingly spotted the node device set up by the Special Service Bureau. A high-tech obelisk distinct from its surroundings stood in a clearing. All the people around instinctively ignored this whole area. Little Red Riding Hood smoothly moved ahead to complete entrance registration on the node device, and the king also leapt onto the obelisk, pressing on it with its paw. The obelisk emitted a sound, indicating that the certification had passed. Yu Sheng didn't want to complain anymore, considering this place was so full of talents. Led by Little Red Riding Hood, he arrived at the entrance of the Dark Alley. Between two old and dilapidated two-story buildings, there was a narrow space barely wide enough for two people to enter side by side, its depth only a few meters, ending at a moss-covered concrete wall. Some graffiti seemed to have seeped into the concrete, covering the wall with chaotic dirty lines sketching twisted and crooked shops and abstract, menacing cats. Among the graffiti, a line of glowing words was particularly striking. "Remember the safety exploration guidelines. Do not become a reckless casualty case," Special Service Bureau declares. It looked very official. "Walk near that wall, stay in place for more than 15 seconds, Little Red Riding Hood reminded from the side. When you feel the wind blowing from the concrete wall, don't look back, just reverse and walk out of here. Yu Sheng followed Little Red Riding Hood's directions. The two of them and one cat approached the wall, then simultaneously retreated when the wind blew, maintaining their position facing the wall until they were outside. The wall in Yu Sheng's eyes suddenly enlarged, as if it pounced out from between the two buildings, then expanded to the sides until it blocked his entire line of vision. "We've entered the dark alley." Little Red Riding Hood's voice came from the side. Yu Sheng turned his head. The old street was gone. What was once a fairly spacious road and a small square at the street entrance had turned into a narrow alley only 4 or 5 meters wide. On both sides of the alley were tightly closed doors, some with old, weathered signs hanging above, appearing to have significant history with rough and faded printing. The signs' writing was unclear yet illuminated by dim, inexplicable lights, making them appear even more bizarre and gloomy. The weather was gloomy. The twilight seemed solidified above the 2 rows of old buildings, and the alley was filled with a moist and chilly atmosphere. The ground paved with miscellaneous bricks was wet, and shallow puddles reflected the leaning shapes of the houses on both sides. A peculiar alien sense, different from the real world, spread from the bottom of his heart, and Yu Sheng took a deep breath in this oppressive dark alley, shaking his head muttering, "Staying here too long you'll catch rheumatism." "That's considered healthy." Little Red Riding Hood glanced at him. "Most people don't live long enough here to catch rheumatism." While the two were talking, King glanced around the state of the dark alley, then swiftly jumped to a drier spot on the ground, raising his paw with a wave. Immediately, a 4-person adventurer team emerged from the air, dressed perfectly in line with the stereotypical attire of various professions. This time, the combination consisted of a young swordsman from the countryside, holding the village's best sword, a village girl priest from the village, a wandering mage elder sister seemingly burdened with many stories, and a stealth assassin wrapped entirely in a black cloak. Incidentally, the young swordsman with the village sword and the village girl priest in a white robe carrying a wooden staff were childhood friends. They planned to return to the village for marriage after this adventure. However, because the cat was quite capricious, their adventure never ended and continued to this day. King lightly jumped onto the wandering mage's body, sitting on her shoulder. Now the wandering mage was not only burdened with many stories, but also a cat. "Let's not rush to the crossroads," Little Red Riding Hood said. "Let's first inspect the whole dark alley. Make sure there's no change from the documents like other exits. If there's no gain, deliberately choose the dangerous path at the crossroads to enter the next cycle of dark alleys." According to the post, the subject entered the tower space while being pursued by a cat. Let's try to recreate this process as much as possible. "There's a problem." Yu Sheng raised his hand. "Isn't the crossroads random? What if we accidentally enter the safe exit? How can we ensure we enter the dangerous path?" "The wolf can make a rough judgment." Little Red Riding Hood raised her hand to stroke the air. A giant shadow wolf slowly appeared under her hand. "If the wolf can't decide, have the magician King summoned use the great prophecy technique. The accuracy is over 90%. Anyway, try to explore in accordance with the rules of the dark alley. Unless in special circumstances, avoid using the door to traverse different layers of the dark alley. We need to recreate the process mentioned in the post as much as possible to increase the probability of tower space appearing." Yu Sheng was about to say he had new ideas too, but upon hearing Little Red Riding Hood's final reminder, he became embarrassed and laughed sheepishly. "I never said I was going to open doors." "Do you need to say?" The girl placed her hands on her hips. "On paths longer than 5 steps, you open a teleportation gate, and last time I heard Aaron said you opened a gate between the bedroom and living room to watch TV, even using a teleportation gate to snatch her remote." Yu Sheng ahem. Chapter 494, The Old Bookstore. Dark, damp, as if forever trapped in the atmosphere before twilight rain, with chaotic dim yellow lights illuminating the mottled, old signs of the shops on both sides, brewing an exceptionally eerie and sinister aura in the alley. The adventurer team stepped through the puddles beside the road, checking every possible oddity in the alley, and displaying skilled team coordination and personal discipline as they advanced. The figure of the stealthy assassin occasionally vanished from Yu Sheng's view, seemingly melting into the shadows of the buildings, only to suddenly appear from a corner beside some house, elusive like a spiritual body. The wandering mage summoned a floating blue eye that constantly scanned the path they had taken behind them, while the swordsman walked at the front of the team to guard against entities that might form prematurely in the alley. A low probability, but in the exotic realm, deep fluctuations could sometimes lead to unexpected dangers. The priest girl holding a short staff walked in the very center of the team, continuously muttering something akin to a prayer in a low voice. With each round of recitation, a light blessing with the effects of clear God and healing was refreshed on everyone. Curious, Yu Sheng approached the priest girl who, strictly speaking, counted as the king's summoning item. He heard her muttering the same few lines repeatedly. Holy light like the wind, blessing the cat. Holy light like a beacon, illuminating the cat, only my kitty, meow 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 meow. It was downright magical. Little Red Riding Hood was clearly familiar with the various combat units summoned by the king. She rode on a giant wolf, directing a few wolves at the edges of the team to coordinate with the stealthy assassin, while also noting the subtle expression on Yu Sheng's face. Impressive, right? The things the king conjures sometimes feel like they actually have intelligence, she said to Yu Sheng with a smile. They can even hold simple conversations with outsiders, and the most advanced summoning creatures, like the Flatterer and Prime Minister, can understand and remember the rules of the outside world, and it's challenging for ordinary people to recognize them. But in essence, these summoning items are entities generated within the fairyland exotic realm. My wolves are the same. Interesting, Yu Sheng muttered, glancing again at the priest in the team. This clerical girl, dressed as if she'd stepped out of an RPG or novel illustration from a bygone era, politely smiled at him and continued stiffly repeating, "Only my kitty, meow 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 meow." Then she went on to cast another layer of Saint Cat blessing over the whole team. If you don't deal with them often, it can really feel like the uncanny valley. We thought so at first too, but after spending enough time with the king, we got used to it, Little Red Riding Hood said with a smile. Besides, compared to the king's advanced units, these stiff combat units actually make us feel safer. After all, I don't like the Flatterer. Those old men are like living people, maybe even too much, fortunately. The king only lets them out when he wants fish treats. As they spoke, they had already walked halfway through the alley. Yu Sheng looked up and saw the intersection ahead with crisscrossing wires strung between the shops on either side, dim light strings hanging from the wires and faded pennants swaying weakly in the wind, bearing auspicious sayings like grand opening, safe travels, promotions, and fortune. Happiness for the whole family, which looked cheerful yet somehow odd in this environment. Under those dim light strings were shops with tightly shut doors and windows along the street. Only one shop had particularly bright lights at its entrance, and its doors were wide open, as if silently beckoning them. The king waved a paw, and the youth swordsman with the village sword, along with several shadow wolves, approached the shop, while the stealthy assassin somehow followed along, slipping through the door like a shadow. "Your Majesty, the path ahead is clear," the wandering mage's raspy voice declared. The group of Yu Sheng drew near and saw that it was, in fact, an old bookstore. Little Red Riding Hood frowned slightly, an evident cautious expression on her face. "What's the story with the bookstore?" Yu Sheng curiously asked. In the dark alley, the most common operating shops are grocery stores, pet food shops, and old bookstores, Little Red Riding Hood explained. Grocery stores are the safest. They appear to offer meaningless items that are useless for finding a safe exit, but also pose no harm. Pet food shops sell only pet food for cats, and you must exchange a small piece of your skin as currency. The old bookstore is the riskiest of the three types. It might contain useful information, but it might also be a trap or even contain books with mental contamination. She paused for a moment, shaking her head. Clues and risks coexist, making it troublesome and confusing. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, rubbing his chin. Oh, indeed. He then casually slid open a palm-sized small door in the air beside him, placed his hand at the entrance, and called out, "Reveal." A sharp blade swiftly jabbed out of the small door, pricked his palm, and quickly withdrew. Little Red Riding Hood watched this scene in astonishment, then watched Yu Sheng, waving his blood-spattered hand, stride to the old bookstore's entrance without a word, slapping 7 or 8 bloody handprints onto the outer walls, door frames, and windows, then writing in big letters with the remaining blood, Yu Sheng was here with Little Red Riding Hood and a cat. The added section at the back clearly had not dried, and they didn't want to waste it. The red-dressed girl, who had been an obedient spirit realm detective for years, was utterly shocked, managing to stammer out, "You really lay down spores like a fungi carpet wherever you go." Yu Sheng couldn't hold back his smile. "You're playing too much with Aaron." As he spoke, he opened another small door from the side, fetched out a fox tail from the door to wipe his hands, and amidst the fox girl's protest, "Savior, don't waste it. Let me lick it," he stuffed the tail back in. With this familiar series of actions done, he clapped his hands and stepped into the bookstore. Little Red Riding Hood was staring blankly from the side, turned her head and poked the king's owl head. "What did I just say? If no one stops him, he'll open a door wherever he goes. His DNA must be in the shape of a door spiral." The king replied with a deep voice, "It's not a big issue, as long as it's door opening on the same level and we're still at the shallow part of the dark alley." Yu Sheng ignored the muttering from behind. He had already entered the old bookstore, which had an extremely nostalgic style. A warm yet somewhat musty yellow light illuminated the store. To the right of the entrance was a wooden counter piled with several account books and some dirty A4 papers. Besides that, the rest of the store was almost entirely occupied by tall and wide bookshelves lined up against the walls. 2/3 of the shelves were filled with various old books, while the remaining third wasn't empty either. A peculiar gelatinous substance filled the empty spaces, coagulating into soft, melting piles of books, with black liquid constantly dripping from them and being absorbed by the ground quickly. The old bookstore was empty, and behind the deserted counter stood a peeling wooden chair, with a paper stuck to it that read, "Red read, red, 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 red read." A jumble of words piled up, becoming more blurred towards the end, as if something dark was trying hard to squeeze out from the depths of the text. Yu Sheng frowned. The connection with the blood was being established and strengthened, and he heard a strange, hollow, whistling sound, but that sound, it didn't seem to come from this bookstore. It didn't even seem to come from any corner of this dark alley, but from somewhere more distant, more obscure. Somewhere outside this exotic realm. He looked up in the direction the sound was coming from, but there were only tall bookshelves and the walls of the shop itself, almost entirely obscured by the shelves. "Be careful of these black liquids," Little Red Riding Hood's voice came from behind. "They're rotting knowledge and have strong mental contamination. Avoid it unless you want 1,000 people reciting wrong chemistry and physics formulas in your head." Yu Sheng turned his head in surprise. "How do you know so much? Seems like these details are not in the database." Little Red Riding Hood pressed her lips without speaking, but the king beside her had already jumped lightly onto the counter, casually saying while pawing at the scraps on the counter, "Because she accidentally touched it once. The next day, she scored 8 points in her midterm science exam, shocking the entire academic office." Little Red Riding Hood's face turned red. Shut up." Yu Sheng listened, dumbfounded, and quickly turned his attention back to the surrounding bookshelves before Little Red Riding Hood could snap. The kind of hollow whistling, seemingly from beyond the alley, was still hovering in his head, while his eyes scanned the rows of old books on the shelves. Most of the book covers were gray and dusty, with the titles on the spines printed in blurred scripts, making it impossible to read the book names or guess their contents. Shelf contents that are normal and complete can be read with caution, but avoid becoming engrossed. The king took the initiative to remind upon seeing this. They sometimes record hints about safe exits or stories that seem to be real events occurring somewhere in the boundary land. They could be past events or currently happening, but they won't predict the future, unless it's a weather forecast. There might also be records about the broken tower. In theory, the old bookstore should give priority to recording the changes in the dark alley itself. Little Red Riding Hood muttered to herself. Yu Sheng slowly nodded, looked again at that chair behind the counter with a paper full of "read" on it, felt eerie but cautiously pulled a dusty old book from the shelf, and opened it with a hint of curiosity. On the yellowed pages, only a few large characters were written. "Not enough quality. Chapter 495. Collapse. The quality is insufficient." Yu Sheng flipped open the old book on the shelf and saw only these large words on the yellowed pages. He was stunned for a moment, then instinctively turned to the next page, only to see the same words again. The quality is insufficient. After a slight hesitation, he continued flipping forward, finally confirming that every page of this book contained only the same repetitive content, with that phrase appearing repeatedly. The quality is insufficient. The quality is insufficient. The quality is insufficient. The dark, rigid fonts seemed as if they were carved onto the paper with a knife, carrying some kind of unsettling force. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Yu Sheng even felt a certain obsessive and desperate tone emanating from the pages, something that permeated across the book, even across this old bookstore, through the entire dark alley to seep into him, bringing despair and suffocation. Little Red Riding Hood immediately noticed the strange expression on Yu Sheng's face. After administering herself a dose of inhibitor, she leaned over cautiously and took a look at the book's contents, revealing the same bewildered expression as Yu Sheng. "What does this mean?" the young girl muttered to herself. "You don't know either?" Yu Sheng looked at Little Red Riding Hood in surprise, raising the old book in his hand. "Has this ever happened before?" "I've never seen it, and the publicly shared data from other investigators also didn't mention that books in the old bookstore would show this phrase. Plus, it doesn't match the format," Little Red Riding Hood said immediately. "Normally, the contents of these books have context, with a fabricated source of information, and the recorded content is specific events, not so inexplicable." She hesitated for a few seconds when saying the last sentence, ultimately only able to use inexplicable to describe the contents of the book in Yu Sheng's hands. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow, and after a brief thought, he directly raised his hand to draw another book from the shelf, quickly flipping it open. The same words eagerly squeezed into his view. The quality is insufficient. Yu Sheng casually tossed this book onto the counter, and then pulled several more books from the shelf to verify, only to find that every old book had identical contents regardless of its appearance. The yellowed pages merely repeated the phrase, "The quality is insufficient," over and over in every book, on every page. "Something's wrong. Changes have indeed occurred in the dark alley, and it doesn't match the records." Little Red Riding Hood's tone became serious. "But why did these changes suddenly happen when it was once just an ordinary exotic realm, the moment we arrived today?" Yu Sheng had already cautiously halted further attempts to take books from the shelf. While remaining vigilant for any subtle movements around him, he placed the last old book back in its place as several bold thoughts quickly surfaced. Is it our arrival that triggered these changes? Or because we discovered that post from 3 years ago? Or perhaps Little Red Riding Hood turned? Or because what? Or because Marin found the records left by Aaron years ago in the deep layer of the garden network, Yu Sheng said slowly, his expression growing more serious. The accumulated knowledge and experience from repeatedly dealing with dark angels now seemed to come alive in his mind, reminding him of Hu Li's past theory about everything being information. "I feel like this information resonates, spontaneously gathering." Mid-sentence, he suddenly paused, furrowing his brow, remembering a conversation he recently had with Hu Li about the information related to the Omen goddess, noting how it seemed alive, even actively approaching those connected to Aaron. The shadows beyond the curtain pursued those attempting to seek the truth or accidentally touched upon it. Yu Sheng raised his head, looking around the old bookstore at those towering shelves, the mottled, dim ceiling, and the rotting knowledge, continually seeping from the melting books. In his eyes, everything here suddenly seemed to have a feeling of being alive, as if transforming into a massive creature's infiltrating limb with a certain purpose, a certain intention, shaking its tendrils in an attempt to communicate with him. The wandering mage summoned a magic light ball and, along with the other 3 members of the adventurer team, thoroughly checked every corner of the old bookstore. These summoned creatures, whose behavior and movements often appeared awkward, seemed particularly professional and reliable while completing their tasks within the set range. The rogue suddenly seemed to discover something. He tapped the wall beside the bookshelf with the hilt of his short sword, reporting to the king, "Your Majesty, there's something unusual here." The king immediately jumped onto his head, looking at the area where the bookshelf met the wall. Some lines, difficult to notice without careful observation, faintly seeped from the plastering. Small, gray-black patterns initially resembled ordinary mold spots, but upon closer examination revealed their complexity and patterns. which were incompatible with the style of the old bookstore itself. "I guess the public records about the dark alley certainly don't mention these things," Yu Sheng muttered. It felt like it was seeping in from outside. Little Red Riding Hood shared her first impression of the patterns she saw, some sort of intrusion. Yu Sheng stared at the wall. What could be outside this wall? Has anyone tried breaking through these structures in the dark alley? Little Red Riding Hood and the king exchanged glances. It seems no one has done that before, but theoretically the boundary of the dark alley is the buildings on both sides. Nothing would be beyond the boundary. If you climb onto the roof, you can see that there's only a gray haze outside. Jumping out would only bring you back to the same place, the king explained, then paused and added, "I've climbed up there before." When Cat says this, it sounds quite authoritative. But Yu Sheng was still eager to give it a try. "How about trying to dig up this wall?" He began urging his teammates. "Even a small hole will do, to have a look at where these patterns are seeping in from. If it's tricky, I can call Luna over." As soon as he started to urge, the king leaped onto the young swordsman's idea. "All right, make a hole." Cat's curiosity is 7 times that of humans. When spurred by the idea king of the boundary land, it doubles again. Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth as if wanting to caution the two to be more careful, but thinking about the king's almost omnipotent abilities and Yu Sheng's strong execution power, mainly the latter, she swallowed her words that were already at her throat, knowing even if she stopped the king, Yu Sheng would surely summon Luna to poke through that wall. So she had no choice but to stand aside, watching intently as the idea king led Cat in their escapade. The young swordsman raised his village sword, without hesitation, thrusting it towards the wall. Sparks flew. A bright light burst forth between the seemingly old and fragile concrete wall and the physically substantial long sword, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Yu Sheng saw this scene, opening his mouth, contemplating whether to call Luna over, but before he did, he saw the village girl priest of the adventurer team step forward a bit and pat the young swordsman's shoulder. Then the team's wandering mage and the stealthy one also stepped up, clenched fists to cheer the swordsman. Yu Sheng wasn't quite sure what was going on, but he faintly heard them mumbling about friendship, journey bonds, and stuff like that. The next second, a glow emanated from the young man's body. Then the village sword also began to glow, resembling a light saber. The young swordsman then shouted, "For everyone in the village," not knowing where the village he mentioned was followed by a whump, and the glowing village sword pierced through the old bookstore's wall as easily as a hot knife through butter. Yu Sheng was astounded, the power of friendship and bonds. And then the light saber of friendship and bonds began to fly up and down, dismantling the load-bearing wall. Yu Sheng realized it was the bookstore's load-bearing wall, only when the entire structure began to shake and tremble violently. It might even be this space's load-bearing wall. A series of cracking sounds came from deep within the wall. The ground underfoot started to shake continuously. The tall bookshelves on both sides creaked under the strain. With old books marked lacking quality, cascading like torrents from the shelves, pages flew wildly. The words scattered in terror all over the ground. Crawling frantically along the floor and walls, black bold letters climbed everywhere. Some even crawled to the bookstore's doorway, scrambling to escape into the street outside, melting into the small puddles at the entrance, turning into smudges that spread over the stone pavement. "I should have stopped you too," Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed, grabbing the king's scruff and running outside while shouting back at Yu Sheng. "Don't just stand there. The reality of this layer is collapsing." The king's adventurer team also quickly ran out. The young swordsman holding the village sword was shouting hot-bloodedly about dreams, everyone's future, and sentences like that, which ended with the elder sister wandering mage throwing a fireball at his head. Yu Sheng too began to move towards the door, but he couldn't help but turn back, looking at the big hole just opened by the swordsman. The bookshelves on both sides coughed violently, dusty old books peeled off the shelves like flaking flesh scales. Continuing to fall, rotting knowledge formed into a flowing mini waterfall, scouring the now pitted floor, letters falling from the books scrambled for higher ground. The walls crowded with lacking quality inscriptions, with text pushing and shoving among themselves, shaking vigorously, emitting numerous small, headache-inducing screeches. And across that big hole was a gray, murky mist. Faintly many pitch-black lines extended from an unknown place, intertwining at the dark alley's boundary. However, just as Yu Sheng was about to approach for a closer look, the big hole abruptly vanished, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 496 The King's Might. The vanishing hole disappeared, as if it had never existed, and the collapse and shaking of the old bookstore abruptly stopped. Only the rotting knowledge, continuously flowing from the shelves, kept accumulating, turning into a mud-like substance upon contact with the floor, emitting a disturbing foul smell. Yu Sheng then turned and left the now increasingly eerie and worthless-to-explore old bookstore, and almost at the moment he ran out the door, a bang sound came from behind him. The store's door had closed, and the previously bright doorway had turned dark like the surrounding shops. Little Red Riding Hood and the king stood at the entrance, one human and one cat watchfully looking toward the depths of the alley. The priest's short staff emitted a soft and warm light, illuminating a small area around them. "That hole disappeared," Yu Sheng quickly said. "Before it disappeared, I saw the outside was full of mist and something like spider silk extending from afar." "Can't you stop being so reckless all the time?" Little Red Riding Hood turned back and looked at Yu Sheng with exasperation. "Even if you're not afraid of dying, at least keep up with our pace as ordinary people." "Wait, spider silk? What kind of spider silk?" "What else but the kind similar to what Aaron usually uses?" Yu Sheng sighed. "We are here to find clues about this, and now we indeed have a clue. Something is definitely penetrating into the outside of Dark Alley, but unfortunately, that hole lasted only a moment and brought the whole old bookstore down. This is exotic realm. Everything will recover when we next enter, but next time I don't advise digging holes anywhere," Little Red Riding Hood said, pointing across the street. "The destructive behavior just caused changes in Dark Alley. The situation isn't right." Following the girl's reminder, Yu Sheng immediately noticed many changes in the alley. The daylight seemed darker than when they first entered the alley. The already damp stone brick ground now had a layer of dark moss of unknown origin. All the buildings on both sides of the alley had become more rundown, and the strings of lights crisscrossing between the rooftops flickered as if they had a poor connection, the colors of the light changing elusively, making one dizzy. The shops across the street had their windows and doors tightly closed, and the signboards illuminated by dim light were covered with thick grime. The script under the grime not only appeared unclear, but was found to be indecipherable upon closer inspection. Though it looked like writing, it was actually a chaotic jumble of lines, completely meaningless. "Yu Sheng, this is." "We directly entered the next layer of Dark Alley." Little Red Riding Hood's expression was serious. "Not by crossing the crossroad, but by leaving the old bookstore right into this eerier version of the alley." Yu Sheng blinked, then suddenly realized. "Wait, what about the cat? Isn't there supposed to be a physical cat generated in the deeper layer of Dark Alley?" "That's why I said the situation isn't right. There's no physical generation here, and all the shops in the alley are closed." Little Red Riding Hood looked around. Normally, at least one shop in Dark Alley would be open. Yu Sheng pursed his lips, cautiously surveying the surroundings. The entire alley was now eerily quiet, yet within this extreme silence, it was as if numerous eyes were watching them from the darkness, watching the uninvited guests who invaded and caused destruction in the alley. Yu Sheng thought he heard faint cat sounds, but when he looked up, all he saw were moss-covered corners and the ground. "First, head to the crossroad at the end of the alley and see if we can enter a more normal layer," the king suddenly spoke, sitting on the wandering mage's shoulder looking serious. "I think we might not have fully entered the next layer, but are stuck between the first layer of Dark Alley and the second layer, so it feels so strange yet hasn't generated any physical entities." Yu Sheng looked in surprise at the tabby cat sitting on the wandering mage's shoulder, feeling that the cat exhibited the steadiness and reliability of an experienced spirit realm detective at this moment. A stark contrast to its usual lazy demeanor, basking in the sun on a large cat condo all day. He voiced his surprise, only to get a lazy response from the king. "What's so surprising? I've seen plenty of exotic realms. Every time some unlucky kid at the orphanage gets trapped in an exotic realm, I go in to rescue them. Plus, I often take jobs to earn money. Do you know the burdens of life I bear as a little cat?" Yu Sheng turned to Little Red Riding Hood, who nodded. "What it said is true. As the most capable and versatile member in fairy tales, the king has extensive experience as a spirit realm detective. It ranks among the experts in the entire boundary land. So I wanted to ask. Yu Sheng finally couldn't help but speak. It's a cat, how does it usually take on tasks? Simple, if it's dealing with other spirit realm detectives or investigators, it goes itself, since those in our line are long used to odd situations. Little Red Riding Hood said casually. If dealing with ordinary people, it summons a smart subordinate to communicate with the clients, while pretending to be a pet cat. Yu Sheng found it very reasonable upon hearing this, thinking that Fairy Tales really is a seasoned spirit realm detective organization with a wealth of bizarre investigation experiences. Compared to them, his travel agency hasn't yet taken on any proper commissions. But then he thought again, the travel agency doesn't lack tasks, just that they're always major cases. The group walked in the eerily quiet, dark alley. The alley wasn't long, and they soon reached the end of the road. A crossroad, also shrouded in a deathly silence, appeared in front of Yu Sheng. He looked curiously toward the crossroad, seeing every pathway leading to almost identical scenes, all pointing to a dimly lit alley, with all buildings along the alley having closed doors and windows, the distance filled with mist, impossible to see clearly even 100 meters ahead. He hesitated for a moment, turned to Little Red Riding Hood. Which way should we go? The girl furrowed her brows tightly, momentarily silent. The giant shadow wolf prowled nearby, sniffing around the crossroad. After a while, Little Red Riding Hood finally broke the silence. There are no passages to the next layer, all 3 are safe exits. Yu Sheng was stunned. 3 safety exits. If this situation occurred during a normal exploration operation, it would be a cause for celebration. After all, for the majority of spirit realm detectives and investigators, safely evacuating from the exotic realm with intelligence or supplies is the primary goal. The appearance of 3 safety exits at the end of a dark alley would be like an ancestor's grave, emitting a 200-meter-long thrusting flame, a scenario only possible if the forebears set the underworld aflame. But Yu Sheng wasn't here for a safe retreat today. Wait, wasn't it said in the data that there was only one correct safety exit at the crossroads at the end of the dark alley, and the other 2 led to deeper layers? He instinctively asked. How can we trigger a guaranteed escape? But we actually intend to go deeper, right? I don't know either, that's why today feels off. Little Red Riding Hood seemed just as confused. Why not have the king ask the mage to use the great prophecy technique again? The king, however, did not respond to Little Red Riding Hood's words. It suddenly jumped down from the wandering mage, its vertical pupils fixedly staring into the depths of the street from which they came, as if it had discovered something. Before Yu Sheng could ask, a threatening growl emerged from the king's throat, followed by a low shout, "Come out." The area seemed empty, with only mottled moss and shadows at the corner of the wall. But in the next second, Yu Sheng suddenly felt a flicker before his eyes. The mottled moss and shadows began to tremble, and something slowly squeezed out from the shadow, as if some fluid crawling from a 2-dimensional shadow plane into 3-dimensional space. It was a small black cat, its fur having the texture of rubber or plastic. It slowly walked toward the king, but during its movements it was like a cut video frame, flickering and instant teleporting every few steps. Entity cat. The moment the first black cat appeared, Yu Sheng noticed that many dark corners in the alley suddenly became restless. Shadows squirmed by the walls, eaves, windowsills, and roadside. A sight filled with countless cat-shaped outlines of varying sizes came into view, a multitude of entities entering from 2-dimensional planes into 3-dimensional space. Black cats emerged from every corner of the alley, their eyes glowing with a pale light, fixed intently on the uninvited guests at the entrance. The invisible glances they felt all along didn't seem to be an illusion. Little Red Riding Hood instinctively stepped back half a pace, astonished by the scene. Cats! But how come there are so many all of a sudden? They don't seem very pleased. Yu Sheng was also startled, but then noticed something. But looking at this situation, it's as if they are urging us to leave through the safety exit. Just then, the king suddenly took 2 steps forward, moving to the center of the road. The tabby cat glared at the gathering of black cats in the alley, especially focusing on the first one not far away, slowly arching its back. Its voice was low and threatening. Technically, cats of your level shouldn't hiss at me. The small black cat opposite, HSS. The king clearly paused, then immediately arched its back even more. HSS. In response, several black cats on the opposite side arched their backs together. HSS. And thus, a standoff of hissing commenced between the two sides. Yu Sheng. It seemed the situation was not quite as initially described. However, just when the tension of hissing was on the brink of breaking into conflict, the king suddenly stopped, and amidst a hiss from the black cats across, nonchalantly waved a paw. The four-member adventurer team instantly vanished into thin air. Filling the entirety of the intersection were suddenly a group of great mages clad in starry robes and wielding purple crystal staffs, their bodies emanating energy fluctuations strong enough to distort space. The king licked its paw, prepare a solar flare. The small black cat opposite, meow. Chapter 497. Signs of Invasion. The struggle among the cats is intense and brutal, yet sometimes it involves the very art of practical compromise. Once they realized they couldn't win against the king, the black cats gathered in the narrow alley immediately started mewing. This made them seem more adaptable than cats in the real world. Yu Sheng never expected things to develop this way. Watching from the side, he felt the whole process was quite magical. The king seemed rather unfazed, indicating it wasn't the first time dealing with these cats in the dark alley. After intimidating the cats present, the king turned to Yu Sheng to complain. The cats generated here don't have much in terms of brains or memory. Next time I come in, they'll still recklessly gather around. Saying this, the king spat on the ground human-like. But the good news is they conform strictly to several cat-like behaviors, including attacking anything in their territory, being bribed with cat food, and yielding to stronger cats. They're much easier to handle than many entities in the exotic realm. Then we should quickly find out what's going on with this alley, Yu Sheng immediately said. Like these 3 safe exits or the anomalies in the old bookstore, and it's best to ask about that broken tower. As he said this, the king's feline face visibly showed a strained expression. Who knows how a cat makes such a face? After holding it for several seconds, the tabby cat spoke with some difficulty. Such complex matters aren't easy to communicate. Cat vocabulary isn't rich, and their brains aren't that capable. Yu Sheng. Let me try anyway, the king continued quickly. Don't get your hopes up, though. These low-level entities have limited thinking capacity and can't compare to something like Passenger Number 22 or Story Person. You and Little Red Riding Hood should stand back. Cats get easily stressed. Seeing a standard tabby cat say, cats get easily stressed, with such seriousness was truly peculiar. However, Yu Sheng swallowed his retort and took several steps back with Little Red Riding Hood, watching the king negotiate with the strange black cats. Then came a series of nonsensical meows and whimpers, accompanied by the king gesturing with his paw and the black cats across acting agitatedly. The meowing on both sides became intense, seemingly on the brink of another standoff, but soon turned into a heated discussion among the cats. Yu Sheng, observing the spectacle, couldn't help but nudge Little Red Riding Hood's arm. Why does it seem like the king is getting a bit impatient? Little Red Riding Hood shrugged helplessly. How would I know? I don't understand cat talk. Yu Sheng rubbed his chin. True enough, cats and dogs don't communicate. As soon as he finished speaking, a grinding sound of sharp teeth reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw Little Red Riding Hood's mouth full of increasingly pointed teeth. Fortunately, the king completed the communication with the black cat group before Wang Jiajia could spring up and bite. The black cat group seemed to have reached a temporary agreement with this formidable outsider cat, retreating some distance and hiding in the shadows of buildings, continuing to watch the figures at the intersection with their strange pale eyes. Meanwhile, the king instructed the mage team to watch the cat's movements as he strutted back to Yu Sheng's side. How did the communication go? Did you figure anything out? Yu Sheng immediately asked. Not quite, their logic is jumbled, but I did gather some useful information, the king replied, lowering his head to lick his paw, his voice low. They mentioned that there have been some changes in the alley, but these cats lack any sense of time, so they can't say when the changes started. They mentioned things crawling into the alley and not just near the old bookstore. The entire dark alley is filled with things crawling in. The tabby cat lifted its head, glancing at Yu Sheng. It's possibly those. Spider silk you saw near that big hole. Yu Sheng felt a spark of realization. So, the changes in the dark alley now could be the result of us triggering those spider silks, the king said, his feline face serious. This isn't the normal state of the dark alley, it's the result of external interference. Though not what those cats said, they can't express such complex matters. It's my speculation based on their chaotic information. The many changes and mechanisms in the alley now exceed these entities' understanding. They just want us to leave this place immediately, or rather. It's the dark alley, hoping we leave as soon as possible. Yu Sheng frowned slightly, instinctively glancing at the three branching paths of the intersection. Could the exotic realm also feel fear, even actively dispatch entities out of anxiety to drive away uncontrolled invaders? Is this an inherent trait of the dark alley, or a change resulting from its entanglement and erosion by those spider silks? As doubts surged within Yu Sheng's heart, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly broke the silence. What about the broken tower? Completely unclear in that aspect, the king shook his head. They don't know anything about other spaces outside the alley, nor do they understand what a tower is. Entities can't know intelligence outside the exotic realm. But shifting perspective, perhaps we can use this to determine that the tower isn't originally part of the dark alley, but part of some invasion. Or further speculate that the tower and the spider silk outside the dark alley came from the same source, only beginning to entwine this alley in recent years. Little Red Riding Hood tapped her chin thoughtfully. Then 3 years ago was the poster, the first unlucky one to notice the invasion. The king responded professionally. Based on my experience with the exotic realm and various erosive events, the time you mentioned in that post might indeed mark when the dark alley was initially invaded. It's when foreign objects are most readily observed with spiritual vision. When it first happens, it's also the time people get involuntarily drawn in. Little Red Riding Hood pondered. Seems we'll have to find that person first. What about now? Yu Sheng glanced at the black cats not far away, still gathered by the roadside but not taking any further action for now, then looked back at the crossroads. Are we still going to look for the road leading deeper? Better to head back first. The dark alley is rejecting us, its time-space structure has changed, and continuing to search for the road to the deep layer is meaningless. Little Red Riding Hood thought seriously for a bit, then shook her head. Anyway, we've gathered a lot of intelligence. We need to go back and sort through the clues we've collected. We also need to inform the Special Service Bureau about what's happened here. The king mumbled while licking his front paw. Spirit Realm detectives have a duty to report anomalies discovered in the exotic realm to the Special Service Bureau. A piece of useful information can exchange for lots of cat treats. The living room TV was playing a variety show that no one was paying attention to. Hu Li sat cross-legged on the carpet by the coffee table, seriously fiddling with a pile of yarn. Luna was holding a broom sweeping the living room, while Erin was lying bored on the edge of the sofa armrest, muttering to herself as the omen-wandering star rolled back and forth before her eyes. Why isn't Yu Sheng back yet? He's been out for so long, he clearly said he would just check out that alley, and he didn't take me. Just now, there was a sudden door-opening sound. I thought he was going to bring someone, but nope. Seems like he didn't die outside either, didn't take me. He should be back by now, it's already dark. Still didn't take me. Yet no one paid attention to this little one's murmuring to herself. Hu Li and Luna were busy with their tasks. Erin looked around and found no one responding to her, so she actively crawled behind Hu Li and tugged on the demon fox girl's tail. What are you doing? You've been fiddling with this since just now. What is this? I'm knitting a scarf for my savior, Hu Li said seriously, grabbing a big handful of unprocessed silvery fur from her tail. This is all fur I've shed recently. Erin stared in astonishment at what Hu Li was handling. After holding it in for a while, she finally blurted out, So you've been tidying up all your shed fur just for this? Hu Li looked smug. Yep. But it's summer now, the little puppet exclaimed with wide eyes. Who's knitting a scarf in summer? Warm in winter, cool in summer, just use some immortal law. Hu Li squinted her eyes. Recently, my savior also likes to lie on my tail 'cause it's cool. But if he goes out with a fox fur scarf in summer, people will think he's crazy. Erin surprisingly had a moment of clarity. Yu Sheng isn't afraid of dying, but he sure isn't immune to social death. Hu Li was stunned for a moment, realizing she hadn't thought of that, and then she sat pondering with the pile of yarn and fur for a few seconds before looking up. Do you have any suggestions? Erin thought for a bit, then her eyes suddenly lit up. You could make him a wool underwear. Hu Li looked up, fixed her gaze on the little puppet. Erin. Erin immediately looked a bit guilty. What? Hu Li, I'm not stupid. That thing would itch. The little puppet grinned sheepishly. I was just making a suggestion, just a suggestion. Then she quickly crawled to the other end of the sofa and laid there watching Luna sweep. After a while, she couldn't help but tease, "Sweep bot." Luna stopped and turned her head, quietly watching the little puppet. Erin, you act like a cleaning robot now. Luna was still for 2 seconds, appearing to have a delay, then let out a long sigh. Shorty. However, Erin didn't hear it and started rolling around on the sofa out of boredom. As she rolled into her 17th circle, the sofa suddenly went quiet again. Hu Li, who was seriously thinking about how to make woolen underwear not itch, noticed the change in the atmosphere beside her and looked toward the sofa. The little puppet was lying quietly in the middle of the cushion, hugging the omen wandering star, with a silly grin on her face, letting out a soft snore. She was asleep, dreaming sweetly while waiting for Yu Sheng to return home. Chapter 498, Erin has a safe haven. Chapter 498, Erin has a safe haven. So they fell asleep. Looking at the little puppet holding the omen wandering star, quietly asleep on the couch cushion, Hu Li couldn't help but mutter. Luna passed by the couch, glancing over and spoke slowly, because it's that time. Quite a regular schedule. Hu Li glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, casually stuffed the yarn back into her tail, stretched lazily. I'll take her back to her room. Don't wake her up, Luna warned. She'll be noisy. Can't wake her up, I'm very steady. Hu Li said proudly, and then with a flick of her tail, rolled up the little puppet on the couch and headed to the 2nd floor with the little one. Luna glanced at the TV, saw that there was an advertisement for a robotic vacuum being broadcast in between shows. She tilted her head to watch for a while, then turned off the TV, muttering, Really associative. Hu Li reached the master bedroom upstairs, found a row of neatly stacked boxes in the corner, and placed the little puppet, which was wrapped in her tail, into one of the boxes. She carefully took out the stone sphere that the puppet was hugging and placed it on the nightstand, tiptoeing so as not to make a sound. After finishing that, she straightened up and looked around, sniffed hard, and found another sleeping Erin under the bed. It seemed she fell asleep researching the flashlight function of a telephone watch. Then the demon fox girl searched around the house, found one in the umbrella bucket, another on the loft shelf, and finally collected all the fragments like she was gathering pieces, putting all the peacefully sleeping little puppets into boxes. She carefully worked until she finished, covered all the boxes, then exhaled deeply, stood up to take a look at her work, and displayed a happy and proud expression. I'm just very steady. As soon as Hu Li finished speaking, her 2 big ears twitched reflexively, as if she heard some faint sound, and then her eyes lit up, and she dashed out of the room like the wind into the living room, just in time for Yu Sheng entering the house and turning to close the door. Yu Sheng felt like he saw a flash before his eyes, heard a whoosh of wind beside his ears, and the next second, a fluff of silver-white fur began to rapidly circle around him, so fast that it left an afterimage, with a 360-degree surround sound echoing around his ears. Savior, you're back. Savior, are you hungry? I cooked stew. Erin fell asleep, just dozed off right before. Savior, why were you gone so long? Erin kept muttering. Savior, you smell like a cat, sniff, sniff. It's the king. Yu Sheng was dizzy from the tail swirling around him, reached out several times and finally successfully pressed down the fox girl's head, looking at the obviously overly excited great demon fox helplessly. That alley had some unexpected changes that delayed me. Stop circling, I'm dizzy. Erin didn't cause any trouble. No, she was actually pretty quiet compared to her most rambunctious times, Hu Li said happily, then pulled Yu Sheng's arm towards the dining room. Let's eat first. Let's eat first. I made a big pot today. It's really tasty. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng's stomach indeed grumbled. Little Red Riding Hood and the king went straight to the night market after coming out of the dark alley. Probably busy devouring skewers right now. He came back alone first, worried about the treasures at home, so he hadn't had dinner yet. On the dining table was steaming fox stew. A bundle of fox fire circling beside the stew pot, maintaining the temperature of the stew, the pot still emitting a faint bubbling sound, and beside the big pot was an electric rice cooker with a quarter of rice left inside. A jug of iced tea also on the table. No telling what method and materials were used to brew it, but the tea emitted a subtle multicolor glow with a refreshing aroma. Yu Sheng, used to such things, walked over, lifted the lid of the stew pot, glanced inside, greeted the stew, then sat down to start his meal. Hu Li also served herself a bowl of stew, happily eating beside him. Yu Sheng, Hu Li, and the stew, these three had a delightful meal. It's rare to have such peace during a meal. Yu Sheng couldn't help but sigh as he ate. Without all the noisy chaos, it's almost a bit disorienting. Aaron usually doesn't eat meals, but always runs to the table to make trouble when others are eating. Hu Li slurped some soup, muttering. Last time she even fell into the stew pot, got thrashed by the stew. I already told her the stew I made that day was pretty aggressive. Yu Sheng dryly coughed twice, lowering his head and shoveling rice into his mouth vigorously. Hu Li suddenly raised her head again, curiously looking at him. Savior, did you find anything in the dark alley? Indeed, found some clues. Yu Sheng paused his eating motion, nodding lightly. That place has indeed established a connection with the omen goddess. Then he recounted his experiences in the dark alley to Hu Li in detail, without hiding the situation of the spider silk in the depths of the big hole on the old bookstore's wall, beyond the exotic realm of the dark alley. Hu Li quietly listened on the side, then suddenly raised her head and glanced towards the stairway to the second floor. Next time, take Erin with you, she said while holding a bowl. Otherwise, she'll just keep grumbling at home and scratching up everything. All right, I'll bring her next time. Yu Sheng finished the last bit of food in his bowl, put it down, and wiped his mouth, letting out a satisfied burp. It was tasty. I'm full. Hu Li was happy and began tidying up the table swiftly. I'll clean up, Savior. You should go to bed early today. Exploring the exotic realm is tiring. Yu Sheng tiptoed upstairs to the second floor, returned to his room, and in the faint glow of the night lamp, saw 4 boxes neatly lined up against the wall. A small piece of a skirt was caught in the gap of one of the box lids. He shook his head with a smile and walked over to gently knock on the wooden box lid. The lid was slightly pushed open from the inside, and a pair of scarlet eyes peeked out, glittering under the lid. That silly fox put all of me in the box. She doesn't even know that I need a body to sleep on the bed, Erin grumbled from inside, sounding like she wanted to complain. I can't sleep like this. Yu Sheng opened the box, and the next second Erin sprang out of it and instantly leapt onto the bed, starting to roll around like usual, burrowing under the blanket, pushing against the pillow with her head, scrambling across the bed. The whole process seemed completely nonsensical, and Yu Sheng could only interpret it as the little puppet's boot-up sequence after exiting the box. He just stood there silently watching, waiting until Erin's boot-up process was complete, ensuring the little puppet wouldn't suddenly deliver a flying kick to his back before daring to sit on the edge of the bed. Then he took a deep breath, turned to look at Erin, who had wrapped herself into a ball with the blanket. In a couple of days, I'll probably have to go to that dark alley again. You'll come with me then. The little puppet only had her head exposed from the blanket. Okay. That exotic realm clearly faced an external invasion. The matter is related to that omen goddess. From the current clues, your connection with the omen goddess might be deeper than we thought. The mutual destruction from 3,700 years ago turned you into that form in the oil painting. Perhaps you are no longer just Erin of Alice's cottage, but in a state that's more complex. Yu Sheng decided to just say everything in one go. If that's really the case, what do you plan to do in the future? In the ball of blankets, Erin blinked her eyes, staring intently at Yu Sheng. After quite a while, she suddenly spoke. You get me out. Yu Sheng was taken aback, seemed to understand something, and nodded gently. Of course, no matter how the residual influence of the omen goddess develops, I will definitely find a way to deal with it. I am an expert in the angel's counteracting domain. I'll definitely save you. I meant you untangle me from the blanket. It's wrapped in too many layers. Yu Sheng's sentimental expression came to an abrupt halt. He stared blankly at the little puppet wrapped so tightly in the blanket. The little puppet just stared back at him, her small eyes filled with wide-eyed innocence. Yu Sheng's mouth twitched a little, and he grabbed the blanket and gave it a shake. The little puppet rolled out and then climbed back onto the bed with hands and feet. I haven't thought about any plans for the future. Erin stood in the middle of the bed, hands on her hips, looking very self-assured, and she hadn't forgotten the previous question. You think about such complicated problems for me. Even Yu Sheng, whose nerves had grown exceptionally thick recently, didn't know how to react for a moment. He could only look at the little mite next to him, unable to keep a straight face. Are you serious? Of course, Erin continued self-righteously. How would I know what to do in the future? And after all, we don't even know the background, intentions, or abilities of the Omen goddess now. I don't remember anything, there are no clues, how do you expect me to plan? Might as well go to sleep early. Yu Sheng was taken aback by the little puppet's words, but found that each sentence seemed to make sense. After standing there blankly for a few seconds, he started to laugh at himself. Well, right, I guess I'm overthinking things. He exhaled a long breath, feeling a bit relieved. Let's just take it one step at a time. Deep planning is exactly the travel agency's style. Scoot over, there's no room for me. I want to sleep in the middle. You can sleep on the edge, that's fair. Yu Sheng didn't pay any heed to the little puppet's haughty demeanor, lifted her by the collar, and placed her at the edge of the bed, thankfully not tossing her. Then took over the largest part of the bed in the middle. A moment later, he fell into a deep sleep amidst the little puppet's squealing, scratching, and incessant grumbling protests. Chapter 499, News from the Poster. Chapter 499, Chapter 499, News from the Poster. Yu Sheng was awakened at dawn by a headbutt from the little puppet. He instantly opened his eyes and sat up, just to see Erin nearby with her head pressed against his pillow. Despite having just headbutted him, the little thing hadn't opened her eyes, and after a few random movements had fallen into a deep sleep again, her snores small and even. Yu Sheng, however, couldn't fall back asleep. He sat on the bed in a daze for a while, leaned back against the pillow, and his mind still lingered with the faint impressions from the dream before being woken by Erin's headbutt. He felt he'd been dreaming all night about a jumble of bizarre dreams, with all sorts of strange scenes cycling through his mind like a slideshow, and even now, they hadn't completely faded away. It started with walking Hu Li along the riverbank, where a bunch of mermaids and snake princesses were floundering about. Xuan Qi was undergoing a lightning tribulation on the riverbank, electrifying the mermaids and snake princesses in the river, making them jump around. Suddenly, it turned into helping the locals dig rocks in Shuji, with Mo Ran erecting a statue over 80 meters tall for him in the city center, with Hu Li eating tribute fruits under his statue, claiming to be a pure altar envoy. Next, it changed to accompanying the doll heads on a valley picnic. Everyone went to the Black Forest to pick mushrooms, and halfway through, a squirrel came over saying a giant spider was dismantling the king's cat tree. That spider was enormous, 666 meters tall. Yu Sheng had such bizarre dreams one scene after another, and the last scene he remembered was returning for some reason to that dark alley, back into a collapsing old bookstore. The books and shelves in the store seemed alive, scrambling to escape, with a dense sea of words running around on the walls and ceiling, emitting small, sharp screams. Next, the old bookstore began to deform, the walls elongated, the roof rose, spiral and fractured stairs stretched out from behind the bookshelves, and cracks swiftly spread across the entire room. A crimson glow flashed through the frightening fissures, revealing the illusion of a spider. And then it was the little puppet's headbutt. Yu Sheng rubbed the spot on his forehead where Erin had hit him with her head, only feeling a bit dizzy. He blinked, and as his eyelids closed, he seemed to still see that touch of crimson gaze. The little puppet rolled off the pillow, wrapped herself up in a corner of the quilt, muttering something inexplicable. With the morning light filtering through the curtains, Yu Sheng watched the puppet quietly for a while before his gaze drifted to the bedside cabinet. The Omen wandering star sat quietly there, leaning against the frame of an oil painting. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, picked up the ash-gray stone orb and slowly rubbed its pitted, rough surface, then calmed his mind and attempted to establish contact with it again. Since acquiring it at the Texu Spirit Hub, Yu Sheng had performed blood transfer to the stone orb multiple times, and attempted to establish contact like this more than once. To this day, he still couldn't directly control the orb through blood transfer like with other common items. Sometimes, in the process of attempting contact, he would inexplicably disturb Erin, but given the lengthy endeavor, he wasn't without some gain. As his spirit concentrated and his mind settled, that familiar sense of emptiness and a faint whistling static once again seeped in from the edge of perception. Yu Sheng squinted slightly. In his perception, everything in the bedroom seemed to grow distant and blurred, while the omen-wandering star in his hand became increasingly vivid. As his spirit focused further, the small orb seemed to become the only tangible object in the world, quietly floating in a dark void. Yu Sheng's perception wandered around this sole existence, but as in previous attempts, he still couldn't penetrate the outer shell of the omen-wandering star, unable to see what lay within. Only empty static noises constantly emanated from the orb, like millions of chaotic whispers overlapping. Yu Sheng lifted his head again in the darkness, observing around the omen-wandering star. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly attempted to break the silence towards the ash-gray, lone star. The mass isn't enough, what does that mean? The only response remained empty whistling. Yu Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, finding Aaron cross-legged beside him, the little puppet staring at him with wide eyes, motionless. Outside the window, daylight had fully arrived. "Wow," the little thing exclaimed exaggeratively, then pointed at the omen-wandering star in Yu Sheng's hand. "You secretly played with my orb. I got woken up by your headbutt and couldn't sleep, so I'm casually researching this thing," Yu Sheng said casually, placing the stone orb on the track beside the puppet's head. "Though I still haven't figured anything out." "Really, really?" The little puppet blinked, then raised her hand to point at the bedside cabinet. "Oh yeah, your phone was ringing just now. I think someone sent you a message." Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows and gestured to Aaron to comb her hair and freshen up by herself, while curiously picking up his phone. Upon checking, he indeed found several unread messages, all sent by Little Red Riding Hood. "Has Yu Sheng woken up yet?" The Spirit Realm detective named. "Sun Chen has been found, but the situation is a bit complicated. Let me know when he wakes up. I'll come and find you directly." Yu Sheng looked at the message on the screen, then turned his head to glance outside where the daylight was already bright. He was a bit confused for a moment. Did he really spend that much time trying to communicate with the omen-wandering star, just as usual? He quickly suppressed his doubts, replied to the message, then got up to wash and tidy himself, and even managed to wipe the faces of the little puppets lined up by the pool. When he ran downstairs, he saw Hu Li waiting eagerly in the dining room. "Savior, you're up late today," the demon fox girl sighed, lying on the table, her ears drooping. "I'm hungry." Yu Sheng looked helpless. "Hey, if you're hungry, go buy some buns or fritters at the crossroads first." Hu Li continued lying on the table. "No way, breakfast has to be eaten together." The fox girl seemed to have all sorts of strange obsessions when it comes to eating, and Yu Sheng was quite used to it, so he didn't say much. Instead, he quickly opened a door beside the dining table, leaned in and rattled off an order. 5 bowls of fried sauce noodles, 10 braised eggs, 20 chicken legs, 3 baskets of buns, a bowl of seaweed egg soup, 2 plates of fried tofu, 6 grilled sausages with cumin, no chili. Not long after he finished speaking, trays started sliding over from the other side of the door. That was the serving window of the Special Service Bureau's dining hall, exclusively for Hu Li. The fox girl, who had been waiting eagerly all morning, instantly became energized and started devouring the food. And almost at the same time, Yu Sheng heard footsteps coming from the direction of the staircase. He turned to see the red-clothed girl emerging from the basement. "Have you eaten?" Yu Sheng raised his hand in greeting. "If not, come over for some food, and by the way, tell me what's going on with the Spirit Realm detective who posted." Little Red Riding Hood didn't hesitate. As an 18-year-old girl, she's at an age with a big appetite. She sat down beside the dining table and picked up a bun for herself. Hu Li only glanced up, though she usually had a habit of protecting her food, seeing it was her good friend who came to eat. She just grumbled and even pushed the plate of braised eggs a little closer. In simple terms, the Spirit Realm detective named Sun Chen is now staying in Jinglin Sanatorium, Little Red Riding Hood said. He moved in months ago, which is why there hasn't been any updates on border communication from him lately. She bit into a bun and immediately burned her tongue, blowing on it while she saw Hu Li already starting on the second basket. Yu Sheng slightly frowned. Jinglin Sanatorium. Little Red Riding Hood, you can understand it as a mental hospital. Yu Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then reacted. Has he gone insane? Not entirely sure. The information I found states he voluntarily processed his stay paperwork, and he was mentally clear at the time. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head. This situation is quite uncommon because most spirit realm detectives, if they reach the point of needing a mental hospital, are usually already far gone in terms of mental state. They typically have to be tied up by the Special Service Bureau or specialized recyclers to the dedicated containment facility. She paused, then added, moreover, Jinglin Sanatorium is a rather special place. Yu Sheng was somewhat curious. Rather special. You know, spirit realm detectives and investigators are a high-risk profession. Little Red Riding Hood looked up. Those in this line of work typically encounter all sorts of bizarre things, so when a spirit realm detective or investigator develops mental issues, their mental issue is likely the least of their problems. Do you think such people would be sent to a normal mental hospital? Yu Sheng appeared thoughtful. Little Red Riding Hood continued. Therefore, the Special Service Bureau has established many specialized treatment and containment facilities, where, as the name suggests, they are both treatment institutions and containment units. They use professional methods to deal with patients, special mental issues, and have measures to prevent patients' mental issues from escaping the wards, and the Jinglin Sanatorium I mentioned earlier is one of those Special Service Bureau's treatment and containment facilities, and also the most special one. That place is an exotic realm with an average depth of L1. Yu Sheng almost choked on his noodles. This time Little Red Riding Hood got to tease him. Why so surprised? After all, we live in a valley that's an exotic realm too. That's different. My valley is at least serene and tranquil with a stable environment, and it doesn't house mental patients. Yu Sheng coughed twice, his expression peculiar. Concentrating a group of special individuals whose minds have gone awry due to exotic realm exposure within an exotic realm, there must be a rationale for it. The girl eating buns across the table smiled slightly. It's simple, because one of the characteristics of Jinglin Sanatorium is that the patients inside are influenced by the sanatorium's rules, and only influenced by the sanatorium's rules. Chapter 500, Intelligence from Bailey Ching. Chapter 500, Intelligence from Bailey Ching. The patients entering the Jinglin Sanatorium are influenced solely by the sanatorium's rules. This simple statement made Yu Sheng almost instantly consider a possible scenario. That independent investigator named Sun Chen. Is it possible he's using the rules of Jinglin Sanatorium to avoid the influence of that tower? That's what I guessed too, Little Red Riding Hood nodded. After all, he had previously posted about being persistently entangled by that tower, even suspecting that part of his mind was trapped in nightmares related to the tower. In this situation, he certainly sought help from familiar exotic doctors and spiritual ability users, and possibly even from the Special Service Bureau. Hiding in Jinglin Sanatorium might be advice given by someone. Yu Sheng recalled his previous experiences exploring the dark alley with Little Red Riding Hood and the king, remembering the eroded, old bookstore and his bizarre, chaotic dreamscape at dawn. Seems like we have to make a visit to that sanatorium, he said slowly, to meet that independent investigator face to face and confirm the situation. Yeah, that's why I came to you first thing. Entering Jinglin Sanatorium isn't that easy. Given its special nature, visiting requires special procedures, which I can't manage, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Listening to Little Red Riding Hood, Yu Sheng quickly reacted, picked up his phone, and started sending messages, muttering as he did. Ugh, always troubling such a dignified director with these messy affairs. Erin, who had been sitting on the edge of the table swinging her legs in a daze, immediately turned her head upon hearing this. You don't seem guilty when messaging people at 11 or 12 at night. Today at least it's a more normal time. Hearing this, Yu Sheng instantly teamed up with the little puppet, conniving and in cahoots. Now that you've mentioned it, I feel much more justified. Little Red Riding Hood looked at Yu Sheng, then at the puppet on the table, opened her mouth but didn't know how to comment on the two, so she simply continued eating her bun. Meanwhile, Hu Li was busy devouring his food from start to finish, not seeming to care about the others' conversation. When the room quieted down, he only raised his head curiously, then placed a sausage in front of his good friend. Little Red Riding Hood ate the sausage and bun, feeling somewhat subtly fed, as if out of nowhere. Then she saw Yu Sheng across the table suddenly stand up, open a nearby door, and wave at her as he walked through it. It's complicated to explain via messages, so I'll talk to Bailey Ching in person. I'll be back soon. You three wait here for a bit. The next second, Bailey Ching, sitting in her office in the Special Service Bureau building, looked up as Yu Sheng pushed the door open and walked in, his face as expressionless as ever. I know what you've been investigating lately, and I also know your current progress, Bailey Ching said bluntly upon meeting, without hiding her interest in Yu Sheng's daily actions. The special investigation permit you need can be issued soon. I'll personally notify the Jinglin Sanatorium to ask the person in charge there to cooperate. That's really a big help, Yu Sheng said, moving a chair from the side and sitting across from Bailey Ching's desk, looking up at her. The procedure itself isn't a problem, as I thought you had me come over for something else. Bailey Ching didn't waste any words, merely nodding slightly, then turned to look at the large floor-to-ceiling window behind her desk. Outside the window, a thick fog surged and rolled, rapidly forming various bizarre illusions in the mist. In the blink of an eye, Yu Sheng saw some familiar sights. It was that broken, eerie tower and the blonde puppet charging outside it, racing up the exterior walls toward the top. Ah, this is the video footage that Marin sent me before, Yu Sheng immediately said. I've seen it. Bailey Ching stared at the illusions emerging from the fog, and as her gaze focused, a part of the scene in the illusion was magnified and zoomed in. It was a corner of the scene that had previously only occupied a small part of the video footage, which hadn't caught Yu Sheng's attention earlier. Some people were hastily evacuating from around the broken tower, with unstable space rifts swelling and contracting at the far end of the open ground, and a few bodies discarded near those space rifts. The clothing of those evacuating was clearly not of the current style of Boundary City, but rather had a classical or fantasy flair. Some were dressed almost like wizards or magicians, others wore complex armor carrying oversized swords and crossbows, and some were laden with various odd trinkets, whose purposes were unclear. Their attire was eclectic and bizarre, but the only thing clearly visible was that they weren't a formal army, but rather more like a makeshift investigative and exploration team. These people are a Boundary Land exploration team, Bailey Ching's voice sounded from the side, not letting Yu Sheng guess for too long. By today's standards, they're considered colleagues of current investigators and spirit realm detectives. Oh, Yu Sheng blinked. Although his attention had been almost entirely on the blonde puppet and the shadow atop the tower, he hadn't paid much attention to the team retreating hurriedly in the corner of the scene, but he had somewhat noted these figures. This art style is very different from current Boundary Land people. I was curious earlier, why is there a magician among them? Because they came from 3,700 years ago, in the unique era division within Boundary Land. It's referred to as the chaotic classical era, Bailey Ching explained calmly. During that special period, magic was widespread in Boundary Land. Yu Sheng's expression froze, and he turned to look at Bailey Ching's poker face, blinking his eyes, and after a few seconds he opened his mouth. Ah! It wasn't just magic, but also spiritual energy, witchcraft, the bloodlines of anomalous beings, and the ancient species that only exist in certain volumes of text, Bailey Ching said with a face of indifference. Here, the ancient species refer to giants and dragons, along with some other peculiar intelligent beings whose names are no longer identifiable, but are confirmed to have existed. Yu Sheng's eyes slowly widened, realizing that the woman in front of him had casually revealed something quite incredible, leaving him a bit dazed. Hey, wait a minute. 3,700 years, just 3,700 years, you're telling me that Boundary Land back then was filled with magic, spiritual energy, witchcraft, and a bunch of anomalous beings unrelated to the humans of today's Boundary City. Isn't this unreasonable? He gestured a bit, then struggled for several seconds to organize his words. Even if this place is rich in talent and resources, shouldn't it at least talk about the continuity of civilization and history? At least within the recordable historical scope, you should have developed from ancient to modern times. Can't just have a big jump that resets the entire world line. Your reaction is normal, but Boundary Land indeed doesn't care about continuity. The big jump you mentioned really happened. Bailey Qing said calmly, cutting off all the words Yu Sheng hadn't finished saying. Yu Sheng, all right, impressive. Bailey Qing rarely sighed. I know you have many questions, I do too. Even the people of Boundary Land themselves are unsure of how many secrets this place known as Homeland, isolated from the outside world as a cosmic hub, is buried. The chaotic classical era is like a mass of shattered light and shadow, cast deep in the fog of history, blocking our retrospective gaze. As you know, this world has experienced 2 singularity explosions, and many civilizations have more or less had historical discontinuities or collective memory confusion. But even compared to groups with the most severe discontinuities, Boundary Land is the most extreme among them. We were indeed reset during the world's second genesis, and may have even undergone multiple resets after the world was reborn, and this chaotic situation only stabilized after the Special Service Bureau was established, and the originally convoluted time-space of the entire Boundary Land was connected into a whole. But a vast amount of records concerning the classical era were seemingly erased, as if by conscious intervention during this stabilization, with now less than 1% of the documents being verifiable. When saying this, Bailey Qing suddenly shook her head again. However, today we're not discussing the classical era, but this tower and this special exploration team. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng quickly adjusted his sitting posture on the chair, and his expression became serious. Despite Bailey Qing having mentioned just now that the records of the classical era were severely damaged and difficult to verify, judging by her current reaction, the powerful Special Service Bureau seemingly has still found some clues from those ancient documents. In the secret archives of the Special Service Bureau, we found a very suspicious event record, Bailey Qing slowly began. The year of drifting, the dark star aligns with the dome, the alien god descends along the world bridge, meeting us as promised, but the world bridge unexpectedly breaks. The alien god loses control and disintegrates. The receiving team suffered heavy losses. Only 3 people retreated and brought back news. An unknown powerful entity intervened on site, intercepting the alien god and covering the retreat. Thereafter, the world bridge, the alien god, and the dark star all vanished without a trace. The office fell into a brief silence. That's all, Bailey Qing spoke up. Wait a moment while I process this. Yu Sheng immediately waved his hand, going over the content he just heard in his mind again while rapidly organizing his thoughts, and only after several seconds did he raise his head again. So, this passage describes the event recorded in the imagery Marin found in the Garden Network. Bailey Qing nodded. The possibility is very high. Yu Sheng, isn't this a bit too much information to handle?